Marshall Peak, Chapter 51-58, It's not polite to steal other people's kills. Black ink strength possessed an overwhelming corruptive property, especially to the small universes of open heaven realm masters. Once black ink strength invaded one small universe, there was basically no solution. Before Yang Kai arrived on the black ink battlefield, the human race had fought against the black ink clan under these harsh conditions. This was why the human race heavily relied on a large number of warships to provide favorable platforms for cultivators below the 7th Order open heaven realm to fight. The 7th Order masters, on the other hand, often had to fight the Black Ink clan in close combat. Not only did they have to resist the attacks of those from the Black Ink clan, but they also had to constantly resist the corruption of Black Ink strength. This made it difficult for them to display their full strength. Just now, the strength of this feudal lord had been suppressed by the purifying light that was invading his body. The Black Ink clan finally had a taste of the same suffering that the human race had experienced over the course of countless millennia. The Black Ink clan had been relying on the Black Ink strength, but now, the human race could rely on purifying light. Instead of killing the feudal lord, Yang Kai simply imprisoned him once more. His injuries weren't serious, so he would be back on his feet with some rest after the remaining purifying light had dissipated, allowing Grandmaster Ma Fan to continue experimenting on him. The suppression effect is about 30%, Yang Kai stated his conclusion outside the secret room. The so-called 30% was how much the evil purging divine spear's purifying light could suppress the feudal lord's black ink strength. It was quite a terrifying number. If an ordinary master were to suddenly lose 30% of their strength in a battle against an evenly matched opponent, they would almost certainly be doomed. Not to mention that in the same realm, a 7th Order human was generally stronger than a feudal lord to begin with. It could be foreseen that if the evil purging divine spear was introduced into the battlefield, the 7th Order masters would be able to slaughter feudal lords as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Nonetheless, the old man was still dissatisfied with these results and slowly shook his head. There's still room for improvement. After this thing hits the enemy, the release of the purifying light is a bit slow. If a feudal lord reacts quickly and pulls it out before the purifying light fully erupts, it may not be very effective. Do you have any good suggestions? Yang Kai couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's your field of expertise, I'm just assisting you. What advice can possibly I give? Grandmaster Ma Fan knew he would say this and was just asking for the sake of asking. All right, this old master will come up with something. Saying so, he turned around and left. Yang Kai called out from behind, Grandmaster, 2 hands are better than 1. Why don't you have a chat with Grandmaster Donghua and the others? The old man didn't say anything, so it was hard to tell whether he was listening or not. In any case, after this experiment, Yang Kai knew that the evil purging divine spear had basically been successfully completed. It was just that it was far from meeting the criteria for general use on the battlefield. In the Great War between the two races, the people responsible for changing the course of the war were always the small number of top masters, such as those in the 8th Order masters or territory lords, the old ancestors and royal lords. Grandmaster Ma Fan refined the evil purging divine spear not just to deal with feudal lords, but also to deal with the territory lords. The royal lords were just too strong, so even if the purifying light did work on them, no one could guarantee its effect. There were also far too many feudal lords, so it would not be practical to use the evil purging divine spears on them. Firstly, most artifact refiners could not refine them, and secondly, Yang Kai did not have the time, energy, or resources to seal purifying light into so many evil purging divine spears. As such, the optimal targets were the territory lords. The best steel should be used to make the sharpest blade. Currently, the evil purging divine spear was able to suppress 30% of a feudal lord's strength, but that didn't mean it could do the same against a territory lord. However, even if it was only 10% effective, it would be enough to drastically tilt the outcome of a battle. It was difficult to replicate Blue Sky Pass's 100-year plan. Several decades ago, the Black Ink clan had suffered a huge loss outside Blue Sky Pass, with over 30 territory lords being killed and a huge chunk of their territory being occupied. Be that as it may, this plan could not be implemented twice. Furthermore, most of the universe cave heavens outside Blue Sky Pass were either damaged or completely destroyed in the battle between the territory lords and the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, meaning they could no longer be used. The human race urgently needed a new tactic or weapon that could provide them with an edge over the Black Ink clan, one that was useful not just to Blue Sky Pass, but to all Great Passes. That was the future that the evil purging divine spear was designed to bring. If the purifying light brought by Yang Kai gave the human race the possibility of going on the offense, then the birth of the evil purging divine spear would turn this possibility into reality. Of course, the prerequisite was that Grandmaster Ma Fan could further improve the spear. After separating from the old man, Yang Kai returned to Dawn Station. The last time they had returned from a hunting mission was only 2 months ago, so there was still a lot of time before they deployed again. Naturally, Yang Kai couldn't afford to waste any time. He had never slacked off in his cultivation, but the time required to rise from the beginning of the Seventh Order to the Eighth Order was measured in millennia, so there was no time to waste. Time quickly passed by and several months went by in a flash. Dawn's hunting rotation had arrived, so its members exited their retreat and quickly convened. Yang Kai then personally went to the army headquarters to report in. This was a necessary process before executing any mission. The forward base could only coordinate everyone's efforts if they were in control of the movements of every squad, so one could not simply leave at will. Entering Zhong Liang's office in the army headquarters, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Sir, Dawn requests permission to deploy for a hunting mission." Zhong Liang, who was neck-deep in paperwork behind the desk, tossed a jade slip straight to Yang Kai without even raising his head. Catching the jade slip and reading it, Yang Kai was pretty taken aback and asked, "Sir, isn't this place a bit too far?" Recorded in the jade slip was the area that Dawn would be responsible for this time. Every time a squad came to accept a mission, the army headquarters would assign a region of the void to the squad leader. After all, every action executed outside the base needed to have a certain order, otherwise, if a bunch of squads were acting in one area, no one would be responsible for the other areas. The region Zhongliang had assigned to the Dawn this time was quite deep into enemy territory, a place Dawn had never been before and one that was quite close to the Black Ink clan's territory. Such a position meant more military merits, but it also carried corresponding risks. Zhongliang looked up at him and asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Yang Kai immediately became stubborn. "Afraid? My Dawn has earned the greatest amount of military merits in the past few decades. We didn't back down even when we were up against tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen, and even returned in triumph. When have we ever been afraid?" Zhongliang snorted, "Since you're not afraid, why are you being so long-winded?" Yang Kai stated, smiling, "This junior just wants to know if there is any deeper meaning behind the army headquarters deployment. After all, no one has ever been sent to this place before." Zhongliang snickered, "What kind of deeper meaning could there be? What nonsense have you been thinking all day? Just because no one has been to this place before doesn't mean no one will ever go there. In fact, several squads are carrying out missions there right now. If your Dawn is late, I'm afraid you won't even get a sip of soup." "Which squads are so reckless?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. Zhongliang impatiently rebuked, "What does that have to do with you? Are you going or not? If not, I'll send another squad." "All right, we'll go." Quickly putting away the jade slip, Yang Kai bowed to Zhongliang and left. This brat is as sharp as ever. Did he notice something? Other squad leaders didn't even ask any questions. Someone suddenly walked out from the shadows and muttered. It was none other than the Southern Army commander, Liang Yulong. Zhongliang didn't even bat an eye. What can he notice? It's nothing more than curiosity. Liang Yulong asked, "Are you really not going to explain the deployment to them?" Zhongliang replied, shaking his head, "No need. To deceive your enemies, you must first deceive your allies. There is no need to tell them the truth, it'll be fine." Liang Yulong couldn't help but worry. That might be the case, the ones deployed there are all elite squads, but if something does happen to them, wouldn't your overall force suffer as a result? Zhongliang leaned back in his chair and indifferently stated, what's the point of mourning for them? Life and death are perfectly normal in this damned place. If you can't accept it, this place is not suitable for you. Moreover, it's precisely because they're all elites that we deployed them, otherwise, how could they possibly succeed? Liang Yulong lightly sighed. Zhongliang stood up and continued, the bait has been cast, it all depends on whether the Black Ink clan takes it or not. I'm afraid a big battle will break out very soon, and only by winning it will the forward base become completely stable. This is a matter of great importance, so we should make all the preparations we can. In the void, dawning light sailed forward towards the hunting region. After half a year of rest, the squad members were all in high spirits and quite enthusiastic for their next mission. Dawning light was extremely fast, but as the region they were deployed to was quite far, it still took them 10 days to arrive after leaving the forward base. There was no fixed requirement for the mission this time, so the squads assigned here would just search around and kill any Black Ink clansmen they ran into. As a result, most of the time, there was nothing much to do. After several dozen years of hunting, the Black Ink clan had suffered a great loss of manpower and no longer dared to easily show their faces. Although they were recently showing signs of rising from the ashes, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was going to be the last counterattack the Black Ink clan made. The area where Dawn was deployed for the mission was a place they had never been to before, so there were many enemies here. In fact, they had run into several groups of Black Ink clansmen in the span of a few days, though their numbers weren't high. These scattered enemies were completely powerless before Dawn. Today, while Dawn was searching for more prey, Yang Kai, who was standing on the deck, suddenly turned his head, looking in a certain direction. He carefully sensed for a moment before making a gesture towards that direction. The squad member responsible for steering immediately adjusted Dawning Light's course. The squad members also gathered around, performing their respective duties. Feng Ying stood beside Yang Kai and gazed ahead. Squad leader, is something wrong? Both might be 7th Order masters and Feng Ying may be just on the verge of breaking through to the 8th Order, but when it came to the divine senses, she was still lacking compared to Yang Kai. So, while Yang Kai might have discovered something, she might not have been able to detect it. Yang Kai replied with a slight nod, some people should be fighting there. Feng Ying understood, other squads? It should be. Feng Ying's expression became somewhat unusual, squad leader, it's not polite to steal other people's kills. Yang Kai broke into laughter as he gave an excuse, we're just going there to watch, we won't be snatching anything. But, if there's an opponent they can't handle, as fellow soldiers of Blue Sky Pass, we should help them, shouldn't we? Feng Ying couldn't help but sigh. Marshall Peak, Chapter 51-59, Gadflies and Old Turtles. Not long after, they spotted swirling Black Ink clouds ahead. A large number of Black Ink clansmen happened to be fleeing towards them from these Black Ink clouds in panic, like stray dogs. They looked as if they were being chased by a tide of ferocious beasts. More importantly, several among them were feudal lords as well. Standing on the deck, Shen Ao broke into joyous laughter when he focused his gaze ahead. Great, there are hundreds of them. There were several hundred Black Ink clansmen, including a few feudal lords. It was a force to reckon with and an ordinary squad might not be able to take them down, making fleeing their only option. But at this moment, this fearsome enemy force was being chased and forced to flee. It was obvious that the group pursuing them was quite strong. Yang Kai did not need to use his brain to tell that it was one of the Special Operations squads. There was more than one Special Operations squad like Dawn in Blue Sky Pass, in fact, there were a few of them. Of course, based on the time they were established, all these squads were veterans. There weren't many such squads like this, but each one was capable of carrying out important tasks that other squads couldn't. Before the appearance of the Dawn, these Special Operations squads were always competing with each other, but in just a few short decades, Dawn's presence became like a mountain pressing down on their heads, making it hard for them to breathe. It was not surprising either, as Dawn had obtained far more military merits than any of their squads in the 2 wars fought in the past 100 years. All of them felt suffocated because of this. During the hunting missions assigned at the forward base, every squad went all out in order to win this round, so that a newcomer, Dawn, would know that the honor of their seniors could not be shaken. "Are we going to steal or not?" Although Ning Qizhi was asking Yang Kai, the expression on his face obviously said that he was itching to have a go. Yang Kai was well aware of the secret rivalry between the Special Operations squads and Dawn, but he never cared about it. Strictly speaking, Dawn and the other squads' military merits gained from killing enemies on the battlefield were almost the same. Be that as it may, Dawn had acquired enormous military merits from other sources, such as the Void Yin-Yang mirrors Yang Kai had introduced, and Zhu Feng Territory Lord, whom he and Bai Yi killed together. There were also those kills obtained when Yang Kai took Dawn into the various universe cave heavens and paradises during the 100-year plan not long ago. These military merits still belonged to Dawn, so it appeared that their military merits far surpassed the other Special Operations squads after each great battle, allowing them to firmly occupy first place in the merit hall. The military merits gained during the current hunting mission weren't much, basically on par with other squads, so the rankings in the merit hall were constantly fluctuating for the recent period. The higher-ups were also aware of this rivalry, but they had no intention of stopping them. This kind of contest was not a big deal. In fact, it motivated the soldiers to kill even more enemies. Stealing others' prey was a common occurrence in hunting missions, but it was basically always Dawn doing the stealing. The Black Ink clansmen targeted by Dawn were simply unable to escape from Yang Kai's space principles, giving them a distinct edge. That was why Ning Qizhi asked this question. Yang Kai immediately replied, "What stealing? My Dawn's reputation has been ruined by you. Do you know what those other squads called us? They call us gadflies, insects that specialize in sucking blood, even the blood of our fellow comrades. How disgraceful." Shen Ao silently circulated his strength, reminding, "Squad leader, although Dawning Light has a concealment array around it, it has a distance limit. Any closer and this group of Black Ink clansmen will likely discover us. Furthermore, you should have already noticed that these Black Ink clansmen are fleeing in a panic. The squad behind them wouldn't be able to catch them even if they wanted to. What's more, it's highly likely that it's the old turtles. If we ignore them, these Black Ink clansmen may very well escape." Hearing this, Yang Kai agreed with a nod, "You make a good point. Since that's the case, we can only take action." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed forward and shouted, "Kill them." The squad members were already prepared, so as soon as Yang Kai gave the order, the warship began to hum as a series of spirit arrays were activated one after another, energizing the ship's artifacts. The next moment, beams of light shot straight towards the fleeing Black Ink clansmen, one after another. Many of the Black Ink clansmen turned pale with fright. They had never imagined that there would be another human warship blocking their way and, in a flash, they suffered heavy casualties. The salvo of attacks instantly destroyed the Black Ink clan formation. After launching the initial attacks, Dawning Light charged straight into the center of the enemy forces like a bolt of lightning before the Seventh Order Masters leapt out of the ship and unleashed their divine abilities. The Black Ink clansmen numbered in hundreds, but in front of the Dawn, they were still not enough. Forget Dawn, Yang Kai alone could take care of this many enemies without an issue. In just a few dozen breaths, all of the Black Ink clansmen had breathed their last breath, with not a single one escaping. It was only at this moment that a warship finally flew over from the direction the Black Ink clan had fled. This warship style was quite different from Dawning Light's. Dawning Light had undergone several major modifications, although most of them were at the expense of Yang Kai's military merits as they were still being managed by Feng Ying. As a woman, she had her own sense of aesthetics, so Dawning Light's overall appearance was quite sleek and refined while having various performance upgrades. The warship that had just arrived was quite different. At first glance, it looked rough and crude. Rather than a warship, it looked more like a mobile fortress. There were over a dozen miscellaneous artifacts on the deck, all of which were offensive artifacts. On top of that, there was a thick and solid shielding that looked like a turtle shell on the top of the warship. Just as Feng Ying had her own sense of style, the other special operations squads modified their warships according to their unique tastes. Unlike Dawning Light's performance upgrades, this warship focused more on overwhelming offense and defense. The dozen or so artifacts installed on the deck were quite terrifying, and the protective barrier over it provided quite a strong defense. A warship like this was much stronger than the Dawning Light in both offense and defense, but due to focusing on these aspects, its speed suffered greatly. Of all the special operations squads, this one's warship was by far the slowest, earning them the moniker Old Turtles. Just like how Dawn had gained the moniker Gadflies, there was also the Breeze Squad, whose warship's features were the complete opposite of the Old Turtles. They had greatly enhanced their speed while sacrificing their offense and defense capabilities. The other squads often ridiculed them for killing their enemies just like a breeze blowing on one's face. Basically, the Black Ink clan simply treated them as nothing more than tickles. Apart from them, there were also the Wild Boar Squad, who would charge straight like wild boars, without any sense of strategy. They would plunge straight in wherever there were more people, often throwing their own allies into disorder while pushing their enemies to their wits' ends. Finally, there was the Water Snake Squad, which was basically a balanced force, but since everyone else had aliases, they could be no exception. Since their warship had the character Dragon engraved on it, they were called the Water Snakes by the other squads. Ashish, dragons evolve from snakes in legends, thus Water Snake Squad. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, there were only 5 special operations squads, and they constantly fought each other over military merits, openly and secretly. Their sight had even gained quite a bit of notoriety. The Old Turtles arrived late, with Chai Fong, their squad leader, standing on the deck. His heart ached when he saw the Black Ink clan corpses littered across the void and snapped, "It really is you gadflies. Look at what you've done." Yang Kai chuckled, "Senior brother Chai, you sure came quickly." This group of Black Ink clansmen were running away, and this junior brother was afraid that you wouldn't be able to catch up, so I had to intervene and take care of them on your behalf. No need to thank me. Chai Fong gnashed his teeth and glared at him, "Thank you my ass. Why did you come here? Weren't you still resting?" Since the Black Ink clansmen were already dead, there was nothing they could say that could change the situation. What he couldn't figure out was why the gadflies had been sent here. "We've finished resting." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and stroked the side of the ship, his body leaning slightly. "As for why we're here, it's naturally at the orders of the army commander." "Why? Is senior brother Chai afraid that my Dawn will wipe out all the Black Ink clansmen here, and you won't get any kills? How about we work together then? Dawn will eat the meat, and you can drink the soup." Chai Fong immediately spat in disdain, "Forget it, I'm afraid we won't even be able to get a single sip if I work with you gadflies." He cupped his fist and bid goodbye, "Farewell. I hope we never meet again." Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Yang Kai, "Where are you going?" A mischievous smile bloomed on Yang Kai's lips, "We have no fixed direction, we are just roaming around here and there." Chai Fong's jaw clenched as he pointed in a certain direction, "We're going this way, fuck off as far as you can from us." A short while later, the Old Turtle's warship flew in the direction Chai Fong had pointed and soon disappeared. "I heard that one of their members just advanced to the 7th Order a few years back. I guess the rumors are true. They have 8 7th Order masters now," Feng Ying suddenly stated. Dawn's roster was quite distinguished compared to ordinary squads, with a total of 37 members, 6 of whom were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In fact, there were only 5 of them at first, but later, when Yang Kai brought Bai Yi back, Zhongliang assigned her to Dawn, increasing the count to 6. Since even a new special operations squad like Dawn had such a distinguished roster, the other elite squads would naturally be better. After all, they were established many centuries back. The number of members the other 4 special operations squads had was basically 50. Furthermore, the members of these squads would often advance, which was why they had so many 7th Order Masters. 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wasn't even the largest number among the special operations squads. The Water Snakes had 10. At first, there were more than 10, but even for a special operations squad, having 10 7th Order Masters was already a bit too much. So, whenever another member of their advanced to the 7th Order, he or she would be assigned to another squad. In terms of the number of 7th Order Masters, Dawn had the least among the 5 special operations squads. Even so, their military merits from hunting missions were not inferior to others. With a combat power like Yang Kai's added to the mix, which couldn't be calculated according to normal standards, their kills were naturally no less than other squads. Not to mention Yang Kai, Feng Ying and Bai Yi were both among the top elites of the 7th Order Masters. In fact, among all the 7th Order Masters in Blue Sky Pass, aside from Yang Kai, Feng Ying could be said to be the strongest. As for Bai Yi, her proficiency in the Tao of archery made her unmatched in long-range combat. Yang Kai smiled and stated, "We should focus on ourselves. Our Dawn does not need to compete with others in terms of the number of 7th Order Masters. On that note, Senior Sister Feng, you should advance when you are ready. You don't need to worry about anything. In this damned place, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is much more valuable than a 7th Order one." Feng Ying had reached the absolute peak of the 7th Order a long time ago, so her next step would be to break through to the 8th Order. However, no one could help her in this matter, she could only rely on herself. Hearing this, she replied with a nod, "I don't have any worries. Although there is competition between the various squads, that's a good thing. As for me, I still need some time to prepare." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5160, Someone is breaking through? In the matters of cultivation, one's own state of mind was the most important. Since Feng Ying was so meticulous, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't add anything. Following this small event, Dawn continued with its hunting mission in their designated area. According to the past rules, such missions would be carried out for half a year. 2 months later, dawning light was flying across the void. Yang Kai was standing on the deck, using his divine sense to search for the enemy, when Feng Ying suddenly approached him and reported, "Squad leader, there's something wrong." "You also felt so?" Yang Kai looked at her. Feng Ying added, "Obviously, this region has never been explored before and the Black Ink clan is quite active here. If it was our Dawn as the vanguard, it would be reasonable as we have a higher degree of strength and thus a better chance of surviving, but apart from Dawn, the old turtles, breeze, and wild boars are all here. Of the 5 special operations squads, only the water snakes aren't accounted for. Although we haven't run into them, it's very likely that they're also here. Why would the army commander deploy all the special operations squads here?" Over the past 2 months, Dawn had been hunting here and there, so they naturally had a few run-ins with the other squads that were carrying out missions in this region. As Feng Ying had stated, of the 5 special operations squads of Blue Sky Pass, except for the water snakes, they had met all the others. This was obviously strange. It wasn't just Dawn who had noticed this, but the other squads also had similar doubts. Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. He pondered on it for a moment before replying, "Since the army commander made such arrangements, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Perhaps he could not say why, but it's also possible that we're overthinking things. It's entirely possible that because we've never explored this place before, we need special operations squads to act as scouts. Ordinary squads may not be able to protect themselves here. Even so, it's still quite strange." Feng Ying slowly shook her head. Yang Kai dismissed her worries with a smile. "In any case, the most important thing we have to do is keep carrying out our mission. As for the rest, we'll cross that bridge when we reach it." While they were speaking, a faint aura fluctuation suddenly appeared from the depths of the void. These fluctuations were extremely strange in that they were quite noticeable even though they were so faint. Yang Kai and Feng Ying immediately looked in the direction of their source. But these fluctuations disappeared as quickly as they had appeared, vanishing without a trace before the two of them could perceive anything. Yang Kai and Feng Ying looked at each other and could clearly see the surprise in each other's eyes. But even after waiting for a long time, nothing eventful happened. Just as the two settled down, the strange aura fluctuations appeared once more, this time even more obvious than before. Yang Kai's expression changed. Someone is breaking through? Feng Ying solemnly nodded her agreement. It seems so. Yang Kai immediately started cursing. Who is so eager to die? They actually dared to break through here? Don't they know it's better to return to the forward base and break through there? He might have said so, but he was also aware that if a cultivator really reached the point of breaking through, they might not have the time to find a suitable place to do so. For years, there had been many who had broken through directly on the battlefield. This was not intentional, but rather that it was easier to break through one's shackles and reach an epiphany when wandering the boundaries between life and death in battle with the Black Ink clan. Although one could use the universe transference law to instantly return to the forward base, if they did so, it was highly likely that they would disrupt or even interrupt their moment of enlightenment, which would be detrimental to their breakthrough. However, advancing in this region was simply too reckless. This place was too deep behind enemy lines and the Black Ink clan was frequently active in this region. If they were disturbed while they were advancing, the consequences would be deadly. At the very least, if it was Yang Kai, he would definitely not have chosen to advance here and would have returned to the forward base. Be that as it may, there were always exceptions to everything. Although he was annoyed, Yang Kai had no choice but to turn dawning light around and rush towards the source of the aura. If they could sense the aura, so could the Black Ink clan, who were quite active in this region. In other words, this aura was as bright as the lighthouse in the dark night. The Black Ink clan would definitely not miss this great opportunity which dropped onto their doorstep. Along the way, the aura fluctuations became more frequent and more obvious. Obviously, it had reached a point where it could no longer be suppressed. Dawn Squad members could also sense the situation more clearly. On the deck, Yang Kai's face sank. Shen Ao was bewildered as he voiced his thoughts. Judging by the intensity, it doesn't seem like someone is breaking through to the Seventh Order, but rather. He didn't dare to say the rest, mainly because it was too outrageous. Everyone knew that advancing to the Seventh Order would not produce such strong energy fluctuations, which meant this disturbance had to be caused by someone advancing from the Seventh Order to the Eighth Order. Who is it? Yang Kai looked at Feng Ying. In Dawn, Feng Ying had the highest cultivation and most experience. Furthermore, Yang Kai had only been in Blue Sky Pass for a little over 100 years while the rest of the Seventh Order Masters were rescued from the Black Ink clan's territory by Yang Kai. Only Feng Ying had constantly lived in Blue Sky Pass and thus had a deep understanding of its residents. Although there were many Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and there were many who were qualified to advance to the Eighth Order, there were only a few who were truly hovering at the threshold, so Feng Ying should be acquainted with them. After all, she too was counted among their ranks. She should be interacting with these others often. This seems to be Martial Uncle Xiang Shan's aura. Feng Ying slightly furrowed her brow. Xiang Shan. Yang Kai seemed to have heard his name, the one who fell from the Eighth Order to the Seventh Order because he sacrificed a large part of his small universe. Feng Ying nodded. That's him. How could it be him? Yang Kai was confused. Yang Kai had heard of him from Feng Ying's mouth during a casual conversation, but that was it. Before Yang Kai's arrival at Blue Sky Pass, the corruption of Black Ink strength was extremely harmful to the human race, and this kind of harm was not limited to Sixth Order and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could be affected, though this happening was quite rare. Be that as it may, accidents were bound to happen during the lengthy war against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. Thus, even Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could be corrupted by Black Ink strength. Xiang Shan was one of the few unfortunate ones. He was originally an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but when he was fighting against a Territory Lord, he was ambushed by another nearby Territory Lord and suffered heavy injuries. Although he had relied on his great strength to survive and escape, his small universe had been invaded by Black Ink strength already. In that intense battle, he had to cut off parts of his small universe 5 times, causing his order to drop from the 8th Order to the 7th Order. In fact, cutting off a part of one's small universe didn't necessarily mean that one's order would fall. Yang Kai had cut off a portion of his small universe because of the World Spring, and doing so had caused his strength to fall, but his order did not regress. Most people would find themselves in similar situations when only 1 or 2 pieces of their small universe were cut off, but if they continued to do so, a drop in order was inevitable. Regression in order was very troublesome, as even after repairing one's small universe and rebuilding their foundation using a profound Een spirit fruit, the drop in order could not be reversed. One would need to cultivate again and find a chance to break through. Although there was no exact data on this process, according to the soldiers' performance in the past, it was far more difficult for a cultivator to break through to the next order after they had been forced to cut off pieces of their small universe. Only 2 or 3 out of 10 people could successfully advance once again. If not for this, there wouldn't have been so many 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the past, even with a much more abundant supply of profound Een spirit fruits now than in the past. If those fruits could restore their order, all of them would have returned to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Xiang Shan's fall in the order was nearly 3,000 years ago. Although he had used a profound Een spirit fruit to repair his damaged small universe afterwards, he was still stuck in the 7th Order. 3 millennia ago, Feng had just arrived on the Black Ink battlefield. Although she had some understanding of Xiang Shan's situation, she wasn't very clear about it, and those in the past refrained from speaking about it. So, no one knew exactly what happened back then. Nevertheless, Xiang Shan was an extremely special existence in Blue Sky Pass because he did not belong to any squad. Even when he fought against the Black Ink clan army, he fought alone. Although he was currently only in the 7th Order, he had the foundation of an 8th Order Master, so he was often able to display strength far beyond the 7th Order. To a certain extent, he was almost on par with Yang Kai. "Are you sure it's him?" Yang Kai asked. Feng nodded in confirmation. "Martial Uncle Xiang Shan is also from my Blue Sky Paradise. When I first came to the Black Ink battlefield, I received some guidance from Martial Uncle. Although I have rarely interacted with him over these past few years, I will never forget his aura." It wasn't that Feng didn't want to interact with him, but rather that Xiang Shan preferred to keep to himself like a lone wolf. He had a strange temperament and always fought alone before going into a secluded retreat. So, it was difficult to meet him, even for Feng. In fact, when I came to Blue Sky Pass, the Western Army commander was Martial Uncle Xiang Shan. After his cultivation fell, Martial Uncle Zhong Liang took over the position, Feng added. At this moment, the matter of the Western Army commander was not on Yang Kai's mind. He had thought that some 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was advancing to the 7th Order, but by the looks of it, it was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master advancing to the 8th Order. What should we do now? No matter what reason Xiang Shan had for staying in this region to advance, this fierce aura could not be concealed and would definitely attract the attention of countless Black Ink clansmen. Just like how the Territory Lords were the main force of the Black Ink clan, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were the backbone of the human race. Now that the balance between the number of 8th Order Masters and Territory Lords in the Blue Sky Theater had already been destroyed, how could the Black Ink clan just watch another 8th Order human appear? Even if Yang Kai thought with his feet, he knew that a large number of Black Ink clansmen would soon be rushing over to interfere. Perhaps even some Territory Lords would make an appearance. Pondering for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and ordered, "Senior Brother Qi, I'll have to trouble you to return to the forward base and report this matter to the army commanders. Ask them to quickly send reinforcements." Qi Tai Chu also understood the gravity of the situation and immediately nodded in response, "Yes." In a flash, He appeared outside Dawning Light as he used the universe transference law to return to the forward base. Yang Kai then turned to the other members and suggested, "A fierce battle is upon us, so all of you should quickly try to recover your strength. You may not have a chance to rest later." Everyone readily agreed. Dawning Light continued to fly forward, but Yang Kai still felt uneasy. Although he had asked Chi Tai Chu to return to the forward base to report and ask for reinforcements, only Chi Tai Chu could use Dawning Light's universe array to immediately return. Other soldiers could not do the same, thus, even if an Eighth Order Master was deployed, it would take at least 10 days for them to arrive. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5161, Xiang Shan. All kinds of things could happen during these 10 days. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little resentful. This Xiang Shan is such an insensible bastard. If you are about to break through to the Eighth Order, why did you come to a place like this? Aren't you just looking for trouble? In any case, since things had already reached this point, there was no point in complaining. As Dawn happened to be at the right place at the right time, they would naturally fight to the death to protect Xiang Shan. No matter what, they could not allow the Black Ink clan to interfere with Xiang Shan's advancement. After all, this matter would decide whether Blue Sky Pass would have another Eighth Order Master or not. Dawning Light's speed was pushed to the limit, but even so, it still took them over a day to reach the place where Xiang Shan was breaking through. It was a deathly silent asteroid and there were many Black Ink clan corpses floating around it, evidence of a huge battle having been fought here. When dawn arrived, they spotted a warship flashing through the void in the distance. The entire warship was surrounded by arcs of lightning and flickering with a dark blue glow. From the deck, secret techniques and artifacts were being cast, shooting at the several figures surrounding the warship. Although this warship was quite agile, its efficiency in killing enemies was not very high. At the very least, it was not comparable to Dawn. Fortunately, not too many Black Ink clansmen were attacking the warship, nor were they too strong. By the time Dawn arrived, more than half of these Black Ink clansmen had already breathed their last. After Dawn joined the battlefield, the remaining survivors were swiftly wiped out. The two warships converged in the void as a figure flew over and landed in front of Yang Kai. "Junior brother Yang, you're also here." Yang Kai nodded in response, "Senior brother Wan." The newcomer was Wanzheng Xian, the squad leader of the Breeze Squad. Yang Kai had many dealings with him, so they could be considered friends. "What's the current situation?" Looking at the asteroid below, Yang Kai could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged. He was the source of the fluctuating aura. Wanzheng Xian replied, furrowing his brow, "We arrived just half an hour earlier than you, so I've no idea either." Of the 5 special operations squads, Breeze's warship was the fastest, so it was only natural that they would be the first to arrive. However, when they got here, they happened to run into a detachment of Black Ink clansmen who were trying to interfere with Xiang Shan's advancement. "Junior brother Yang, do you know who the guy below is? Why is he alone and why can't I see any of his squad members?" Wanzheng Xian asked. Yang Kai replied with a sigh, "If I'm not mistaken, the one advancing is Senior Xiang Shan. Has Senior brother Wan heard of him?" Wanzheng Xian was extremely taken aback. "It's actually him." Judging by his expression, he had obviously heard of Xiang Shan, but since the latter was a reclusive person, his face wasn't well known. Even Feng Ying rarely got to see him, so although Wanzheng Xian had heard of Xiang Shan, he had never seen him and thus didn't recognize him. It wasn't difficult to understand why he was here alone. Rumor had it that after he fell from the 8th Order to the 7th Order, his temper had become extremely strange, and very few could cooperate with him. Considering his original 8th Order Open Heaven Realm status, there had been several squads that had tried to recruit him, but none of them had succeeded. In the end, the army commander could only let him move about solo. "This is going to be a bit troublesome," Wanzheng Xian furrowed his brow. He originally wanted to persuade the person advancing to return to the forward base and break through there, but since it was Xiang Shan, he couldn't interfere at all. Since his order had already fallen, it would be much more difficult for him to break through than an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Now that Xiang Shan finally managed to grasp an opportunity to break through, he would naturally go all out and could not be disturbed in the slightest. It was probably for this reason that Xiang Shan immediately chose to go through with it when he sensed the opportunity to break through. Otherwise, he would have used the universe transference law to return to the forward base camp. The old turtles and water snakes are also in this area, they will be arriving to support us soon. It looks like we need to protect him well. Yang Kai glanced at him. The wild boars are also in this area. Wanzheng Xian was surprised. All 5 special operations squads are here. Yang Kai earnestly nodded. 5 special operations squads just happen to be hunting in this area while there are no signs of any other squads active here, and now there is someone breaking through to the 8th Order. Do you think the army commander knows something? Wanzheng Xian asked thoughtfully. Yang Kai lowered his head, looking below. Whether the army commander knows something or not is beside the point. Now that things have reached this point, we must stand guard here and wait for reinforcements. I've already sent someone to report back to the forward base. Since the senior is here, we should pay him a visit. At the very least, we should let him know that someone is guarding him so he can safely advance. But of course, Wanzheng Xian nodded. The two of them immediately flew down together, but didn't get too close. Xiang Shan's aura was fluctuating more and more rapidly, so if they got too close, they might disturb him. As such, the two stopped after reaching a certain distance from the asteroid. Yang Kai cupped his fist and introduced in a loud and clear voice, "The members of Dawn and Breeze squad are here. Senior, please focus on your breakthrough, there is no need to worry about external factors." There was no response from below, but Yang Kai didn't expect one. After all, at this juncture, Xiang Shan wouldn't be distracted by answering them. After making the announcement, the two returned to Dawning Light. "Senior Brother Wan, is there anyone in Breeze who is proficient in spirit arrays? We can arrange some around the asteroid just in case." Although true array masters were not allowed to enter the battlefield, every cultivator had a hobby or two which they practiced in their free time. Owing to this, every cultivator had developed various abilities over the course of their long lives. For instance, Yang Kai had mastered a little bit of both the alchemic Tao and the Tao of artifact refining. Although none of the members of the two squads majored in the array Tao, there were still a few who were a little proficient in arranging spirit arrays. Wanzheng Xian agreed, nodding, "There is, but his attainments aren't high. Furthermore, if he is asked to set up an array in a hurry, its power won't be very high." Yang Kai replied, "It's still better than nothing." "That's true, but setting up a spirit array requires resources, and we don't have any. In a special environment like the Black Ink battlefield, where the cultivators were not sure whether they would be able to make it back alive or not, everyone would not bring anything other than essential healing and restorative items. After all, if they were to die outside, the resources they brought with them would be wasted. Therefore, even if they wanted to set up a spirit array, they had no resources to do it with. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook a meal without rice. Yang Kai stated as a smile appeared on his lips, "I have some on me, I can provide whatever he needs." The Black Ink battlefield had an unspoken rule that didn't allow anyone to carry any extra resources, but Yang Kai never followed it, nor had anyone asked him to do so. As such, all of his possessions were stored in his small universe and space ring. Since he had resources, there was nothing else to say. The two of them immediately gathered all those capable from their respective squads and began setting up arrays around the asteroid. None of them had high attainments in the array Tao, so their work was completely worthless compared to a true array grandmaster. None of them could say for sure how effective this arrangement would be, so the main force protecting the asteroid was still them. While they were bustling about, a figure walked out from Dawning Light's cabin. It was none other than Chi Tai Chu, who had been sent back by Yang Kai to report this matter. Seeing him return, Yang Kai quickly asked, "What did the forward base camp say?" Chi Tai Chu reported, "The army commander told us to stand guard and wait for reinforcements." Division commanders have been dispatched, but as this place is quite far from the forward base, even an 8th Order master will need at least 10 days to arrive. Yang Kai let out a sigh. This was within his expectations. In the end, their position was simply too deep into enemy territory. Many Black Ink clansmen in the vicinity had been alerted to this disturbance and were already swarming around, hiding in clusters of black ink clouds and shattered asteroids, watching from afar. Fortunately, due to the deterrence of the 2 human race warships, none of them dared to approach, but this situation would not last long. Once the Black Ink clan had gathered a certain amount of force, they would definitely launch an attack. Their current situation was like sharks swarming over from all around after smelling blood. During the tortuous wait, many simple and crude spirit arrays were set up around the asteroid. They were not proficient enough to lay profound spirit arrays down, so they could only make do with these. After another 3 days, more Black Ink clansmen had gathered. Some were even daring enough to test the limits of Yang Kai and the others' endurance, constantly provoking them from a distance. Wanzheng Xian couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Yang Kai, "Junior brother Yang, you guard this place while I lead some people to kill these bastards." Yang Kai persuaded, "That's not appropriate. My Dawn only has 37 members. If you leave, we may not be able to protect the entire area by ourselves. If any of them managed to slip through the net and made their way to Senior Xiang and interrupted his breakthrough, everything would be for naught." Wanzheng Xian suggested, "Then why not take your Dawn squad to kill them, while we guard this place? It's the same principle, we should just wait and see." Wanzheng Xian speechlessly stated, "Even if we don't take any action, do you think the Black Ink clan won't? The longer we wait, the more Black Ink clansmen will gather. By then, the situation will be very hard to control. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity to kill some of them and reduce the pressure we will face later." Yang Kai stated with a smile, "The Black Ink clan has reinforcements, but we don't?" Wanzheng Xian was stunned for a moment before asking thoughtfully, "You mean? It's been a few days since we arrived here, but we haven't seen any trace of the other squads. Since they're all in this area, they should have been here by now, no matter how far away they were. Since they haven't appeared yet, it means they're hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to act. We should wait for now, and when the time is right, I'm sure they'll appear and take the Black Ink clan by surprise. There's no need for us to act. Since they have not made their moves yet, it's only because there's too little meat to eat." Wanzheng Xian thought about it for a moment before cursing, "Damn it, we came too early and lost the opportunity to get more kills. If I had known that things would take such a turn, would have come later and then would have been able to kill to my heart's content." Yang Kai burst into laughter, joking, "Among all the squads, your Breeze squad is the fastest. Who else could have arrived earlier than you?" Wanzheng Xian was slightly depressed, "I guess, you're right." While they were speaking, a powerful energy fluctuation came from a certain place, followed by deafening bangs as a series of secret techniques and divine abilities suddenly lit up the void, hitting the asteroids and dispersing the Black Ink clouds. The next moment, a wild laughter reverberated through the void as a raucous shout rang out, "Ha ha ha, there are so many fish here. Brothers, let's run wild." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5162, Urgent Report. Hearing this voice, Wanzheng Xian felt a headache coming on. "That pig is here." Yang Kai's face also twitched. The wild boar's way of doing things was as unrestrained as ever. They could have acted stealthily, but no, they had to make a huge scene, like they were afraid that the Black Ink clan wouldn't know of their arrival. It was the wild boar's signature style to always rush forward without a second thought. Under the leadership of their squad leader, Zhu Ming, the entire squad had taken this as their way of life. From another side, someone immediately started cursing, "You freaking pigs, can't you think a bit before you act? Why would you purposely alert the enemy? Arg, you drive this old master crazy." Another cold snort came from another side, "If these pigs knew how to think, they wouldn't be pigs." Immediately, chortles of laughter and people cursing in disdain rang out across the void. To the Black Ink clansmen's shock, who were lingering in the vicinity, 3 human warships started attacking from 3 different directions. Fearsome artifacts and secret techniques blasted out from each of these 3 ships, raining down on the Black Ink clansmen. The Black Ink clansmen were dumbstruck for a moment. Without their knowledge, they had been surrounded. Originally, all of their attention had been focused on the human breaking through on the asteroid, and the 2 human squads guarding him. The sudden appearance of the other 3 squads had thrown their thoughts into chaos. Although they put up a brave fight under the coordination of some of the feudal lords, these suddenly appearing human squads were clearly different from the ordinary. Not only were they much bigger, but the proportion of Seventh-order masters in them was also extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the power each warship could display was far more fearsome than what average human warships could. These were the special operations squads of the human race. Having fought with the humans for so many years, the Black Ink clan naturally had some understanding of the special operations squads. They knew that there weren't many special operations squads on the human race's side, just 5 in the Blue Sky Theater, but each one was capable of defeating a feudal lord army. The Black Ink clan came to the conclusion that if they wanted to take care of such a squad, they would need the territory lord to personally act, or at least 20 feudal lords. This was for one squad, and right now, there were 5 such squads here. Although there were many Black Ink clansmen, they were mostly weaker low-rank and high-rank clansmen. They were simply unable to contend with these special operations squads. Under the leadership of their respective squad leaders, the 3 squads rampaged through the void, with the wild boars acting the fiercest. In just a short time, all the Black Ink clansmen present in the vicinity had been slaughtered, leaving mangled corpses floating about everywhere. The outcome was decided. Wanzheng Xian heaved a sigh. Junior brother Yang's foresight was on point. The old turtles and water snakes were indeed hiding nearby, but unfortunately, all their plans were destroyed by that pig. Yang Kai chuckled, "You can't say that. Those 2 squads probably wanted to wait for the Black Ink clan to gather more troops before starting the bloodbath, but although senior brother Zhu acted a bit rashly, this isn't a bad outcome either." Wanzheng Xian nodded, lamenting a little. When will the wild boars change their style? Yang Kai and Wanzheng Xian had no intention of taking part in such a one-sided battle as right now. The most important thing was to protect Xiangshan, not fight for military merits. What's more, this was only the beginning, things would surely become grimmer with time. Whether it was Yang Kai or Wanzheng Xian, after being squad leaders for so many years, they both understood the principle of conserving their strength before the battle. Just as the 3 elite human squads made their appearance, far away, the Black Ink clan territory lords were gathering in a hall on a giant asteroid in the depths of the void. The Black Ink clan had suffered heavy losses in the last large-scale war, especially in regard to territory lords, of whom several dozen had been killed. It could be said that they had lost an arm and a leg, infuriating the royal lord. Immediately after, the human race army stormed out of the Great Pass to launch a crusade. With morale at a record low, the Black Ink clan lost vast swaths of territory to the human expeditionary force, only halting their advance 3 territory lord territories away from the royal city. This was something that had never happened before. The human race and Black Ink clan had been fighting on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, but the Black Ink clan had never suffered such a great loss before. It had always been the Black Ink clan who attacked the human race Great Passes, whereas the human race were always passive. The humans might launch a raid every now and then, but this time, it was completely different. What was even more frustrating to the Black Ink clan was that the human race had actually built a forward base camp at the very front of the territory they had conquered. By the looks of it, they were planning to completely settle in there. How could the Black Ink clan tolerate this? If the human race succeeded, the entire Black Ink clan of the Blue Sky Theater would lose all face. In the future, they wouldn't be able to hold their heads up high in front of their fellow clansmen in other theaters. Over the past few decades, the Black Ink clan had also mounted counterattacks, but their efforts had been fruitless. With so many of their territory lords dead, it was difficult for them to suppress the Eighth Order humans. Although the Black Ink clan held the advantage in terms of overall numbers, that was only among the weaker realms, while their top masters were now completely outnumbered. The majority of the Black Ink clansmen were far too weak. If the troops they sent out were too small in number, any human squad would be able to wipe them out, and if they deployed a bigger army, they would be met by a fierce assault from the human race's forward base. Thus, the Black Ink clan was caught in a dilemma. The lack of action by the higher-ups caused the lower-ranked Black Ink clansmen to bitterly grieve and spontaneously gather their forces to fight against the human race. On the other hand, the humans had been hunting down these scattered groups over the past few decades. How could the Black Ink clan not try hunting them down in return? This kind of scattered battle had basically become a kind of tacit agreement between the masters on both sides. No one knew how long this situation would last, and no one knew what kind of variables would appear in the future. The human race forward base had many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters gathered, forcing the territory lords to form a coalition in order to prevent the human army from continuing their conquest or simply picking them off one by one. This asteroid was originally a feudal lord's fief, and was only a few million kilometers away from the human race's forward base. In the vastness of the void, such distance was quite short, almost within fighting distance. If one stood at the edge of this asteroid, they could even vaguely see the human outpost. Because it was quite close to the human race's forward base, this place had become the front line for the Black Ink clan's resistance. At this moment, many territory lords were gathered here, not to discuss some battle plan or anything, but to wait for that variable that would change the situation, hoping to break the stalemate. The territory lords had already been waiting here for several decades, but that was nothing more than a snap of the fingers to them. Suddenly, a feudal lord rushed out from the fief's low-grade Black Ink nest and hurried into the main hall. He put his fist before his chest and respectfully reported, "Sir, I bear an urgent report." One of the territory lords opened his eyes and asked, "Is there any movement at the humans' forward base?" The feudal lord quickly replied, "It's not about the forward base, it's in the depths of the void, near Sir Gu Song's territory." Gu Song's territory was the territory of a territory lord, and it wasn't very close to this place, but it happened to be a space where the two races were fighting. "What's going on over there?" the territory lord asked. The feudal lord replied, "There's news that a human is breaking through to the Eighth Order there." As soon as he reported this, the other territory lords, who had remained silent all the while, opened their eyes as one of them leaned slightly forward. "Someone is advancing to the Eighth Order over there? Is the news accurate?" The feudal lord replied, "It's absolutely accurate." A feudal lord observed the situation at close range. There are indeed signs of a human breaking through from the Seventh Order to the Eighth Order. The reason why this news had reached this place so quickly was naturally because of the Black Ink nest's network ability, otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to arrive so quickly. "Damn it, is the human race going to gain another Eighth Order master?" one of the territory lords indignantly cursed. After the last war, the balance between the number of territory lords and Eighth Order masters had been broken. If the humans gained another Eighth Order master, it would put even more pressure on the remaining territory lords. One of the territory lords coldly snorted, "The humans are taking us more and more lightly, actually trying to advance to the Eighth Order at that position. They've gone too far." The advancement of the human race depends heavily on opportunities. When an opportunity is before them, they won't be able to suppress it even if they want to. Forcefully suppressing it will only lead to terrible consequences. Since that human chose to advance in that location, they must have had no other choice. Is there any point in discussing this? Are we just going to sit back and watch the humans gain another Eighth Order master? What else can we do? Don't tell me you want to go and stop him. Not to mention the distance, even if we can make it in time, who can guarantee that this isn't some human plot? Didn't we suffer enough last time? The group of territory lords fell silent. Even the territory lord who had just spoken didn't say anything. The insidious and cunning schemes of the humans were too deeply ingrained into the Black Ink clan's hearts. They had suffered heavy casualties because of the humans' schemes in the last war. It was an extremely important matter for a human to advance to the Eighth Order. If they wanted to break through, they would have made careful arrangements beforehand, so how could they have advanced so far off in the void? Thus, when the territory lords heard about this matter, their first reaction was that the human race was plotting something, possibly having set up a trap to lure them out and kill them. But if they didn't do anything about it, it would be quite frustrating. After all, this was an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If they could kill him before he broke through, they would be able to deal a big blow to the human forces. At this moment, the feudal lord who had come in to report the situation spoke again. "There is one more thing I must inform sirs about." "What is it?" According to the feudal lord who relayed the news, the one who is breaking through might be Xiang Shan. As soon as he reported this, all the territory lords were shocked. A territory lord with a braid behind his head asked darkly, "Are you sure it's that Xiang Shan?" 3 millennia ago, the name Xiang Shan had a great deterrence on the Black Ink clan. It was not surprising either, as when he was the army commander of the Western Army, he had killed 7 territory lords relying on his deep heritage and fearsome strength. This was an almost insurmountable achievement. It had to be said that neither the humans nor the Black Ink clan would lose Eighth Order masters or territory lords in a battle very frequently. Even in large-scale wars, having more than 2 or 3 such masters fall would be considered unusual. It would be considered a great achievement if any Eighth Order master was able to kill 1 territory lord in 1,000 years, but during his tenure as Western Army commander, Xiang Shan had killed 7. That was an astonishing feat. Martial Peak, Chapter 5163, Taken the Bait. Moreover, his style of doing things was extremely unyielding and had caused the Black Ink clan army to suffer great losses many times. His name was a taboo in the Black Ink clan in this era, and many of the territory lords present had once lived under his shadow. There was also one thing that made the Black Ink clan unable to eat or sleep in peace, and that was Xiang Shan's aptitude. According to various Black Ink disciples' reports, Xiang Shan's aptitude was extremely high, and when he broke through to the Open Heaven realm, he advanced straight to the 7th Order. In other words, the 8th Order was not his limit. He had a chance of reaching the 9th Order and becoming an old ancestor. An 8th Order Xiang Shan was already so difficult to deal with, so if he were to break through to the 9th Order, what would happen? Because of these considerations, the Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater only had one goal 3,000 years ago, which was to destroy Xiang Shan. During one battle, the royal lord severely wounded Xiang Shan even at the expense of taking a fierce blow from the human old ancestor. After that, the territory lords swarmed him, wanting to cut weeds and pull out roots, but the 8th Order humans all came to his aid one after another and a chaotic battle ensued. Although Xiang Shan had luckily escaped death in that battle, his cultivation had fallen from the 8th Order to the 7th Order, and he slowly faded from the eyes of the Black Ink clan. The royal lord's attack might have failed to kill Xiang Shan, but they had achieved their goal, albeit barely. The royal lord was severely wounded by the old ancestor in that battle and had to recuperate for 300 years to return to his peak. Additionally, in that battle, more than 10 territory lords had died under the wrath of the human old ancestor. The battle that had taken place 3,000 years ago was still fresh in their minds, as most of the territory lords had personally experienced it. How could they forget such a tragic war? Originally, they thought that the threat of Xiang Shan had been eliminated. They never dreamed that they would once again hear news of him breaking through after 3,000 years. Had any other 7th Order human been breaking through to the 8th Order, they wouldn't have been too bothered. There had been many new 8th Order humans over the years, and many who had lost their lives in the war. Overall, the number of 8th Order humans had maintained a kind of balance, so one more wouldn't really affect the overall situation. But if it was Xiang Shan, they had no choice but to take it seriously. Counting the time, after 3,000 years of silence, even if Xiang Shan had regressed to a lower order, it was indeed possible for him to cultivate back up again. Thinking back to the dark times 3,000 years ago, which territory lord was willing to experience that again? Therefore, when the feudal lord first reported that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was breaking through to the 8th Order, most territory lords didn't take it seriously, but after hearing the name Xiang Shan, they couldn't remain calm. "Are you sure it's Xiang Shan?" The feudal lord confirmed, "I'm absolutely certain." The feudal lord who reported this news had also seen Xiang Shan's terror from afar in the past and clearly remembered his aura. Since the person reporting had said so, there could be no mistake. The territory lords looked at each other, and they could clearly see the seriousness in each other's eyes. After a long silence, a territory lord asked, "Are there any movements at the humans' forward base?" "I don't know, but I can ask," another territory lord replied. Saying so, he sent a message with his divine sense. A moment later, the territory lord reported, "Just half a day ago, 2 8th Order Masters emerged from the forward base, making a beeline towards Gu Song's territory. It seems that news of Xiang Shan's breakthrough has been reported back to them. Those division commanders must be heading there to guard him." In other words, Xiang Shan's breakthrough should have been an accident, otherwise, the humans wouldn't be scrambling to make arrangements now. It's still hard to say if this is another of those humans' schemes. Whether it's a scheme or not, we can't ignore Xiang Shan's advancement. If he returns to the 8th Order, he will be the most difficult enemy we have to deal with. None of the territory lords can resist him. Yes, we must stop Xiang Shan from breaking through, no matter what. Even if the humans are plotting something, they won't be able to do anything with Xiang Shan's position being so far away. In fact, we might as well beat them at their own game. What do you mean? Wu Jiang, Mao Qi, Zhong Ning, and Hong who are not here, send a message to any 2 of them to intercept those 2 8th Order humans and stop them from assisting Xiang Shan. Then send a message to the other 2 to investigate Xiang Shan's advancement. If the humans have not planned any ambushes, they can take action, and everything will be solved. If there is an ambush waiting for them, they should still be able to escape if they work together." As soon as he suggested this, the territory lords pondered for a moment before one of them nodded in agreement. "Good, we'll go with that." One of the territory lords also questioned, "Although that's the case, we still don't know where all the 8th Order humans are. If they are all lying in ambush near Xiang Shan, wouldn't we be walking right into a trap if we send fewer people? The territory lords suffered heavy casualties in the last war, so we can't afford to lose any more." The territory lord who had made the proposal first suggested once more, "That's why we should launch an attack on their forward base. We don't need to achieve anything decisive, just cause a big enough disturbance to figure out the situation at their base. If we can determine the number of 8th Order Masters there, we can basically determine the situation on Xiang Shan's side. At that time, we can inform Wu Jiang and the others, so that they can act appropriately." Attack the forward base? One of the territory lords furrowed his brow. "If a war breaks out, it won't be so easy to quell, and we will have to pay a certain price. If we win, it's fine, but if we lose, the Black Ink clan will completely lose the territory occupied by the humans. We won't have enough troops to continue fighting. Compared to Xiang Shan's breakthrough, it is worth it, no matter what the price is. Since we have different opinions, we might as well vote. Those who agree to attack the forward base, please rise." After a moment, more than a dozen territory lords stood up. Basically, all of the territory lords who were standing had lived during Xiang Shan's era, and most of the sitting territory lords had just recently advanced. From this, it was obvious that the old territory lords were all extremely wary of Xiang Shan. They were willing to pay any price in order to kill him. Compared to these territory lords, the new territory lords of the last 3 millennia didn't fear Xiang Shan so much. They were satisfied with their current state and didn't think that a large-scale war with the human race was a good idea at this point. However, most of the territory lords had already agreed to fight, so they couldn't influence the overall situation. A storm was brewing, and war was about to break out. Over the past few years, the Black Ink clan's various reinforcements had gathered around this feudal lord's fief, forming a stalemate with the forward base. The Black Ink clan didn't dare act rashly, and the human soldiers in the forward base didn't have any intention of getting themselves into a large-scale battle, but today, because of a single person's breakthrough, this stalemate was about to be broken. The Black Ink clan began to mobilize their troops and advance towards the forward base. Although their actions were extremely well hidden, how could such a large deployment possibly be hidden from the vigilant humans? Inside the temporary army headquarters of the forward base, a group of 8th Order Masters was waiting with Zhong Liang and Liang Yulong in the lead. Suddenly, a 7th Order Master entered, cupped his fist, and reported, "The Black Ink clan has started moving." Zhong Liang's eyes flickered with a sharp gleam. They took the bait. The group of 8th Order Masters were all excited. They had been worried that the Black Ink clan would not act, and only once they did, it would mean that their plan could be implemented. This wasn't surprising though, as the bait they had thrown out was no small matter to the Black Ink clan. Be that as it may, no one was certain what the Black Ink clan's choice would be without a concrete report, so they had been waiting here on tenterhooks. A worried look appeared on Liang Yulong's face. "I wonder if Senior Brother Xiang's situation is going well." Zhong Liang said, "Since Senior Brother Xiang has agreed to this plan, he must have made some preparations. There's no need to worry about him, we just need to do our own thing. Send a message to Blue Sky Pass and tell Ding Yao that they can start." "Good." Someone immediately complied. Two figures shot through the void, both of them in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. They were flying quite fast, making a beeline towards a certain direction. While flying, one of them sent a voice transmission, "Brother Zhang, do you think the Black Ink clan will take the bait this time?" Hearing this, the 8th Order Master surnamed Zhang smiled. "We'll know if there is any obstruction along the way, however, I'm sure that the Black Ink clan will not be able to resist. After all, this concerns Senior Brother Xiang. If I were a territory lord, I would definitely not allow him to advance peacefully. They finally made him fall to the 7th Order, so how could they allow him to advance back to the 8th Order?" The other 8th Order asked curiously, "Does Senior Brother Xiang hold such a great deterrence to the Black Ink clan?" The 8th Order surnamed Zhang answered, "Brother Sun, you haven't been on the Black Ink battlefield for long, so you haven't seen Senior Brother Xiang's power with your own eyes. When he was commanding the Western Army, he tossed around the territory lords like they were chickens. It could even be said that their faces would be filled with dread at the mere mention of his name." The cultivator surnamed Sun sighed, "Alas, I didn't get to see Senior Brother Xiang's divine might. I hope his breakthrough this time goes smoothly." Zhang Xian added, "Although it will be much more difficult to break through after a drop in one's order, it shouldn't be a problem for Senior Brother Xiang with his aptitude. All we need to do is wait for good news. It just so happens that Blue Sky Pass needs someone to play the opening act, and Senior Brother Xiang was about to break through. After learning of the plan, I volunteered for this duty." After chatting for a while, the two of them stopped talking and continued on their way. 2 days later, the two masters who were speeding forward suddenly came to a stop at the sight of two Black Ink clouds approaching from the opposite side. The next moment, two huge figures appeared from the Black Ink clouds, attacking them without saying a word. The two 8th Order Masters naturally wouldn't just sit back and wait for their deaths. Each cast their own divine abilities to fend off the attackers descending from the darkness. Shortly after, the four figures separated and faced off against one another. The 8th Order surnamed Zhang coldly glanced over and snorted, "Mao Qi, Zhong Yan." Having fought with each other for so many years, this man surnamed Zhang naturally recognized who these two territory lords were. After exchanging a glance with the cultivator surnamed Sun, both of them calmed down. As these two fellows had suddenly appeared and blocked their path, it was apparent that the Black Ink clan had taken the bait. Otherwise, there was no reason for these two to come here and stop them. Everything was going according to the plan. It was laughable that the two territory lords didn't even notice. Mao Qi was even more valiant and spirited as he coldly shouted with a look of disdain on his face, "This road is blocked." The 8th Order Master surnamed Zhang sneered, shamelessly boasting. Without wasting another moment, he summoned his sword with a wave of his hand, sending out a flurry of sword lights towards Mao Qi on the other side. The cultivator surnamed Sun and Zhong Ning engaged in a one-on-one battle. Neither side held a decisive advantage. Be that as it may, as far as the two territory lords were concerned, so long as they could stop these two Eighth-Order masters here, that was enough. They really did not care if they could do anything to them or not. The two of them had also learned the seriousness of the situation from the message sent via the black ink nests. If not for this, they wouldn't have been lying in ambush here waiting to intercept the Eighth Order Division commanders. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5164, Someone as High as a Territory Lord. The two Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were intercepted by Mao Qi and Zhong Yan along the way and were now locked in a fierce battle. On the other side, the battle near the vicinity of the asteroid where Xiang Shan was breaking through was also raging. The wild boars, water snakes, and old turtles, these three special operations squads, were rampaging through the void, killing the Black Ink clan to the point that they were unable to fight back. It had been several decades since the establishment of the forward base and every human squad had been carrying out hunting missions over this period, but none of them had ever been able to kill to their heart's content like this. The Black Ink clan's harassment and support kept coming unabated, seemingly never-ending. The scattered Black Ink clansmen emerged from all directions and kept charging towards the asteroid where Xiang Shan was, obviously trying to disrupt his breakthrough at all costs. Most of the Black Ink clan forces had been intercepted by the three special operations squads, and even if some of them managed to slip through their net, they were unable to break through Dawn and Breeze's defenses. At first, not many Black Ink clansmen were attracted by Xiang Shan's breakthrough, so the 5 special operations squads were able to handle everything easily by working together. But more and more Black Ink clansmen were drawn in over time. Yang Kai and the others gradually started to feel the pressure, but they still held on. In order to avoid wasting too much energy, Yang Kai had a brief discussion with the other 4 squad leaders before coming to a decision of guarding Xiang Shan in turns. No matter what, the 5 squads ensured that 2 would remain at the periphery of the asteroid, preventing the Black Ink clan from approaching while the other 3 fought further out at full force. No one knew how long this situation would last. Perhaps it would be over very soon, or perhaps it would be a drawn-out battle. Everything depended on Xiang Shan's progress. Nonetheless, no one had any thoughts of retreating. Xiang Shan was advancing without any protectors, so if they retreated, he would definitely be doomed. Although this battle was fierce, compared to the clash between the 2 armies at the forward base, it was just a small skirmish. Over the past few decades, the human race army and the Black Ink clan army had been confronting each other across several million kilometers. The humans had no intention of advancing, and the Black Ink clan didn't dare provoke them. The 2 races had only sent out small teams to harass each other from a distance. This balance lasted for several decades, with both sides bearing some casualties. But today, the balance was broken due to the sudden, undeclared war by the Black Ink clan army. The empty space between the forward base and the Black Ink clan's temporary camp was instantly filled with the soldiers of the 2 races, and soon both armies were locked in a fierce battle. At every moment, someone's aura would vanish from existence as severed limbs and mangled corpses started piling up everywhere in the void. Human warships shuttled back and forth, protected by their respective 7th Order squad members, fighting bravely to cut down the enemy. On the other hand, the 8th Order Masters were locked in combat with the Territory Lords on a separate battlefield. The forward base was not like Blue Sky Pass, which was a massive mobile palace artifact that had been slowly expanded and enhanced over countless years by the human soldiers. Relying on the power of Blue Sky Pass and its various offensive and defensive arrays, the human race's defenses were at least twice as effective. This was also one of the foundations that the human race's entire resistance was based on. The forward base didn't have such advantages. Although Blue Sky Pass soldiers had installed a number of arrays at the forward base over the past few decades, none of them were comparable to the ones at the headquarters. It would be difficult to resist the attacks of the Black Ink clan army under normal circumstances. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan had suffered heavy casualties in the war a few decades back, and the humans had not stopped hunting down the Black Ink clan in recent years. The Black Ink clan's casualties were so large now that they were difficult to calculate. As a result, it was not that difficult to deal with the Black Ink clan forces attacking the forward base. The Black Ink clan army of several 100,000 might have appeared quite big, but the proportion of their elites couldn't even be compared to before. Not to mention that the number of territory lords was less than half, even the proportion of feudal lords was much smaller than in the past. Most of the Black Ink clan present were only low and high-rank clansmen. As such, when the soldiers of the forward base were facing the Black Ink clan army, not only did they not suffer any disadvantages, they even gained the upper hand. After several decades, the human race had accumulated enough purifying black ink pills to support a large-scale battle. Furthermore, they had even more artifact refiners than before, so whenever the damaged warships returned, the prepared grandmasters would immediately start repairing them at full speed. If they couldn't repair them, they would simply provide a new warship. With the lessons learned from the previous crusade, the forward base's logistics support had grown exponentially. Amassing purifying black ink pills and building additional warships was of paramount importance. Blue Sky Pass had decided to refine a large number of squad-rank warships, with the goal being to have at least one spare warship for each squad so as to enhance the staying power of the armies and prevent any more incidents like the ones during the last crusade from happening. In the last war, many warships became too damaged and lost all combat effectiveness, requiring them to be scrapped and for the squads using them to withdraw from the front lines. 200 years ago, Blue Sky Pass did not have the capacity to carry out such a plan. The refining of each warship required a massive amount of resources, and in the past, Blue Sky Pass didn't have the necessary foundation to make spares, but now it was different. Resources could no longer impede Blue Sky Pass development. Not to mention that Blue Sky Pass had accumulated a massive amount of resources using the Void Enyang mirrors. If they were to win this most recent war, they would be able to completely occupy a large portion of the Black Ink clan's former territory. At that time, it would be an easy task to mine all the resources they needed. There were so many dead universe worlds in the void that the resources could essentially be considered endless. Any war between two large armies would take time, and victory and defeat could not be determined in a short period. It would be a long while before a conclusion was reached. A few days later, two warships stood side by side in the periphery of the asteroid where Xiang Shan was breaking through, with more than 10 Seventh-Order Open Heaven realms scattered around, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Everyone, whether it was the scattered Seventh-Order Masters or the Fifth and Sixth-Order humans aboard the warships, was taking advantage of this short respite to swallow spirit pills and recover some strength. After several days of fierce fighting, the several hundred members of the 5 elite squads had all consumed a great deal of energy. In the face of Black Ink clan's continuous assault, they had to use every opportunity they received to recover. Yang Kai was among these people. Dawn had already finished their third combat rotation, so this time, they had returned along with the Water Snake Squad for guard duty. While adjusting his breathing, the Water Snake Squad leader, Dongfang Wenbing, suddenly asked via voice divine sense, "Brother Yang, did you notice?" Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "The Black Ink clan's attack seems to be employing some sort of strategy." "So Brother Yang has noticed too." "Indeed." Initially, the Black Ink clan was attacking in a disorderly manner, but for the last 2 days, something changed. Although the difference is subtle, it is still obvious when everything is taken into account. "That's right, there seems to be a master guiding them from behind," Dongfang Wenbing grinned. "How strong a master do you suspect? Someone as high as a territory lord?" "Great minds think alike." Yang Kai lightly nodded his acknowledgement. In fact, he had been searching for this Black Ink clan master hiding behind the scenes this whole time. Unfortunately, he failed to pinpoint their location. If there really was a territory lord hiding nearby, it would be difficult for him to discover them amid the raging battle in the void, as the chaotic energy fluctuations propagating everywhere could completely obscure a concealed aura. On top of that, he was only a 7th Order master, so trying to find a hidden territory lord was naturally not easy. Dongfang Wenbing's smile cramped. I was just speaking randomly. Could it be that there really is a territory lord here? Yang Kai solemnly stated, it's quite possible. Dongfang Wenbing went slack-jaw at this revelation. Brother Yang, don't try to scare me. You have mastered the Tao of space, so you can escape from a territory lord if one appears, but we can't. Besides, if there really is a territory lord, why would he hide in the shadows and not show up? Why would he just keep sending these trash to their deaths? Perhaps, they think we have laid some kind of ambush here? I think they are sending cannon fodder to probe us. There's a saying that the older one grows, the more timid they become. These territory lords have suffered quite a bit at the hands of the 8th Order masters recently, so they've become overcautious and indecisive. What ambush could we have laid here? Dongfang Wenbing's head hurt as he listened to Yang Kai's speculation. He then looked around, as if afraid that a territory lord would emerge out of thin air all of a sudden. We know that, but the territory lords don't, so they are probing us. Dongfang Wenbing grimly asked, Brother Yang, are you serious? Yang Kai didn't justify it with an answer and simply continued, whether it's true or not, we'll know after seeing the changes in the situation. It won't be long. Dongfang Wenbing couldn't help but cluck his tongue. Why is Senior Xiang's advancement not progressing? The sooner he breaks through, the sooner we'll be able to escape this abyss of suffering. As Dongfang Wenbing mentioned, Xiang Shan's advancement had not made much progress. Although his aura was circulating methodically and showing no signs of collapsing, there were no signs of progressing either. It was not as troublesome for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to reach the 8th Order as it was for a 6th Order Master to reach the 7th Order, as advancing from the 6th Order to the 7th Order was a watershed moment. Under normal circumstances, this kind of advancement would take from a few months to a few years or even more than a decade. The time one would take would depend on various conditions. This was also why Zhong Liang and the others were so shocked when Yang Kai broke through to the 7th Order in a matter of days. However, Yang Kai was an exception, as his small universe had already fully materialized when he was in the 6th Order, so he did not need to go through this transformation. Advancing from the 7th Order to the 8th Order was only an increase in order and not a transformation of the small universe. Although the increase in strength was enormous, it was not a fundamental change. If everything went smoothly, Xiang Shan should have succeeded in a short time. The time Xiang Shan had spent wasn't long, but it wasn't short either, and judging by the current situation, it seemed that he required even more time. Perhaps this had something to do with the fact that his order had once regressed. For an Open Heaven Realm Master, it would be even more difficult to progress once their order had fallen once. However, at the end of the day, Xiang Shan had already walked this path once, so he had more experience than an ordinary 7th Order Master. As long as he could find an opportunity, everything should be simple. Therefore, it was quite possible for Xiang Shan to advance to the 8th Order in the next instant, but it was also possible that it could take him 10 days, half a month, several months, or even half a year. No one could say for sure. While the two were recuperating and chatting, they also killed the scattered Black Ink clansmen who had slipped through the outer perimeter. Meanwhile, on a feudal lord's territory, not far from this place, 2 territory lords were observing the situation. These two were Wu Jiang and Hong Hu. Like Mao Qi and Zhong Yan, who were responsible for intercepting the 2 8th Order Division commanders, they had immediately rushed over to oversee things here after receiving the news. Although the distance between them wasn't far, it was not close either. Even with their eyesight, the 2 territory lords couldn't clearly see what was happening around the asteroid. Be that as it may, the casualties and incompetence of the lower Black Ink clansmen were not hidden from them, making them greatly dissatisfied with the Black Ink clan's performance. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5165, Guarding. Those wastes. A few human squads actually managed to stop them. How useless, Wu Jiang cursed angrily. Hong Hu shook his head. Those squads seemed to be the human special operations squads. They're much stronger than ordinary squads. Wu Jiang coldly snorted, so what if they're special operations squads? There's only so many of them. Even if they have to pay with their lives, our troops should be able to flatten them. Hong Hu sighed in response, I'm afraid it won't work. Even if we continue sending more and more people over, it won't help, they'll just be defeated one by one. They have a total of 5 squads, and at any given time, 2 seem to be resting while the other 3 are defending. It's impossible to break through their blockade without overwhelming strength. What do you think we should do? Hong Hu pondered for a moment before suggesting, amass our power and crush them in one fell swoop. Wu Jiang impatiently asked, there's no need to go through so much trouble. If you and I fight, how can they be our opponents? No. Hong Hu quickly stopped him, have you forgotten what happened to Wu Ying and the others a few dozen years ago? Over 200,000 of our troops were ambushed by the humans and defeated in one fell swoop, causing our Black Ink clan to suffer a great loss in the next battle due to a lack of manpower. Before we are sure that the humans have not set some elaborate trap here, it's best if we don't act rashly. Wu Jiang's expression changed. He naturally remembered what happened to Wu Ying and the other territory lords back then. It might have happened a few decades ago, but to the territory lords who lived long lives, it was like it happened just yesterday. Although he was angry, he knew that Hong Hu's worries weren't unfounded. Xiang Shan was breaking through in this damned place and 5 elite human squads had just happened to be around to guard him. No matter how he looked at it, something was amiss. Although they had yet to sense the auras of any Eighth Order masters, who could guarantee that those sinister and devious humans were not lurking nearby? The human race's spirit arrays were extremely exquisite, and even a simple one could easily conceal one's aura. The reason why they had been waiting here was because, on one hand, they wanted to use their subordinates to attack and probe the situation, and on the other hand, they were also waiting for news from the front lines. Once they confirmed that there was no trap here, they would definitely make a move. Xiang Shan's prestige was quite dreadful, but that was when he was in the Eighth Order. As for the current Xiang Shan, any random territory lord could easily deal with him. If they took down Xiang Shan, they would deal a heavy blow to the human race and also restore some of their lost prestige. There was still no definite news from the front line, so it was likely that their companions were still assessing the situation. Wu Jiang and Hong Hu could not remain idle while waiting for the news, though, as they had their own matters to attend to. After a brief discussion, the 2 territory lords gave orders to the attacking Black Ink clansmen to retreat and urged the nearby Black Ink clansmen to rush over to assist. At the periphery of the asteroid where Xiang Shan was advancing, the Black Ink clans suddenly retreated like a tide, leaving a mess in their wake. Under Zhu Yuming's leadership, the Wild Boar squad relentlessly pursued them, like they were hell-bent on exterminating the entire Black Ink clan. Fortunately, Chai Fong quickly stopped him, don't chase after a cornered enemy. Our mission here is our priority. Zhu Yuming cursed a few times. Although he was still somewhat unwilling, he knew the gravity of the situation and quickly led his squad back. After a fierce battle, each squad had consumed a great deal of energy, so they seized this rare idle time to recover. The Black Ink clan has retreated, Dongfang Wenbing's eyes lit up. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, focusing his gaze to observe before slowly shaking his head, it's just a temporary withdrawal. Although they couldn't see clearly, it was obvious that the retreating Black Ink clansmen hadn't really left. Instead, they were gathering in the distance, seemingly waiting for something. Things were not looking good. Apparently, his and Dongfang Wenbing's previous speculations had come true. There was indeed a master behind these Black Ink clansmen. If not, it would have been impossible to explain the current situation. Dongfang Wenbing also realized this and a solemn expression filled his face. Yang Kai consoled, the reinforcements from the forward base should be arriving soon, we just need to hold on for another 3 to 5 days. Dongfang Wenbing added in a grim voice, that may be the case, but judging from the Black Ink clan's movements, it's obvious they've made some arrangements. I'm afraid the reinforcements from the forward base will be intercepted halfway. No one who cultivated to the 7th order could be a fool. Dongfang Wenbing's worries were not unfounded, and Yang Kai was also aware of this, but right now, they could only place their hopes on the reinforcements from the forward base or Xiang Shan's quick promotion. What the two of them didn't know was that their worries had long since become reality. The two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surnamed Zhang and Sun, who had set out from the forward base, had already been intercepted by 2 territory lords midway and were still fighting fiercely with them. Time slowly went by as every single member of the 5 elite human squads felt like the passage of each day was as lengthy as a year. The calm and silent void was filled with lingering murderous intent, keeping all of them on edge. Just outside the nearby feudal lord's territory, the number of Black Ink clansmen continued to increase, rising from 10,000 to 20,000, then reaching 50,000. Wu Jiang and Hong Hu stared at these tens of thousands of unappealing goods with great dissatisfaction. Although they had urgently summoned the nearby Black Ink clan forces to this place, the number of troops they could muster was still extremely small. This couldn't be helped though, as most of the Black Ink clan forces had been transferred to the front lines to confront the forward base over the past few decades. Currently, the Black Ink clan forces remaining behind were extremely few in number. Furthermore, 80 to 90% of the Black Ink clansmen they had gathered here were nothing more than cannon fodder. Many of them weren't even low-rank clansmen yet. It was quite an awkward situation. It wasn't that the 2 territory lords were incompetent, but rather that even a clever housewife couldn't cook without rice. There weren't any powerful forces nearby for them to deploy, so their hands were tied. If the quality wasn't good enough, then they could only make up for it with quantity. They didn't hold out any hope that these Black Ink clansmen would be able to accomplish anything, but they could still be used for attacking and probing. 2 days later, they barely managed to gather 80,000 troops, which seemed to be the upper limit. They couldn't mobilize any more. Under the orders of the 2 territory lords, the 80,000-strong army marched towards the asteroid. From a distance, the human squads promptly discovered the approaching threat. The number of enemies was like a tidal wave, making their scalps tingle. The wild boar squad leader, Zhu Yuming, let out a long roar, whereupon all the human soldiers who were still recovering started moving. 3 warships lined up in a straight line, their spirit arrays humming slightly. Immediately, various lights began to flicker and fluctuate on the hulls of the warships. Yang Kai and Dongfang Wenbing remained motionless. Their 2 squads were responsible for guarding Xiang Shan in this rotation, so they would not make any move unless the situation reached a critical point. As the enemy army drew closer and closer, the sight of 80,000 Black Ink clan soldiers attacking them made the humans feel like they were facing a tidal wave, giving them great psychological pressure. At that moment, Zhu Yuming's roar reverberated through the void, "Kill!" With a loud bang, the 3 warships shook violently as dazzling beams of light shot out from various weapon ports, bombarding the Black Ink clan army. The Black Ink clan army was thrown into disarray as countless Black Ink clansmen were reduced to dust by the beams of light. A few beams even cut right through the approaching Black Ink clan army. Thousands of Black Ink clansmen had fallen from just the opening salvo of attack. Everyone was stunned at the sight of this, but they quickly understood. Although there were many Black Ink clansmen attacking, they were not invincible. Most of them were weak cannon fodder, otherwise, so many of them would not have died just like that. The soldiers in charge of controlling the warship's artifacts didn't need to be told what to do. They once again channeled their world force into their artifacts and launched another barrage of attacks, further increasing the casualties suffered by the Black Ink clan. After 3 rounds of bombardment, the Black Ink clan army was already upon them. Immediately, the 7th Order Masters leapt off their warships, holding their own artifacts and circulating their world force as they lined up and started attacking the oncoming enemies. The next instant, black blood and pieces of flesh flew here and there as the Black Ink clansmen's auras began to wane. The vicinity of the 3 warships was densely packed with Black Ink clan forces. It was almost impossible to spot the figures of the 3 warships and the 7th Order masters protecting them, only the energy fluctuations constantly spreading into the void gave the assurance that they were still alive. The entire picture looked like black ants swarming towards 3 candies fallen on the ground, wrapping them up entirely. A large number of Black Ink clansmen suddenly bypassed the 3 entangled warships and rushed towards the asteroid. Dawn and the water snakes had already made their preparations. The warships immediately opened fire, unleashing all of their might as the 7th Order masters circulated their world force madly to unleash their strongest divine abilities towards the places where the most Black Ink clansmen were gathered. Yang Kai had pushed his space principles to the limit. All the Black Ink clansmen who tried to approach the asteroid immediately felt as if they had fallen into a swamp. Their movements became sluggish, giving the 2 squads a chance to kill them at a distance. All thanks to his space principles, just 2 squads were somehow able to stop the enemy's thrust. Most of the Black Ink clansmen were nothing more than serfs, so their strength wasn't even worth mentioning. Any of the humans present here could easily kill a large number of them, but there were simply too many of them. Xiang Shan could not be disturbed while he was breaking through, so if any Black Ink clansman broke through the defensive line, no matter how weak they were, it could cause a huge disaster. For the time being, the battle was still under control, but it was hard to say how long the human squads could keep things that way. No one would be able to endure such a high-intensity battle forever. 1 hour, 2 hours. Half a day later, the 5 squads had all consumed a great deal of energy, which was reflected most obviously in their greatly decreased rate of killing. Although Yang Kai was still able to hold on and use his space principles to delay the attacks of the Black Ink clansmen, Dawn and the water snakes were unable to keep up. There were more Black Ink clansmen on the periphery of the asteroid, so it wouldn't be long before even Yang Kai was unable to stop them all. It's time. Thinking so, Yang Kai shouted, "Senior Brother Chai." Somewhere in the void in front of them, Chai Fong's voice rang out from a warship surrounded by countless Black Ink clans, "Ha ha ha ha, it's really pleasant to hear. What's wrong, Brother Yang, are you unable to hold on?" Dongfang Wenbing smiled and scolded, "Old Chai, hurry up. Don't waste time." "Coming, coming." Chai Fong replied. As soon as his voice fell, a seemingly solid halo suddenly erupted. This halo didn't cause much damage, but it had an extremely strong repelling force. In an instant, countless Black Ink clansmen surrounding the Old Turtle's warship were all pushed away. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5166, Turtle's Shell. The next moment, the vicinity of Old Turtle Squad's warship was all cleared up. The Black Ink clansmen who pushed away had not suffered any casualties and resumed their offense on the Old Turtle Squad once more after a brief pause, but why would the Old Turtle Squad take them seriously? The giant warship turned around and rushed towards the asteroid, smashing all of the Black Ink clansmen who tried to stop it to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the Old Turtle Squad's warship flew past Dawn and the water snakes and stopped near the asteroid. Standing at the bow of the ship, the burly Chai Fong formed various hand seals with a solemn look on his face, his world force surging madly. All 50 members of the Old Turtle Squad were acting in concert with him. They took their respective positions and performed their respective tasks, their hand seals constantly changing. 8 profound gates, open. Boundless heavens, open. Immovable as mountains, yin-yang perception, open. Along with Chai Fong's shouts, the Old Turtle Squad's warship shone with a dazzling radiance. Every time it glowed, the halo of light assumed a tangible shape, not only enveloping the warship, but the entire asteroid beneath it as well. At the top of the Old Turtle's warship, the tortoise shell-like object suddenly ballooned, transforming into a massive barrier that surrounded the entire asteroid. In the blink of an eye, the Old Turtle Squad created an impenetrable barrier around the asteroid. Every warship of Blue Sky Pass 5 Special Operations Squads possessed its own specialties. The Old Turtle's warship had the strongest defense, and not only could its defenses cover itself, but it could even form a large defensive region by sacrificing its mobility. Over the years, many human squads had managed to escape death with the protection of the Old Turtle Squad. Besides Dawn, the Old Turtle Squad was the most popular squad in Blue Sky Pass because fighting alongside them provided an extra layer of safety and security. At this moment, the Old Turtle Squad had displayed their full defensive capabilities. For this reason, the entire warship had completely sacrificed its mobility and offensive abilities. In other words, the Old Turtle Squad was now nothing more than an immobile target. Nonetheless, it was more than enough. The defensive state of the Old Turtle Squad was Yang Kai's greatest reliance when it came to protecting Xiangshan. Furthermore, the protection of the Old Turtle Squad was far stronger than the combined strength of Dawn and the Water Snakes. From the beginning, Yang Kai and the others had planned for the Old Turtle Squad to only be responsible for defending, but Chai Fong refused. It was a rare opportunity to rack up some kills, so who would be willing to watch from the back? That was why they had been rotating to guard this place. But now that the situation had developed to this point, Dawn and the Water Snakes could no longer guarantee Xiangshan's safety, so they had no choice but to rely on the turtle shell of the Old Turtle Squad. They would let the Black Ink clan take a bite at it, but even the best teeth would crack on this turtle shell. On another side, seeing that the Old Turtle Squad put up their defenses, Dawn and the Water Snake's warships no longer had any worries and started a bloodbath. First, they exterminated the Black Ink clan forces surrounding the asteroid, and then they rushed towards the void, leaving a bloody trail behind them. In terms of defense, the Old Turtle Squad was second to none, even the other 4 elite squads couldn't come close. But in terms of killing, the Old Turtle Squad was undoubtedly the slowest. Now that they had switched between defense and offense, Dawn and the Water Snakes did not have to worry about guarding Xiangshan, so their killing speed increased dramatically. Most of the 80,000 Black Ink clan soldiers were cannon fodder, and more than half had already fallen in the battle. Now that Dawn and the Water Snakes had joined the battle, the Black Ink clan was losing troops even more quickly. In the distance, a gloomy expression appeared on the faces of Wu Jiang and Hong Hu. Even though they knew that this ragtag bunch could do nothing to the special operations squads of the human race, how quickly the situation developed still took them by surprise. The performance of these 5 special operations squads was simply too amazing. The 2 territory lords also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, there were only 5 special operations squads in Blue Sky Pass. If every human squad was so difficult to deal with, there would be no room for the ordinary Black Ink clansmen to survive. Although they hadn't achieved their goal, the 2 territory lords were able to determine something from the current situation. There really weren't any 8th Order masters lying in ambush here, or else they would not have sat still when things got serious. After all, there had been several times when the human situation had gotten quite dangerous. They might have resolved it in time, but that was mostly due to luck. Although the 2 territory lords had made their own conclusion, they still patiently waited for news from the front lines. Only when they got confirmation would they act. It should be about time. As expected, after another half a day, just when the Black Ink clan army they had gathered was about to be completely wiped out, a feudal lord rushed to them and reported, "The 8th Order humans stationed at the enemy forward base have all appeared, none of them is missing." Wu Jiang raised his brow, "Good." After decades of confrontation, it wasn't as if the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords hadn't fought each other before. They might not have fought many times, but they were already well aware of each other's ins and outs. The 8th Order humans were divided into 2 groups. One group was stationed at their new forward base, occupying about 80% of their numbers, while the other group was still nowhere to be seen. The Black Ink clan speculated that these remaining 8th Order masters should be guarding Blue Sky Pass. After all, the humans attached great importance to Blue Sky Pass, so it was impossible for there to be no masters guarding it. Blue Sky Pass was situated too far from here, so as long as they could determine the location of the 8th Order masters they knew to be stationed at the forward base, they could determine if there was any ambush here or not. Now that it had been verified that the 8th Order masters of the forward base were all fighting on the front lines, they no longer had any concerns. Hong Hu was obviously more on the cautious side though and asked, "What about their old ancestor?" The feudal lord reported, "I don't know, but there's no news from the royal city. I guess that the royal lord and the old ancestor are still locked in a confrontation. Several decades ago, when the humans began their crusade, the old ancestor left Blue Sky Pass and entered the heart of the Black Ink clan territory. He didn't do anything, he just stared down the royal lord, preventing him from doing anything rash. The Black Ink clan also had no idea where the old ancestor was hiding. The royal lord surely knew, but he never informed his subordinates. It was likely that he also knew that if the territory lords were to rashly participate in the battle of this level, they would only be courting death. The attitude of the old ancestor was very clear. So long as the royal lord did not make a move, he would not be making a move. Everything was left to their subordinates. The old ancestors' actions had undoubtedly provided a huge buffer for the forward base to strengthen their hold. Otherwise, if the royal lord had taken action, the forward base wouldn't have been able to survive. "Let's begin, I can't wait any longer," Wu Jiang impatiently urged. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had already appeared at the forward base, and their old ancestor was held back by the royal lord. In light of this, there was only Xiang Shan and 5 human squads here, so there was nothing to hesitate about. In this situation, if the 2 territory lords couldn't take care of Xiang Shan, they should simply commit suicide. Although Hong Hu felt somewhat uneasy, he knew that there was no reason for them not to make a move now. After a moment of silence, he agreed with a nod, "Then let's move." Wu Jiang's figure flickered as he rushed towards the asteroid. Hong Hu followed closely behind, intentionally or unintentionally distancing himself from Wu Jiang. It wasn't that he was scheming anything, it was just his nature. He knew that the reason why Wu Jiang was so anxious was because he had suffered a great loss at Xiang Shan's hands 3 millennia ago. Wu Jiang nearly died at Xiang Shan's hands in a battle 3,000 years prior, and although he ultimately managed to survive, it had taken him a long time to recover. Since then, Wu Jiang had been constantly thinking about taking Xiang Shan's life to wash himself of this shame. However, Xiang Shan's order fell and he disappeared from the territory lord's sight after a few years. Xiang Shan naturally participated whenever the 2 races fought, but when a battle of such a large scale was joined, the territory lord's responsibility was to keep an eye on the Eighth Order Masters. Who would be in the mood to search for a lone 7th Order human on such a large battlefield? If it weren't for the news of Xiang Shan's advancement, no one would have thought that the former Western Army commander, who had made the territory lords all tremble in fear, would still be alive. The hatred that had been brewing for 3 millennia, once it started boiling, instantly filled Wu Jiang's mind. His momentum shot through the sky as he charged straight towards the asteroid from millions of kilometers away. In the midst of this chaotic battle, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of crisis completely enveloping him. He promptly looked up and saw an enormous black ink cloud shooting over from the distance. The aura of the territory lord inside the black ink cloud was like a bright light in the night, making it extremely obvious. A territory lord is attacking. Dongfang Wenbing suddenly roared, realizing what was happening. The main reason Wu Jiang was charging so aggressively and had no intention of hiding was probably because he wanted to sow chaos. Formation. Zhu Yuming shouted. This time, he didn't dare to recklessly charge forward. The gap between a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Territory Lord was too great. Without a formation support, no one here could defend against the might of the Territory Lord. In an instant, the Open Heaven Realm Masters of the 4 squads released their auras and connected with one another, instantly assuming a formation. Because there were many secret arts and techniques in the Open Heaven realm with no common origin, it was difficult to create a formation without extensive practice and deep knowledge gained over a long period of time. Be that as it may, a hastily created formation was still better than fighting alone. Fortunately, there were also simple formations that could largely ignore the effects of one's origin and cultivation. Almost every Open Heaven Realm Master on the Black Ink battlefield was required to practice this kind of formation. 10 Facets Formation. The biggest feature of this formation was that it was quite easy to set up and had a high degree of tolerance for error. To activate this formation, one needed at least 3 members, while at most there could be 10. In other words, as long as there were 3 people, they could arrange this formation, and so could 4, 5, 6, up to 10. Depending on the number of people participating, the formation formed had different names. 3 people linked together to form the 3 fortunes formation, 4 people formed a 4 symbols formation, 5 people formed a 5 elements formation, and finally, 10 people formed a 10 facets formation. Although it didn't have the power of a profound formation that was specially cultivated from youth using matching secret arts and techniques, it was extremely suitable for a place like the Black Ink battlefield. Many times, in the Great Battle, warships would be destroyed and the open heaven realm masters who were stranded outside would find themselves without protection. In times like these, all it took was 3 of these open heaven realm masters to rally together and they could make a formation, greatly increasing their chances of survival. Before now, Yang Kai and the others didn't have any intention of forming a formation because none of their opponents were individually very strong, despite being vast in number. Their efficiency in fighting alone was much higher when in forming a formation which concentrated their strength. However, now that a territory lord was attacking, the difference in strength was too great and only by making a formation could they protect themselves. Dawn had 6 7th-order open heaven realm masters, so they quickly formed a 6 paths formation, while the Wild Boar Squad, Breeze Squad, and Water Snake Squad, which had even more 7th-order masters, formed 7 stars formation, 8 desolations formation, and even the 10 facets formation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5167, In Dire Straits. Territory Lord Wuxiang arrived in an imposing manner. The first thing he encountered was the 10 facets formation formed by the 10 7th-order open heaven realm masters of the Water Snake Squad. The destructive energy radiating from the billowing black ink clouds was enough to destroy all obstacles in its way. Scram! Wuxiang was completely focused on killing Xiang Shan and was in no mood to pay attention to others. He wanted to break through the blockade of the human squads right away, and as such, in the face of the incoming Water Snake Squad, he promptly channeled his power into his palm and ruthlessly smacked it down. The moment the Water Snake Squad came in contact with Wuxiang's attack, the 10 7th-order open heaven realm masters of the Water Snake Squad jolted and their faces went pale as an overwhelming power swept over them. 2 or 3 of the 7th-order open heaven realm masters with the weakest foundation even spat out mouthfuls of blood and could see stars circling before their eyes. Fortunately, everyone had taken a purifying black ink pill in advance, otherwise, they would have been easily invaded by black ink strength as their small universes were in turmoil right now. Once they had been corrupted by black ink strength, they would have been in big trouble. But with this exchange, the Water Snake Squad immediately realized the huge gap between them and their opponent. Not every 7th-order open heaven realm master got to fight territory lords multiple times in a short span of 100 years like Yang Kai, who even had the unique experience of killing territory lords. In their long lengthy career of fighting on the black ink battlefield, their opponents had basically been the feudal lords under the territory lords. Very few people had the chance and experience of fighting against the territory lords. Their lack of experience had caused them to suffer quite a bit. Fortunately, there were more than one squad. Right behind them were the Wild Boars, who were best at charging in and running amok, and the agile Breeze Squad. More than a dozen 7th-order open heaven realm masters of the 2 squads assumed 2 battle formations. When the Water Snake Squad was repelled, the others attacked Wuxiang from the left and right with the leaders of both squads taking point. All the 7th-order masters gathered their entire strength and unleashed their strongest divine abilities. Immediately after, their fearsome energy left dazzling trails as they slashed towards Wuxiang from either side like a giant pair of scissors. Wuxiang was enraged. The black ink cloud started billowing as the might of the territory lord was fully displayed. The moment his divine ability erupted, the 2 squads flanking from both sides momentarily paused before they were pushed away. The next moment, Wuxiang's cold snort came from within the black ink cloud, "Know your place." The moment he finished speaking, Dawn's squad flew straight towards the black ink cloud with Yang Kai leading the way under the cover of the other two squads. In the Six Paths formation, Yang Kai held the core position, and his aura was closely linked with Feng Ying's and the others. Owing to the battle formation, part of the strength of the rest of his squad members was added to his. The next moment, Yang Kai felt his strength break through its limits. He already had the Azure Dragon Spear in his hand, which he thrust straight towards the black ink cloud. Immediately after, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, accompanied by a muffled grunt. But before Yang Kai could make another attack, a large hand reached out from the black ink cloud, smashing straight down at him. Yang Kai's pupils contracted as he urged space principles, teleporting the entire Six Paths formation back by a great distance, causing the giant hand to hit nothing. Right then, the Water Snake Squad, which was the first to be repelled, had recovered and made another charge. The Wild Boar Squad and Breeze Squad also attacked from the left and right. Noticing this, Yang Kai led Feng Ying and the others to press the attack. The long spear in his hand left shadows covering the entire sky, enveloping the black ink cloud. The universe trembled and the void collapsed. The Seventh Order Masters from the 4 Special Operations Squads joined together in battle formation to fend off the Territory Lord, halting Wu Zhang's aggressive charge. The squad leaders were not surprised by this result. After all, they were not ordinary squads, but the elite Special Operations Squads of Blue Sky Pass. Each squad had at least 6 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so with 4 such squads cooperating, they had enough to gather more than 30 Seventh Order Masters. Such a force could easily stop an ordinary Territory Lord even without assuming any battle formation, let alone now when they had formed 4. Under the combined power of these battle formations, the strength each squad could display surpassed that of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Although they still had not crossed the line of the Eighth Order, they could be considered quasi-Eighth Order Masters in terms of raw strength. In other words, the power displayed by these 4 Special Operations Squad formations was almost equivalent to 4 quasi-Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters attacking Wu Jiang. If such strength couldn't stop Wu Jiang, then they wouldn't deserve to be called Special Operations Squads. Be that as it may, Yang Kai and the others' actions were accompanied by a great deal of risk, and the slightest mistake could lead to a tragic end. As such, all the members of the 4 squads were on edge and didn't dare to relax. The 4 warships could no longer take part in this battle. All the Seventh Order Masters had gone out to meet the enemy, leaving only the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters behind. If they rashly interfered in a battle of this level, they would only be adding chaos to the battlefield and might even disrupt the rhythm of their Seventh Order leaders. What's more, the warships weren't as agile, so if they really joined the battlefield, and if the Territory Lord was not able to do anything to Yang Kai and the others, he would surely target them in frustration. As such, the 4 warships immediately retreated from the battlefield. Fortunately, they had plenty of other things to do. Many of the Black Ink clan troops had managed to slip through the net and were now desperately attacking the asteroid in an attempt to break the turtle shell of the Old Turtle Squad. The Old Turtle's defenses were able to fend off their attacks for a time, but it wouldn't last forever. The arrival of the 4 warships had provided timely assistance. When the power of secret techniques and offensive arrays poured out from the warships, the Black Ink clan's cannon fodders were instantly wiped out. On the other side, Wu Jiang furiously roared as he unleashed his Territory Lord's strength to its utmost limit. Nonetheless, he was unable to break through the 4 squads' defenses no matter how furious he was, which made him even angrier as he felt he had lost all face. He had come to find trouble with Xiang Shan, so how could he be in the mood to waste time with these 4 squads? But by the looks of it, if he failed to break through the 4 squads' blockade, he could forget about reaching Xiang Shan. Humans are truly hateful. Their individual strength isn't anything special, but together, they can still unleash much greater power. Fortunately, I didn't come alone, there is still Hong Hu. As long as I keep these 4 squads preoccupied here, Hong Hu will easily succeed. Although he felt somewhat regretful that he couldn't personally deal with Xiang Shan, as things had come to this, he was left with no other choice. In this fierce battle, Wuxiang was facing the 4 Special Operations Squad's battle formation all alone, but not only was he not at a disadvantage, he even appeared to have the upper hand, a testament to his great strength. In fact, in Blue Sky Theater, Wuxiang's strength was among the top 5 among all the territory lords. Even ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not be able to gain the upper hand in a one-on-one fight against him. His powerful strength had made him arrogant, which was why he had never forgotten the defeat he had tasted at Xiang Shan's hands 3 millennia ago, and he had marked Xiang Shan as his lifelong enemy. But what annoyed him the most was that Hong Hu had shown no signs of attacking even after so long. That cowardly trash! Wuxiang cursed in his heart. He knew that Hong Hu had always been skittish. Since he hadn't taken action until now, he was obviously hiding in the shadows and observing. If I knew he would act like this, I would have let him fight these humans instead. Wuxiang secretly regretted rushing out in the heat of the moment and not taking these human squads seriously, which ultimately put him in this awkward position. After waiting for a while, Wuxiang couldn't bear it any longer and angrily roared, "Hong Hu, what are you waiting for?" Yang Kai and the others, who were attacking Wuxiang, all went pale when they heard this. Their worst fears had come true. There was not just one territory lord here, but 2. Where is he? In the midst of the fierce battle, Yang Kai spread his divine sense to investigate, but it was to no avail. If a territory lord wanted to hide himself, it would indeed be difficult for Yang Kai to find him in this chaos. Fortunately, he did not need to investigate for long. After Wuxiang's roar, a faint sigh came from somewhere and a figure soon appeared. It was none other than Hong Hu, territory lord, who had been hiding in the shadows. Hong Hu felt a headache coming on. Among all the territory lords, he hated working with Wuxiang the most because his companion's recklessness would often lead him into trouble. Unfortunately, he didn't have a choice this time, because he and Wuxiang were the only ones nearby, so he had no choice but to move with him. Originally, he had wanted to observe for a while longer, preferably until Wuxiang had defeated the 4 squads. He would check for other variables before deciding whether to show himself or not, but after Wuxiang's shout, no matter how he tried to hide, it would be meaningless. He had no other choice but to show himself. He might have been feeling a little frustrated, but it didn't affect the overall situation. Of the 5 elite human squads, 1 is responsible for guarding Xiang Shan while the other 4 are keeping Wuxiang occupied. Even now, there are no 8th Order Masters in sight. I guess there really isn't an ambush here. Not to mention, the 8th Order's humans of the forward base had already appeared there. Nonetheless, he was still curious as to why Xiang Shan would choose to advance in such a place. An old veteran who had lived for countless years could not have lost his sense of vigilance. The place where Hong Hu appeared was not far away from the Breeze warship. The sudden appearance of a territory lord startled the humans aboard the Swift warship, and the members in charge of controlling it hurriedly activated the various spirit arrays to open some distance. Be that as it may, it was too late already. Hong Hu took out a round hammer and swung it down on the Breeze squad's warship. The shadow of a giant hammer almost covered the entire warship, and immediately after, it struck, instantly breaking through its various defenses and smashing the hull to pieces. The attack's massive force sent the warship flying out tens of thousands of kilometers. It was unclear how many people aboard lost their lives. Although the defenses of the Breeze squad's warship were stronger than those of an ordinary warship, it was still the worst among the 5 special operations squads. Their prime focus was speed, so it was naturally difficult for them to block a blow from a territory lord. This sight completely shook up the Breeze squad leader, Wanzhen Xian, and his eyes cracked wide open in dismay. He did not care about the warship one bit as it could be repaired with some military merits, but if any of the warship's crew was killed, that was a permanent loss. Wanzhen Xian's heart bled at the very thought. Be that as it may, he could do nothing regardless of how much he wanted to rescue them. The combined effort of 4 special operations squads' battle formations could barely stop Wuxiang's advance, so if even one retreated, the remaining 3 would be no match for the enemy. Once Wuxiang broke through their blockade, the resulting casualties would be even worse. Martial Peak, Chapter 5168, Unstoppable. There existed an order of priorities, and people had to make difficult choices when faced with a crisis. Wanzheng Xian perfectly understood this point, and his fury and worries turned into boundless rage. He mobilized his world force madly, unleashing divine abilities and secret techniques at Wuxiang recklessly. At the same time, Yang Kai roared, "Feng Ying, formation change." Under the 6 Paths formation, the 6 Seventh Order members of Dawn had their auras and even thoughts linked, so as soon as Yang Kai yelled, Feng Ying understood what he was planning to do. Without any hesitation, when Yang Kai teleported out, she promptly assumed the core position. The other 4 simultaneously changed their positions as well. As such, the 6 Paths formation rapidly changed into a 5 Elements formation, where Yang Kai's position was replaced by Feng Ying. "Be careful." Feng Ying's voice rang in Yang Kai's ears as he appeared next to Hong Hu out of nowhere. A golden crow cried out and a great sun rose from the spear's tip as Yang Kai thrust his weapon out at Hong Hu. Yang Kai could not ignore Hong Hu because, after sending Breeze Squad's warship flying, he would smash the hammer in his hand down on the Wild Boar Squad's warship next. Although the defenses of the Wild Boar Squad's warship were better than the Breeze Squad warships, they were still limited. Against the strength Hong Hu had just displayed, the Wild Boar's warship would simply be unable to resist. It was easy to imagine that if no one was there to intercept Hong Hu, the Wild Boar's warship would surely meet the same end as Breeze Squad's, followed by Dawn, and then the Water Snakes. Although Yang Kai couldn't understand why Hong Hu didn't directly disturb Xiang Shan's breakthrough and instead attack the warships, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Due to various reasons, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm members of the other squads were unable to help, so Yang Kai had no choice but to step in. Furthermore, he had experience in fighting territory lords, and his strength was far greater than an ordinary 7th Order master's. He was also proficient in the Tao of Space, so even if he was not an opponent of the territory lord, he would not fall so quickly. The other 7th Order masters could not do this, and only death awaited them if they tried. If an entire group came over, Wuxiang would no longer be suppressed and would surely start a bloodbath. Yang Kai's sudden appearance took Hong Hu by surprise. In fact, he was just testing the waters when he attacked Breeze Squad's warship. After all, there had been no casualties on the human race's side up until now. Things might not be looking good for the humans at this moment, but in reality, everything was still in their control. If an 8th Order Open Heaven Master was lying in wait nearby, he or she may have decided to not provide help. Attacking a warship was the best way to test the waters. If an 8th Order Master was really hiding in the shadows, he or she would definitely try to stop him once casualties and deaths on the human side became inevitable. Much to his satisfaction, no 8th Order Masters stepped in, just a lone 7th Order human. Hong Hu didn't take the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters seriously, even when the one attacking him displayed an extremely powerful divine ability. Hong Hu casually swung the hammer in his hand, hitting the tip of the spear, and annihilating the great sun. The spear in Yang Kai's hand almost flew out from the recoil, and the violent force which was transmitted to him sent him tumbling far away in the blink of an eye. After swatting away the annoying ant, Hong Hu gazed down at the asteroid. His gaze pierced through the thick protection surrounding the asteroid, whereupon he saw a familiar figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. Xiang Shan. It's been ages since we last met, but unfortunately for you, this place will be your grave. Since he was certain that there was no ambush here, Hong Hu didn't hesitate any longer. He raised his hammer high as the power of his black ink strength surged around him to the point that it seemed solid. The next moment, he brought his hammer down hard under the furious gazes of Chai Fong and the others. When the hammer fell, it was as if 2 universe worlds had collided. The surrounding 1,000,000 kilometers radius trembled as the violent blast of energy materialized into a shockwave that rapidly propagated. Even the warships that were far away from the hammer's point of impact instantly bobbed up and down like they were caught up in a storm. Gotcha. With the hammer as the center, an enormous crack appeared on the defensive barrier of the old Turtle Squad's warship before it began spreading out like a spider web. Hong Hu was a little surprised at this sight and commented, "It's quite sturdy." Even with his fearsome territory lord strength, his full-powered blow was unable to break through this barrier. The defensive power of this strange warship was surprisingly good. Nonetheless, no matter how strong its defenses were, it couldn't withstand such fierce attacks for long. With just one strike, Hong Hu came to the conclusion that he only needed 3 strikes to completely break this barrier. With another blow, the cracks became wider. Even the old Turtle Squad's warship flickered and cracking sounds came from its hull as it was unable to bear the attack. Hold fast. Channel all your power into the defenses. Chai Fong furiously roared as he ground his teeth. With him as the leader, the entire 50 members of the old Turtle Squad pushed their strength madly. Nonetheless, whether it was Chai Fong or his squad members, they all knew that when the Territory Lord's next attack landed, their shields would be broken. The gap in strength between the two sides was not something they could make up for with their efforts. Hong Hu raised his hammer once more as a giant shadow appeared. Just when it was about to fall though, Hong Hu turned his head and looked back. In the distant void, a great sun was slowly rising, followed by a full moon. Under the combined brilliance of this sun and moon, a strange power started surging. This power was hard to describe and difficult to understand, seemingly containing various kinds of mysteries. Hong Hu had never felt this kind of power before, but a sense of unease gripped his heart once he did. This strange power actually posed a certain threat to him. As the sun and moon intertwined with each other, this mysterious power became more and more sublime. At first, it was still quite some distance away, but in the next instant, it was somehow right in front of him. Behind this swirl of light was the seventh-order human he had sent flying not too long ago, wearing a stoic look on his face. In the end, Hong Hu's third strike never happened. He had always been cautious, so when facing this unknown threat, his choice was always to take care of it first. Black ink strength rapidly surged as a large black ink cloud emerged, enveloping Hong Hu and allowing him to disappear from everyone's sight. The sun and moon divine will struck the black ink clouds, and in that instant, space-time strength spread out into the surroundings. For that moment, everyone had the illusion that time was frozen and space had solidified. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, but it felt like hundreds of thousands of years had passed. A sigh escaped Yang Kai's lips as a desolate look appeared on his face. The sun-moon divine will was the strongest move in his arsenal, but even it failed to do anything to the Territory Lord. It simply lacked the strength to kill its target while the latter was on guard. On the old Turtle Squad's warship, Chai Fong and the others were staring in Hong Hu's direction with widened eyes, but when the solid black ink cloud dispersed, they didn't see the scene they were expecting. Much to their surprise, there was an enormous black shell inside the black ink cloud, like a cocoon that had been enlarged countless times. The cocoon was congealed from extremely dense black ink strength. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on its surface one after another before it shattered into pieces, revealing Hong Hu's figure. He glanced at Yang Kai and exclaimed, "Such an extraordinary move." In fact, if he hadn't promptly circulated his strength to condense the black cocoon, encasing himself and devoting his full attention to his defense, he would have been seriously injured by the last attack. A mere seventh-order human actually had the ability to injure him. If this was a moment ago, he would never have believed it possible, but having experienced it personally, he could not deny it. Fortunately for him, he had responded in a timely and appropriate fashion. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, he was not injured. This seventh-order human is probably another elite not inferior to Xiang Shan. Hong Hu's spirits were immediately lifted. Not only could he kill Xiang Shan today, but he could also destroy another promising seedling of the human race. While he was in a great mood, Yang Kai's heart sank into the abyss. Even his strongest attack failed to do anything to Hong Hu, so right now, apart from defending the old turtle squad with his life, he could do nothing else. The reinforcements from the forward base were nowhere in sight, most likely intercepted by the Black Ink clan. Furthermore, in the absence of his powerful combat strength, things were not looking good for Feng Ying and the other Seventh Order masters. When Yang Kai was there, the four squads in battle formations were able to put up a good fight against Wujiang. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they would not have been defeated in short order. But as soon as he left, although the masters from the four squads were still in formation, Dawn's overall strength had decreased sharply, increasing Wujiang's advantage. By the looks of it, the four formations would be defeated by Wujiang in less than an hour, at which point they would suffer heavy casualties. Yang Kai couldn't see any hope. Although he still had a trump card he had yet to use, it was hard to say how effective it would be. Nonetheless, he couldn't back down even in this situation. Raising his hand, Yang Kai summoned the Azure Dragon Spear as he threw a spirit pill into his mouth. Yang Kai pointed his weapon towards Hong Hu and mobilized his space principles, instantly disappearing from sight. The next time he appeared, he was standing right before Hong Hu, the Azure Dragon Spear rapidly expanding in Hong Hu's eyes. Impudence! Hong Hu coldly snorted as he brought his hammer down to meet the Azure Dragon Spear. Yang Kai staggered from the impact, but before he could even regain his footing, a mass of black ink strength flew towards his face, enveloping his head and disturbing his five senses. It became impossible for him to see or hear anything, even his divine sense was greatly suppressed. He instinctively blocked an incoming attack with his spear, but he was sent flying as a result of his hasty defense, his chest caved in and several of his ribs broke. Hong Hu exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't held back in his last attack. Under normal circumstances, a Seventh Order human would have not been able to block such a blow and would have lost his life on the spot, but much to his surprise, the human before his eyes survived, albeit with heavy injuries. As expected of an elite seedling, such a person cannot be allowed to grow. Hong Hu became even more determined to kill Yang Kai. Nonetheless, he didn't immediately chase after him, he wanted to finish off Xiang Shan first. In comparison, he was more wary of Xiang Shan. The hammer in his hand fell once more and the already cracked barrier finally couldn't bear the brunt and shattered into pieces. Even the old Turtle Squad's warship suffered great damage. Many of the members who had been linked to the warship to provide it with power spurted a mouthful of blood as their auras weakened. With the protective barrier broken, there was nothing stopping Hong Hu, who now coldly stared at Xiang Shan before he raised his hammer high and swung it down hard. Chai Fang and the others helplessly stared at the oncoming attack in horror. At this moment, none of them had the strength to stop this blow. Not only would Xiang Shan die, but even the asteroid below would probably be blown to pieces. This did not escape the eyes of the masters near Wujiang. All of them wanted to help, but they were unable to interfere. Before, they were the ones who had been pestering Wujiang, but now Wujiang was the one who was tying them down. Just as despair filled everyone's face, a beam of light came shooting out from below. Martial Peak, Chapter 5169, Ultimate 5 Elements Formation. This attack was extremely sudden and came without any warning. Hong Hu only noticed it when it was practically on top of him, causing him to jump in fright and hastily defend himself. Even a territory lord like him was forced back by this blow. Looking down, he noticed that Xiang Shan, who had been sitting cross-legged on the asteroid, happened to have opened his eyes at some point and was staring at him with a smile. Hong Hu was terrified. This is a trap, this is definitely a trap. Although Hong Hu didn't notice any traces of any Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, when he met Xiang Shan's mocking gaze, he knew that his worries had come true. The human race had once again set up a sinister trap here to lure him and Wujiang out. It was laughable that even with all his caution, he had failed to see through this. Although he might not have an idea of what the human race's goal was or where the trap was, Hong Hu was a decisive person. After realizing that things were not good, he immediately tried to escape. But it was already too late. Before Hong Hu could make any move, Xiang Shan was already flying towards him like a bolt of lightning. When Xiang Shan moved, it appeared as if he had summoned something, and while he was charging, his aura steadily rose. In just 3 breaths of time, his cultivation had risen from the 7th order to the 8th. As the two clashed in the void, their black ink strength and world force clashed to form a violent storm. On the old turtle squad's broken warship, squad leader Chai Fong and his squad members were all dumbfounded. It never occurred to them that something like this would happen at this desperate moment and came as a pleasant surprise to them. After giving it another thought though, Chai Fong came to realize that the reason Xiang Shan was able to advance to the 8th order open heaven realm at just the right moment could not be a coincidence, rather, it had to be intentional. In other words, Senior Xiang Shan had always been able to break through at any moment, but he had been holding his advancement back for some purpose. Naturally, it was impossible for an ordinary 7th order master to break through to the 8th order like this, but it was different for Xiang Shan. He was originally an 8th order master, and the reason his order had dropped was only because he had cut off too much of his small universe in the past. He had the base of an 8th order master from the start, and after painstakingly cultivating for 3 millennia, he had already regained and strengthened his incomplete foundation. After 3 millennia, as far as he was concerned, it was just a matter of course to return to 8 orders so long as the opportunity appeared. Chai Fong even suspected that Xiang Shan had advanced to the 8th order already, but for some reason, had been acting like he was in the 7th order open heaven realm. As for what this reason was, he was temporarily unable to guess. Squad leader, is that a purifying black ink battleship? A pale-faced squad member suddenly asked. The old turtle squad's defensive barrier had been destroyed by Hong Hu's 3 hammer strikes, and the entire squad had suffered varying degrees of injuries while even their warship had been damaged. Nonetheless, when compared to having been killed by Hong Hu, this result was still acceptable. After hearing this squad member's question, Chai Fong turned his gaze towards the asteroid and indeed, he saw a warship there. This warship was far more magnificent than an ordinary squad-rank warships or even a battalion-rank warship. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, a warship of this scale could only be a purifying black ink battleship. Why is a purifying black ink battleship here? He vaguely remembered that when Xiang Shan moved just now, he seemed to have summoned something and tossed it out. Apparently, what he had summoned was this purifying black ink battleship. Although the warship was large, a 7th order open heaven realm master could still easily store it in his or her small universe. In a flash, Chai Fong understood the various arrangements of the higher-ups and was shocked at the revelation. At a certain moment before Xiang Shan summoned the purifying black ink battleship, 7 or 8 8th order open heaven realm masters, led by Ding Yao, had gathered together in Blue Sky Pass. Their hands were rapidly forming different seals one after another, but strangely, no matter what seals these 8th order open heaven realm masters made, nothing happened. Furthermore, it had already been 2 days since they had begun doing this. Even an 8th order open heaven realm master would find it quite tiring to repeat such a boring task for a long time. Luan couldn't help but grumble, has senior brother Xiang not made his move yet? An 8th order master asked with a smile, Brother Lu, are you getting frustrated from all the waiting? Luan corrected, I'm just worried that those brats won't be able to hold on. I don't know how many territory lords senior brother Xiang managed to lure out, but if the number is too large, it might lead to casualties. The 8th order master stated, senior brother Xiang is a meticulous person. Since he hasn't made a move yet, it means that the situation is still under control. We should keep waiting until senior brother Xiang has made his move, in any case. Before the 8th order master could finish his sentence, the light of the universe array appeared beneath his feet after he finished a set of hand seals. Ding Yao raised his brow and shouted, it's time. Everyone held their breaths and focused as the speed at which they formed hand seals sharply increased. In an instant, the light universe arrays appeared beneath their respective feet. After a few breaths, the light faded as the 8th order open heaven realm masters gathered here vanished. The next moment, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stepped out of the purifying black ink battleship on an asteroid billion of kilometers away, with Ding Yao in the lead. After looking around, Ding Yao immediately understood the situation and shouted, "Act according to the plan." As soon as he relayed the order, 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters flew towards Xiang Shan while the remaining 3 rushed towards Wuxiang. At this moment, Hong Hu's face was filled with indignation. Ever since he had received the message from the territory lords on the front lines, asking him and Wuxiang to come here to kill Xiang Shan, he had suspected that this was a scheme set up by the humans. What kind of character was Xiang Shan? If he really wanted to advance to the 8th Order, how could he not have anyone guarding him? Why would he choose this damned place to advance? After multiple probes, and a sacrifice of close to 100,000 Black Ink clansmen, as well as a careful investigation of the surrounding region, when they found nothing suspicious, nor any ambush, Hong Hu's fear of Xiang Shan breaking through forced him to take action. But just as he was about to deal with Xiang Shan, something unexpected happened. Xiang Shan actually returned to the 8th Order in an extremely short time, making it impossible for Hong Hu to easily kill him. This sudden turn of events made Hong Hu realize that this was definitely a trap. The only thing he failed to understand was what Xiang Shan could do to him even if he had returned to the 8th Order. Had it been 3 millennia ago, when Xiang Shan was at his peak, Hong Hu would definitely not have been his opponent. If he had been down on his luck, he might have even been killed by Xiang Shan. However, things were different now. Xiang Shan had just returned to the 8th Order, and after exchanging a few blows with him, Hong Hu discovered that the former's current strength was only on par with his, perhaps even slightly inferior. In his current state, he couldn't kill Xiang Shan, nor could Xiang Shan kill him, so what was the purpose of this trap? Just as he was feeling puzzled, powerful auras suddenly emerged from the nearby asteroid out of nowhere. Naturally, they were the auras of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. 8 of them. The moment he noticed these auras, Hong Hu noticed 5 figures rushing in his direction from the asteroid from the corner of his eye. Hong Hu was filled with grief and unwillingness. No matter how he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out where these 8th Order Masters popped out from and why he failed to notice them until now. He couldn't figure it out, but he knew that if he didn't escape now, he would never be able to. Xiang Shan alone might not be able to do anything to him, but if 5 more 8th Order humans were added to the mix, it would be another matter. He was no match for those kinds of odds. But how could Xiang Shan allow him to escape? Immediately, all kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques were shot out, but they were not intended to injure the enemy, but rather just to obstruct Hong Hu's escape. This was why Xiang Shan had specially summoned a net-like artifact. This artifact instantly fell over Hong Hu's head and transformed into an invisible binding force, preventing him from escaping. Although Hong Hu had quickly destroyed this artifact, the 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had already arrived. Ding Yao. Hong Hu was shocked at the sight of the person leading the team. Naturally, he was well aware of the army commander of Blue Sky Pass Eastern Army. Not just Ding Yao, all army commanders were the strongest of the 8th Order humans. Every territory lord knew them well. But, shouldn't Ding Yao be guarding Blue Sky Pass? What's he doing here? Also, the other 8th Order Masters here have never appeared at the forward base before. They should all be guarding Blue Sky Pass. While he was reeling from shock, the 5 8th Order Masters stood in a pentagonal position around him under Ding Yao's lead. Each of them stood tens of thousands of meters apart, but their auras were closely linked together, forming a battle formation. 5 Elements Formation. Different from the 5 Elements Formation formed by the 5 7th Order Masters of Dawn, this one was powered by 5 8th Order Masters. The world force of the connected 8th Order Masters instantly filled the entire void, turning it into a quagmire that could swallow all things. Trapped in this battle formation, Hong Hu's strength was instantly suppressed by 30%. He felt as if every inch of his body had grown heavier, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He wanted to escape, but no matter how he moved, Ding Yao and the others followed him like shadows, maintaining a distance of a few tens of thousands of meters between them and trapping him between them. Hong Hu's face was filled with despair. By the time the 5 elements formation was complete, Xiang Shan had already withdrawn as there was no need for him here. He didn't remain idle though and headed straight towards Wujiang. Just a moment ago, the 3 Eighth Order Masters led by Luan had arrived at Wujiang and the 4 Special Operations Squad's location. In fact, when the auras of these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters appeared, not only did Hong Hu and Wujiang sense them, but their appearance was also noticed by the 7th Order Masters of the 4 squads. Similar to Hong Hu, Wujiang immediately realized that things were not looking good for them and he tried to shake off these squads to escape. He was no match for so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. As for whether Hong Hu could escape or not, he couldn't care less about it at this point. However, the 4 Special Operations Squads knew that their reinforcements had arrived, so how could they let the enemy escape so easily? A single squad couldn't stop Wujiang, and even if all 4 of them joined forces, it would still be difficult, but at least they were able to delay him. "Brats, move aside." A shout came before 3 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with Luan in the lead arrived and took over the fight with Wujiang. The 4 Special Operations Squads all felt relieved and quickly retreated. With 3 against 1, Wujiang instantly fell into a disadvantageous position, but this was not the end of his misery as Xiang Shan also arrived shortly after. Wujiang furiously roared and struggled for his life, causing black ink clouds to billow around him, but against 4 enemies of equal strength, his defeat was only a matter of time. Martial Peak, Chapter 5170, 8th Order Masters Arrangements. When Yang Kai hurriedly returned from the distance, what he saw next left him dumbfounded. Hong Hu's hammer strike caused his vitality and world force to be thrown into turmoil and sent him flying tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even with his powerful dragon vein, he was seriously injured. After stabilizing himself, he immediately rushed back, but he had never expected to see the scene before him. Led by Ding Yao, 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had formed a strange formation around Hong Hu, trapping him. No matter how Hong Hu struggled, he was unable to break free. Ding Yao and the others were sticking to him like maggots on rotting bones, constantly maintaining a certain distance from him. On the other side, Wujiang was also being besieged by 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The battle here was far more intense than Hong Hu's, causing space to split apart and the void to tremble. Yang Kai even saw Xiang Shan in the mix, but at this moment, he was already an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Less than 10 breaths had passed since Yang Kai was sent flying in his return, but the situation had changed drastically. Fortunately, this change was extremely beneficial to Yang Kai's side, allowing him to finally let his racing heart rest. Turning his head to look, he instantly teleported to the Old Turtle Squad's warship and stood next to Chai Fang. The Old Turtle Squad's warship was in a very bad state. The entire warship was in tatters with practically all of its spirit arrays having exploded. Even the Great Turtle Shell artifact on top of the warship was covered in deep cracks. After returning, the warship would have to undergo an extensive repair before it could return to the battlefield. Also, Chai Fang and the others' auras were somewhat weak. Obviously, they had suffered varying degrees of injuries. "Is this the arrangement of the seniors?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. Although he didn't know why things had suddenly changed so drastically, Yang Kai had some guesses judging by the current situation. "That should be the case," Chai Fang nodded and resentfully complained, "but they kept us in the dark." "How did they get here?" Yang Kai asked again. Chai Fang silently pointed down. Yang Kai gazed down and instantly understood, seeing the purifying black ink battleship left on the asteroid. They thought to use a purifying black ink battleship like this? The way the 8th Order commanders think is truly unrestrained and creative. Although he didn't know who came up with this idea, it was pretty obvious that this purifying black ink battleship had been stored in Xiang Shan's small universe. At the critical moment, when they were finally summoned, Ding Yao and the others who had been back in Blue Sky Pass were able to use the purifying Black Ink battleship's universe array to instantly arrive here to assist. Although this place was far from Blue Sky Pass, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were strong enough to withstand the pressures of transferring across such distance through the void. It would not have worked if 7th Order Masters tried to teleport here from Blue Sky Pass, as they would have been crushed during the transit. Of the two battlefields, one was 5-on-1, while the other was 4-against-1. Regardless of which one it was, the humans had the absolute advantage. It was quite obvious that Honghu and Wujiang Territory Lord would not survive this encounter. But when Yang Kai saw how Ding Yao and the others were moving, it didn't seem like they were trying to kill Honghu. On the other hand, Luan and the others attacking Wujiang were using all kinds of lethal moves, overwhelming Wujiang and reducing him to a sorry state. Judging by the battle formation used by Ding Yao and the others and their behavior, it seemed apparent they wanted to capture Honghu alive. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately recalled the feudal lord imprisoned in the basement of the forward base as Grandmaster Ma Fan's image involuntarily flashed in his mind. He immediately understood what was going on. Capturing a feudal lord alive was not difficult, as any 8th Order Master could do so. However, Yang Kai had never heard of a territory lord being captured alive. After all, only an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could fight against a territory lord. Just because there was no precedent didn't mean the human race couldn't do it, but Blue Sky Pass didn't meet the conditions in the past to accomplish this. A territory lord's black ink strength was extremely rich and powerful, so even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be at a risk of being corroded by it. Also, what would the point of capturing a territory lord alive be? It would be a waste of time and effort only to produce a prisoner that would have to constantly be guarded by powerful masters. Relatively speaking, defeating a territory lord in battle was easy, killing them was hard, and capturing them alive was all but impossible. Nonetheless, the current situation was different. The human race already had a way to deal with the corruption of black ink strength. On top of that, the research on the evil purging divine spear had made great strides with Grandmaster Ma Fan's efforts. Obviously, experimenting on feudal lords was no longer able to satisfy Grandmaster Ma Fan's needs. He needed a territory lord to perform more comprehensive experiments to improve the evil purging divine spear further. Having been encircled by Ding Yao and the others, Honghu seemed to be the target of this operation. As for Wu Jiang, he could only be killed. Territory lords were tenacious, so one was more than enough to experiment on. There was no need to bring two back. The members of the Special Operations Squads returned one after another, even their respective warships flew over. The Breeze Squad even brought back their heavily damaged warships. The Breeze Squad's warship had been sent flying by Honghu and suffered extensive damage not long ago. It was unclear how many were dead and how many were injured, so Breeze's squad leader Wanzheng Xian was extremely worried. However, at that time, he was still preoccupied with Wu Jiang and had no time to check up on his squad members. Until now. After a quick count, the Breeze squad had suffered fatalities while all the others had been injured, with more than 10 having suffered serious wounds. Even the warship was severely damaged and in a much worse state than the old Turtle's warship. Although 3 of his squad members had fallen and a dozen or so were heavily injured, it was still an acceptable result. They were already extremely fortunate that they had only suffered such a small loss after taking the full-powered sneak attack of a territory lord. Any ordinary squad would have been completely wiped out from such a blow. No one tried to comfort him, as on the Black Ink battlefield, who hadn't experienced a few life and death battles. Those who had died had returned to dust, and those who had survived continued moving forward. Everyone had only 2 choices: either they sacrificed their life to the Black Ink battlefield, or win this war that had lasted for countless millennia and return home in glory. Everyone was silently adjusting their breathing as they observed the battle between the 2 groups of great experts. Wu Jiang's situation became worse and worse. His entire body was covered in wounds as black blood covered his body. He was unable to escape and was powerless to resist the siege of the 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so only death awaited him. On the other side, the range where Hong Hu could move was further suppressed. Ding Yao and the others were originally tens of thousands of meters away from him, but now they were only a few thousand meters away. It was obvious that once the distance between them shrank to a certain extent, he would lose all ability to resist. Hong Hu obviously knew this as well and had been desperately struggling, but it was clear he was on his last leg. There weren't many opportunities to witness a battle between Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords without any other worries, so all the members of the various elite squads were watching intently, hoping to gain some insights. An hour later, a blade of light cut into Wu Jiang's body as a roar of unwillingness escaped his lips and his eyes bulged in fury. A small crack soon appeared on his forehead as Xiang Shan's figure brushed past him before his body split in twain. An invisible wave of aura silently spread out into the depths of the void from the fall of a territory lord. Luan, Xiang Shan, and the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all let out a sigh of relief. Fighting a territory lord who knew he was going to die was really exhausting. After Wu Jiang realized that he had no hope of escaping alive today, he had desperately lashed out in an attempt to drag at least one of them down with him, and it wasn't like he didn't have a chance to succeed. Any negligence on the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's part during the battle would give him that very chance. Fortunately, the 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all extremely cautious and didn't give Wu Jiang any chance to take one of them down with him. As such, the price they paid was marginal. The moment Wu Jiang died, Mao Qi and Zhong Yan, who were fighting with the 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, surnamed Zhang and Sun in the depths of the void far away from this place, felt something and exchanged a look of surprise. They couldn't understand how Wu Jiang had perished. Hong Hu and Wu Jiang should be together. Wu Jiang had fallen, so where is Hong Hu? Those two went to kill Xiang Shan, so did they fail? Did the humans ambush them? Mao Qi and Zhong Yan had no idea what was happening on the other side, but their task was only to tie down these 2 Eighth Order Division commanders and prevent them from assisting Xiang Shan. Now that Wu Jiang had fallen and Hong Hu's situation remained unclear, there was no need for them to continue fighting with these 2 Eighth Order humans. Without any need for discussion, the 2 territory lords made a feint before breaking away from the Eighth Order humans. They then promptly summoned black ink clouds and quickly disappeared. The 2 Eighth Order Masters surnamed Zhang and Sun didn't have any intention of giving chase. Although they had the upper hand in this battle, it was impossible for them to kill their opponents. Even without a full force deployment, it was easy to determine victory or defeat when both sides' numbers were equal, but it was difficult to kill their foes. The Eighth Order Master surnamed Zhang turned his head in a certain direction and thoughtfully made a guess: they should have succeeded. The Eighth Order Master surnamed Sun nodded in agreement. The shockwave from the death of a territory lord was very weak, almost undetectable, but it was definitely there. Let's head back. The 2 of them had originally been bait and had not intended to assist Xiang Shan from the start. They had simply come out from the forward base to draw the attention of the territory lords. Otherwise, it would really be unreasonable for the forward base to show no response at all when Xiang Shan was breaking through. Now that Xiang Shan's side had succeeded and the territory lords fighting them had also escaped, there was no need for them to remain any longer. A battle should still be raging at the front lines, so if they rushed back now, they might be able to end things there. The 2 left dazzling streaks of light as they flew towards the forward base. Elsewhere, in the royal city, the dormant royal lord's aura suddenly awakened as a majestic will spread into the void for millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye with the royal city as its center. But the next moment, another majestic will spread out from a certain place in the void. This invisible will transformed into a tangible force as it ruthlessly clashed with the previous will. The violent burst of energy only lasted for a moment before everything returned to calm. Only a certain part of the void suddenly became fragmented and chaotic. It was the spot where the 2 wills clashed. Sooner or later, I will exterminate your human race. The will of the royal lord in the royal city flared with thick malicious intent. The old ancestor remained in a lotus position in the void and indifferently responded, "Try it." The royal lords will no longer responded and slowly fell dormant while the old ancestor also closed his eyes and his will was withdrawn. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5171, Capturing a Territory Lord Alive. Wu Zhang's death was a huge blow to Hong Hu, which led to him losing focus while still under the combined assault of the 5/8 Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. How could Ding Yao and the others miss this opportunity? Their figures flickered as they instantly closed the distance between Hong Hu and them. The distance between both sides had shortened to only a few hundred meters. They were now so close that it was almost as if they were face to face. The connected auras of the 5/8 Order Masters formed a battle formation which acted to suppress the enemy in the center. The closer the 5 of them got, the stronger this suppression became. With the formation shrunk to this extent, Hong Hu found it difficult to even move. His black ink strength was not flowing smoothly, and his strength had decreased by nearly 50%. When the 5/8 Order Open Heaven Realm Masters closed the battle formation even further, Hong Hu was completely rooted to the spot. Although he struggled with all his might, trying to escape, his movements were countless times slower now. At this moment, let alone 5/8 Order Masters, even a 7th Order human could easily kill him. Knowing that he could not escape this disaster, Hong Hu laughed in anguish before completely giving up struggling. He stared at Ding Yao, and asked, "What do you want to do?" Ding Yao simply ignored him altogether and took out a strange box from his space ring. The box was a perfect cube and made of some unidentifiable material. The moment this box appeared, not just Ding Yao, but even the other 4/8 Order Masters looked cautious and solemn with a slight trace of fear visible on their faces. Obviously, the contents of this box were something extraordinary and could even pose a threat to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them. In fact, that was indeed the case. After all, it was meant to be used to deal with territory lords. Something that posed no threat to 8th Order Masters would naturally be useless against a territory lord. Their attitude made Hong Hu feel even more uneasy. Under nervous gazes, Ding Yao formed a hand seal and opened the box before gathering world energy in his mouth and gently blowing into it. Immediately after, a white mist-like object flew out from the box and enveloped Hong Hu. The next moment, Hong Hu's entire body was covered in frost, which quickly spread outward and enveloped him, turning him into a giant block of ice. The block of ice was crystal clear. Even looking from afar, Yang Kai and the others found the frozen Hong Hu looked alive. He still maintained the state before he was frozen, even the fear in his eyes was clearly visible. But this wasn't the end. Ding Yao raised his hand and took out something resembling a coffin. However, it was massive and obviously not something made for humans, but rather was specially made for the Black Ink clan. Ding Yao formed hand seals and the frozen Hong Hu was sent into the giant coffin under his guidance before the lid closed. Ding Yao then formed another set of hand seals as dazzling streaks of light shot straight towards the coffin. Soon, the coffin's lid was spotted with faintly glowing runes. The runes formed a chain, wrapping around the giant coffin before slowly disappearing. Success! Ding Yao and the others glanced at each other before slightly nodding. It was the first time the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters attempted to capture a territory lord alive. Fortunately, everything went smoothly and there were no major mistakes. With a territory lord in their hands, the weapon to deal with the Black Ink clan would be developed even faster. Good job. Just as Yang Kai and the others were watching everything with rapt attention, a voice suddenly rang in their ears. Everyone turned their heads and saw Xiang Shan wearing a green robe, calmly floating over. Everyone might have been exhausted after the battle, but the fact that Xiang Shan was able to approach them without anyone noticing was still a great testament to his strength. Greetings, Senior Xiang. Everyone respectfully bowed and cupped their fists. Xiang Shan waved his hand as Yang Kai and the others involuntarily straightened up. Hong Hu isn't the strongest amongst all the territory lords, only somewhere around the middle of the ranks, but in terms of caution, he is second to none. Your efforts lowered his guard and successfully lured him out. Although I could have advanced to the 8th Order at any time, the timing of my initial attack had to be perfect. If I acted too early, it would only alert the enemy, and if he sensed that something wasn't right, he would have immediately fled. So, when I made my move, I had to ensure that I could pin him down. Breeze squad leader Wanjing Xian pursed his lips and nodded. Junior understands. He knew that the reason why Xiang Shan had come and explained himself to them, Seventh Order Masters, was because when the Breeze Squad's warship had been attacked by Honghu, Xiang Shan had not taken action to save it. If Xiang Shan had taken action at that time, their warship would definitely have remained safe, and they wouldn't have more than a dozen seriously injured and 3 dead. But that was not the best time for Xiang Shan to act. There was no need for him to explain himself in the first place. Wanjing Xian was a 7th Order Open Heaven Master and a squad leader. He understood that the situation called for Xiang Shan to not make any move. Nonetheless, Xiang Shan still explained it to them. When my junior brothers stepped onto this black ink battlefield, they all resolved to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the human race if need be. It is our greatest honor to lay down our lives on the battlefield. Xiang Shan slightly nodded his acknowledgement. Now that this matter has been settled, you can accompany me here and rest for a while. Yes. Everyone nodded their agreement. It was true that they needed to recuperate. The 5 special operations squads had consumed a great deal of strength in this battle, and every squad had suffered injuries of varying degrees. The warships of Old Turtle and Breeze squads were also severely damaged. Xiang Shan also needed to rest after just recovering his 8th Order cultivation. Although there was no problem with his cultivation, he still needed some time to consolidate it. What's more, the 5 special operations squads here needed someone to look after them as they recuperated, and Xiang Shan was the best candidate. While they were talking, Ding Yao and the others had already finished making arrangements. After a brief communication, the 5 8th Order Masters surrounding Honghu each activated the Universe Transference Law and returned to Blue Sky Pass. Meanwhile, the other 3 8th Order Masters led by Luan were responsible for escorting the giant coffin to the forward base and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Xiang Shan and the 5 Special Operations Squads were left behind to rest. The Special Operations Squads flew towards the asteroid to find a place to recuperate, while the purifying black ink battleship that had been summoned was retrieved by Xiang Shan. In fact, when they had planned to use this purifying black ink battleship, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had already been mentally prepared for it to be destroyed by the Territory Lords, but Honghu was too skittish, so after discovering that Xiang Shan had returned to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, he immediately made a run for it, completely ignoring the giant warship. Of course, even if he really did attack the purifying black ink battleship, Xiang Shan would not let him succeed so easily. After putting away the purifying black ink battleship, Xiang Shan headed straight towards the place where Dawn was recuperating. Seeing him arrive, Yang Kai swiftly got up, but was just as quickly made to sit back down by Xiang Shan. Xiang Shan sat cross-legged across from him, looking at him with a smile. I heard that the purifying black ink battleship was built by you? Yang Kai blushed with shame and stated, Junior simply provided the idea. The one who really refined it was someone else. He found it a bit strange. It had been over a century since he had arrived on the black ink battlefield, and a lot of time had passed since the purifying black ink battleships entered service, so why was Xiang Shan acting like he didn't know about it? As if he could see through what was going on in Yang Kai's mind, Xiang Shan explained, I've been in a retreat for the last 3 centuries. When I came out, everything had changed quite a bit. Yang Kai understood. Since Xiang Shan had been in seclusion for 300 years, it was natural for him to be unaware of the existence of the purifying black ink battleships. How could ordinary people have the privilege to be in a retreat for so long? Only someone like Xiang Shan, who had once been an 8th Order Master, would be permitted to enter seclusion for several hundred years. It's good to have some changes. I'd be more concerned if nothing had changed during that time. Xiang Shan stared into the depths of the void, his gaze deep and profound. Too much time has passed, yet we humans haven't made any progress on the black ink battlefield. Generation after generation of sacrifices have only brought about a temporary peace, but how long can this status quo last? So, humans need to change. Some of the new things you've brought with you will be of great advantage to us. Changing the topic, Xiang Shan asked, judging by your previous fight with Hong Hu, it seems you still have some trump cards you haven't used? Yang Kai agreed, nodding, indeed, but their strength is limited. Even if I used them, it may not have made much difference. Attacking with his dragon bead and the purifying light were Yang Kai's last two trump cards, but if he were to really use his dragon bead, it might crack again. In the worst-case scenario, it might even be destroyed. Then, it would take him uncountable years to recover. As for purifying light, it was definitely a powerful weapon against the Black Ink clan, but if Yang Kai used it, at most he would be able to catch Hong Hu off guard and injure him, but it wouldn't be able to achieve a decisive effect. At that time, the secret of the purifying light would also be exposed. Aside from the fact that he might attract the attention of the Black Ink clan, even Grandmaster Ma Fan's research would be threatened. As such, Yang Kai had been holding himself back from using these two trump cards. Fortunately, Xiang Shan had taken action at the right time, so there was no need to play those cards. Among the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, I've seen many elites and geniuses, but you are the only one I know of who dares to challenge territory lords alone and yet is able to escape unscathed. Yang Kai stated, embarrassed, Junior is seriously injured and my entire body is in excruciating pain. Xiang Shan smiled, at the very least, you're still alive. Surviving is the most important. If you survive, you can break through to the 8th Order. And when you've become stronger, you'll be able to suppress those territory lords. Just like when he was the invincible Western Army commander, no one was his match. Xiang Shan had seen too many elites fall on the Black Ink battlefield in his life. All of them would have become pillars for the human race in the future. Even he himself had almost died in the great battle back then, but now, most of these pillars had fallen, with few surviving till today. Therefore, no matter what, only by surviving could one have hope. Senior, was this a plan to capture a territory lord alive? Yang Kai asked. Xiang Shan replied, shaking his head, the plan here is just a smokescreen, the real plan is being carried out at the forward base. The forward base? Yang Kai asked in surprise, has a fight broken out? The two races had been confronting each other on the front lines for decades now, engaging in small skirmishes over a wide range, but there had been no major battles. When Dawn left the forward base, there were no signs of a war breaking out, but judging from Xiang Shan's words, something was happening there now. Xiang Shan coldly snorted, the Black Ink clan wanted to stop me from breaking through to the 8th Order, so they couldn't allow the forward base to send reinforcements. The best way to do so was to start a war and restrain the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there. So, a large-scale conflict should have broken out over there. Martial Peak, Chapter 5172, Gathering Strength. Yang Kai was dumbfounded after hearing this. Just to prevent one man from advancing to the 8th Order, the Black Ink clan was willing to break the status quo that had been maintained for decades. It would undoubtedly have been arrogant if anyone else had said this, but since it was Xiang Shan, it was not far-fetched. Yang Kai turned in the direction of the forward base, wondering how the battle was going, but with the current state of Dawn, it was impossible for them to participate right now. Xiang Shan reassured with a smile, rest for now. If we hurry back in a few days, we might be able to finish the job. The void became calm and peaceful. After a few days, everyone's condition had significantly improved. Every squad leader gathered their men and put away their respective warships before activating the Universe Transference Law under Xiang Shan's leadership and returning to the forward base. By now, the battle at the front lines had come to an end, and as before, the Black Ink clan had once again suffered a great loss. Although the Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage in numbers, the human masters had long been accustomed to facing enemies that outnumbered them. Be that as it may, the reason why this battle had ended so quickly was because the Black Ink clan no longer wanted to continue fighting. In fact, when the territory lord sensed the death of Wuxiang, they knew that their plan had failed. Although they didn't know what had happened to Wuxiang and Honghu, they had clearly fallen into the human race's trap once more, which resulted in the demise of yet another territory lord. The reason they quickly pushed this war was to occupy the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters so that Wuxiang and Honghu could succeed in their task. Now that they had failed, there was no point in continuing to fight. Without knowing what other tricks the humans were hiding up their sleeves, the territory lords didn't want to take any more risks. As such, they decisively retreated over 10 million kilometers. The soldiers of the forward base chased for a while and managed to eliminate quite a lot of Black Ink clansmen, but under the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's command, the human army did not go too far and returned after just a couple of days. By the time Yang Kai and the others returned, they were facing a situation where they didn't have a chance to participate. According to post-war statistics, some 200,000 Black Ink clansmen were killed in this war, several hundred of whom were feudal lords, but no additional territory lords had been eliminated. It wasn't a particularly good result, but considering that the humans were fighting the Black Ink clan at the forward base and not the Great Pass, it was still acceptable. After this battle, the situation calmed down. The Black Ink clan had completely given up over half of their territory. In fact, if the humans were to travel between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base, they would no longer see any traces of the Black Ink clan, nor would they see the Black Ink clansmen and humans hunting each other anymore. Blue Sky Pass had achieved great success in their campaign against the Black Ink clan. When the news spread to other passes, it immediately caused morale and envy to soar. Nonetheless, everyone knew that Blue Sky Pass success could not be repeated. The basis for this victory was the battle outside Blue Sky Pass fought a few decades ago. In that battle, Blue Sky Pass had used a century-long plan to kill over 30 territory lords at once, dealing a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. Blue Sky Pass had Yang Kai find and open portals to the Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens, where these traps were set up, but other passes had no such person with similar skills. On top of that, the crusade and establishing a functional forward base in the Black Ink clan's territory required 2 universe arrays to act as transit points, allowing the humans to rapidly attack the Black Ink clan as well as retreat to Blue Sky Pass. If the expeditionary force advanced deeper without these transit points, the Black Ink clan would eventually exhaust their strength, resulting in mass casualties. Right now, Yang Kai was the only one who could arrange universe arrays. Blue Sky Pass victory was closely tied to Yang Kai's existence, and there was only one of him, so the other passes could not reenact the same feat. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan forces in the other theaters had become much more vigilant after this news spread. Now, the Black Ink clan was extremely cautious when they were besieging the Great Passes. They were afraid that they would repeat the same mistake they had made at Blue Sky Pass and fall into the traps and schemes of the humans. But no matter how the Black Ink clan at other Great Passes investigated, they failed to find any similar traps outside the Great Passes, which put them at ease. From the moment the human cultivators stepped into the Black Ink battlefield, they would have to undergo a great battle every 100 years or so. Furthermore, they were unable to relax even after the battle as they had to collect resources, recover their strength, and make preparations for the next war. The special environment of the Black Ink battlefield also trapped the human race at the Great Passes, making them unable to move forward or retreat. Even if they went looking for cultivation resources, they were unable to venture too far or risk being ambushed. However, this situation at Blue Sky Pass had changed a little. The loss of the latest battle had caused the Black Ink clan to completely give up on the idea of reclaiming their lost territory. Now, whenever the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass went out, as long as they didn't venture beyond the forward base and into Black Ink clan territory, they basically didn't encounter any enemy forces. The vast void had become Blue Sky Pass backyard where the humans could roam freely. In this peaceful situation, the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass could focus on cultivating to increase their strength. This peaceful cultivation period lasted for 2 centuries. No one could quite get accustomed to the quiet atmosphere and everyone was feeling extremely uneasy. No battle had broken out for the last 200 years, which was simply unbelievable in a special environment like the Black Ink battlefield, but this was the result of the many great victories in the Blue Sky Theater. Furthermore, judging by the Black Ink clan's attitude, this peace might last even longer. The Black Ink clan could not recover from the massive casualties they had suffered in only 2 centuries. Most of the human race soldiers rarely had a moment of peace, but now that they had plenty of resources and time, they worked hard to cultivate and their strength increased rapidly. In the last 2 centuries, the number of Seventh-Order Masters had increased by almost 300. But not everyone was able to relax. Compared to the leisure most ordinary soldiers enjoyed, the busiest people of Blue Sky Pass were undoubtedly the alchemists and artifact refiners. The crusade carried out by Blue Sky Pass was just a test, and after it concluded, the higher-ups discovered many issues. The first problem they faced was the supply of purifying black pills. These pills were critical to ensuring that their soldiers would not be corrupted by Black Ink strength. Although there was still the purifying light to rely on, only Yang Kai could replenish it, and the total supply was limited. As such, once a large-scale crusade began, purifying Black Ink pills would be the best weapon to deal with Black Ink strength. These pills were needed in massive quantities, enough so that each soldier had at least a few dozen of them. Therefore, over the past 200 years, Blue Sky Pass alchemists had been refining purifying Black Ink pills day and night. Not only was Blue Sky Pass acting like this, but so were the other passes. Besides the purifying Black Ink pills, there was also the problem of warships. During the crusade, many warships suffered serious damage and could not be repaired promptly. The Fifth Order or Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be exposed to danger without the protection of the warships. As such, the artifact refiners were also working hard to refine more. The goal was to at least ensure that every squad had a backup warship, so that when the first was inevitably disabled or destroyed, they would have a spare. The entire Blue Sky Pass had nearly 40,000 soldiers, and each squad had 12 to 15 members or so. The artifact refiners thus had to refine some 3,000 extra warships to meet the requirements. This was a huge project. Compared to the alchemists, the artifact refiners had to work even harder. Be that as it may, all this effort was worth it, as in the near future, all of this hard work would pay dividends. Yang Kai had been cultivating all the while. 2 centuries of accumulation was enough to raise his strength by another step. Although he was still far from reaching the Eighth Order, he had made great progress compared to 200 years ago. After all, other cultivators could only rely on refining the open heaven pills and various cultivation materials, but his small universe was special. Even if he didn't refine any resources, his foundation would still continue to grow. The accumulation over time made his rate of growth extremely impressive. Coupled with the World Tree clone in his small universe, Yang Kai's refining speed was much faster than an ordinary Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and his world force was both purer and denser than ordinary. He was not in retreat all the time. In fact, no one could cultivate in retreat for a long time in a place like the Black Ink battlefield. Every decade or two, he would take Dawn out on patrol. Although the Black Ink clan had completely abandoned a large part of their territory and no one would run into any Black Ink clansmen while patrolling the rear, they still had to maintain vigilance and could not lower their guard just because of that. Every squad had to take turns patrolling, so Dawn was no exception. In addition to patrolling, they still had to mine resources in turns. A large number of resources had been discovered in the territory currently occupied by the humans in the Blue Sky Theater. Naturally, these resources needed to be harvested. Fortunately, the soldiers could move these universe worlds to the nearby forward base or Blue Sky Pass with the help of the Void Yin-Yang mirrors, which saved them a lot of time. Occasionally, after cultivating in retreat for too long, Yang Kai would exit to relax on his own, either going to the pill hall to help refine purifying Black Ink pills or the refining hall to help refine the warships. He had some level of attainment in both alchemy and artifact refining, but compared to those great grandmasters, he was naturally far too lacking. Although he couldn't preside over a project, he could offer some help. He even took some time to visit Myriad Demon's Pass. After spending a massive amount of military merits, Yang Kai was able to obtain private tutelage from Myriad Demon's Heaven's old ancestor on the mysteries of the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye. After his last battle with Hong Hu, Yang Kai realized that he still had too few trump cards. Although he was strong and could easily crush a feudal lord, facing a territory lord was a bit difficult. The Sun and Moon Divine Will's power was extraordinary, but territory lords had methods to deal with it. He could not summon his dragon bead right off the bat either, while purifying light was related to too many secret projects, so he could not use it whenever he wished. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai still felt that he should put more effort into the Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven's 2-eye secret techniques. The various opportunities he had obtained from these 2-eye secret techniques had not been a result of his own cultivation. Although he had received some guidance from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demon's Heaven before coming to the Black Ink battlefield, he had made minimal progress. He could not tap into the full power of these 2-eye secret techniques. Under such circumstances, the guidance of the old ancestor of Myriad Demon's Heaven was extremely valuable to him. Although it cost a lot of military merits, Yang Kai didn't regret it. Yang Kai spent an entire month at the Myriad Demon's Pass, where he learned all kinds of profound knowledge from the Myriad Demon's Heaven old ancestor, making it a fruitful trip. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5173, Hong Hu's Misery. On top of that, the total amount of military merits he had didn't decrease much as before Yang Kai left. Myriad Demon's Heaven's old ancestor asked him to find and open the portals of the hidden universe paradises and universe cave heavens around the pass. Obviously, the old ancestor had heard about how Blue Sky Pass wiped out the Black Ink clan army and killed some 30 territory lords in the process. He was eager to follow suit. Be that as it may, the success of this plan would depend on how vigilant the Black Ink clan was. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. Although it took him over a year, as long as it helped the humans kill more enemies, he considered it time well spent. In general, Yang Kai's cultivation was much easier than others. He could spend less time on it, but still achieve far more than anyone else. This was his greatest advantage. Yang Kai's cultivation was most frequently interrupted to assist Grandmaster Ma Fan in further refining the evil purging divine spear and performing some experiments on the captured territory lord. Hong Hu, who had previously been captured by Ding Yao and the others, was now imprisoned in a secret underground room at the forward base. This secret room was filled with all kinds of arrays and restrictions, so even a territory lord like Hong Hu couldn't break out. The territory lord was not experimented upon as frequently as the feudal lords who came before him, but tests were still run every 3 to 5 years. Yang Kai was not required to do much, just pour purifying light into the evil purging divine spear refined by the Grandmaster Ma Fan. As for the rest, he didn't need to worry about it. Naturally, Grandmaster Ma Fan and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Masters would conduct the actual experiments. The research of the evil purging divine spear took Grandmaster Ma Fan a great deal of effort and time, and the progress was slow. Over the past 2 centuries, the general shape of the evil purging divine spear remained almost unchanged, but Yang Kai could feel that each time Grandmaster Ma Fan refined the evil purging divine spear, it would be different from before. The results of these experiments were sometimes good, sometimes bad. The reason why they had to run tests once every 3 to 5 years was not because of some problem on the human race side, but rather because of Hong Hu. Every time they experimented on him, the evil purging divine spear would be stabbed into him and the purifying light would be instantly released, injuring him. Even though he was a territory lord, it would still take him 3 to 5 years to recover. Only after he had fully recovered would they be able to conduct the next experiment. This was a test of patience. Fortunately, whether it was Grandmaster Ma Fan or the other 8th Order Masters, none of them lacked patience. As for Hong Hu, who had been captured alive, he had spent 2 centuries of imprisonment in this hellish torture. Compared to Wu Jiang, who had fallen in the last battle, Hong Hu once felt that his luck was quite good. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not want to kill him and instead focused on capturing him alive from the very beginning. Otherwise, the one who had died that day would not have been Wuxia, but him. He believed that the Eighth Order humans didn't have a specific goal, but randomly chose one between Wuxia and him. For any sentient being, survival was a basic instinct. Only if one was alive could there be hope. However, after 2 centuries of imprisonment and torture, Honghu finally realized that sometimes, it was better to be dead than alive. A life worse than death was the best description of his current situation. As a territory lord, his strength and willpower were naturally second to none, but every time an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master stabbed that damnable spear into his body and that dazzling white light erupted, Honghu felt like he was being boiled alive. He didn't know what kind of secret technique this light was, but he knew that it contained a kind of power that perfectly countered black ink strength. His black ink strength rapidly melted under this power. This was simply the nemesis of black ink strength, the natural enemy of the entire black ink clan. The fact that the human race had actually mastered this kind of secret technique caused Honghu to greatly panic. In fact, when he first saw this dazzling white light, Honghu remembered a certain event. 3 centuries prior, when the Black Ink clan army attacked Blue Sky Pass, there was a moment when a similar dazzling light erupted at a certain spot on the battlefield. At that time, Honghu was quite far away from that location, so he was not able to see it clearly and only caught a glimpse of that pure light before it faded away. It was not long after that the aura of a territory lord was extinguished. At that time, the territory lord had been fighting Zhongliang, so Honghu subconsciously thought that Zhongliang had used some kind of secret technique. Although he didn't see it clearly, the white light gave him a very dangerous feeling. After that, Honghu paid close attention to the battlefield, but he never sensed any signs of that secret technique being used again. After discussing it with the other territory lords, all of those who had sensed the white light felt the same sense of unease. The territory lord secretly paid attention to this and tried to find out the mysteries of this white light to no avail. Furthermore, that white light never appeared again after that incident. So, the Black Ink clan gradually forgot about it. Only after Honghu was captured did he personally witness how this white light came into being, and he finally understood that this secret technique had always been in the hands of the humans. It was only that after the first time, it had never been used on the battlefield again. It was a power that could suppress black ink strength, but the human race had not used it. What this meant was already self-evident, and coupled with the hellish experiments the humans had been conducting on him over the years, how could Honghu not understand the intentions of the humans? This secret technique had great limitations. Probably, only very few humans could master it, so it was impossible to disseminate it broadly. That was why the humans wanted to refine this spear, so they could distribute this secret technique in the form of an artifact. Once the humans succeeded, the defenseless Black Ink clan would face a huge disaster, and the first to bear the brunt of this crisis would undoubtedly be the territory lords. Because the humans were experimenting on a territory lord like him, they were definitely targeting the territory lords. Once too many territory lords died, the foundation of the Black Ink clan would be shaken and the entire race would be in danger. Honghu wanted to spread this news, but how could he do that? Right now, all he could do was endure the torment and torture. Since even someone from the Black Ink clan could realize this, how could Yang Kai fail to notice it? The evil purging divine spear affected a lot of things, so before it was distributed everywhere and to everyone, the secret of the purifying light must not be exposed, otherwise, it would make the Black Ink clan vigilant, making it difficult to achieve the maximum effect. That was why Yang Kai held himself back from using purifying light when he was facing Honghu that day. 3 centuries ago, when he, Feng Ying, and the others returned to Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai had used purifying light amidst the Black Ink clan army. It could even be said that it was an accident. Although this event had made the Black Ink clan somewhat vigilant, they did not take it too seriously. Every once in a while, they would encounter some methods of the human race that they did not know about, but if it was essentially a one-off, it wouldn't arouse much suspicion. However, if purifying light appeared again and again, the Black Ink clan would definitely take precautions. After 2 centuries and dozens of experiments and improvements, the development of the evil purging divine spear finally reached its final stage. Today, Yang Kai was awakened from his cultivation and followed Zhong Liang and Grandmaster Ma Fan into the underground chamber. Hearing footsteps, Hong Hu, who had been resting in the secret room, opened his eyes. When he saw the 3 of them arrive, a trace of pain and helplessness flashed across his eyes. For the past 2 centuries, every time these 3 came together, they would torment him to the point where he was unable to resist. After having gone through these hellish experiments a couple dozen times already, Hong Hu had become a little numb to the whole ordeal. So, when he saw these 3 arrive again, he understood what he would be going through once more. Under his cold gaze, Grandmaster Ma Fan took out the reforged evil purging divine spear from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and took it. He carefully examined it before raising his brow. It's a finger length shorter than last time, and it seems the materials are also different. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained with a nod, I have made some changes. In the past, the refinement of the evil purging divine spear required quite a lot of skill and rare materials. This time, the skill required to refine it has been lowered and the materials used have also been reduced. This was going to be mass-produced, so the requirements for artifact refining skills and materials had to be reduced as much as possible. For example, the previous evil purging divine spear that had been refined by Grandmaster Ma Fan was powerful and sufficient for battle, but only artifact refining great grandmasters could refine it, which hindered its production on a large scale. Things that couldn't be supplied in large quantities couldn't play much role in a war waged by millions upon millions of people. At most, they could only be used by elite soldiers in individual duels. On top of that, they also had to consider the consumption of materials. In short, the easier and cheaper to refine, the better. Currently, the evil purging divine spear's research was no longer conducted by Grandmaster Ma Fan alone, but rather led by him and included Dong Guo and Ping and another artifact refining great grandmaster. The evil purging divine spear was the result of their brainstorming. The 3 artifact refining great grandmasters were extremely concerned about it and spent basically all of their time, when they were not refining warships, on it. Now was the time to verify the results. Yang Kai cast purifying light and enveloped the evil purging divine spear in his grip. Under the effect of the arrays engraved in the artifact, the purifying light flowed into the spear like water and was quickly sealed inside. Yang Kai took a look at the evil purging divine spear in his hand before turning to Zhong Liang, shall we start? Zhong Liang nodded his agreement, and, let's begin. Saying so, Zhong Liang quickly formed a set of hand seals as the faint buzzing of spirit arrays echoed across the room. The next moment, Hong Hu, who was imprisoned and unable to move, regained his freedom and quickly retreated several dozen meters, glaring at Yang Kai with a look of rage on his face. He knew that the thing in this human kid's hand was about to attack him. If he couldn't avoid it, another round of torture would follow. Even if he managed to avoid it, it would keep coming at him until he couldn't avoid it. Nonetheless, he still struggled. He had never thought about escaping from this place. Facing 2 8th-order open heaven realm masters, one of them being Zhong Liang, he was obviously outmatched. Furthermore, there were all kinds of spirit arrays surrounding this place. Unless he broke these spirit arrays, he would never be able to escape from here. Just as Hong Hu was preparing himself, Yang Kai poured world force into the evil purging divine spear, which instantly started vibrating lightly before shooting straight towards Hong Hu, leaving a streak of light in its wake. The reason why Yang Kai was the one doing the experiment was because his cultivation was just right. If Zhong Liang had personally taken action in this sealed environment, Hong Hu wouldn't have been able to avoid this attack no matter what, and there would have been no point in experimenting. On the battlefield, one had to consider the unexpected situation where a 7th-order open heaven realm master would run into a territory lord. The results of this experiment would determine whether or not the evil purging divine spear could guarantee the lives of the 7th-order masters under such dire circumstances. Martial Peak, Chapter 5174, is there another batch of good seedlings? When he used the evil purging divine spear, Yang Kai felt that its speed was slightly faster than before. This was clearly because of a change in artifact refining process. The evil purging divine spear was fast, but Hong Hu was faster. By the time the streak of light shot towards him, Hong Hu was already prepared to react appropriately. His figure flickered about the room, dodging the oncoming streak of light. Yang Kai didn't care about his attack missing its target, for this had happened dozens of times in the past 2 centuries. Having fought several dozen times with each other, they were already familiar with each other's tricks and techniques. With a surge of Yang Kai's divine sense, the streak of light seemed to have been given life as it nimbly chased after Hong Hu like a shadow. If they were in the vast void and Hong Hu was already on guard, Yang Kai might not be able to do anything to him. After all, the difference in their strength was still quite large. But they were in a secret underground room at the forward base, and although it was quite spacious, it still had boundaries. In less than the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, Hong Hu, who had been dodging the streak of light all this time, was forced into a corner where he was unable to dodge in any way. Seeing the streak of light rapidly approaching him, a trace of ruthlessness flashed on his face as he unleashed a punch. Even before his punch reached its target, dense black ink strength emerged from his fist and instantly enveloped the evil purging divine spear. Right then, pure white light bloomed from the tip of the spear, mostly dispersing the black ink strength, but the streak of light didn't slow down, not in the least, and shot straight into Hong Hu's chest. Even someone as strong as a territory lord had his skin and flesh torn apart by the streaking light as the evil purging divine spear pierced him. In the next instant, Hong Hu's body went stiff before it started violently quivering as he let out a deafening cry, like a wounded beast. The purifying light sealed in the evil purging divine spear had erupted. Generally speaking, even though the evil purging divine spear had a certain degree of lethality, its ability to actually kill a territory lord was quite minimal. Nonetheless, its main focus was not to kill, but to inject purifying light into its target, which was the best weapon against the Black Ink clan. With a furious roar, Hong Hu grabbed the evil purging divine spear in his abdomen and fiercely removed it, drawing a fountain of blood with it. But Zhong Liang, who had been waiting all this time, rushed straight at him without giving Hong Hu any chance to breathe. In the blink of an eye, the two of them became locked in a fierce battle, causing the surrounding barriers to wildly flash. Yang Kai and Grandmaster Ma Fan quickly retreated until they were standing at the edge of the barrier. The layers of shields in the underground room were enough to withstand the fight between Zhong Liang and Hong Hu for a while without being destroyed. Of course, they would not be able to withstand the shockwaves from the battle between an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Territory Lord forever, but it was already good enough. Zhong Liang attacked with all kinds of lethal moves as a fearsome murderous intent radiated from him, forcing Hong Hu to focus on dealing with him. Under normal circumstances, even if a territory lord like Hong Hu couldn't defeat Zhong Liang, he wouldn't be defeated in a short time. But this time, Zhong Liang only took an incense stick worth of time to beat Hong Hu to the point that his entire body was riddled with wounds and his aura was extremely weak. He did not have even a little bit of strength to fight back. After a short while, Zhong Liang returned with a refreshed look on his face. Hong Hu's enormous body lay limp on the ground like a corpse, his aura extremely feeble. 20%. Zhong Liang looked towards Grandmaster Ma Fan with an excited look on his face. This is the result when Yang Boy used the evil purging divine spear and the purifying light had to be released before the spear hit its target. If an 8th Order Master like us were to use it, we should be able to bring out the full power of the evil purging divine spear. It should be somewhere between 20% and 30% effective in the field. Grandmaster Ma Fan let out a long sigh of relief, finally. Although this experiment could be already considered a success judging by the results, nothing was certain before they had obtained Zhong Liang's evaluation. After dozens of experiments and countless days of brainstorming and improvements over the past 2 centuries, the current evil purging divine spear was finally ready to be put into use on the battlefield. A 20% suppressive ability was the criterion set by the higher-ups, because according to the 8th Order Master's estimations, if the evil purging divine spear could reduce the strength of a territory lord by 20%, they could easily kill them. If it was any less than 20%, it would greatly lower the chances of a kill. In that kind of situation, if the territory lord felt that things were not looking good for them, they would be able to escape. And once they had their guards up against the evil purging divine spear, the next time they used it, they would have lost the element of surprise and it would not be as effective. 20% might not seem much, but it was actually quite substantial. For instance, if Hong Hu's strength had not been reduced by 20%, with the usual gap between Zhong Liang and Hong Hu's strength, it would have taken the two at least half a day to determine a victor. But now, Zhong Liang only took an incense stick to beat Hong Hu up so badly that the latter couldn't even fight back. If he wanted to, he could even have taken Hong Hu's life. Comparing the two situations, the evil purging divine spear played a decisive role. Grandmaster, many thanks for your hard work. After 2 centuries, the dark clouds have finally been dispelled and we can see the face of the sun. Zhong Liang gave a deep bow. If we annihilate the entire Black Ink clan someday, Grandmaster will have made the greatest contribution. Ma Fan waved his hand casually and humbly stated, humans and Black Ink clan cannot coexist. This old man only did what he was supposed to do. This old man doesn't care if it's meritorious or not, just don't forget what you promised me. Zhong Liang solemnly assured, of course not. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of agreement Zhong Liang had with Grandmaster Ma Fan, but since it related to someone's privacy, he wouldn't rashly ask about it. The successful development of the evil purging divine spear had lifted his spirits. With this artifact, the human race's crusade was just a matter of time, although much preparation would still need to be done. Furthermore, if Yang Kai's guess was correct, he would have his hands full in the near future. As expected, Zhong Liang turned to look at Yang Kai and ordered, the matter of the evil purging divine spear will need you to cooperate. The refining method of this artifact will soon be sent to all the great passes, so it won't be long before a stockpile of evil purging divine spear will be sent to Blue Sky Pass. At that time, you will need to seal purifying light into all of them. The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched as he accepted his fate. Junior understands. Once the refining method of the evil purging divine spear was made public, the other passes would start mass-producing them. Any artifact refining Grandmaster could refine one, but only Yang Kai could seal purifying light in them. Yang Kai could vaguely see painful days ahead of him. The trio left the underground room after everything was settled. As for Hong Hu, who was lying on the ground, no one paid him any attention. Humans had spent a great deal of time and effort to capture him, even using Xiang Shan as bait to draw Hong Hu out and capture him alive so that Grandmaster Ma Fan could experiment on him. The humans kept him alive because he was the test subject for the evil purging divine spear, so he was useful. But now that the evil purging divine spear had been developed, there was naturally no need to keep him alive. Furthermore, it was quite dangerous to imprison a territory lord in this place. Hong Hu was definitely doomed. Yang Kai once again went into a retreat to cultivate. Since he knew that he wouldn't have much free time in the future, he naturally treasured this opportunity all the more. Furthermore, both the forward base and Blue Sky Pass had been peaceful for a long time now, so there was nothing else he could do other than enter retreat. Last time, when he visited Myriad Demons Pass, Yang Kai had received personal guidance from the Myriad Demons Heaven's old ancestor, which greatly advanced his comprehension of the 2-eye techniques. Be that as it may, the cultivation of his eye secret techniques required time. Before he left, the Myriad Demons Cave Heaven's old ancestor gave him a jade slip which recorded his insights on these 2-eye techniques. This was a good opportunity for Yang Kai to carefully study them. In addition, cultivating the eye techniques would not interfere with refining cultivation materials and increasing his small universe's heritage. He could do all of this simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, 5 years went by. Yang Kai was roused from his secluded cultivation. He exited the secret room and found a man waiting outside. Senior Brother Wang. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting. Senior Brother Wang was Zhong Liang's adjutant, a seventh-order open heaven realm master. Usually, whenever Zhong Liang had any orders, he would be the one to pass them on. Since Senior Brother Wang had personally come to find him, it must be at the behest of Zhong Liang. Sure enough, Senior Brother Wang reported, "Sir, Army Commander has summoned you, Junior Brother. Please follow me." Yang Kai nodded and followed Senior Brother Wang to the army headquarters of the forward base. Zhong Liang was waiting for him, and when he saw Yang Kai arrive, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "It's time. Return to Blue Sky Pass." Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on after hearing this and accepted the order right away. "Yes." Yang Kai did not leave immediately after accepting the order though. Instead, he stood in his spot for a moment before suddenly waving his hand. The next moment, two figures appeared in front of him, a man and a woman, both of them at the peak of the Emperor realm. Zhong Liang's eyes lit up at the sight of the two. Another batch of good seedlings? The reason he said this was because Zhong Liang had seen this happen multiple times already. There were no Emperor realm masters on the Black Ink battlefield. Everyone who arrived here was at least a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Only Yang Kai's small universe had Emperor realm cultivators. It had already been more than 2 centuries since Miao Fei Ping was brought to the Black Ink battlefield by Yang Kai. Before that, Yang Kai had established the Void Dao Temple in his small universe to select outstanding geniuses. The flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe was 4 times faster than the outside world, so while only 2 centuries had passed outside, 800 years had gone by in his small universe. Over the past 800 years, the mortals of his small universe had already given birth to dozens of generations. The World Tree clone had been very effective in nurturing these people, and there were now many cultivators with outstanding aptitudes in Yang Kai's small universe. Currently, there were thousands of disciples in the Void Dao Temple, all of whom could be said to be dragons amongst men, the best of the best. It had to be known that the Void Dao Temple selection criteria were extremely harsh. Ordinary geniuses could not enter the Void Dao Temple, only geniuses among geniuses were qualified. Those cultivating in the Void Dao Temple didn't have to worry about food or clothing, nor did they lack cultivation resources, so their rate of growth was extremely fast. When they reached the peak of the Emperor realm, the Void Dao Temple Master would explain to them the mysteries of the open heaven realm and the outside world. If they wanted to improve further, Yang Kai would bring them out and allow them to advance to the open heaven realm on the Black Ink battlefield, becoming a part of Blue Sky Pass. Over the past 2 centuries, over 100 cultivators had left Yang Kai's small universe. On average, one would appear every 2 or 3 years. Each of them would advance straight to 6th order. There had been 2 who had even broken through directly to the 7th order. Directly to the 7th order. In other words, these 2 had a chance of reaching the 9th order open heaven realm in the future. Who wouldn't be jealous of such talent? In comparison, although those that directly advanced to the 6th order open heaven realm would only be capable of reaching the 8th order, these kinds of geniuses would still be core disciples in the various cave heavens and paradises in the 3000 worlds. Every single one of them would enjoy the same kind of treatment as Chu Huashang and Gu Pan. Basically, geniuses like them would only appear once every century, but they actually appeared in batches from Yang Kai's small universe. Martial Peak, Chapter 5175, Who here isn't an 8-order open heaven realm master? The World Tree clone's feedback was extremely potent. And this situation was when it was Yang Kai's small universe, which had a very low population. It was difficult to imagine what kind of grand effect it would have in the star boundary, which had a far larger one. Of course, his small universe's population might not be as huge as that of the star boundary, but because of the difference in time flow, he also had his own advantages. The star boundary could not compare with his small universe in this regard. All in all, Yang Kai's small universe and the star boundary had their own unique strong points. At first, Yang Kai would carefully look after the disciples who had come out of the Void Dao Temple, and guide them one by one. Before they had ascended to the open heaven realm, Yang Kai had carefully prepared everything for them and even personally guarded them when they were breaking through. However, as the number of people increased, Yang Kai found that it was too time-consuming and exhausting to do this by himself. On average, one person would leave his small universe every 2 or 3 years. It took months or even half a year to prepare everything for them and ensure that their breakthroughs would be smooth and successful. Once or twice would be nothing, but doing it a few dozen times or even 100 times was not something Yang Kai could take anymore. So, Yang Kai had left this matter to Blue Sky Pass a long time ago. The disciples, who came out of the Void Dao Temple, were handed over to the higher-ups of Blue Sky Pass, leaving the rest to them. This was mainly due to his own indolence, but much to Yang Kai's surprise, it was welcomed by the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was not surprising when he thought about it though, because the aptitude of these disciples was quite outstanding. Any one of them would have a chance of advancing to the Eighth Order in the future. Every cave heaven and paradise would be ready to snatch up such geniuses. Unknowingly, these disciples from the Void Dao Temple had attracted the attention of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The reason they had fought over these disciples wasn't because they wanted to take them in as legacy disciples. They were on the black ink battlefield where they could lose their lives at any moment, so taking them in as disciples didn't hold much meaning because no one knew how long they could live or how long their disciples would live. The reason why they were fighting over it was mainly because they had gotten bored over these past few years. Most of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had already cultivated to the utmost peak of their martial Tao, and could not advance any further. Yang Kai still needed to cultivate in retreat to improve his own foundation, but they did not have to. It could be said that in a situation where there was no battle, most of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were idle. At times like these, anything could spark their interest, such as these newcomers who had just come from the Void Dao Temple. Particularly when all these newcomers had outstanding aptitudes and were only in the Emperor realm. They had extremely high potential, and as a result, every single one of the cultivators who had come from Yang Kai's small universe was extremely popular in Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai was quite happy to see this. There were over 60 Eighth Order Masters gathered in Blue Sky Pass, so no matter what field these disciples liked or what talents they had, they would be able to find a suitable master. So now, when any disciple wanted to leave the small universe, Yang Kai would leave them to Zhongliang. At this moment, the 2 Emperor Realm Masters, one male and one female, were slightly taken aback by Yang Kai's appearance. They quickly bowed to Yang Kai, "Greetings, Tao Lord." Yang Kai had basically not appeared in his small universe for the past few hundred years, so no one had seen his true appearance in that time. The ordinary disciples of the Dao Temple didn't know about the mysteries of the Void World, but for those who wanted to leave and improve their martial Tao, the presiding temple master would explain everything to them. He would tell them that the first person they meet after leaving this world would be the Tao Lord of the entire Void World, its true master. At the same time, he would inform them about the situation they would face after leaving the Dao Temple and advancing to the Open Heaven Realm. If these disciples still decided to go ahead, Yang Kai would bring them out. And if they were afraid of the dangers of the outside world and wanted to protect themselves, Yang Kai would not force them. After all, fighting with the Black Ink clan was not something they could force upon someone. Those disciples who chose to stay in the small universe naturally wouldn't have another chance to break through to the Open Heaven Realm. Every choice had its pros and cons, so it was best to stick to their own choice. For the past 1,000 years, the Void Dao Temple had raised many elite disciples. The disciples, who were eligible to leave and advance to the Open Heaven Realm, had basically all chosen to leave. Only a few of them remained in the small universe. Cultivators were basically obsessed with cultivation, so every one of them wanted to seek a higher martial Tao. This kind of temptation could not be quashed by some small dangers. Yang Kai nodded to the 2 disciples in response before explaining, "Since you've left the Void Dao Temple, I'm sure you understand what's going on in the outside world. You'll slowly understand everything. As for the matter of advancing to the Open Heaven Realm, someone will help you prepare for it." The two disciples listened quietly and repeatedly nodded. Yang Kai turned to Zhongliang, "Martial uncle, this junior will take his leave first." Zhongliang didn't even look at him and waved him away, intently gazing at the two disciples with a happy smile. "Go, go." Yang Kai instantly disappeared from his spot. After he left, the two disciples glanced at each other before turning to Zhongliang. The latter's smile made them a little confused, so they secretly released their divine sense to investigate, but the next moment, they discovered that this amiable-looking senior's cultivation was as deep as the sea, and they were unable to gauge its depth. So this is an open heaven realm master. The two of them immediately understood. They were both at the peak of the Emperor realm, so no one in Void World was stronger than them. One had to be at the legendary open heaven realm for them to be unable to detect their cultivation, and an extremely high-order one at that. "Greetings, senior." The two quickly bowed. Zhongliang chuckled, "There's no need to be so polite. What order of materials did you use to complete your Dao seal?" Although he knew that those who had come out from Yang Kai's small universe would at the very least advance straight to the 6th order, there was always a chance that one of them could break through straight to the 7th order, and naturally, Zhongliang was hoping that these two were such seedlings. The male disciple replied, "Senior, both senior sister and I have 6th order powers in our Dao seals." 6th order, huh? He wasn't disappointed. After all, even in a place like Yang Kai's small universe, it wasn't easy to cultivate a 7th order open heaven realm master. There had only been 2 in the past 2 centuries. Zhongliang was still all smiles. "Great." While they were talking, a few figures suddenly barged in like bulls. Before the first person even stopped, a voice came from behind, "Another good seedling? It's finally this guy's turn, right? Hold on, this old master has been waiting for 150 years already, it should be this old master's turn." Someone sneered, scoffing, "Naturally, the one who strikes first has the advantage. Who would want to discuss order with you, old fart? What kind of nonsense are you spouting in front of the juniors? It's not like we're fighting or killing enemies, so why does it come down to who strikes first? It should be all about fate." The one who spoke suddenly turned to look at the female disciple and put on an amiable smile. "Little girl, this king thinks you and I are fated, so why don't you join this king? This king is an 8th order open heaven realm master. With this king's guidance, killing the Black Ink clan in the future will be as easy as flipping your hand. Who isn't an 8th order open heaven realm master here?" Immediately, some people became unhappy and released their 8th order open heaven realm aura. Before the two Void disciples could figure out what was going on, a group of people suddenly rushed in and started shouting at each other, and the next moment, tremendous pressure fell upon them, making everything go black before their eyes. "Damn it, these 2 kids fainted. Senior brother Yun, quickly withdraw your aura. They are only Emperor Realm juniors, how can they withstand your 8th order aura? Damn. I actually forgot about that. It's been a long time since I last saw an Emperor Realm brat." The corner of Zhongliang's mouth twitched, watching all the chaos that had descended into the hall. He started regretting sending a message to these idle and bored 8th order fools. These two must have been traumatized by these 8th order bastards. Next time, if any good seedlings appear, I will not let them rush in at once like this. After leaving the two disciples for Zhongliang to deal with, Yang Kai left and used the universe transference law and returned to Blue Sky Pass. He was not worried about the 2 Emperor Realm Masters advancing to the Open Heaven Realm. They would be personally guided by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master during their breakthrough, which would be more useful than his guidance. Not to mention, he had personally refined a batch of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills and left them with Zhongliang. Every single one of these disciples who had come out of the Void Dao Temple had an outstanding aptitude to begin with, and they had reached their current cultivation with slow and steady steps. So, with the help of a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, it would be a snap for them to advance to the Open Heaven Realm. In fact, none of the Void Dao Temple's disciples had failed to break through to the Open Heaven Realm. This was partly because of their solid foundations, and partly because the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill could increase the success rate of their breakthroughs. So, how could they fail? In comparison, the future prospects of these disciples far exceeded that of ordinary cave heaven and paradise disciples because their starting point was extremely high. Nonetheless, cultivating in a special environment like the Void Tao Temple also had its drawbacks, which was their lack of real battle experience. There weren't many disputes in Void World right now, and even if there were some, they were minor and happened only between sects. The status of the Void Tao Temple was special. Besides sparring with fellow disciples, most of these kids had never seen blood, much less death. Growing up in such a sheltered greenhouse was perhaps their greatest shortcoming, which might cause them to act poorly in a life-and-death situation. Nonetheless, the Blue Sky Theater had been peaceful for a long time, so even if they wanted to find some Black Ink clansmen to practice with after they had broken through to the open heaven realm, it was impossible. Yang Kai had always wanted to set up a Black Ink nest in his small universe and use the sub-nest to nurture some weak Black Ink clansmen, allowing the disciples of the Tao Temple to familiarize themselves with how to fight with this enemy. Unfortunately, his attempts had all failed. If he wanted to place the sub-nest, he would need to ensure a mid-rank Black Ink nest was permanently under human control, and Yang Kai could not do something about that. Therefore, one could not judge these disciples based on their smooth and unhindered cultivation, because it remained unclear how much strength they could display during battle. Everything depended on their future performance. However, there was something else that made Yang Kai quite happy. This was these disciples' compatibility with the Tao of Space, Tao of Time, and Spear Tao. These three great Taos were Yang Kai's foundation, especially the Tao of Space. Yang Kai had mastered it the most, followed by the Tao of Time. In his small universe, there were quite a lot of Tao essences of these three grand Taos. Tao essence could not ordinarily be seen or touched, but it could be comprehended. Perhaps it was because they had grown up in Void World since birth that their compatibility with these three grand Taos were very high. Martial Peak, Chapter 5176, Two Kinds of Evil Purging Divine Spears. Of over 100 open heaven realm masters who had come from his small universe, 4 of them could cultivate the Tao of Space, 3 could cultivate the Tao of Time, and as many as 20 could cultivate the Spear Tao. Some people also displayed extraordinary talent in alchemy and artifact refining, which was definitely related to Yang Kai's attainments in the two grand Taos. Although the Tao essences of alchemy and artifact refining were not as rich as his 3 main grand Taos, they were still plentiful. If a cultivator who lived and grew up in Yang Kai's small universe was naturally gifted in these Taos, it would be very easy for him or her to comprehend the mysteries contained within these Tao essences. Overall, the future cultivation path of the disciples of his small universe was somewhat related to the grand Taos he himself dabbled in. Such a proportion was already quite impressive. Yang Kai had no intention of accepting any more disciples. To him, Zhao Yi Bai, Zhao Ye, and Su Yi were more than enough. Not to mention, the Tao of Space and Tao of Time were both extremely unorthodox grand Taos. Ordinary cultivators would find them extremely difficult to even gain a basic understanding of them, let alone cultivate them. Even the Spear Tao was not the easiest to master. However, many of the cultivators from Yang Kai's small universe were inherently able to cultivate these two grand Taos. This was one of the reasons why the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters valued these disciples. During Blue Sky Pass Crusade, Yang Kai's universe arrays played a huge role, but Yang Kai was just one person. So, Blue Sky Pass success was difficult to replicate in other theaters. Be that as it may, if these talented disciples succeeded in cultivating the Grand Tao of Space, they would definitely be able to play a great role in the future. Whether it was the Tao of Space or the Tao of Time, basically no one in the entire Blue Sky Pass could teach them besides Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had no time to give these disciples personal guidance at all times. As such, he had engraved his insights on these two grand Taos and many related secret techniques onto jade slips and offered them to the War Materials Hall over a century ago. If anyone needed to cultivate these two grand Taos in the future, they could acquire this knowledge by spending military merits in the War Materials Hall. Although Blue Sky Pass had not faced any battle in a long time, it was still easy for cultivators to earn some military merits. They could obtain them by mining resources, going out on patrol, or assisting in alchemy and artifact refining, so there was no need to worry about their future cultivation. Of course, if Yang Kai had free time on his hands and was in a good mood, he would summon these disciples to teach them. In the past 2 centuries, Yang Kai had given 2 lectures, one on the Tao of space and one on the Tao of time, allowing these disciples to reap great benefits. All in all, since Yang Kai had already arranged things for the disciples coming out of his small universe, he did not need to rack his brain and waste any more effort. After returning to Blue Sky Pass through the universe array, Yang Kai immediately went to report to the Eastern Army headquarters. Ding Yao didn't say anything to him and simply asked his adjutant to lead him to a storage room. Although he already knew what to expect, Yang Kai still could not help but gasp in shock at the sight before him. There was nothing else in the secret room but piles and piles of evil purging divine spears. By a rough count, there were at least a few dozen piles in here, and if there were a few hundred evil purging divine spears in each pile, that would mean there were at least 10 or 20,000 in total. Yang Kai felt his face twitch as he muttered, "So many." The adjutant smiled and stated, "Junior brother, sorry to trouble you, but this matter can only be handled by you. No one else can do this." Yang Kai nodded, "I understand." He then asked, "Is everything here?" The adjutant replied, shaking his head, "Most of them are here, but some passes still haven't sent their batch yet. They should be coming soon." Yang Kai resigned to his fate. The adjutant bid his leave, then, "I'll take my leave first." After he left, Yang Kai began examining these evil purging divine spears. Very soon, he discovered the number of evil purging divine spears in each pile differed, ranging from 200 to 300. Furthermore, there was an empty space ring in front of each pile, marked with a specific Great Pass name. Seeing this, Yang Kai understood that each pile of evil purging divine spear corresponded to a different pass. After sealing the purifying light into the evil purging divine spears, he still had to store them back into the space ring and send them back through the hyperspace array. Refining the evil purging divine spear apparently wasn't easy. It had been 5 years since the evil purging divine spear was successfully tested on Honghu. In 5 years, even after mobilizing every artifact refiner in an entire Great Pass, they had only managed to refine 200 to 300 evil purging divine spears. One could only imagine how long it would take to refine each of these artifacts. Grandmaster Ma Fan had once mentioned casually that it would take at least a year for an artifact refining Great Grandmaster to refine an evil purging divine spear. After all, this was a weapon that would be used to deal with Black Ink Clan territory lords, so its requirements for artifact refining were extremely harsh. The slightest mistake would cause the entire refining to fail. In other words, an artifact refining Great Grandmaster could only refine one artifact a year at most, and this was under the premise that everything went smoothly. If he failed once or twice, it would be normal for him to refine only one in a few years. How many artifact refining Grandmasters could a Great Pass have? Blue Sky Pass had 3. So it was reasonable to assume that most other passes had a similar number. Under the presumption that there was no failure in refining, the number of evil purging divine spear a pass could refine in 5 years was still only 10 to 15. In fact, it might be even less than half of it. After all, the chances of failure were high when refining an unfamiliar artifact. Ergo, Yang Kai was puzzled how each pass was able to refine between 200 and 300 in just half a decade. Their quantity did not match his estimates and far exceeded his calculations. But after he took a closer look, realization dawned upon Yang Kai. These evil purging divine spears were divided into 2 categories. One matched the specs that had been successfully tested on Honghu. These were the evil purging divine spear that could reduce a territory lord's strength by more than 20%, while the other had the specs that had been tested on the feudal lord a long time ago and could reduce such a master's strength by around 30% while having minimal effect on territory lords. The latter was slightly longer than the former, and their refining technique was obviously cruder. According to Yang Kai's estimations, the latter didn't require an artifact refining great grandmaster to refine. As long as one's skills had reached the artifact refining grandmaster level, they could make one. By the looks of it, Blue Sky Pass had shared the methods of refining both evil purging divine spears with the other passes, who subsequently refined both types. Obviously, there was a deeper consideration for doing this. Territory lords were equivalent to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were the cornerstones of their respective race. The humans would need to use the evil purging divine spears refined by the great grandmasters in order to deal with territory lords, but it was quite difficult to refine such evil purging divine spears, so the output was not high. Furthermore, it would be an overkill to use such a weapon against a feudal lord. And so, the evil purging divine spear refined by the artifact refining grandmasters would come in handy. These evil purging divine spears weren't as powerful as the territory lord version, but their production rate was much higher. They were perfect for using it against feudal lords, who were much larger in number. Yang Kai had no idea how the higher-ups of the human race categorized these evil purging divine spears, so for the time being, Yang Kai categorized the smaller number of evil purging divine spears refined by the great grandmasters as heaven grade, while the lower grade evil purging divine spears refined by the grandmaster were earth grade. Overall, the ratio of earth to heaven grade evil purging divine spears was about 12:1. What he needed to do now was infuse the purifying light into all these evil purging divine spears. Looking at the piles before him, Yang Kai once again realized he had a long and toilsome task ahead of him. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged before casually picking up an evil purging divine spear from the closest pile. After discerning its grade, he enveloped it in purifying light. Just like before, the purifying light flowed into the evil purging divine spear like water under its influence and soon disappeared. Because he had to take the grade of the evil purging divine spears into consideration, when he infused the purifying light into the heaven-grade evil purging divine spear, Yang Kai chose higher quality yellow and blue crystals. This way, the strength of the purifying light infused into it would be even greater, allowing the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to deal with the territory lords more easily. As for the earth-grade spears, the quality of the yellow and blue crystals he chose was slightly worse. In any case, they would only be used to deal with the feudal lords, so even if they were slightly weaker, it wouldn't matter either. Although Yang Kai wasn't slow, he was unable to stand the sheer number of evil purging divine spears. It took him a few days to finish the pile closest to him, after which he picked up the space ring that was originally placed before the evil purging divine spears and stowed them into it. Soon after, Blue Sky Pass sent these items back to the Great Pass corresponding to the space ring. Days went by, and just when he was finished with a few dozen piles of evil purging divine spears, a few dozen rings carrying more evil purging divine spears were delivered to him. Yang Kai kept toiling away, but considering that each evil purging divine spear could take the life of a feudal lord or even a territory lord, all the effort was well worth it. By the time he was finished with the evil purging divine spears sent by all the passes, over half a year had already gone by. Afterwards, Yang Kai exited the secret room and went to report to the Eastern Army headquarters. Ding Yao didn't say anything and just nodded slightly. This junior has finished arming the evil purging divine spears. I will be returning to the forward base now, Yang Kai reported. The forward base might not have faced any enemies for a long time, but they still needed to patrol occasionally. You don't need to return to the forward base. Remain at Blue Sky Pass for now. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. Is there a new mission? Ding Yao shot a glance at him. Are you hoping for a new mission? Yang Kai clucked his tongue as he defended himself. No, nothing like that. Peace is best. Ding Yao waved him off impatiently as Yang Kai quickly excused himself. Walking out of the army headquarters, a slight furrow appeared on Yang Kai's brow. Ding Yao's sudden order to stay at Blue Sky Pass was a bit confusing, but since it was an order, he could only comply. Yang Kai returned to his residence, deactivated the restrictions and walked into the small courtyard. Just as he was about to use this opportunity to go into a retreat, he felt something amiss. He looked around and noticed life auras coming from the rooms on either side of the courtyard. Someone is here? Yang Kai was confused, but after carefully sensing it, he discovered that the auras belonged to Feng Ying and Bai Yi. Wait. Why are they back? Martial Peak, Chapter 5177, Pyrrhic Victory. Yang Kai had returned to Blue Sky Pass from the forward base for various matters over the years, but he had always returned alone while Dawn had always been guarding the front lines. He might be the squad leader, but Dawn was strong enough to carry out various missions without him. Dawn had not returned with him this time either, so Yang Kai didn't understand why Feng Ying and Bai Yi were here. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai walked to the left wing and gently touched the restriction. Soon, Feng Ying appeared in front of Yang Kai. "Squad leader, you're back?" Feng Ying immediately commented. Yang Kai nodded in response, "Why have you also returned?" Feng Ying answered, "The pass ordered us to return, so we have." Ordered? Yang Kai was a bit astounded. He originally thought that Feng Ying and Bai Yi had returned for some reason, but after knowing that it was an order from the pass, there was nothing left to say. Feng Ying, after hesitating for a moment, finally added, "Not just our Dawn squad has been recalled, even Junior Brother Chai's squad was recalled, along with several other squads. Senior Brother Chai is also back." The corner of Yang Kai's brow twitched. The so-called Senior Brother Chai was none other than the old turtle squad leader Chai Fang. Feng Ying pursed her lips as a smile bloomed on her face. "Junior Brother Chai came looking for you earlier. Why is he looking for me?" Yang Kai cautiously asked. Feng Ying replied, emphasizing each word, "Junior Brother Yang took great care of this Chai on the battlefield, so this Chai should naturally treat Junior Brother Yang well and express my gratitude." Well, these are Junior Brother Chai's original words. This was obviously a threat. As the old turtle's warship was slow, it was easier for them to be robbed of military merits on the battlefield, and Dawn had done this the most. Chai Fang had naturally marked this loss down. The Gadfly Squad's moniker was not just for show. But then again, it wasn't that Dawn Squad enjoyed snatching others' military merits, rather, when they saw other squads entangled with the Black Ink Clan squads on the battlefield, there was nothing wrong in eliminating the enemies. Who would even care about military merits in that kind of situation? After all, the priority was to kill Black Ink Clansmen. But obviously, Chai Fang didn't think so. When they were fighting on the front lines, it wasn't the right time to quibble with Dawn over this, but now that they had been recalled, he naturally wanted to settle accounts. Of course, he was not planning to fight it out with Yang Kai or Dawn. He also knew that Dawn was trying to help them many times. Nonetheless, as special operations squads, there was always some competition between them. Since they could not beat Dawn in kills, he naturally had to find something else to regain his face. Yang Kai immediately spat in disgust, "He can go to hell." Feng Ying stated, pursing her lips, "You should tell Junior Brother Chai this yourself. Forget it, let's just ignore him. I'll be going into retreat and cultivate. Senior sister, you should also rest." Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and entered his room. Be that as it may, Chai Fang was not going to let Yang Kai have his way. Who knew how he got the news, but the very day Yang Kai returned to his residence, Chai Fang rushed over. Although the courtyard had privacy restrictions, they were unable to withstand Chai Fang's all-out harassment. He also knew that Yang Kai and the others would not have entered life or death closed-door cultivation at this moment, so he acted without scruples. Alarms kept blaring as the restrictions activated. Whether it was Yang Kai, Feng Ying, or Bai Yi, none of them were able to peacefully cultivate. Helpless, Yang Kai had no choice but to come out. He deactivated the restriction and looked at Chai Fang with a look of disgust, who was making a ruckus outside the courtyard. "Senior Brother Chai, why are you here instead of cultivating?" Chai Fang maliciously grinned as he palmed his fist. "Didn't Senior Sister Feng tell you? Why does little brother ask when you already know the answer? Yang Kai helplessly asked, rubbing his forehead, does senior brother want to fight? Chai Fang decisively replied, no. Although we're not from the same sect, we've fought side by side on this battlefield for so many years, so how can we fight? This Chai doesn't know how to control his strength. What if I injure you, junior brother? Of course, he was just being stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. The main reason Chai Fang was refusing was because he felt that he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. Yang Kai could even kill a territory lord. Although there were circumstances, such as taking advantage of the situation, few Seventh-Order Masters in the entire human race had ever killed a territory lord. Chai Fang had witnessed Yang Kai fight with his own eyes. A feudal lord was no different than a chicken before Yang Kai. His terrifying strength had long surpassed the Seventh Order. In terms of combat strength, Chai Fang admitted that he was far inferior to Yang Kai, so how could he fight him? He would simply be digging a pit for himself. Then, what does senior brother want? Yang Kai asked. Chai Fang meaningfully grinned as he swiped his space ring and took out a jug of wine. This Chai did not lie when I said I wanted to express my gratitude. Look, I've brought everything. Yang Kai immediately understood. Since the old turtle squad had lost to Dawn on the battlefield, he wanted to regain face in a drinking competition. Looking at the wine jug in Chai Fang's hand, Yang Kai immediately felt frustrated. He had once engaged with Chai Fang in a drinking contest back at the forward base. In the end, Yang Kai lost and became completely inebriated. He was ridiculed by the other squad leaders as a result. Men were very strange creatures. In the eyes of almost all men, one's alcohol capacity was also a standard of their worth. If one's alcohol capacity was as vast as the sea, they would naturally be able to drink to their heart's content. If a man got drunk after just 3 glasses, he was simply not a man. Yang Kai was now a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with a robust foundation and strong physique. Not to mention a single jug of wine, even 100 or 1,000 jugs wouldn't be enough to make him drunk. If his world force was taken into account, he could easily detoxify any amount of wine. But since it was a drinking competition, they naturally would not be using any of their strength. There would be no point in competing if they really used their world force. During the drinking competition, everyone would seal their strength and compete with their innate capacity. In this aspect, Chai Fang seemed to have a higher capacity than Yang Kai. Senior brother, I still need to cultivate. How about this, I'll just accept this wine as. Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Chai Fang pushed him into the courtyard. Enough with the nonsense, since this Chai has come today, I don't plan on leaving. Yang Kai staggered back, helplessly watching Chai Fang take out a set of chairs and a table. He then took his seat and gestured to Yang Kai to take the seat across from him. He was staring at Yang Kai very fiercely, assuming the posture that either you die or I perish. Yang Kai reckoned that he was most likely doomed today. Sit. Why isn't junior brother sitting? If you don't sit, I'll think that you're looking down on this Chai. Chai Fang glared angrily. Yang Kai forced a laugh. Senior brother, there's no need to go this far. Helpless, he sat down opposite Chai Fang. The moment he sat down, Chai Fang instantly pushed the jug of wine to Yang Kai. Afterwards, he took out another jug, opened the lid, and poured it down his throat. The corner of Yang Kai's brow twitched staring at this. Chai Fang had completely emptied the jug in less than a dozen breaths. He then wiped his mouth and stated, "Good. Junior brother, please help yourself. This Chai will first drink a few jugs to moisten my throat." Saying so, a small mountain of wine jugs appeared beside him with a wave of his hand, and he started drinking them like they were water. Damn it! Yang Kai's heart was gripped with apprehension. If this continued, he would definitely lose. The only choice he was left with was to call for reinforcements. Taking advantage of the other party's drinking, Yang Kai secretly sent a message. A short while later, Yang Kai finally finished his jug, but Chai Fang had already finished 4 or 5. They were on completely different levels. Fortunately, a figure rushed in from outside at that moment. Seeing the oncoming figure, Yang Kai called out enthusiastically before anyone could understand what was happening, "Fei Ping, you're here? Come, let me introduce you. This is the old turtle squad leader, Chai Fang." Chai Fang shot him an annoyed look. "Why are you introducing me? Do you think that I don't know everyone in your squad? After so many years of competing with each other, how could he not know who was who?" Yang Kai defended with a smile. "Fei Ping has admired Brother Chai for a long time and has praised Brother Chai many times to me, saying that Brother Chai's squad always took the lead and fought bravely when in battle. Fei Ping, now that squad leader Chai is here, why don't you offer him a few toasts?" Hearing Yang Kai's suggestion, Miao Fei Ping didn't dare act disrespectfully and had no choice but to pick up a wine jug and respectfully offer, "Squad leader Chai, this junior offers you a toast." Chai Fang didn't refuse and simply glanced at Yang Kai, "Treacherous bastard." Gulp gulp gulp, Miao Fei Ping quickly downed the entire jug of wine. Just as he was finished drinking, someone else came in. Yang Kai called out enthusiastically once again, "Senior Brother Chi, you are here? What a coincidence, squad leader Chai is here as a guest." He was worried about no one being able to accompany him, but Senior Brother Chi, your capacity is like the sea, come here and drink with squad leader Chai. Chi Tai Chu chuckled, "That's exactly what I was thinking." A moment later, Yang Kai shouted again, "Senior Brother Shen is here." One by one, the members of Dawn kept arriving. After 7 or 8 of them arrived, Chai Fang couldn't stand it any longer. He slapped his hand on the table and angrily shouted, "Bullying me with numbers, are you? You gadflies are too much. As expected, if the foundation is crooked, the house will be too. Yang Kai, you have reinforcements, but do you think that this old master doesn't?" Saying so, he took out a communication artifact and sent a message with his divine sense. Not long after, several figures flew over from all over Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai didn't back down either and quickly summoned the remaining Dawn members. A moment later, some 90 people were gathered in the small courtyard, bustling with noise and excitement. Because of all the noise, Feng Ying and Bai Yi were unable to remain in seclusion. Yang Kai and Chai Fang, who were sitting across from each other at the table just as before, were now completely surrounded by members of their respective squads. Chai Fang fiercely glared at Yang Kai and shouted, "Brothers, sisters, squad leader Yang has taken care of us quite a lot on the battlefield. He has saved us so many times, but we never got a chance to repay him. Let's show him proper gratitude today." Yang Kai bitterly smiled, "Squad leader Chai, you're really too polite, it would be impolite not to repay your gift in return. Since squad leader Chai is such a good drinker, let's let him drink to his heart's content today." At first, whether it was Yang Kai or Chai Fang, both of them were conscious and could drink themselves, but soon their vision became blurry and stars began to shine before their eyes. Nonetheless, the other members of the squads were not willing to let them go and opened their mouths and poured wine into them, gulp gulp. Gulp gulp. Feng Ying and Bai Yi stood together, watching from afar, the former sighing, "A Pyrrhic victory indeed, sacrificing 800 soldiers just to slay 1,000 of the enemy." Bai Yi vigorously nodded like a chicken pecking rice. At one point, Yang Kai's body went limp and slid under the table. The drunken Chai Fang on the opposite side broke into loud laughter, "This old master won." Saying so, he also collapsed onto the table. Martial Peak, Chapter 5178, Angry Grandmaster Ma Fan. Both squad leaders got knocked out together, but the members of both squads had yet to enjoy themselves to their heart's content. A few female members of the old turtle squad even took out some cooking utensils and started preparing some snacks to go with the drinking. Seeing this, Feng Ying and Bai Yi also stepped forward to help. The courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement. Both special operations squads were rivals on the battlefield, but they were also inseparable comrades in arms. It was the same during the drinking competition. Everyone was drinking in either groups of 3 or 5. At some point, everyone was drunk, their eyes were droopy and red. Even Feng Ying and the other women had a slight blush on their faces. Even though they were all open heaven realm masters, because no one used their world force to detoxify themselves, their alcohol tolerance was still limited. Of course, they could still hold their liquor because of their powerful physiques. The empty wine jugs piled higher and higher as more and more fell to the ground, dead drunk. After an unknown period of time, the entire courtyard had people lying here and there, knocked out, not a single person was left standing. As for Feng Ying and Bai Yi, they were unable to continue drinking long ago and had returned to their rooms to rest. The bustling courtyard had become completely silent and peaceful. Under the table, Yang Kai, who was knocked out, secretly opened his eyes. After confirming that the drinking competition was over, only then did he pop his head up, taking the support of the chair. But the next moment, he saw a pair of eyes staring at him from across the table. When their eyes met, both Yang Kai and Chai Fang were awkward and embarrassed. Yang Kai had secretly used his strength to detoxify himself, but he didn't expect Chai Fang to do the same. Shameless bastard! Both of them cursed in their hearts. After calming himself down, Yang Kai sat back down with no change in his expression. He then took out a tea set and started carefully brewing. Chai Fang remained silent and waited for the tea. A moment later, the fragrance of tea filled the air as Yang Kai poured 2 cups and pushed one to Chai Fang. Chai Fang picked up the cup and took a sip. For a moment, alternate sounds of sipping filled the silent courtyard. After finishing a pot of tea, Chai Fang suddenly opened his mouth and stated, "I'm afraid that something big is about to happen." Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. "Senior brother noticed?" Chai Fang nodded his affirmation. "It seems you did too." Yang Kai continued, "Generally, 80% of the pass forces are concentrated at the forward base, and this status quo has been maintained for over 200 years. Although there hasn't been any fighting for a long time, we still need to be on guard against the Black Ink clan's counterattack. In light of this, it's a little unusual to suddenly recall 2 special operations squads." Chai Fang added with a nod, "It would have been nothing if it was just our squads, but recently, many squads had been returning one after another. All of them must have received recall orders. I don't know if you've noticed, but all these squads belong to the different divisions and battalions. In other words, none of the returning squads belong to the same battalion. Do you have some hypothesis?" Yang Kai asked. Chai Fang shook his head, denying, "I have no idea. I was hoping you had heard something." This was the main reason why he had come to Yang Kai. The drinking competition was just a bonus. Yang Kai frowned, voicing his thoughts. If the pass is planning an attack, they should have gathered their forces at the forward base, but for some reason, they have been recalling us. It seems little brother doesn't know anything. Although Yang Kai suspected that whatever the pass upper echelons were planning had something to do with the newly developed evil purging divine spear, he believed that doing so would be a reckless thing. He might have infused purifying light into quite a lot of evil purging divine spears, but each pass still had only 200 to 300 in total. These evil purging divine spears could be given to the elite soldiers, but it would not change the course of the war that much. After all, the evil purging divine spears were one-time use consumables. In his opinion, the evil purging divine spears would be best used only after amassing a considerable amount of them. They should either not use them, or use them only to force the Black Ink clan into a corner. Since this matter concerned the evil purging divine spear, Yang Kai couldn't reveal too much to Chai Fang. The higher-ups have always been very secretive, so I'm afraid no one will know what they're planning until the last moment. Chai Fang couldn't help but grumble. It was the same when they had used Xiang Shan's breakthrough to lure the Black Ink clan territory lords out last time. The special operations squads had no idea and tried to protect Xiang Shan at the cost of their lives, but in the end, the upper echelons of the pass had been well prepared. But it was only reasonable to not inform them, because only when they put their lives on the line would the territory lords believe that the human race had not planned some kind of trap. Had they known the plan beforehand, they might have revealed some clues. Senior brother, don't worry about it. If they're really planning to do something, we will know soon enough, Yang Kai comforted. Chai Fong nodded slightly. Junior brother, if you receive any news, please inform me as soon as possible so that I can make preparations. Good. Then, this Chai will take his leave first. Chai Fong stood up and shouted, all of you, get up. Don't keep lying like corpses. 50 of you lot were beaten by just 30 people, stop making fools of yourselves. As soon as his voice fell, the members of both squads lying in the courtyard got up one by one. Everyone circulated their strength to dispel the effects of the alcohol. The members of the Old Turtle Squad looked very ashamed while the Dawn Squad, on the other hand, was beaming with smiles. Under Chai Fong's lead, the Old Turtles quickly left and Dawn's members also left after them, leaving the courtyard in a mess with Yang Kai alone, who silently tidied up everything. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was cultivating, was once again summoned to the army headquarters. But the moment he stepped into the army headquarters, he heard a familiar angry shout coming from the main office, why can't I go? Old Zhong Liang promised me. Grandmaster Ma Fan? Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. He had no idea that Grandmaster Ma Fan had returned to Blue Sky Pass. Grandmaster Ma Fan had been staying in the forward base since he had arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. Since he was here, Yang Kai felt that the situation inside Blue Sky Pass was even more complicated than he expected. Moreover, Zhong Liang's promise that Grandmaster Ma Fan had just spoken about was quite concerning. When the evil purging divine spear experiment was over, Grandmaster Ma Fan reminded Zhong Liang to not forget his promise, and Zhong Liang assured him that he had not. Yang Kai didn't know what Zhong Liang had promised to Grandmaster Ma Fan, but by the looks of it, things had gone wrong. Ding Yao seemed to disagree, which had caused Ma Fan to burn with fury. While these thoughts were running in his mind, he walked into the office. As he had guessed, he saw Grandmaster Ma Fan inside, but the old man was like an angry rooster, glaring at Ding Yao. Meanwhile, Shen Tumo tried to persuade him, Grandmaster, please calm down. Brother Zhong had indeed promised you, so logically speaking, Brother Ding and I should accept Brother Zhong's decision, but times have changed. The evil purging divine spear was invented by you, so you need to oversee the project if further modifications are required. The evil purging divine spear will determine the future of the human race and change the course of its future. Ergo, Grandmaster should remain at Blue Sky Pass for the big picture. Bullshit. Grandmaster Ma Fan spat in anger. Yang Kai could not help but shrink his neck at the sight of this. Even an ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't act so presumptuously before these two army commanders. However, not only was Ma Fan an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he was also an artifact refining Great Grandmaster. This old man already has one foot in the grave, so why would I care about the big picture? That's something you army commanders need to worry about. What does it have to do with me? The reason this old man has been holding on even after so many years is that I am unable to face my ancestors. Now that I have a chance to fulfill my lifelong wish, you guys are not letting this old man go. What kind of bullshit logic is that? Besides, although this old man was in charge of developing the evil purging divine spear, the refining process has already been spread to the other passes. If any improvements are needed in the future, those old farts can figure it out, so why should I worry about it? Shen Tumo earnestly advised, Grandmaster, the battlefield is dangerous, and this operation will be different from the past. No one can guarantee anything. Grandmaster Ma Fan shot him a long look. What? Are you afraid this old man will be a burden? This old man doesn't just know how to refine artifacts, I also know how to kill enemies. If it weren't for your lack of artifact refiners, this old man wouldn't have been sitting in the rear and would have charged into the Black Ink clan's base many times already. Furthermore, if this old man really did die on the battlefield, it would be a worthy death. When I meet my ancestors in the next life, this old man can proudly tell them that I died on the black ink battlefield. My ancestors will definitely praise me. Shen Tumo was rendered speechless. Even he could not use force against someone like Grandmaster Ma Fan, and judging by the old man's attitude, it was pointless to persuade him. Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly turned to Yang Kai. You said that the evil purging divine spear is connected to the future of the entire human race, so you are afraid that something will happen to me and asked this old man not to go, but the true key to the evil purging divine spears is that brat. The evil purging divine spear would be nothing more than a piece of trash without his purifying light. You recalled him, so that means you plan to deploy him with the army? What the hell? A 7th order boy can go, but this old man can't? I don't give a damn. I'm going whether you like it or not, whether you allow me or not. Hell, this old man will go alone if I have to. Saying so, he turned around and left, not even giving Yang Kai so much as a glance. Yang Kai couldn't help but pucker his lips. He suddenly felt like he had run into an unexpected disaster. He couldn't understand why these big shots had to drag him into their quarrel. I was right, the pass is indeed planning something, and judging by Grandmaster Ma Fan's words, it seemed like we are going somewhere. This explains why all those squads have been recalled. That was all right too. Everything was peaceful at Blue Sky Pass, and the Black Ink clan had been holed up in their nests for the last 2 centuries. Since Blue Sky Pass won't be facing any battle anytime soon, deploying forces elsewhere where they might be needed was a good idea. The Great Passes had never been able to provide any real assistance to one another since ancient times, because they were too far apart and the amount of resources needed to transport so many people was too great. But since Blue Sky Pass had enough resources and leeway, they could ignore such a cost. While these thoughts were running through his mind, there was no change in Yang Kai's expression as he cupped his fist. Sirs. Ding Yao and Shen Tumo both nodded slightly. Shen Tumo looked at him and asked, You heard everything, right? Yang Kai nodded in response. What do you think? Yang Kai didn't hesitate to voice his guess. Is the pass planning to send reinforcements to another pass to defend against the Black Ink clan? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5179, 30,000 years ago. When Shen Tumo heard that, he answered, yes, and no. Yang Kai was confused. Then, Shen Tumo fell silent as if he were thinking about how to explain this matter to Yang Kai. After all, it was not a simple matter to understand. It took quite some time before Shen Tumo spoke again. It's been about 300 years since you arrived at the Black Ink battlefield, and although that's not a long time, you've already gathered more experience than the average soldier could gather after battling the Black Ink clan for thousands of years. Moreover, you've also been to places that even the 8th Order Masters had never gone. Have you ever wondered why the entire Black Ink battlefield is so large and vast? Yang Kai answered in his mind, why would I wonder about that? Even if I did, would I be able to find the answer? However, now that Shen Tumo had brought it up, it naturally evoked Yang Kai's curiosity. He was right. Why was the Black Ink battlefield so vast? Among the 3,000 worlds, any great territory could be described as vast beyond what the eye could see. None was even comparable in scope and scale to the Black Ink battlefield. The area of the Black Ink battlefield had already gone way past the area of a great territory. It was like the Black Ink battlefield was never-ending. After sighing, Shen Tumo explained, according to some ancient texts, in the era when the universe was just created, the Black Ink battlefield was also divided up into many great territories, each of them flourishing and filled with life. Each great territory was separated by territory barriers, but connected through territory gates, similar to the 3,000 worlds. However, the rise of the Black Ink clan changed everything. Born out of nowhere, the Black Ink clan's natural aggressiveness and unique reproductive methods made it easy for them to dominate the great territories. Whenever the Black Ink clan fully conquered a great territory, that great territory would start to corrode and the territory barriers around it would collapse, resulting in it merging with the adjacent great territories to become an even larger area. Then, like a snowball rolling downhill, the great territory would become larger and larger, which is why the black ink battlefield is so vast. While scrunching his eyebrows, Yang Kai asked, in other words, the black ink battlefield we're standing in now is the product of merging countless great territories? That's right. Shen Tumo nodded. It was his first time hearing such a description. It was quite interesting. Yang Kai continued, Sir, why does the territory barrier collapse after the Black Ink clan fully dominates a great territory? Also, how do we conclude whether the Black Ink clan has fully conquered a great territory? Shaking his head, Shen Tumo replied, I don't know either. All the knowledge I have about this matter comes from reading those ancient historical records, but the contents in those documents aren't complete anymore, and no one can determine if the contents written are real or fake. However, this theory is able to explain why the Black Ink battlefield has such a vast area. Then, where did the Black Ink clan come from? A typical Black Ink clansman is bred from a Black Ink nest, and Black Ink nests are divided into different ranks. A low-rank Black Ink nest is the subnest of a mid-rank one, so if we trace that logic, what is the primary nest, where were the Royal Lord Black Ink nests originally spawned from? That question had confused Yang Kai for a long time, but he still hadn't found an answer to it. Ever since he found out about the secret behind the Black Ink nests, he began to wonder about their origin. Therefore, he seized this opportunity to ask Shen Tumo, wanting to get an answer to his questions. However, Shen Tumo shook his head, I don't know. Before you discovered the secrets behind the reproduction of Black Ink nests, we humans had no idea they were even linked. That answer naturally disappointed Yang Kai, but when he thought about it, he suddenly had a more pertinent question to ask, Sir, why are you telling me these things? Just now, Yang Kai was asking about why so many squads had been recalled from the forward base, so how did the topic suddenly change to this? Shen Tumo answered, I'm telling you these things because the higher-ups are planning a new operation, and it involves not only Blue Sky Pass but all the Great Passes. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, is an all-out crusade about to begin? Ding Yao, who had been silent throughout the conversation, finally spoke up, it has something to do with that, but before we begin the crusade, we must finish this first. Just shut up, listen, and don't ask any questions. Obediently, Yang Kai stopped talking. Shen Tumo continued, back in the ancient era, the Black Ink clan were on a rampage, and the great territories were falling rapidly. In the face of this threat, some human great experts banded together and created 108 great passes in the Black Ink battlefield to fight back against the Black Ink clan. This initiative has blessed the following generations to this day. Without these 108 great passes, the current 3,000 worlds might have already become the Black Ink clan's territory, and you and I might never have existed. Although these 108 passes seem to be fighting independent campaigns, in reality, we are all closely connected into one, creating a strong line of defense. While he was talking, he stretched out his hand and drew something in the air. Then, pure world force gathered together to become a large tapestry of light. Under his control, the light rays were divided into two distinctive areas, one white and one black. He then pointed at the white area. This region corresponds to the 3,000 worlds. After that, he pointed at the black area, and this represents the Black Ink battlefield. He then pointed at the middle area between the two, and a drop of golden light suddenly appeared. This is the No-Return Pass, which has been guarded by the Dragon and the Phoenix clan since ancient times. It is also the only connection point between the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield. All reinforcements from the cave heavens and paradises, as well as our resources from the 3,000 worlds, must pass through the No-Return Pass. So, we can say that the No-Return Pass is the 3,000 worlds' last line of defense. With a wave of his hand, Shen Tumo caused more than 100 golden lights to appear in the Black Ink battlefield region and arrange themselves into a semicircle that shielded the No-Return Pass. This was the first time Yang Kai clearly saw the actual arrangement of all 108 great passes in the black ink battlefield. He asked in shock, "Is this the real arrangement of all the great passes?" Shen Tumo nodded and explained, "That's right. Such an arrangement can ensure that every great pass has a theater to defend, and as long as we can defend our own theaters, the Black Ink clan will never be able to step foot in the 3,000 worlds." Yang Kai was astonished. The ancient great expert's abilities are truly awe-inspiring. At that moment, Ding Yao came forward with his hands behind his back. "We humans have been relying on this defense line to hold back the Black Ink clan for countless years. Although we've sacrificed more elite soldiers than we can count, we were able to ensure the freedom of the 3,000 worlds. However, something happened 30,000 years ago, which completely changed our situation." While saying so, he stretched out his hand, and under Yang Kai's gaze, one of the over 100 golden lights suddenly turned black. Yang Kai felt his heart sink and could vaguely guess what had happened 30,000 years ago. As he expected, Ding Yao elaborated, 30,000 years ago, the Black Ink clan managed to break through Great Evolution Pass, which was guarded by Great Evolution Paradise. The old ancestor of Great Evolution Pass led tens of thousands of soldiers to fight with the Black Ink clan for several years, and the whole army was almost wiped out while the old ancestor himself died in battle. Since then, Great Evolution Pass has been in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Despite having guessed as much, Yang Kai still felt depressed when hearing Ding Yao mention this incident. Almost the entire army of a great pass was wiped out, and even the old ancestor overseeing the pass had died in battle. That battle must have been a huge blow to the humans, as it was not only the loss of a great pass, but also the annihilation of a paradise. That was the first and only time since ancient times that humans lost a great pass. That battle also caused the Great Evolution Paradise to wither away. The humans considered that matter a great shame, which is why Yang Kai had never heard about it directly despite joining the Black Ink battlefield for over 300 years. Those who knew about this were mainly the 8 Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who wouldn't tell him such things. Cultivators under the 8th Order had no idea about this incident. In fact, Yang Kai first heard about this news from He Yuan Territory Lord. Yang Kai didn't know what actually happened 30,000 years ago that caused Great Evolution Pass demise, but he knew that something was obviously not right about that battle, because not only was the army almost wiped out, but even the 9th Order Old Ancestor had been killed. An Old Ancestor's strength is on par with that of a Royal Lord, or possibly even slightly superior, so how could the Black Ink clan manage to easily defeat a Great Pass with an Old Ancestor assuming command? Also, why did the Great Evolution Pass fall so quickly? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Ding Yao explained, though an old ancestor can fight a royal lord to a standstill quite easily, what about when it's 2 against 1? Yang Kai was shocked. Did the Black Ink clan deploy 2 royal lords to that battle? Nodding, Ding Yao replied, "We only learned about this after the fact. It's not easy for a human to advance to the 9th Order, but that is true for the Black Ink clan's royal lords too. Such a master might not appear even once in several thousand years. Back then, there had only been one royal lord in the Great Evolution Theater, and he had been fighting with the Great Evolution Pass Old Ancestor for countless years, so they knew each other very well. However, one of the territory lords advanced to become a royal lord, and the Black Ink clan was able to keep that hidden from Great Evolution Pass Old Ancestor. Then, while the Old Ancestor was in the midst of fighting with the old royal lord, that newly advanced royal lord managed to launch a sneak attack and severely injure the Old Ancestor. How could the Old Ancestor win a battle in such a situation?" Shen Tumo added, "Although the Great Evolution Pass Old Ancestor died in battle, he was able to bring down one of the royal lords with him. In a way, his death wasn't in vain. In a battle, where it was 2 against 1, and being severely injured, the Great Evolution Pass Old Ancestor still managed to kill one of the royal lords before he died. It was a feat worthy of being recorded in history. Though you're only a 7th Order Master, you've joined many secret operations, so you must know that the humans are preparing for a grand crusade." With a nod, Yang Kai replied, "I understand." Then, Ding Yao pointed at the black dot symbolizing the Great Evolution Pass. If we want to start a crusade, we must first take back Great Evolution Pass. Otherwise, our lines will have a critical weak point. This is the purpose of the recent personnel rearrangement made by the Inner Sanctum. Not only is it happening in Blue Sky Pass, but also at the other great passes. Yang Kai now understood the situation. In the meantime, he also finally understood why Grandmaster Ma Fan was so excited back then. He was one of the few remnants of Great Evolution Paradise, and now that he found out that the humans were planning to take back Great Evolution Pass, of course, he would want to have a part in the campaign. Great Evolution Pass was the place that his ancestors shed blood to protect and where they were buried. Standing from Grandmaster Ma Fan's point of view, he had to go take a look no matter what and pry their lost Great Pass from the Black Ink clan's clutches as revenge for his ancestors. However, Shen Tumo and Ding Yao were wary about that and didn't want Grandmaster Ma Fan to join the operation, which would naturally lead to the latter flying into a rage. In such a situation, perhaps everyone would be against him joining this operation. In fact, Yang Kai even suspected that Grandmaster Ma Fan was able to be enlisted into the Black Ink battlefield 200 years ago because the humans had been planning to take back Great Evolution Pass even then. Martial Peak, Chapter 5180, Wu Qing's Breakthrough. Of course, that was just his own speculation, and there was no way to confirm it. The humans wanted to take back the Great Evolution Pass. That was big news, and just thinking about it made Yang Kai feel excited. As far as the main crusade went, the first step was to recover Great Evolution Pass. That was because the Great Pass had fallen into the hands of the Black Ink clan, and if not recovered, once the humans began their crusade, the Black Ink clan might harass them from the rear. Therefore, the humans had to tie up all loose ends that might affect their crusade before it could begin. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a problem. Sirs, according to your story on how Great Evolution Pass fell into the hands of the Black Ink clan, there must still be a royal lord assuming command over there. If we want to defeat a royal lord, we must have an old ancestor with us. Could it be that the old ancestor from our side will be personally leading the army to Great Evolution Pass? Although it had been quite a while since Blue Sky Theater had seen open hostilities, the old ancestor still couldn't leave the Great Pass at will. Once the Black Ink clan discovered that the old ancestor had left, they might try something. By then, there wouldn't be anyone restraining the Black Ink clan's royal lord, and although Blue Sky Pass could not be easily overtaken, such a battle would definitely cost them the forward base. Once that was gone, all their hard work for hundreds of years would be wiped away. Blue Sky Pass wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Shen Tumo replied, there will be an old ancestor leading the army in this battle to recover our territory, but not the one from our pass. Yang Kai frowned, who would it be? It wasn't an easy decision to let the old ancestor leave a theater, regardless of which great pass they were overseeing. You also know this old ancestor. Someone I know? Yang Kai was stunned. When he thought about it, he knew only 3 old ancestors. One was Blue Sky Pass Old Ancestor, one was Inyang Pass Old Ancestor, and the other was Myriad Demons Pass Old Ancestor. He hadn't met the other old ancestors yet. But Shen Tumo just said that the battle to recover their territory had nothing to do with the old ancestor of Blue Sky Pass, so there were only the old ancestors of Inyang Pass and Myriad Demons Pass. The one leading this campaign will be the old ancestor of Inyang Pass. The image of the gluttonous little girl immediately appeared in Yang Kai's mind, and his brow twitched slightly. He thought it might be the one from Myriad Demons Pass, but did not expect it to be the one from Inyang Pass. That person was not very reliable. Was it really feasible for her to lead the army to recover Great Evolution Pass? However, Yang Kai was more concerned about another thing. If she leaves, who will assume command of Inyang Pass? Just as Blue Sky Pass Old Ancestor couldn't easily leave Blue Sky Pass, Inyang Pass had the same situation. The presence of each old ancestor was a great deterrent to the Black Ink clan. Hearing his question, Ding Yao hesitated for a moment and said, 200 years ago, Inyang Pass Southern Army Commander, Wuqing exhibited signs of a breakthrough, so he returned to the 3,000 worlds via the no-return pass. He then succeeded in breaking through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm at Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. Not knowing whether he had felt it wrongly, Yang Kai felt that Ding Yao was full of envy when he said that. However, Yang Kai was still surprised by the news. Senior Wu has advanced to the Ninth Order? Ding Yao and Shen Tumo nodded together, and Shen Tumo urged, "This is a top-secret matter. Even in Yinyang Pass, only the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm masters know about it, so don't make a big fuss about it." Yang Kai nodded instinctively, but his mind was still in a state of shock. Wuqing had broken through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. This was great news to the humans because they now had another old ancestor. Now, Yinyang Pass had two old ancestors. But then again, before he went to Yinyang Pass last time, he had heard about Wuqing from the others. Wuqing carried a profound fish, one of the four universe pillars, so he did not fear the black ink strength's corruption. As he was already very strong, he would frequently dive into the Black Ink clan's territory alone and stir up trouble. The Black Ink clan in Yinyang Theater resented him very much, but they couldn't do anything about it. Wuqing had been an Eighth Order master for many years and had been on the verge of a breakthrough for some time now, therefore, he was known as the one who was most likely to break through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm in recent years. That wasn't a secret among the Great Passes, but no one knew when or even if he could advance successfully. No one knew if he would suddenly have a bout of enlightenment and break through, or perhaps he would stay in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm for another 10,000 years without any change. It was not just a matter of accumulation, but also about luck and opportunity. It was not until more than 200 years ago that Wuqing had an epiphany and immediately returned to Red Cloud's Cave Heaven via the no-return pass. Ordinary cultivators who came to the Black Ink battlefield could never return to the 3,000 worlds, but it was different with Wuqing's situation because he had the profound fish, so it was impossible for him to be corrupted by Black Ink strength. Moreover, he was in a special state whereby he was about to make a breakthrough, so his return was permitted as it had strategic importance. Another reason was that the process of advancing into the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm would cause a huge commotion, so if Wuqing remained in Yinyang Pass during his advancement, the Royal Lord would definitely become aware of it. Once the Black Ink clan noticed, they would become warier. Therefore, the best choice was for Wuqing to return to the 3,000 worlds and quietly break through at Red Cloud's Cave Heaven first. It could be said that every Eighth Order Open Heaven realm master that was about to break through to Ninth Order Open Heaven realm would be returned to the 3,000 worlds to their master sect before they break through. After Wuqing had advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he stayed in Red Cloud's Cave Heaven for more than 200 years to stabilize his realm before secretly returning to Yinyang Pass. Only after his return did the humans prepare to implement the plan to recover Great Evolution Pass. With Wuqing, the newly advanced Ninth Order Old Ancestor, assuming command of Yinyang Pass, the situation at Yinyang Theater would not change much, and the veteran Old Ancestor of Yinyang Pass would be free to lead the army to take back Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai had met with Wuqing during his previous trip to Yinyang Pass, but they hadn't said much to each other, so he wasn't very familiar with him. Regardless, Yang Kai was still happy that Wuqing was able to advance into the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. However, he soon thought of another thing. Since Senior Wu has advanced into the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm without the knowledge of the Royal Lord in the Yinyang Theater, why doesn't he team up with the Old Ancestor at Yinyang Pass to deal with the Royal Lord there? The Old Ancestor of Great Evolution Paradise was sneak attacked by a newly advanced Royal Lord more than 30,000 years ago under similar circumstances, resulting in his demise. The humans could simply return the favor. While shaking his head, Ding Yao explained, "That's too big of a risk, and there are too many uncontrollable factors. A Royal Lord is not like a territory lord or a feudal lord. When it comes to life or death situations, even if there is no chance of survival, a Royal Lord has a high chance of dragging someone down with them. It's not easy for us humans to gain an Old Ancestor, so we cannot afford to take that risk." Back then, the Old Ancestor of Great Evolution Pass was still able to kill a Royal Lord despite being sneak attacked and outnumbered. A Royal Lord's strength was basically on par with that of a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so there was also a chance that they could do the same. As long as there was such a chance, the humans would not risk it. Smiling, Shen Tumo elaborated, because an old ancestor and a Royal Lord aren't that easy to kill, each great pass can barely maintain a balance. If the Black Ink clan acted according to what you just proposed, who knows how many great passes we would have lost. What do you mean by that? Yang Kai frowned in confusion. Shen Tumo continued to explain, there are a number of theaters with more than one Royal Lord. For example, the Great Battle Theater. There are 2 Royal Lords there while we only have one old ancestor standing guard. Hearing that, Yang Kai was very surprised. There are 2 Royal Lords in the Great Battle Theater? What's so surprising about that? Ding Yao glanced at him. Some human great passes have 2 old ancestors, but the total number of Royal Lords is most likely still higher. Yang Kai looked bewildered. I always thought that every great pass only had one old ancestor and the corresponding theater only had one Royal Lord. Frowning, Shen Tumo asked, who told you that? While shaking his head, Yang Kai replied, no one. It was all his own assumption, but now it seemed that he was being naive. Thinking about it, no one had ever told him explicitly that each great pass had only one old ancestor that corresponded to one Royal Lord. Though there weren't many old ancestors, how could they possibly be distributed perfectly evenly so that all great passes only had one? There had to be a few extras somewhere. It was the same for the Royal Lord. It just so happened that the 3 great passes he visited only had one old ancestor and one Royal Lord. On the Black Ink clan side, both their feudal lords and territory lords outnumber our 7th Order and 8th Order masters, so it's only normal for their Royal Lords to outnumber our 9th masters too. However, the actual number is irrelevant to the overall situation. Although there are fewer 9th Order's Open Heaven Realm Masters in some theaters, they are still able to maintain a balance with the Royal Lords and keep each other in check. Yang Kai nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Using Great Battle Pass as an example, although there was only one 9th Order Old Ancestor facing 2 Royal Lords, along with the risks of attacking the Great Pass, as long as the Old Ancestor acted prudently, there wouldn't be any danger. We've strayed a bit too far off topic. Shen Tumo waved his hand and said, let's put all these to the side. What we have to do now is to recover Great Evolution Pass. Originally, you weren't supposed to be involved in this matter because, as Grandmaster Ma Fan said, you are the key to the evil-purging divine spear. The future of the human race is at stake, and we wouldn't allow you to head to such a dangerous battlefield so easily. If you were to have any accidents, the whole crusade would be in jeopardy. Smiling playfully, Yang Kai added, though I don't know the reason, Dawn will be participating in this battle to recover the Great Pass, right? I'm sure no human soldier would want to miss such an opportunity. Shen Tumo nodded, indeed. The old ancestor from Inyang Pass specifically requested you to join the army, saying that your small universe can help her restore her strength and recover from her injuries. We naturally need to cooperate when such a request is made. Yang Kai suddenly understood the situation. The last time he was in Inyang Pass, he had used his small universe to help the old ancestor heal from her wounds. It seemed like after tasting the benefits he could offer, she had developed a liking for them. This was only reasonable as she would turn into a child if she were seriously injured, and normal healing methods had little effect on her. She could only restore her injuries in a bustling world. Yang Kai's small universe just happened to be a place where countless ordinary beings flourished and was perfectly suitable for her healing process. Also, the flow of time inside his small universe was different from the outside world, so it could be said that if they had Yang Kai with them, the chances of success in this campaign to recover their territory would increase greatly. The recovery of Great Evolution Pass was related to their future crusade, and the old ancestor from Inyang Pass had personally requested Yang Kai to follow them. Therefore, considering the overall situation, Blue Sky Pass couldn't refuse. This was the reason Ding Yao and Shen Tumo told Yang Kai so much. Otherwise, how could a 7th Order junior be qualified to know so many operational details? Since it was an order from the higher-ups, they were just carrying them out. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5181, The enemy stands before us, prepare for battle. All Great Passes will contribute to this mission to recover the Great Evolution Pass. Blue Sky Pass will probably deploy about 500 people, with senior brother Xiang leading the team. So, when you get there, you cannot act without senior brother Xiang's order. Ding Yao looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. Yang Kai accepted the order, understood. Then, he asked, when will we be leaving? Ding Yao answered, it won't be a long wait, within a few months at most. Shen Tuamo added, I am telling you this today because I want you to be prepared, otherwise, you will be confused when you get there. On the other hand, Dawn doesn't have enough members, so the Inner Sanctum has chosen a 10-person squad to join Dawn. They will be heading over for the transition within these few days. Yes, sir. You can head back and make the necessary preparations. Shen Tuamo waved his hand. Yang Kai cupped his fist and left. After leaving the army headquarters, Yang Kai breathed in a light breath to calm his excitement. The humans were going to recover Great Evolution Pass. After countless years of defending against the Black Ink clan, Blue Sky Pass initial crusade could be said to be a small step forward for the humans, while taking back Great Evolution Pass was like a big step forward. Once Great Evolution Pass was retaken, the Real Crusade would not be too far away. By then, there would be a world-shaking battle to the death between the two races in this huge and vast Black Ink battlefield, and no one could predict what the final result would be. On this vast battlefield, a single human strength was too weak to matter, and Yang Kai was a mere 7th-order master. Even an old ancestor could only affect the situation of their own designated theater, not the entire situation of the war. The only thing Yang Kai could do now was prepare himself for the upcoming campaign. After returning to his home, he entered retreat and began cultivating to improve his small universe's heritage as much as possible. A few days later, two 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu, came for a visit. They were the squad leader and vice squad leader of a 10-man squad and were both veterans who had been on the Black Ink battlefield for at least 2,000 years, killing countless enemies and earning a lot of merits. Because they were about to embark on a campaign to recover Great Evolution Pass, Dawn naturally needed to be as strong as possible. However, since the establishment of Dawn, the squad had never filled its ranks, so after some consideration, Ding Yao took the initiative to choose a 10-member squad to fill in the vacancies and increase Dawn's strength. The team led by Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu were the lucky squad. The two were not repulsed by this order and were even a bit happy. This couldn't be helped, as every ordinary squad's desire was to develop their squad to become an elite squad with grand accomplishments. Unfortunately, there were only 5 special operations squads here in Blue Sky Pass, so if the others wanted to be promoted, they had to perform exceptionally well and play a decisive role in battle, otherwise, promotion was impossible. The creation of Dawn was also because Yang Kai was too important for Blue Sky Pass, which was why the army commanders granted a special exception. Of course, the military merits Dawn earned after its establishment did live up to its title as a Special Operations Squad. They even outshined the other 4 elite squads. Although Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu's squad was quite strong and had earned a lot of military merits in its time, their capabilities were still far from being able to be promoted. So, when they were suddenly ordered to join Dawn, they were a bit confused, but were still happy to report to Yang Kai. In every war it participated in, Dawn would rank first in the War Materials Hall in terms of military merits. More importantly, Dawn still had vacancies. Many cultivators wanted to join Dawn and fight as part of the squad, but unfortunately, Yang Kai, the squad leader, never intended to recruit new members over the years. Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu did not expect that a sudden transfer order from the higher-ups would allow them to fulfill this wish. In the courtyard, Yang Kai gave the 2 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters a warm welcome. Although they had never met each other before, they were comrades who fought together on the Black Ink battlefield, so there was no estrangement between them when talking about killing the Black Ink clan and restoring peace. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became very lively. During that time, the two Seventh Order Masters had asked about the reason behind the transfer order given by the higher-ups, but Yang Kai dodged the question. The matters Ding Yao and Shen Tuo told him about had to be kept confidential for the time being. Although these secrets would soon be revealed during the battle to recover Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai still couldn't say anything in this situation. At least, the announcement shouldn't be coming from him. After a while of chatting, both the host and guests were having a good time. With the addition of Ren Bingbai and Yu Ziyu's 10-person squad, the number of Dawn team members instantly increased to 47. Though it wasn't completely full, it was not far off, and there were as many as 8 Seventh Order Masters in the squad. As time passed, some rumors gradually spread within Blue Sky Pass. No one knew where those rumors came from, but all the soldiers who were transferred back to the Inner Sanctum were soon vaguely aware of the news that the humans were going to take back Great Evolution Pass. Everyone was so excited that they could barely wait for that battle to start. Several months later, it was finally time. A message was sent to all the members of Dawn. Once they had all assembled, they were led by Yang Kai to Blue Sky Pass main square, where squads of varying numbers had gathered from all directions of the Inner Sanctum. By the time Yang Kai arrived with Dawn, hundreds of people had already assembled and more were on their way. In less than a half cup of tea's time, about 500 people had gathered at the square, which was the number Ding Yao had revealed to Yang Kai earlier. Despite the large number of people, the square was silent. Under the calm exterior though was suppressed excitement. Chai Fong, the old turtle squad leader, was standing not far from Yang Kai while squinting at him to attract his attention. Chai Fong said, "Brother Yang, judging from this situation, it seems like the rumors about recovering Great Evolution Pass might be true." When the news of recovering the Great Pass began spreading around the Inner Sanctum, Chai Fong also came to Yang Kai to discuss this matter with him, but Yang Kai didn't dare to reveal anything and pretended not to know about it when talking to Chai Fong. However, everyone knew that without the tacit approval from the higher-ups, the news wouldn't have spread throughout the Inner Sanctum. Therefore, Chai Fong had expected it to be more than 80% true back then, and now it seemed like he was right. After realizing that, Chai Fong felt very excited. Since the battle 200 years ago, the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass had been bored and idle. It was unbearable for them not to kill any enemies for 200 years, but now they could finally kill as many enemies as they could during this campaign to recover Great Evolution Pass. "I think you're right," Yang Kai replied. Then, Chai Fong added, "For more than 30,000 years, Great Evolution Pass has been occupied by the Black Ink clan, resulting in a lot of pressure on the Great Passes to the left and right of the Great Evolution Theater. If we can take back Great Evolution Pass, the pressure on those two Great Passes will be greatly reduced." Every Great Pass had a corresponding theater, so when Great Evolution Pass fell, all the Black Ink clan in that theater would naturally be free of constraints and would have extra manpower to reinforce their fellow clansmen in the two neighboring theaters. Although the efficiency of their reinforcements wasn't high due to the distance, they were still able to make the two Great Passes suffer a lot of hardships throughout the years. In comparison to the other Great Passes, the two Great Passes adjacent to Great Evolution Pass also had more troops. For example, there were about 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers in Blue Sky Pass, which was the same for most of the human Great Passes. Even if there were passes with over 40,000 soldiers, it still wouldn't exceed that number by much. But for those two Great Passes, they had more than 50,000 soldiers each. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist the Black Ink clan's attack because each of them needed to deal with an enemy with numbers equivalent to 1.5 theaters. Chai Fong added, "Blue Sky Pass alone is sending out 500 troops. If every Great Pass dispatches a similar amount, wouldn't we have gathered an army of 50,000 soldiers?" Adding on the reinforcements sent from the two Great Passes themselves, Tisk seems like the higher-ups are really determined to get back Great Evolution Pass. With a smile, Yang Kai elaborated, "Since we've decided to take it back, the higher-ups must have gone through a lot of consideration. Blue Sky Pass is a special case though, and deploying 500 people is not much of a burden for us, but the other great passes might not be able to send so many people. Because the war at Blue Sky Pass had entered a lull, it wouldn't affect them too much if they sent out more soldiers. However, the other great passes didn't have the same advantages as Blue Sky Pass, and although 500 people didn't sound like much, it was equivalent to the strength of several battalions. While the two of them were communicating secretly, a sudden stream of light came from Eastern Army headquarters and appeared before them in the blink of an eye. The light dispersed and revealed the figures of 10 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters led by Xiang Shan and Ding Yao. Yang Kai saw that among these Eighth Order Masters was Grandmaster Ma Fan. It seemed like Ding Yao and Shen Tumo had finally given in to the old man's stubbornness. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Xiang Shan took a step forward with his hands behind his back, looked around, and opened his mouth to speak. Recently, there have been some rumors circulating in the inner sanctum, and I think you all have heard them, so today, I am here to tell you all that the matter of taking back Great Evolution Pass is true. Even though everyone standing here had guessed this already and was almost certain about it, there was still an uproar when Xiang Shan formally announced it. Ignoring the excitement of the soldiers, Xiang Shan continued, since the fall of Great Evolution Pass more than 30,000 years ago, it has been under the control of the Black Ink clan, and the strong defense line built by the ancient masters has become vulnerable. The Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass even dared to venture forward and challenge the no-return pass. That is a humiliation to the entire human race. For 30,000 years, we have been trying to recover Great Evolution Pass, but the situation here on the Black Ink battlefield was horrendous and each Great Pass couldn't afford to divide our forces, even if we wanted to. Now that 30,000 years have passed, after generations of hard work and effort, the chance has finally come. I can't comment on the rights and wrongs of my ancestors, but as one of their descendants, I have only one goal: to reclaim Great Evolution Pass. Today, all 500 of you will join me on this endeavor, and whether we face life or death in the days to come, we will not embarrass the human race's prestige. We will not forget the efforts of our forefathers and their original intentions. The enemy stands before us, so let us prepare for battle. For victory. Victory! The crowd roared in excitement, and their shouts echoed across the sky. With a slight nod, Xiang Shan suddenly waved his hand, and dozens of streams of light scattered to all parts of the crowd. The streams of light hovered in front of each squad leader level 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and in the streams of light was a space ring. Squad leaders, please take care of your own supplies. There are purifying black ink pills and a spare warship inside each space ring. You will distribute those pills accordingly when the time comes. Yes, sir. The squad leaders all responded. Xiang Shan nodded his head again and ordered, "Move out." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5182, Is the Black Ink Clan attacking? Xiang Shan turned around and dashed towards the central hall, where the hyperspace array was located. Following behind him was Ding Yao and 9 other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, with the 500 human soldiers further back. Meanwhile, Yang Kai led Dawn at the front of the pack, followed by Chai Fong and the members of the Old Turtles. Soon, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the 500 soldiers arrived at the hyperspace array. Fortunately, the central hall was spacious enough to hold hundreds of people without being crowded. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master greeted them and cupped his fist to Xiang Shan. "Everything is prepared." Xiang Shan nodded, "Many thanks." The 8th Order Master moved aside, and Xiang Shan led hundreds of soldiers straight to the front of the space array. The array's light glowed brightly while the patterns flashed and the array hummed, obviously indicating that it was already opened and ready to use. Xiang Shan turned around, looked at the 500 people behind him and ordered, "Get into groups of 50 and spread out." The crowd followed the order, and under the leadership of their squad leaders, 3 to 4 squads formed groups of 50 each. Only Dawn and the Old Turtles did not need to move because the total number of members in those 2 special operations squads was about 50 people. Xiang Shan turned his head, looked at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him, and nodded lightly. The next moment, the group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters moved to a group of soldiers. The one who arrived before dawn was Grandmaster Ma Fan. No one could tell if it was prearranged, but like the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Grandmaster Ma Fan activated the power of his small universe, opened its portal, and turned it into a channel before he shouted to Yang Kai and the others, "Get in." Yang Kai naturally understood what the 8th Order Masters had planned, which was to use these 10 8th Order Masters to send all 500 soldiers to another Great Pass. Due to the large distance between the Great Passes, each transmission across the hyperspace array consumed a huge amount of materials. The higher the strength of the cultivator being transmitted, the more materials they would have to consume. Since Blue Sky Pass was sending 500 soldiers, it could still afford to do this one by one because it was rich with materials, but it was an unnecessary waste. It also consumed a lot of time. Instead of that, it would be better to use the 8th Order Masters' small universes to expedite the process. In comparison to transmitting 500 people, transmitting 10 8th Order Masters would definitely consume far fewer materials, and it would take less time as well. As a matter of fact, whenever cultivators moved from one Great Pass to another, they would usually use this method, which was to let lower-order cultivators enter the small universe of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. That way, they could save as many materials as possible. The small universe of an 8th Order Master was, if they were only to accommodate 5th Order Masters, capable of carrying upwards of 1,000 people. If they were trying to hold 6th Order Masters, around 100 people would be the limit. For 7th Order Masters, perhaps 10 would be the limit. Any more would add a significant burden to the 8th Order Masters' small universe and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, after Xiang Shan and others had carefully discussed this matter, they thought that using 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to transport 500 people would be the best choice. After Grandmaster Ma Fan's shout, Yang Kai charged into the portal first, followed by his team members. Then, one after another, each figure disappeared. Only after everyone had entered the small universe did Grandmaster Ma Fan close the portal. This was not the first time Ma Fan had done something like this. Still, this was something that most would avoid doing if possible. Under normal circumstances, even if a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could store someone of a lower order in their small universe, they wouldn't, as the dangers of doing so were too great. It would be extremely difficult to stop their small universe from being damaged from the inside if someone they took in had malicious intentions. The high-rank masters could use their world force to suppress such behavior, but their small universe would still inevitably be contaminated with another person's world force as long as the other party simply circulated their strength, which was very troublesome to deal with. Therefore, the cultivators in Yang Kai's small universe had to leave when they were about to break through to the Open Heaven realm. Another reason was that everyone had different paths of cultivation, and the disciples of the Void Dao Temple would have a low chance of success if they stayed in Yang Kai's small universe when they wanted to break through. However, the Black Ink battlefield was a special case. It wasn't uncommon to see high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters using their small universe to accommodate lower-order Masters. All humans here were life-and-death comrades and fought side by side, so trust was not an issue. After receiving the entire Dawn squad, Grandmaster Ma Fan turned a little pale despite receiving less than 50 people. On the other hand, Xiang Shan and others all seemed normal, especially Xiang Shan. He had taken in nearly 60 people yet still seemed like he was perfectly fine. From that, it was obvious that though the two were in the same realm, Ma Fan's heritage was incomparable to those veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Blue Sky Pass. After all, the Tao of artifact refining consumed a lot of his time and energy, so his foundation was not nearly as rich. After receiving all 500 people into their small universes, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not immediately teleport away through the array but instead stood in place and waited in silence. That was because Blue Sky Pass wasn't the only one sending people. As all the Great Passes were deploying some soldiers for the campaign, it was impossible for the receiving space array to support them all at once, so they had to wait for the signal from the other side. It wasn't a long wait. About half an hour later, the hyperspace array suddenly shone out a light that was extremely dazzling but was quickly withdrawn. It happened 3 times. That was the signal they and that had been agreed on. After the light around the array stabilized, Xiang Shan took the lead, stepping onto the array, followed by the other Open Heaven Realm Masters. Activate the array. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was monitoring the central hall ordered. Then, the many already prepared soldiers around the array each formed a set of seals and started the array. A dazzling light shone out from the edge of the grand array and gradually diffused towards the center. It soon enveloped Xiang Shan and the other 10 8th Order Masters. The array hummed, and the hall shook. A dozen breaths later, the dazzling light disappeared, and the array became dark. Xiang Shan and others who had been standing there were gone along with it. The crystals placed in the 7 array nodes around the grand array also dimmed. Those 7 array nodes corresponded to the 7 elements. These crystals were originally arranged here, created by a special technique that gathered energy from different materials. Even a crystal the size of a fingernail consumed a set of materials that could help create a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If the crystals used up in this one transfer were gathered together, they could fill up an entire wash basin. One could imagine how many materials this teleportation had consumed. Meanwhile, inside Ma Fan's small universe, Yang Kai and others sat down cross-legged, calmed their powers, and tried to remain motionless. This was the self-awareness every Open Heaven Realm Master that had been invited into a small universe should have. Perhaps because he had cultivated the Tao of artifact refining too, Yang Kai noticed that there were a lot of artifact refining Tao essences in this small universe as soon as he entered. They were inside Grandmaster Ma Fan's small universe after all, and as an artifact refining Great Grandmaster, it was normal to have such a dense Tao essence. If Grandmaster Ma Fan's small universe could rear living beings like Yang Kai's small universe, there would certainly be a lot of artifact refining prodigies to emerge from here. In fact, because of the special characteristic of the Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe, whenever a cultivator's strength reached the 7th Order, their small universe would turn from immaterial to material. By then, it wouldn't be difficult to find a legacy disciple because they could raise a batch of living beings themselves, and following the subtle influence of their own grand Tao essence, there would eventually be a perfect candidate to inherit their legacy. Under normal circumstances, however, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would not do such a thing because their small universe would easily become unstable when fighting fierce battles, and the living creatures inside would be killed or injured. There was a possibility that hundreds of years of hard work would be lost in a single clash. According to Yang Kai's knowledge of this place, only those high-rank Open Heaven from cave heavens and paradises who were about to die would do such a thing. They knew they didn't have long to live, and there was no hope for them in the future, therefore, the only thing they could do before their lives came to an end was to contribute to the continuation of their sect. That was the reason why there was no shortage of alchemists and artifact refiners in the cave heavens and paradises, and why special sects like Divine Cauldron Heaven and Divine Medicine Heaven could ensure the continuation of their inheritance from generation to generation. Actually, Yang Kai could have taken the chance to cultivate in this environment and perhaps gain something. But he did not care much about Tao of artifact refining, and the reason why he practiced it was simply because it was related to a mission. Now that his mission was long over, he hadn't actively cultivated the Tao of artifact refining for a long time. After waiting for almost an hour or so, the small universe suddenly buzzed, and a portal to the outside world opened. The members of Dawn got up and exited the portal under Yang Kai's lead, leaving Grandmaster Ma Fan's small universe. When the world suddenly changed, they found themselves in the middle of a huge open area. Before the crowd could even stand firm, a vague buzzing noise entered their ears as they felt energy fluctuations coming at them from all directions. These signs were all very familiar as all of them had encountered such scenes many times in their lives. Shen Ao, who was standing beside Yang Kai, raised a brow and asked what everyone was thinking, "Is the Black Ink clan attacking?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't know which Great Pass this was, but it must be one of the two adjacent to Great Evolution Pass. After all, in order to recover Great Evolution Pass, starting from the two adjacent Great Passes would be the shortest route. However, they didn't anticipate that they would bump into the Black Ink clan attacking the Great Passes. Also, Yang Kai couldn't figure out whether this attack was a coincidence or a situation planned out by the humans. He guessed that it was most likely the latter. The Black Ink clan sieges would generally last for many years, but there would be an equally long period of rest in between, so if the humans were willing to, they could easily avoid such incidents. In this case, it seemed like the higher-ups had decided to inflict serious damage on the Black Ink clan forces in the neighboring theaters before retaking Great Evolution Pass so that the enemy wouldn't be able to send reinforcements. That was also a very natural choice. Turning his head to look at the 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai guessed that the Black Ink clan in this theater were about to suffer a heavy toll. Dawn's members were whispering to each other, just like in the other squads. They seemed to have noticed the special situation here. However, they were all still confused about which Great Pass they were in. The universe chart they brought over from Blue Sky Pass was useless because each theater had its own universe chart. Although the chart had details about some nearby theaters, the universe chart showed nothing of Great Passes that were further away. While the members of Dawn were talking amongst themselves, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly came in from not far away and cupped his fist at Xiang Shan, senior brother Xiang. Xiang Shan returned the greeting, junior brother Hong. Martial Peak, Chapter 5183, Wind and Cloud Pass. Though no one knew which Great Pass the man called junior brother Hong came from, he obviously was not a local. After he met up with Xiang Shan, they interacted via divine sense. Yang Kai took the opportunity to look around and realized that many cultivators had gathered in different groups in the square. The number of people in each group varied from about 200 to 300, but none of them had 500 like Blue Sky Pass. Those groups of cultivators gathered together should have been the soldiers deployed by various passes, and it seemed like Yang Kai's guess was right. Because the situation in Blue Sky Pass was different, they could deploy 500 soldiers, while the other Great Passes couldn't deploy as many. In contrast to the 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers in each Great Pass, a few hundred people wouldn't affect their strength too much. But once all of them had gathered in this place, it would be a considerable amount of manpower. Yang Kai estimated that there were almost 6,000 to 7,000 people gathered in this square, and this was before everyone had arrived. Once everyone had assembled, there would likely be several tens of thousands in total. In every group of cultivators, there would also be 8th Order Masters, but their numbers varied as well. Each group basically had more than 5 though. It seemed like the other Great Passes had made the same choice as Blue Sky Pass, using the small universes from 8th Order Masters to send their soldiers here. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Besides the 6,000 to 7,000 soldiers gathered in this square, there were already about 100 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present. The Black Ink clan besieging this Great Pass at this moment were not only unlucky, they were about to feel miserable. Just as Yang Kai was about to ask Grandmaster Ma Fan which Great Pass they were at, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ear, "Brat, over here." Following the direction of the voice, Yang Kai looked around and saw someone waving his hand from one of the groups. It was Su Linggong. Yang Kai was stunned as he didn't expect to see Su Linggong there. Because Su Linggong was a 7th Order Master, he must have come here to take part in the mission to recover Great Evolution Pass. When Yang Kai saw Su Linggong, he was happy because he was still his elder after all, despite both of them having the same cultivation. Following that, Yang Kai went up to Ding Yao and said, "Martial Uncle, there's someone I know over there. I'll head over and say hello." Ding Yao turned his head towards the areas where cultivators from Yinyang Pass were gathered and nodded lightly, "You're free to roam around but do not leave the square." "Yes." Yang Kai replied and turned back to relay a message to the members of Dawn before heading towards Su Linggong. When he arrived before Su Linggong, Yang Kai bowed, "Martial Uncle Su." He also bowed to Teng Qiu and the others, "Greetings, seniors." On Yinyang Pass side, not only did Su Linggong join this mission, but so did Tang Qiu and several other familiar faces. Among these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, there were some whom Yang Kai knew and some he didn't. Standing behind Su Linggong were Qin Kuei and Suing Shui, who also nodded at Yang Kai as a greeting. Su Linggong slapped his hand on Yang Kai's shoulder and laughed heartily. I never thought we would have the chance to fight side by side again. It's good to have you with us because you tend to cause a lot of commotion, which I enjoy the most. Hearing that made Yang Kai laugh. Unsure if it was a compliment, he replied casually, Martial Uncle Su, you're flattering me. I feel assured seeing you and the others have been doing fine. Su Linggong nodded happily, I'll take it as you being filial. Yang Kai added, it looks like quite a number of Yinyang Pass soldiers came this time. How is the situation back there? Just now, he had noticed that the number of soldiers from Yinyang Pass was similar to that of Blue Sky Pass, around 500 with 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Not only did the Eastern Army Commander, Tang Qiu, join this mission, but so did the Western Army Commander, Lu Zhiping. Yang Kai had a deep impression of the Western Army Commander, which couldn't be helped because the steamed stuffed buns she made were quite delicious. Back when he and the old ancestor of Yinyang Pass were hanging around at the marketplace, he frequented Lin's steamed bun restaurant quite frequently. Since 2 army commanders had come here in person, it obviously meant that everything was going well at Yinyang Pass, otherwise, these 2 wouldn't have had the spare time. One had to know that though Blue Sky Pass also had 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present, only Ding Yao, the Eastern Army Commander, joined this mission. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Tang Qiu said smilingly, thanks to you, we won a big victory against the Black Ink clan more than 100 years ago and severely damaged their foundation. So, Yinyang Pass will have several hundred years of peace. Yang Kai understood what Tang Qin meant as soon as he heard it. The Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises he opened outside Yinyang Pass must have made a great contribution to winning the most recent war. Like at Blue Sky Pass, Yinyang Pass took the Black Ink clan army by surprise with the help of those Universe Cave Heavens and Paradises. After activating countless traps, the Black Ink clan suffered heavy casualties. Almost the entire Black Ink clan army was killed in that war, while more than 20 territory lords had either died or were severely wounded. Despite having experienced those traps once in the Blue Sky Theater and being very cautious when attacking Yinyang Pass, unless the Black Ink clan stopped besieging the Great Passes entirely, it would just be a matter of time before they fell into those traps. For the Black Ink clan, there was no good solution to those death traps set by the humans, and they would pay a high price when they encountered them whether they were prepared in advance or not. Originally, Yinyang Pass wanted to follow Blue Sky Pass example and organize a crusade, but unfortunately, we don't have a solution to our logistics problem, nor do we have someone to arrange universe arrays as transit points, so we had to give up on that idea, Tang Qiu said with some regret. Yinyang Pass had considered asking Yang Kai to help them set up some universe arrays as transit points for their crusade, however, due to various reasons, the plan was eventually shelved. Although they couldn't organize a crusade, the situation in the Yinyang Theater was quite stable right now, so they could deploy more people to support the mission to recover the Great Evolution Pass. That was the reason why Yinyang Pass deployed 500 people and even 2 army commanders. Among the 2 army commanders, Lu Zhiping would be joining the campaign to recover Great Evolution Pass while Tang Qiu would return to Yinyang Pass soon to oversee matters there. However, Yang Kai and the others weren't informed about the decisions made by the higher-ups. The only thing Yang Kai desperately wanted to know now was which Great Pass they were at. When he asked this question, Tang Qiu said, "Didn't Ding Yao tell you?" Yang Kai replied, "I haven't had time to ask yet." Tang Qiu explained, "This is Wind and Cloud Pass." Then it dawned on Yang Kai. Wind and Cloud Pass naturally corresponded to Wind and Cloud Paradise. Because of the Star Boundaries World Tree and the Good Fortune Divine Furnace, Yang Kai had dealt with people from almost all of the Cave Heavens and Paradises and knew at least 1 or 2 people from each of them. In a way, he now had quite a wide network. When mentioning Wind and Cloud Paradise, Yang Kai's deepest impression of it was its auction houses. Thinking back, it was from Wind and Cloud Auction House that he got the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. If this place was Wind and Cloud Pass, the other Great Pass adjacent to Great Evolution Pass should be Azure Void Pass. Azure Void Pass corresponded to Azure Void Cave Heaven, and these two Great Passes sandwiched Great Evolution Pass between them. Originally, they could have helped each other in battle, but after the fall of Great Evolution Pass, both Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass fell under even more pressure. Since the Black Ink clan of the Great Evolution Theater had no opponent to fight, they could gather their forces and develop without worry. They could frequently gather hundreds of thousands of soldiers to pass through the vast void and aid their fellow Black Ink clansmen in the Azure Void and Wind and Cloud theaters. On average, Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass faced more frequent assaults from the Black Ink clan than other Great Passes. Usually, the Black Ink clan would rest for 100 years between attacks on a Great Pass, but these two would see assaults every 70 to 80 years, and with far greater force than at other Great Passes. Due to the immense pressure they faced, these two Great Passes had more than 50,000 troops each, or else they wouldn't be able to resist the attacks. Knowing that this place was Wind and Cloud Pass, Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, "Senior, what's our situation? I noticed that there are only 20 to 30 groups of reinforcements here. When will the troops from other Great Passes arrive?" Tang Qiu explained, "Not all of the troops that the 108 Great Passes are deploying for this mission will be gathered at Wind and Cloud Pass. Only half of them will assemble here, while the other half will gather at Azure Void Pass, which is also facing an attack from the Black Ink clan at this very moment. With the strength from the other Great Passes and the strength from the local garrison, we will crush the besieging Black Ink clan armies first. Then, Great Evolution's eastern and western armies will be formed on the Wind and Cloud Pass side, while the northern and southern armies will be formed on the Azure Void Pass side. I'm not sure about the situation at Azure Void Pass, but here, the Eastern Army Commander will be Xiang Shan from Blue Sky Pass, and the Western Army Commander will be Lu Zhiping from Yinyang Pass. At that time, the four armies will set out from both Great Passes and advance together with the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass leading the army to recover Great Evolution Pass." Now that Yang Kai had the gist of the situation, he glanced at the troops in the square and silently estimated in his mind, "According to your words, each army will have about 10,000 soldiers, and all four armies will have a total of some 40,000 people, right?" Tang Qiu shook his head, "It will be more than that. According to the original plan, the estimated manpower needed to recover the Great Evolution Pass should be around 60,000. In other words, each army will have at least 15,000 soldiers. The only way to take back Great Evolution Pass is to ensure we have 60,000 soldiers. A war to retake territory was different from simply defending it. 30,000 to 40,000 troops in a human Great Pass were sufficient to ensure that they wouldn't be defeated, but the risks of attacking an entrenched position also played a part in that. By the same token, the Black Ink clan had been occupying Great Evolution Pass for more than 30,000 years. Even if they didn't have the same means as humans, 30,000 years of managing that place would be enough for them to set up traps and other defensive arrangements. This time it was the Black Ink clan's turn to rely on the risk of attacking a Great Pass. If the humans wanted to conquer the Great Evolution Pass, they had to ensure that they had a much superior force, so 60,000 was thought to be the minimum requirement. In the case of Wind and Cloud Pass, if they gathered all the troops deployed by the other Great Passes, they might be able to assemble 15,000 soldiers, equivalent to an army's strength. But considering that once Great Evolution Pass was successfully retaken, Wind and Cloud Pass wouldn't be under as much pressure anymore, so they wouldn't need 50,000 soldiers to hold the line anymore. Therefore, Wind and Cloud Pass would be deploying 15,000 troops to help fill in the vacancies for Great Evolution's eastern and western armies. It was the same for Azure Void Pass. They would assemble an army gathered from all the troops sent by the other Great Passes and deploy an army of their own, forming two armies as well. The eastern, southern, western, and northern armies would meet at Great Evolution Pass, where Inyang Pass' old ancestor would take command and decide how to recover the Great Pass, which had been lost for more than 30,000 years. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5184, Great Evolution's Armies. Teng Qiu let out a light sigh as he spoke with mixed emotions. We don't know how many of us will survive this battle. Young boy, this campaign to recover our lost territory will be more dangerous than any battle you've faced before. You must remember not to act impulsively and put your safety first out of all things. Yes, sir. Yang Kai nodded respectfully. After Teng Qiu's explanation, Yang Kai now had a deeper understanding of the situation and the obstacles he would be facing later. On the other hand, these weren't exactly secrets, so he guessed the others might find out from all sorts of sources in short order. Back at the square, the atmosphere was becoming increasingly lively as cultivators from different great passes arrived one after another, and early birds, like Yang Kai, were socializing with the others. Many fellow brothers and sisters came from the same cave heaven or paradise, but were allocated to different great passes after arriving at the Black Ink battlefield. Once they separated, it would be hundreds to thousands of years, or even longer, before they could meet again. They might even never see each other again until they meet in the afterlife. The battle for Great Evolution Pass had called for all great passes to deploy troops and gather in Wind and Cloud and Azure Void Pass, which provided those cultivators from the same sex a chance to reunite. Though everyone came here from different great passes, they only had one goal, which was to recover Great Evolution Pass. All the Open Heaven Realm Masters had thrown the thought of life and death out of their heads. Also, there wasn't much sadness in the air. Instead, they all felt proud and delighted to be reunited with their friends. Everyone couldn't stop talking about how their own Great Pass defended themselves against the Black Ink clan. Among all the cultivators present, the cultivators from Blue Sky Pass undoubtedly became the center of attention. That couldn't be helped as Blue Sky Pass was the only one that successfully launched and completed a crusade. Not only did they manage to secure a forward base in the Black Ink clan's territory, they also managed to snatch a large piece of territory from them. It had been over 200 years since then, yet the Black Ink clan still didn't dare to cross the new border. At the temporary camp of the 500 soldiers from Inyang Pass, Yang Kai chatted with Qing Kuei and Suing Shui for a while longer before excusing himself and walking towards a quiet place where he stopped before a cultivator who was adjusting his breathing while sitting cross-legged on the ground. That person looked up at Yang Kai and showed him an ugly expression. With a slight chuckle, Yang Kai said, "Brother Blood Crow, we've crossed so much land to meet each other again. Can't you be at least a little happy to see an old friend?" That was right. Blood Crow was also included among the 500 people deployed by Inyang Pass. Though Yang Kai noticed him long ago, he had to speak to Teng Qiu, so he didn't have time to greet the former. Meanwhile, Blood Crow looked as if he didn't want anything to do with Yang Kai and snarled, "There's bound to be trouble wherever you are, so you'd better stay away from me." Having been at the Black Ink battlefield for quite a while, Blood Crow had accepted his fate, but he couldn't help but think, if this brat hadn't got in the way, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Maybe I would have still been cultivating peacefully inside Blood Monster Cave Heaven, gathering more strength and restoring my cultivation to when I was an 8th Order Divine Monarch. Yang Kai chuckled, "Brother Blood Crow, why are you still holding on to the past? Now that we're both here on the Black Ink battlefield, we'll have to fight side by side, so we should watch out for each other." However, Blood Crow just snapped, "Never. When we get on the battlefield, remember to tell me in advance where you will be. That way, I can stay as far as I can." At that moment, Su Linggong approached them. Enmities should be solved rather than settled. "Blood Crow, the way you acted before was too merciless, and Yang Kai only did what he had to be safe. Why do you have to hold on to past grudges?" Su Linggong also heard about what happened back at the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, which was why he could understand what was going on after listening to Yang Kai and Blood Crow's conversation. "Come on, have you heard of the saying, a smile dissolves hatred, while wine dissolves all resentment? After you finish these bottles, you'll let bygones be bygones." While saying so, Su Linggong took out 2 bottles of wine and tossed them to Yang Kai and Blood Crow respectfully. Blood Crow accepted one, but still kept quiet. Then, Su Linggong slapped Blood Crow's shoulder with so much force that his figure shrank a little. Following that, Su Linggong ordered, "Drink. If you don't, I'll take it as you having no respect for me." Feeling his lips twitching, Blood Crow complained in secret that if he still had his 8th-order cultivation, a mere 7th-order junior wouldn't have had the guts to act so arrogantly before him. But with his current situation, he could only suppress his anger and abide by Su Linggong's words. After opening the bottle, he raised his head and gulped down the wine. Yang Kai smiled and drank his wine as well. In the meantime, Su Linggong laughed heartily. "Very good. That's how you should solve grudges." Wind and Cloud Pass only had one hyperspace array, but had to receive troops sent from more than 50 great passes, so it naturally took quite a long time. Moreover, running the hyperspace array continuously was troublesome, so that process was incredibly time-consuming. Under that premise, the hyperspace array could only be used once daily. In other words, only one great pass could send their troops here each day. The 500 people from Blue Sky Pass didn't arrive too early, and they weren't late either, as half of the 50 great passes were still waiting to send their troops over. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan was still restlessly attacking. There were times when they could feel the strong energy blasts that would pass through the multiple spirit array barriers and into the square. It was tough for those cultivators gathered in the square as they knew large groups of Black Ink clansmen were attacking outside, yet they couldn't go out to kill the enemy. Those cultivators from the other great passes had to stay put before all the others arrived, and Great Evolution's eastern and western armies had officially been formed. This agony continued for 20 more days. When the last troops from the other great passes arrived at Wind and Cloud Pass, there were already 15,000 cultivators gathered in the square, including over 200 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was an unprecedented lineup. Though the number of cultivators gathered here did not outnumber any of the great passes, the number of 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters far outnumbered all of them. All those 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were here basically because they were tasked with sending soldiers from their great passes over and had to stay in Wind and Cloud Pass temporarily because the hyperspace array here couldn't send them back for the moment. At the same time, their presence was also to lay the groundwork for the upcoming battle. Following the orders from the 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from all great passes, those cultivators who were chatting with old friends immediately returned to their assigned spots, and the previously lively square immediately fell silent. A short while later, a large group of cultivators entered the square from all directions. The incoming troop had about 15,000 cultivators and was on par with those already in the square. After that, the square now had 30,000 soldiers. Seeing the situation, Yang Kai knew that if the previous 15,000 soldiers gathered in the square were from the other great passes, the 15,000 who had just arrived were soldiers that belonged to Wind and Cloud Pass. Their actions did seem more orderly. Though Yang Kai didn't mean to offend anyone, that group of soldiers were from the same great pass and had a tacit understanding, but Yang Kai and the others came from different great passes, so both troops were incomparable in terms of coordination. The scene of 30,000 soldiers gathering in one place was spectacular. At that moment, another 2 figures dashed over from a distance and stopped right in the middle of the square. It was a man and a woman, and they were both 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The man was Xiang Shan from Blue Sky Pass, while the woman was Lu Jiping from Yinyang Pass. Xiang Shan had a dignified air to him, while Lu Jiping cut a heroic figure. Though there were many 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters present, these two both had strong and oppressive temperaments that allowed them to attract everyone's attention whenever they appeared. Looking around the square, Xiang Shan announced, "Today, there are soldiers gathered here from more than 50 great passes with only one goal, to take back Great Evolution Pass. We also have many soldiers from Wind and Cloud Pass joining us, and so, with the recommendations from each great pass, and the approval from all old ancestors, we will now form Great Evolution's eastern and western armies. All soldiers, hear my command. I declare Xiang Shan the army commander of Great Evolution's Eastern Army. I declare Lu Zhiping the army commander of Great Evolution's Western Army. Yes, sir. All the soldiers in the square responded in unison. Then, Xiang Shan continued, Yan Jia. Step forward and receive your orders. Somewhere in the square, an elderly 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master stepped out from the crowd, flew forward, and stopped before Xiang Shan while cupping his fist, Yan Jia. Ready to receive my order. Xiang Shan then solemnly placed a token representing Yan Jia's identity on the latter's hand while seriously ordering, I assign you as Division Commander of Great Evolution's Eastern Army's 1st Division. While holding the Division Commander's jade token, Yan Jia yelled, Yes, sir. Then, he dashed back to his place. Following that, Lu Zhiping's crisp voice rang out, Lu Feng. Someone leapt up from within the crowd and landed before Lu Zhiping before cupping his fist and bowing, Lu Feng at your command. Looking at him, Lu Zhiping nodded lightly, I declare you Division Commander of Great Evolution's Western Army's 1st Division. I charge you to lead your fellow soldiers and bravely destroy the enemy. With a low shout, Lu Feng replied, I won't disappoint you. Then, Xiang Shan yelled again, Xu Yongde. Xu Yongde is at your disposal. I assign you as Division Commander of the Eastern Army's 2nd Division. Yes, sir. Xu Yin, come forward and receive your orders. I declare you as Division Commander for the Western Army's 2nd Division. I humbly accept. As the orders were given out one by one, and the 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were assigned their positions, the basis of Great Evolution's Eastern and Western Armies was formed in Wind and Cloud Pass's central square. On the Azure Void Pass side, the Northern and Southern Armies would similarly be organized. No one here was a newcomer who was unfamiliar with the Black Ink clan or the Black Ink battlefield, so the process was carried out smoothly. When Yang Kai had just arrived at Blue Sky Pass, Feng Ying explained all of this to him. Simply put, squads were the most basic grouping of human soldiers on the Black Ink battlefield. 10 to 15 people was the norm for a squad, with a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master as the squad leader. Of course, other specially formed elite squads like Dawn also existed in the other Great Passes. However, each Great Pass had different numbers of Special Operations Squads. Above a squad was a battalion, which consisted of around 100 people. Above a battalion was a division, and above a division was an army, of which each Great Pass would have 4. Therefore, with over 30,000 people being separated into Eastern and Western armies, each army would have 15,000 people, and on average, each army would have 30 divisions each. As for the position of Division Commander, only 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were eligible for such a post. In other words, the Eastern and Western armies would have a total of 68th-order Division Commanders. And that was only for the Eastern and Western armies. The Northern and Southern armies would be formed on Azure Void Pass side, and they would be in the same situation here. Under that premise, the Great Evolution Army would have over 100 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Having 60,000 soldiers, over 100 8th-order Masters, and being personally led by Enyang Pass Old Ancestor, this was the confidence and capital the humans had to take back Great Evolution Pass. Of course, just as Tang Qiu had said, this battle would be very dangerous, and no one could tell how many of these 60,000 soldiers would survive. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5185, Another Old Ancestor. It only took about 1 hour to appoint the several dozen division commanders. After the division commanders had been appointed, Xiang Shan announced, all divisions are to gather their own troops. In half a day, you will all follow me and fight our way out of Wind and Cloud Pass. Yes, sir. After that, all the division commanders instantly busied themselves with their duties. Xiang Shan and Lu Zhiping only announced division commander positions. Below the division commanders were battalion commanders, which they had to deal with on their own as the 2 army commanders wouldn't interfere with this matter. However, The higher-ups had already devised a plan to divide the 30,000 soldiers in the square and allocated which battalion the troops from each great pass would belong to, so the division commanders only needed to gather the troops according to the provided lists. While Yang Kai and the others were waiting for the troops to be organized, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters weren't idle. As allocating personnel also required careful selection, all the members for each battalion and division needed to be coordinated in advance. The square was constantly filled with shouts from each division commander as they delegated positions to the soldiers. Meanwhile, troops from different great passes were also moving quickly around the square, finding which battalion they belonged to. Yang Kai and Chai Feng looked at each other, and the latter said, "Brother Yang, I don't think we'll be allocated to the same battalion, but I think we should ask about how we will be operating during battle." Since the two special operations squads had about 50 people each, equivalent to half a battalion's strength, they naturally wouldn't get allocated into the same battalion. Moreover, back at Blue Sky Pass, the special operations squads didn't follow the same arrangements as the others and only reported to the army commanders. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Brother Chai is right. Let's go." The two then walked towards Xiang Shan. When they arrived before him, they paid their respects, and Yang Kai asked, "Sir, what are both mine and Brother Chai's squads going to be doing during battle?" After glancing at them, Xiang Shan said only 5 words: "Act according to the situation." Yang Kai acknowledged Xiang Shan's words and replied, "Understood." By "act according to the situation," Xiang Shan meant that there wouldn't be any restrictions for their two squads, and they wouldn't have to follow the ordinary chain of command. This was good news for the two squads because, without any hindrance, they could better utilize their strengths. Of course, there were also downsides to this arrangement. Because they were not collaborating with the other squads, they were unlikely to receive many reinforcements and had to rely on themselves during battle. Dawn and the Old Turtle were mentally prepared for that because it was the same as when they were back at Blue Sky Pass. The special operations squads were always free to do their own thing during battle, which had both risks and rewards. After getting Xiang Shan's reply, Yang Kai and Chai Feng felt reassured and returned to their spots. While watching the two leave, Lu Zhiping frowned slightly. "Senior brother Xiang, Yang Kai is an important factor in this war. Wouldn't it be better if we arranged for him to be in the Central Army?" The center position inside the army was the most important position within the Great Army and was also the safest place. If they could arrange for Yang Kai to be a member of the Central Army, it would be easier for them to protect him. Before they came here, Ding Yao had made the same suggestion as Lu Zhiping. Xiang Shan, however, replied, "While we're moving as an army, the center is indeed much safer, but once we engage in battle, nowhere is safe because it's chaos on the battlefield, and we have no one to rely on but ourselves. Since he came here, he must have come here to kill the enemy. That brat has been through all sorts of incredible situations already and survived, so it won't be easy for him to find himself in grave danger. If it had been another Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, maybe that person would have paid more attention to Yang Kai's safety and might even arrange a safer position for him." However, Xiang Shan had always been straightforward and made a name for himself in the Blue Sky Theater by killing many Black Ink clan masters with his own blade. For a person like him, how could he possibly give Yang Kai special attention? In his opinion, every soldier was the same, and soldiers who could kill the Black Ink clan were good soldiers. No one should have special consideration. Though Yang Kai's safety was important to the bigger picture, Xiang Shan had previously done careful research on him and knew he was proficient in the Tao of Space, which was a very effective weapon to maintain one's safety on the battlefield. If Yang Kai didn't make any foolish decisions, he wouldn't be in danger. Seeing that Xiang Shan was so determined, Lu Zhiping didn't say anything more. Before half a day was up, the Eastern and Western armies had been successfully formed, and each division and battalion was organized and ready, releasing murderous intent into the air. Until this moment, the Black Ink clan was still attacking, and they seemed to be pushing harder than before. The entire Wind and Cloud Pass seemed to be filled with the reverberating echoes of explosions from outside attacks. Though several shields and barriers were blocking the fallout, the rumbling could still penetrate the inner sanctum. The Wind and Cloud Pass originally had 50,000 soldiers, and they relied on this great army, which exceeded the other great passes in number, to ward off the enemy. However, 15,000 out of the original 50,000 soldiers were chosen to join Great Evolution's eastern and western armies. In other words, the number of Wind and Cloud Pass soldiers was now around 35,000. Though relying on the great strength of the Great Pass could help those 35,000 soldiers defend Wind and Cloud Pass for a time, they were still in a disadvantageous spot on the battlefield with their diminished numbers. The current range of movement for Wind and Cloud Pass soldiers had been reduced to within a 10,000-kilometer radius of the outer walls. Such a region was the most effective range for the defensive artifacts and arrays of the Great Pass. Any further away and the amount of support that could be given would drop off significantly. The Black Ink clan army was ecstatic about the humans' sudden weakened force. After many years of battling each other, the Black Ink clan had never gained such a large advantage. Though they weren't sure why the human army's strength had suddenly weakened, the territory lords responsible for organizing this siege saw hope for victory. It was as if the Black Ink clan only had to fight a little harder, and they would be able to take down this human Great Pass and make it into the second Great Evolution Pass. The Black Ink clan had yet to gain any further ground in this vast Black Ink battlefield since the successful conquest of their first human Great Pass 30,000 years ago, because the humans' persistence and tenacity rendered them unable to do so. If they could secure Wind and Cloud Pass, it would definitely be a big blow to the humans' morale, and the Black Ink clan soldiers at Wind and Cloud Theater would become heroes. Therefore, the Black Ink clan had almost deployed all of their forces to the battlefield, wanting to successfully conquer Wind and Cloud Pass in one fell swoop and kill off every human here. A royal lord hid inside a large black ink cloud, silently watching everything. It had been 20 years since his army began attacking Wind and Cloud Pass, and he had fought with the old ancestor keeping watch over the Great Pass 3 times. Every time they battled, it would cause a huge commotion, yet it would always end in a tie, with both of them suffering some minor injuries. But those injuries wouldn't affect the overall situation on the battlefield, nor would they have any effect on his strength. He noticed the changes on the human side and knew it was a strange phenomenon. Though he had no idea what the humans were up to and why they would intentionally weaken their own forces, he had an instinctive feeling that Wind and Cloud Pass was plotting something. At first, he wanted to find a chance to sneak a look at the inner sanctum situation, but the Wind and Cloud Pass had all sorts of barriers protecting it, and despite his strength as a royal lord, he couldn't see through them. After hesitating for almost half a day, the royal lord decided that no matter what the humans were scheming, it was a great chance for his army to defeat their enemy. Moreover, he had gotten a message from the front lines, saying that 200,000 Black Ink clan soldiers from Great Evolution Theater would be coming to reinforce them soon. Once this 200,000-strong army arrived, no matter what the humans had in mind, his side would have an absolute advantage over them, so the humans could forget their plans. All he needed to do now was to create more pressure on the humans and not let them have any time to rest. After the 200,000 reinforcements arrived, they could easily conquer this eyesore of a Great Pass. Just as he was thinking about that, a figure suddenly flew out from within Wind and Cloud Pass and charged straight at the Black Ink cloud where he was hiding. The royal lord was slightly shocked, but soon roared, "Old dog, you court death." He never expected the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass would take the initiative to attack him in this situation. Both races had been at war for countless years, and with the Wind and Cloud Pass special situation, it wasn't easy for the old ancestor to actively launch an attack. Therefore, he had always been the one to initiate the battles with the old ancestor. It was very rare that this old ancestor would come to him to pick a fight. In all 3 times they had battled in recent years, the royal lord had always been the first to make a move, with the human old ancestor having to accept his challenge for a battle. However, he never anticipated that the old man would actually attack him first. Feeling like he was being disdained, the royal lord came forward in a rage. When the two figures clashed, chaos erupted all around them. The vigorous battle had only just begun, but the royal lord suddenly sensed something and turned around to look somewhere not far away. What he saw was a child charging at him from the void. That child looked so young that it was as if he could kill her with a snort. The royal lord was stunned. Is this a human child? He had been battling the humans for so many years, yet he had never seen what a human child looked like. All the humans in the black ink battlefield were at least fifth-order open heaven masters, so how could there be children here? But at that moment, the seemingly harmless little girl gave the royal lord a huge sense of danger. The royal lord didn't know where that sense of danger came from, as the little girl didn't seem to have a strong aura coming from her. However, just as he was in the midst of his confusion, he saw the little girl smiling mischievously before quickly forming a set of hand seals. Then, the shape of a yin-yang fish appeared and enveloped a huge portion of the void around her. At the same time, the little girl's expression suddenly transformed as she rapidly grew into a lovely young woman. That young woman was exuding the terrifying air of an old ancestor. The royal lord was so frightened his face drained of all color. Another old ancestor? Why do the humans have two old ancestors? For so many years, Wind and Cloud Pass only had one old ancestor, so it should have been impossible for a second to appear so suddenly. Was she a newly advanced old ancestor? Or did another great pass send her over as reinforcements? In just a short amount of time, the royal lord drew some conclusions. The young woman in front of him was not a recently advanced old ancestor. She was Yin-Yang Pass old ancestor, who had been sent here as reinforcements. Because the black ink nests were so efficient in spreading intelligence, the royal lords had naturally been communicating with each other. He had once communicated with the royal lord of the Yin-Yang Theater and knew that the old ancestor from Yin-Yang Pass cultivated a strange secret art that allowed her to sometimes transform herself into a young woman or a child. Noting the special and obvious transformation of his opponent, the royal lord was sure that the old ancestor from Yin-Yang Pass had arrived here at Wind and Cloud Pass. That realization shocked the royal lord. Why would the old ancestor of Yin-Yang Pass come all the way here? Had the humans given up on Yin-Yang Pass? This was the first time the royal lord faced such a situation. Every old ancestor was responsible for overseeing their own great pass and would not easily leave. It didn't matter if he couldn't figure out the reason though, because the appearance of the old ancestor from Yin-Yang Pass was the biggest crisis he had faced in his entire lifetime. Martial Peak, Chapter 5186, Many Eighth Order Masters join the fight. If it were a one-on-one fight, this royal lord could easily hold his ground against an old ancestor, but if it were 2 against 1, it would become an impossible fight to win, and if he was the slightest bit careless during the battle, he might even be killed. That was why he knew he had to leave, and he was about to escape when he sensed the old ancestor aura from the former little girl. But how could Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor let him escape just like that? With all kinds of mysterious divine abilities and secret techniques at his disposal, he tied down the royal lord and stopped the latter from quickly escaping the battlefield. During that slight moment of hindrance, the Yin-Yang Pass old ancestor was able to use the Yin-Yang fish she condensed to envelop the royal lord. At that instant, the Yin and Yang energy began to swirly, and the universe seemed to invert. The royal lord felt as if an entire universe world was suddenly pressing down on him, causing his knees to bend. Then, because of his slight moment of carelessness, he was hit by Yin-Yang Pass old ancestor hard, the terrifying explosion of power drawing a groan of pain from his lips. When Yin-Yang Pass old ancestor arrived, it became 2 against 1, and the royal lord was quickly overwhelmed. The sudden appearance of another human old ancestor terrified the Black Ink clan army, and all the Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield stared in horror at the direction the old ancestor's aura appeared from, hoping that it was just their imagination. But they knew it wasn't their imagination when they saw their royal lord being besieged by 2 human old ancestors. The humans really have another old ancestor. Terrified, the Black Ink clan stopped attacking, and the once chaotic battlefield temporarily fell silent. The territory lords were particularly frightened and secretly rejoiced that the newly appearing old ancestor did not seek them out and instead directly went to battle the royal lord. Though the royal lord had to face two enemies at once, he was temporarily safe and didn't need to fear for his life, but if the new old ancestor came and attacked the territory lords, none of them would be able to withstand more than 3 strikes from her. By then, many territory lords would be seriously injured if not killed. Because of the sudden appearance of a second old ancestor, the Black Ink clan army lost all momentum, and just as the territory lords were hesitating about whether to continue the battle or retreat, all the main gates of Wind and Cloud Pass opened. Human warships sailed out in all directions and charged straight into the battlefield, quickly reinforcing the Wind and Cloud Pass soldiers. Great Evolution's 2 armies had a combined might of 30,000 soldiers, and all of them charged into battle at once. Some 8,000 masters dashed out from each gate and instantly doubled the strength of the human army battling against the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clansmen's eyes bulged as the flood of warships appeared from all directions. What terrified them even more was the aura of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that exploded into the air after the warships arrived on the battlefield. The number of auras was so high that the Black Ink clan soldiers felt despair. 50 Great Passes had sent troops to Wind and Cloud Pass, and although each one sent a different number of 8th Order Masters to escort these soldiers, the minimum number was 5 while some had sent as many as 10. As such, when all the troops sent by the other Great Passes had gathered, the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had reached a shocking 300 plus. Among those over 300 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, dozens of them had been appointed as division commanders of the newly formed Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies and would be leading them to take back Great Evolution Pass. As for the other 200 plus 8th Order Masters, they didn't leave Wind and Cloud Pass immediately as they were waiting for this very moment. How terrifying would it be when more than 300 new 8th Order Masters swarmed into the battlefield all at once? The Black Ink clan hadn't dared to think about such a scenario before, but now they were witnessing it with their own eyes. Their confidence was immediately crushed like dry weeds. Suddenly, the odds were absolutely against them. The territory lords finally understood why the new old ancestor hadn't come to find trouble with them. There was simply no need for her to. The old ancestor had her own opponent, which was the royal lord, and the 2 old ancestors could easily suppress their opponent and if they were lucky, might even be able to kill him. In comparison with a few territory lords, of course, it was more valuable to kill a royal lord. As for the territory lords, the swarm of 8th Order Masters would deal with them. How many territory lords were there in the Wind and Cloud Theater? While there might be a few more than in other theaters, the number was definitely not higher than 90. With reinforcements from the Great Evolution Theater, that number might reach as high as 100 territory lords. With that amount of territory lords, the Black Ink clan had always had an advantage over the 8th Order Masters from Wind and Cloud Pass, but that balance was shattered today. What's more, not all 100 territory lords were taking part in the siege as some of them naturally had to remain in the Black Ink clan's territory to stand guard and oversee the steady deployment of reinforcements. The huge difference in strength between the 2 armies made the territory lords immediately fall into a desperate struggle. When all of Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies charged out of Wind and Cloud Pass, 3 to 4 8th Order Masters were able to target each territory lord. It only took a few breaths for the first territory lord aura to be extinguished. That unlucky territory lord just happened to be close to the very front of the Black Ink army and was swiftly surrounded by 5 8th Order Masters. He was killed on the spot without even being given a chance to defend himself. The first territory lord's demise was like a catalyst, and soon, the auras of territory lords were being snuffed out all across the battlefield. Not only had the territory lords fallen into a desperate situation though, the armies that belonged to those territory lords were all caught completely off guard by the sudden turn of events. The humans were attacking so viciously, and their army had dramatically increased in strength. This great change of fortunes made the Black Ink clan's originally advantageous situation fall into a complete rout. As the warships sailed across the battlefield, swaths of Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered. All across the battlefield, large patches of void were wiped clean by powerful divine abilities and secret techniques or the offensive arrays of the swarming warships. Since Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies charged out of Wind and Cloud Pass, it only took them a cup of tea's time to severely injure or kill countless Black Ink clan soldiers and execute more than 10 territory lords. Though the rest of the territory lords weren't dead, they were all in dire states and were at risk of perishing at any moment. A long roar suddenly sounded throughout the void, and its sharp pitch seemed to echo right beside everyone's ear. That roar belonged to the royal lord. After he roared, rich black ink strength erupted from his body and he turned into a black-colored cloud before shooting away. The royal lord had ordered a retreat and fled. He knew that if he stayed any longer, all the territory lords he brought to this battle would die. If they left now, they would surely suffer heavy casualties while being chased down, but at least some of them could survive. Moreover, the longer they delayed, the fewer of them would be able to escape. If things went particularly poorly, even the royal lord himself might not be able to leave with his life. After so many years of battling each other, the royal lord knew the Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestors' temperament and methods very well. On the other hand, it was his first time battling the Enyang Pass old ancestor, so he knew practically nothing about her capabilities. Moreover, the single divine ability she had shown today had already made him feel wary of her. He could still remember the painful feeling when that Enyang fish pressed down on him, slowing all his movements while seemingly grinding apart his body. Unlike the Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor, Enyang Pass old ancestor's attack wasn't quick and penetrating, but instead longer-lasting and difficult to grasp. Now that these two old ancestors had banded together, their seemingly opposite methods complemented each other and compensated for what the other lacked. Seeing the royal lord's obvious attempt to escape, both old ancestors naturally wouldn't let him go so easily. Trying to escape? In your dreams. Enyang Pass old ancestor mocked as her figure was engulfed in a stream of light and she raced after him like a shadow. At the same time, the Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor was right behind the royal lord and was continuously launched a barrage of attacks at the fleeing enemy's back. While the three figures entangled with each other, they rapidly flew off into the distance. On the other hand, right after the royal lord's roar, one by one, the territory lords began to utilize their life-saving techniques to try and escape from the battlefield. But every territory lord had several Eighth Order masters surrounding them, so how could they escape that easily? In the end, only about 20 territory lords managed to escape by using secret techniques that damaged their own foundations in exchange for bursts of strength and speed. As for those who failed, they were like cornered beasts that fought back wildly, despite knowing that death was inevitable. After the royal lord and a couple dozen territory lords escaped from the battlefield, the already flailing Black Ink clan army lost all will to resist. Along with the increasing number of fallen territory lords, it was certain that they would soon be wiped out, so the surviving Black Ink clansmen no longer even tried to fight back and only did everything they could to escape. It was foreseeable that after this battle, the Black Ink clan in Wind and Cloud Theater would be beaten half to death, and the Wind and Cloud Pass would gain a similar period of peace to Blue Sky Pass and Enyang Pass. In the void to the east of Wind and Cloud Pass, Yang Kai had taken point with 6 other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in a spearhead formation. Dawning Light took up position in the middle of this formation, while Bai Yi stood at the bow of the warship with her longbow. The squad had been rampaging across the vast battlefield like wild horses since the moment they emerged from Wind and Cloud Pass. Everywhere Dawn passed, they would wipe out every last Black Ink clansman they came across. Working together, they were all but unstoppable, and no matter how many Black Ink clansmen stood in front of them, none could even slow their momentum. Ren Bingbai was assigned to the rear left side of the formation. Since he joined Dawn, this was his first time fighting alongside Yang Kai and the others. He and Yuziyu had previously discussed in private how important it was for them to perform well this time. After all, they were both 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so it would look bad if they didn't show their mettle. The two were originally a squad leader and vice squad leader of a 10-man squad, so they were well versed in how to cooperate with a warship to kill their enemies. But after they followed Dawn into battle, they realized that all of their past experiences couldn't be used in this special operations squad. They found themselves unable to make a big contribution on this chaotic and enemy-filled battlefield. The entire Dawn squad's soul was on the man in the lead. Feudal lords were like chickens or dogs before him, and with every strike of his spear, he would kill such an enemy. Even if he didn't manage to kill a feudal lord in one move, the other 7th Order masters in the squad only had to attack once more to end the enemy's life. It had not been long since they charged out of the Wind and Cloud Pass, but Yang Kai had already slaughtered more than 10 feudal lords. And that was just the amount he had killed. There were even more that were injured. Meanwhile, on the bow of Dawning Light, Bai Yi, who hailed from Divine Feather Paradise and had transcendent archery skills, would kill a feudal lord every time she drew her bow. Though she didn't attack frequently, every arrow she fired struck its target and greatly decreased the pressure Dawn was facing. All the arrays on the warship also released their power continuously, taking aim at the largest groups of Black Ink clansmen, causing severe casualties whenever they attacked. To Renbing Bai, Dawn was like a red-hot knife cutting into butter, reducing every enemy that blocked their path to mist. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5187, Army marches towards Great Evolution Pass. How much of a terrifying tacit understanding and astonishing efficiency in killing enemies did Dawn have? Was this the heritage of a special operations squad? They had killed more than a dozen feudal lords and thousands of weaker Black Ink clansmen in the time it took to burn half an incense stick. In the past, Renbing Bai would never have dreamed about having such accomplishments, but he had witnessed this with his own eyes today. He had killed a feudal lord in this battle, which was already a good result in the past because, according to their equivalents in realm, a feudal lord was on par with a 7th Order master, thus, it was not that easy for a 7th Order human to kill a feudal lord. However, when compared to Yang Kai's gains, his were paltry. Even the feudal lord he had just killed had already been heavily injured by Yang Kai, otherwise, it wouldn't have been that easy for him. Renbing Bai felt like he was taking advantage of Yang Kai while following behind him, and such a feeling made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Under his observation though, not only was he like that, but the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around the warship were also in the same situation. With Yang Kai, who was at the forefront, as the tip of the blade, the entire squad became like a sharp knife, killing all the Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield. Renbing Bai felt a surge of pride. This is what a special operations squad should be like. If a special operations squad had the same level of difficulty in killing the enemy as an ordinary squad, what kind of a special operations squad would that be? Now he was also a member of a special operations squad, the one leading the charge. The special operations squad's advantage in having their own freedom to act was magnified to its absolute limit at this moment. An ordinary squad would only have 10 to 15 members, and in such a vast battlefield, it was very difficult for a single squad to do much in the face of an enemy several times more numerous than themselves. Moreover, it was very likely that they would find themselves under the enemy's besiegement if they moved independently. Therefore, an ordinary squad had to coordinate with other squads on such a battlefield. The squads under the same battalion would have tactics and strategies they were familiar with to ensure their safety while killing as many enemies as possible. Because of the need to coordinate with other squads, there was also a certain degree of restraint, and it was impossible for them to act as freely as Dawn, who could go wherever they wanted. Most squads took a slow and steady approach to clearing the battlefield, but when it came to Dawn, though they had exited from the East Gate, they had moved around so much that they had almost killed their way to the South Gate and were now heading in the direction of the West Gate. Dawn's strategy had always been very straightforward, which was to hit and run. This strategy focused on mobility and prevented Dawn from being targeted by a powerful master because of their conspicuous performance. Of course, now that all territory lords on the battlefield were surrounded by 8th Order masters, none of them had the time to keep an eye on Dawn. The territory lords were fleeing and dying, and those who still remained on the battlefield were struggling to live. Yang Kai's overwhelming combat strength was Dawn's biggest guarantee to ensure that they could still effectively kill their enemies while maintaining such high mobility. Without interference from the territory lords, the strongest enemies that Dawn had to face were the feudal lords. However, Yang Kai could basically deal with feudal lords with one thrust of his spear, and if he didn't manage to kill them with his initial attack, the other Seventh Order Masters of Dawn would finish the job. Therefore, even if a feudal lord had managed to survive Yang Kai's attack, they would soon be killed off by the others. Years of crusade and hunting experience had led everyone in Dawn to develop a tacit understanding and the ability to work together seamlessly. Even if there was a Black Ink clan army blocking their way, they could use the artifacts and arrays on Dawning Light to easily tear through them. As time passed, the Black Ink clan army on the battlefield was wiped out, and the pressure on all the squads decreased. During a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, and following in his footsteps, Dawning Light and the other Seventh Order Masters of Dawn all stopped together. Ren Bingbai was a little confused as to why Yang Kai had suddenly stopped, but after turning his head and looking around, he was surprised to find that the battle was already over. 90% of the Black Ink clan army that had been swarming outside Wind and Cloud Pass before had been killed, while the rest were desperately trying to flee, leaving scattered pieces of flesh and broken limbs everywhere throughout the void. "It's over?" Ren Bingbai was taken aback. The end came so quickly. It felt like only a few hours had passed. Wind and Cloud Pass had been under siege by the Black Ink clan army for some 20 years, yet could only maintain a defensive posture, but once the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies joined in, everything was over in the blink of an eye. The Black Ink clan army that attacked Wind and Cloud Pass was quite massive, and under normal circumstances, even if they were defeated while battling the humans, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. However, the humans caught them unawares. Firstly, it was the sudden appearance of Enyang Pass Old Ancestor, who cooperated with the Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor to corner the Royal Lord. Then, it was followed by hundreds of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters appearing on the battlefield, catching the territory lords by surprise and beating them to the point where they couldn't fight back. A short while later, following the demise of many territory lords, the Black Ink clan's morale hit rock bottom. When the Royal Lord and territory lords fled, the Black Ink clan army was at a loss for what to do. The humans had a huge advantage with so many powerful masters on their side, which was the fundamental reason why the battle ended so quickly. In fact, when the Royal Lord and territory lord started to flee, the Black Ink clan army had already lost all will to fight. However, the human army's pursuit made it impossible for them to escape even if they wanted to, which eventually led to the annihilation of almost the entire Black Ink clan army. There were no cheers or celebrations from the humans, as it was only to be expected that they won such an overwhelming victory given their luxurious lineup. After the battle, the human army silently gathered together and regrouped. Half an hour later, Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies assembled at the east gate of Wind and Cloud Pass. The 30,000 soldiers had naturally fewer losses during the battle, but the casualties were minimal. The soldiers were somewhat spent and needed time to recuperate, however, and some of their warships were also damaged in the fight. Still, those weren't much of a problem, as they had many artifact refiners, alchemists, array masters, and other support personnel following the army to Great Evolution Pass. While they were on the move, those artifact refiners had ample time to repair the damage those warships had suffered. Soon, all the divisions and battalions had finished gathering their troops. The motivation of all the soldiers was boosted to the peak because of the great task that lay before them. Without stopping, the 30,000-strong army immediately turned towards Great Evolution Pass, and Xiang Shan gave the order, "Set sail." In a flash, division by division, one warship after another sailed in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. With 30,000 men and nearly 2,000 warships, they formed a mighty fleet. Yang Kai had no idea what the higher-ups had planned, but with such a large-scale lineup, there would certainly need to be a distribution of forces and overall strategy, but that wasn't something he needed to worry about because the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would make those decisions. Since Dawn did not have any special tasks, they simply gathered together with the other warships and moved together. Back at Wind and Cloud Pass, after the army set out, the tens of thousands of soldiers who remained saw them off solemnly until the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies disappeared from sight. Following that, they returned to the inner sanctum, and those Eighth Order masters who escorted soldiers from the other great passes to Wind and Cloud Pass began returning. While the army moved forward, the members from each squad took turns to rest and recuperate, and the artifact refiners got to work, heading over to the warships that had been damaged in the battle and repairing them carefully. On the other hand, Dawn's squad suffered almost no damage and were simply recuperating on their own. After only half a day's travel though, a man suddenly appeared, landed on the deck, looked around, and bellowed, "Where is the squad leader for this warship?" Yang Kai, who was on the deck, turned his head and looked over to find that the visitor was a fellow Seventh Order master whom he did not recognize and did not know the origins of. Immediately, Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "I am the squad leader. Does Senior Brother have any orders to relay?" The Seventh Order master replied, "By order of the two army commanders, the squad members here are to report to the purifying black ink battleship and leave their imprints behind." While saying so, he pointed his finger in a specific direction. Yang Kai was surprised. Did the army commanders bring a purifying black ink battleship with them? He then moved his fingers and partially activated the universe transference law, which allowed him to sense a vague connection coming from that direction. Since it was a purifying black ink battleship, it naturally had a universe array that Yang Kai had personally arranged to board it. No matter where the purifying black ink battleship was brought from, Yang Kai would be able to sense a connection to it. As he thought about it though, the purifying black ink battleships did play a huge role in all the great passes. Besides the purifying light that was sealed inside having the ability to purify black ink strength, the universe array aboard was useful for soldiers to use as a return point when they found themselves in danger. If the humans wanted to recover Great Evolution Pass, bringing along a purifying black ink battleship was a given. However, Yang Kai was a little confused because he could sense not one but two universe arrays when he activated the universe transference law. In other words, this fleet had two purifying black ink battleships. It seemed like Xiang Shan not only brought one out from Blue Sky Pass, but Lu Zhiping also brought one out from Yinyang Pass. There was no need for him to head over and leave his imprint because he was the one who set up those universe arrays, so all of them had his imprint already. However, the other members of the squad had to go, just in case they needed it later. "I've relayed the message. I have to inform the other squads. Farewell." After the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master said so, he leapt off the warship and rushed towards another nearby warship to inform the other squads one by one. Though this method was time-consuming, there was no other way because an Open Heaven Realm army lineup differed from a mortal army. Mortal armies traveled together as one unit, but Open Heaven Realm Masters moved quickly, and in order to avoid collisions in the void, warships needed a fair amount of space between each other. For example, the closest warship to Dawning Light was hundreds of kilometers away. The Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies had nearly 2,000 warships and was thus spread out over a radius of several thousand kilometers, which for mortals was farther than the eye could see. However, for an Open Heaven Realm Master, it was just a matter of a few breaths to reinforce each other in battle. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5188, Seek the Gates of Death. Yang Kai turned to face the crowd and ordered, "You all heard it, right? Separate yourselves into two groups and take turns heading over." Having received their orders, the members of Dawn quickly grouped themselves into two teams. Following that, the first group of 20 or so, led by Feng Ying, flew away in the direction of the Central Army. In fact, it would have been easier for them to leave their imprints on the purifying black ink battleship while they were still at Wind and Cloud Pass because all 30,000 soldiers were already gathered there. Xiang Shan and Lu Zhiping would only have had to summon their respective purifying black ink battleships before letting the soldiers take turns leaving their imprints. However, when all soldiers from all great passes were gathered together, the priority was to organize Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies. Once both armies were completely formed, they immediately charged out of Wind and Cloud Pass to engage the Black Ink clan. There was simply no time for them to take care of such things. After they successfully defeated the Black Ink clan, the Great Evolution army immediately set out. Xiang Shan deeply understood the principle of, in war, speed is everything, so he naturally wouldn't delay the start of the campaign by having the soldiers leave their imprints on the purifying Black Ink battleships while at Wind and Cloud Pass. As a result, such things could only be done during their voyage. Though it was more tedious, the benefit was that they wouldn't be wasting any time, and if they had made suitable arrangements, it wouldn't delay their speed either. About half a day later, Feng Ying and the others returned, letting the other half of Dawn's members head over to the two purifying Black Ink battleships. Another half a day passed, and the second team of Dawn members also returned to the ship. Just like that, all members of Dawn had left their imprints on the two purifying Black Ink battleships. The days during their deployment to Great Evolution Pass were dull, so everyone decided to cultivate on their own. For days after the army's departure from Wind and Cloud Pass, Yang Kai, whose eyes were closed while adjusting his breathing on the ship's deck, suddenly felt something and turned his head to look in a specific direction. What he saw was a stream of light coming from behind the army and heading right towards them. The speed at which the stream of light was moving had already surpassed the speed ordinary cultivators could comprehend, and even Yang Kai's instantaneous movement couldn't surpass such speed. The stream of light should be heading in the direction of the Central Army, but then, as if it had sensed Yang Kai's gaze, it changed directions and landed on Dawning Light. The stream of light dispersed and revealed a stunning figure. Yang Kai was taken aback but quickly got up and saluted, "Greetings, old ancestor." There were other members in charge of operating various arrays on the deck, and at first, they were curious about the young woman who had suddenly appeared and why she came here, but when they heard how Yang Kai addressed her, all of them paled in shock and quickly rose to their feet to greet her. This uninvited guest is actually the old ancestor. Although they had heard about Enyang Pass' old ancestor being a woman, the others had never met her before. It was then that they realized that this old ancestor was different from how they had imagined her and that she was actually a beautiful young woman. Now that they thought about it, they wondered if a woman's cultivation was incomparable to a man's or something along those lines, because the higher the cultivation realm, the smaller the ratio of women to men became. It was especially true for the old ancestors. There were only around 20 women among all the old ancestors, with the rest being men. In the presence of an old ancestor, even an unruly and untamed squad like Dawn, who had achieved many military merits on various battlefields, became respectful and didn't even dare breathe loudly. The old ancestor swept her gaze across Yang Kai's figure, and there seemed to be a flash of divine light in her eyes when she commented in surprise, "Looks like your cultivation has increased rapidly." With her level of vision, she could see that Yang Kai's strength had significantly increased compared to 200 years ago. The speed at which his cultivation had increased was not typical for an ordinary seventh-order master. However, she soon remembered the various mysteries of Yang Kai's small universe and felt that his huge advancement was quite reasonable. While thinking of that, she was looking forward to seeing how long Yang Kai would take to advance to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. In the Black Ink battlefield, though 7th Order masters could take charge of a squad, they weren't considered the backbone of any army. "Thanks to you, old ancestor, there haven't been many huge events recently, so I have been in retreat all this while," Yang Kai replied respectfully. The old ancestor nodded lightly. "A fast increase in cultivation might not be a bad thing, but your foundation must remain stable." "Junior understands," Yang Kai nodded with a serious expression. Then, the old ancestor added, "The fact that your small universe can help me heal my injuries is also one of the considerations I had when requesting you for this campaign. During the process of retaking Great Evolution Pass, I will have to fight against the Royal Lord there a number of times, so I will be depending on you when the time comes." Nodding, Yang Kai responded, "That won't be a problem. If the old ancestor needs my help, I will definitely do my best to assist." The old ancestor reached out and patted his shoulders before chuckling innocently, "Enough with the old ancestor nonsense. I'm just someone with a cultivation that is a little higher than yours." Yang Kai leaned forward from the slap and couldn't help but stifle a grunt, knowing that he might have said the wrong thing. It looked like no matter how high a woman's cultivation realm was, references to their age were still taboo. So, he quickly changed the topic. By the way, how long will it take for us to reach Great Evolution Pass? Withdrawing her hand, the old ancestor looked in the direction where the army was heading and explained, the distance between each great pass is quite large. Judging by the speed the army is moving, it might take 1 or 2 years for us to reach Great Evolution Theater. Yang Kai was shocked. That long? The old ancestor smiled. Why do you think the great passes aren't able to send large numbers of reinforcements to each other in times of need? The distance between each pass is too great, and every great pass has its own enemies to face. If reinforcements are sent out, they won't be able to call them back if the enemy suddenly appears, which will put them in a bad situation. Suppose the distance between each great pass was closer, the situation at Black Ink Battlefield wouldn't be as anxious as it is now. Of course, another reason is that we can't advance too quickly as we need to maintain formation and keep a wary lookout for ambushes. While nodding to indicate his understanding, Yang Kai asked, "How's the situation with the Royal Lord of the Wind and Cloud Theater?" The person before him and the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass had jointly fought with a royal lord, and when the latter fled, the two old ancestors had given chase beyond the horizon. In such a high-level battle, it would be perilous even for Eighth Order masters to interfere. However, now that she had returned, it meant that the battle was over, and judging by her appearance, Yang Kai guessed that the Yin Yang Pass old ancestor hadn't been injured. Since the one before him wasn't injured, the royal lord might be in quite a miserable situation. As he had expected, the old ancestor said, "The royal lord has been badly injured and will need a few hundred years of recuperation before he can restore his strength, but senior brother Zhang and I found it inappropriate to push him too far, lest he decide to use drastic measures, so we let him go." The senior brother Zhang she was referring to should be the old ancestor from Wind and Cloud Pass. In a 2-against-1, they had the upper hand, but if they wanted to kill the royal lord, they would need to pay a huge price, so no matter whether it was the person before him or the old ancestor from Wind and Cloud Pass, they both quit after gaining an advantage. After the battle at Wind and Cloud Pass, the Black Ink clan army suffered a great loss. About 70% of their territory lords were either dead or heavily injured, and their royal lord was seriously wounded, so the Black Ink clan in that theater could be considered as completely crippled. This was also the main reason why Wind and Cloud Pass could contribute 15,000 soldiers to the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. As for Azure Void Pass, their situation would probably be a bit worse compared to Wind and Cloud Pass, but not by a large margin. The number of troops there was on par with Wind and Cloud Pass, but they only had one old ancestor, therefore, they weren't able to do as much damage to the royal lord as the two old ancestors at Wind and Cloud Pass had. While watching their squad leader talking to an old ancestor, all the members of Dawn were shocked. Although every great pass had an old ancestor assuming command, these figures were all like hidden dragons who show their tails but never their faces, so ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to meet them. Even back at Blue Sky Pass, the members of Dawn had only seen the old ancestor from afar and never had any close contact with him. But today, an old ancestor came to Dawning Light and was now chatting casually with Yang Kai. It seemed like he was the only 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had such a privilege. While they were chatting, the old ancestor suddenly raised her head and looked in the direction the army was heading in before raising an eyebrow. "Someone dares to seek the gates of death? Interesting." After saying that, the old ancestor didn't waste any time and shot right into the sky. Then, from afar, her voice sounded in Yang Kai's ears, "Prepare for battle." Yang Kai was stunned at first, but quickly reacted and echoed, "Prepare for battle." With his command, everyone immediately assumed their post and Dawning Light turned into a stream of light as it flew forward. Aboard the main purifying Black Ink battleship, where the Central Army was located, Xiang Shan was listening to a scout reporting their findings at this moment. When deploying such a large army, the commanders naturally arranged for scouts to survey the area ahead of the main force. They were heading straight for Great Evolution Pass, and it was unlikely that they would encounter any Black Ink clan army because of the vast distance between the two passes, but it was better to be safe than sorry. However, a moment ago, the scouts actually came to report that they spotted a Black Ink clan army. According to their observation, the Black Ink clan army had about 300,000 members with about a dozen territory lords, and they were heading straight for Wind and Cloud Pass. Also, after calculating the speed of both armies, the scouts estimated that the two would meet in about an hour. Just as the scout finished reporting, the old ancestor arrived at the purifying Black Ink battleship. Xiang Shan and the others stood up and greeted her. After the old ancestor sat down, Xiang Shan reported, "The scouts have just reported that there is a Black Ink clan army of approximately 300,000 heading right for us." When the old ancestor heard that, she nodded, "I've sensed them too. They're obviously reinforcements sent over from Great Evolution Pass." In the 30,000 years after the Black Ink clan took over Great Evolution Pass, they would occasionally send reinforcements to help the Black Ink clan armies in the Wind and Cloud and Azure Void theaters. Although it was a long distance to travel and the effectiveness of these reinforcements wasn't very high, the Black Ink clan had never stopped doing it. It was also due to these reinforcements from the Great Evolution Theater that Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass suffered more pressure than the other Great Passes. About 2 years ago, this Black Ink clan army departed from the Great Evolution Theater and traveled to aid the Black Ink clan army besieging Wind and Cloud Pass. The 300,000 Black Ink clansmen were expected to arrive at the Wind and Cloud Theater in a few days, at which point they would join the battle, adding tremendous pressure onto Wind and Cloud Pass. Unfortunately for them, the battle at Wind and Cloud Pass had ended before they got there. Also, since it was hard to communicate with others in the void, this reinforcement army had no way of knowing the drastic changes that occurred at Wind and Cloud Pass and was still moving forward according to their previous plan. The two sides were heading in opposite directions, so they would inevitably encounter each other. "Old Ancestor, please issue your command." Xiang Shan asked for instructions from the old ancestor. The old ancestor smiled and replied, "Marching and planning for battles aren't my strong suits, so everything on this trip will be up to you and Lu Zhiping's will. Just treat me as a soldier with a higher cultivation, and you don't have to ask for my opinion if you have an idea." Most old ancestors acted as more of a deterrent than as a commander for their armies in battle, and formulating strategies was generally the responsibility of army commanders and division commanders. Therefore, many of the old ancestors weren't as proficient as those actively doing the job, so rashly intervening might not necessarily yield better results than when the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were allowed to take charge. Without a doubt, the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass had great self-awareness, and her choosing not to intervene made Xiang Shan feel less restrained and have a place to show his talent. Martial Peak, Chapter 5189, Xiang Shan's Ability. Since the old ancestor had spoken, Xiang Shan naturally carried out his duties. The 300,000 troops of the Black Ink clan army might sound like a lot, but those numbers were not actually very high. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan generally dispatched nearly 1,000,000 troops whenever they attacked Blue Sky Pass. This number did not include the troops that would continually be dispatched to the battlefield as reinforcements. If those numbers were included, then their numbers would swell even more. Moreover, there were only a dozen or so territory lords among the ranks of the 300,000 troops of this Black Ink clan army. In contrast, the Great Evolution Army had some 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders. The combat power of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders alone was enough to form a crushing advantage in terms of numbers. Not to mention, the Great Evolution Army also had a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor personally assuming command. If a war broke out, this Black Ink clan army would crumble without much effort as long as they removed the territory lords quickly. That was why it was not difficult for Xiang Shan to defeat this enemy even though they only had 30,000 against 300,000. All he needed to consider at the moment was how he could reduce the damage dealt to the human army. Furthermore, he had deeper considerations. It might be possible for him to use the reinforcement army from the Great Evolution Theater's Black Ink clan as a research subject to better plan out the recovery of Great Evolution Pass. As the army commander of Great Evolution Pass Eastern Army, Xiang Shan could be considered the highest authority after the old ancestor, therefore, he could not be so short-sighted as to only plan for what he could see in front of him. Following a brief discussion with Lu Zhiping, the two of them formulated a strategy. The armies from the human race and the Black Ink clan were bound to encounter each other in the void, so battle was inevitable. At present, the Black Ink clan had yet to detect the human army and probably never imagined that humans would march over from the direction of the Wind and Cloud Pass. For the past 30,000 years, the Black Ink clan had sent reinforcements to their clansmen in the Wind and Cloud Theater countless times, and the process had always been smooth sailing with no unexpected incidents. This kind of long-term experience gradually lowered their vigilance. As a result, they didn't even bother to send any scouts to investigate the situation of the route ahead. That was why the initiative of the current situation was completely in the hands of the Great Evolution Army. Xiang Shan initially wanted to seek a more suitable location to carry out an ambush, but there was no such place in the vicinity. The void was vast and silent, with many places completely devoid of anything that could be used to conceal themselves. Coupled with the lack of time and their unfamiliarity with the nearby terrain, they could only choose a small field of universe fragments as their ambush location in the end. This location was not perfect, for as long as the Black Ink clan was even the slightest bit vigilant, they would not step into such a location so easily. Unfortunately, that could not be helped. If their ambush was exposed, then they could only opt for a direct confrontation. Once everything was ready, various orders were conveyed throughout the fleet. The speed of the army increased sharply as they headed straight for the area filled with universe fragments. When all the preparations were in place, Xiang Shan finally turned around to look at the old ancestor. Old ancestor, please do not kill them all. It's better if we let one of the territory lords escape alive. The old ancestor was astonished by his words. Won't doing that alert the enemy of our presence? He replied, that's exactly what we want. She frowned slightly and asked, why? What's the purpose of doing that? Xiang Shan answered succinctly, Great Evolution Pass has been occupied by the Black Ink clan for the past 30,000 years, but, if my speculations are correct, the Royal Lord probably does not live in Great Evolution Pass. After all, his Black Ink nest is his foundation, so he most likely lives in the royal city. As for Great Evolution Pass, there will only be a few territory lords overseeing the area at most. Old ancestor, would you rather fight the royal lord in the vicinity of the royal city or the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass? She smiled, if I have to choose, I am naturally more inclined to fight in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass. If the battle took place near the royal city, the royal lord would have the support of his Black Ink nest. Even if she had the opportunity to injure the other party, he would be able to rely on the strength of his Black Ink nest to recover from his injuries quickly and also boost his strength in moments of need. Not to mention, the royal city was located in the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory. Fighting the royal lord there meant that the Black Ink clan would be able to receive large numbers of reinforcements in short order. On the other hand, it would be different if the battle took place near Great Evolution Pass. Without the royal lord's Black Ink nest, his rate of recovery would be greatly reduced. That would be beneficial to her. Xiang Shan broke into a grin, that's right. If the Black Ink clan learns about the arrival of a human army that appears to be trying to recover Great Evolution Pass, then the royal lord would definitely come forward in order to prevent the invasion of the human race. Luring the tiger from the mountain. The old ancestor's eyes lit up. She had to admit that Xiang Shan's idea was interesting. This move would allow them to secure control over the initiative of the battle and create an advantage for themselves in the process. After further consideration, she continued, this plan might have its advantages, but if there are only a few territory lords at Great Evolution Pass, why don't we secretly swoop in and secure Great Evolution Pass? This was not an interrogative question but a genuine inquiry of curiosity. She might have a higher cultivation compared to Xiang Shan, but from his various arrangements, it could be seen that his ability to conduct military strategy was superior to hers. With a simple deployment, he could pave the way for the future, which was something she could never hope to achieve. When she detected the Black Ink clan army approaching them, her first instinct was to simply obliterate it entirely. She never even considered allowing a territory lord to escape. It was only natural for her to inquire further since she thought of another possibility. Besides, she believed that it was impossible for Xiang Shan to overlook something so simple. Sure enough, Xiang Shan nodded, "It is as you have said, old ancestor. If the army marched forward in secret, we would definitely be able to capture Great Evolution Pass with ease. From when the Black Ink clan took over Great Evolution Pass until now, we have never shown any signs of trying to take it back, so the Black Ink clan has no reason to station many troops there. Even if the Black Ink clan prepared many defensive mechanisms at Great Evolution Pass over the past 30,000 years, they will not be able to stop the might of our army without sufficient troops. But what happens after we retake Great Evolution Pass?" The old ancestor followed his train of thought and soon came to a realization. Lu Zhiping, who was standing by the side, nodded and continued, "Even if our army can take back Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan will not just stand by idly and watch. I'm sure they will gather a large army and attack us in short order." "Indeed." Xiang Shan nodded, "However, we will have just recaptured Great Evolution Pass and won't have had time to make any arrangements. When the time comes to face the Black Ink clan's attack, how will we defend ourselves? If we don't defend the Great Pass, then what was the point of attacking and retaking it in the first place? But, if we defend the Great Pass, without restoring the various facilities of Great Evolution Pass, our army will have no place to fall back to. We will be forced to engage in an all-out battle in the void against the Black Ink clan, where their advantage in numbers and willingness to sacrifice lives will be greatest. The Black Ink clan has never been afraid of suffering losses, as thanks to the Black Ink nests, they can produce a steady stream of troops as long as they have resources. In comparison, how long can Great Evolution Pass's army of 60,000 last? 10 years? 20? There will come a day when our army simply cannot hold any longer." Lu Zhiping nodded lightly. As the former army commander of Yinyang Pass Western Army, though she had considerable talent in commanding military operations, she seemed like a novice when compared to Xiang Shan. His ability to see the long-term consequences and formulate strategies to obtain optimal outcomes was beyond her. For that reason, the primary goal of the Great Evolution Army is not to retake Great Evolution Pass, but to cripple the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater. That is the only way we can gain enough time to recover and restore the Great Pass to its original glory. In order to recover Great Evolution Pass, they deployed troops from all the Great Passes and formed Great Evolution's 4 armies. Be that as it may, the primary objective of this campaign was not to recover Great Evolution Pass. Although these words sounded rather ridiculous, it was also the best method to achieve their goals. Lu Zhiping cupped her fists solemnly, "Many thanks for your guidance." She had long heard of Xiang Shan despite belonging to a different Great Pass. As the former Blue Sky Pass Western Army's army commander, Xiang Shan was famed for being the nightmare of the territory lords in the Blue Sky Theater more than 3,000 years ago. During his active years, all territory lords trembled wherever he appeared. Lu Zhiping had never had any in-depth contact with him before though, so she only learned today that Xiang Shan was not only fierce in terms of personal strength, but he also boasted an extraordinary ability in strategy and tactics. It was no wonder the old ancestors allowed him to serve as the Great Evolution Eastern Army's army commander. Compared to him, she was greatly lacking in terms of ability. While the executives were analyzing the situation, the Eastern and Western armies had already entered the designated Universe Fragment Field. This location was only a few days away from Wind and Cloud Pass, so it could be considered within the vicinity of Wind and Cloud Pass. There used to be several universe worlds here, but they had been picked clean by Wind and Cloud Pass long ago. After extensive mining and many years of drifting, these universe worlds had broken down into numerous universe fragments, which left behind a region filled with universe fragments. These universe fragments would provide cover for the Great Evolution Army to a certain extent. The warships flew towards different universe fragments and concealed themselves as best they could. Meanwhile, the members of each squad swiftly prepared various spirit arrays to disguise their auras and hide their figures. They could not do a thorough job since time was short, but their efforts were better than nothing. The reason this place was not considered a good spot for an ambush was that the number of universe fragments here was not very large. Moreover, they were far too scattered for the troops to form an effective encirclement. If the terrain was better, the warships could take action as soon as the Black Ink clan army entered the range of these universe fragments to form a watertight encirclement. Unfortunately, based on the current ambush location of Great Evolution's eastern and western armies, the encirclement they formed would be filled with gaps. Even if the Black Ink clan entered the center of the ambush, they would be able to escape through these openings when the situation turned unfavorable. Be that as it may, Xiang Shan had already made arrangements for these possibilities. There were at least 2 Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters monitoring each of the largest gaps, so even if there were escapees, they would need to pass these division commanders first. At present, the only issue that the Great Evolution Army had to consider was whether the Black Ink clan would pass through this area or not. If the Black Ink clan had even the slightest sense of vigilance to send somebody to scout the route ahead, or simply took a detour around the universe fragments, the preparations of the Great Evolution Army would be all for naught. Regardless, that was not something the Great Evolution Army could determine. They had done their best to make these preparations in the short time they had, the rest was up to the heavens. On top of a small universe fragment, Dawn and 2 other squads squeezed together and secretly observed the situation in front. Less than an incense stick later, Yang Kai frowned and whispered, "They're coming." This universe fragment was located relatively far forward, so its field of view was quite wide. What entered Yang Kai's eyes at that moment was a Black Ink clan army approaching slowly. Their numbers seemed vast and endless, resembling a long black dragon swimming through the void. A rough estimate indicated that there were at least several hundreds of thousands of them. The location of the ambush was well chosen though, and judging by the marching route of the Black Ink clan army, they were bound to pass through this exact location shortly, and they showed no signs of changing direction whatsoever. The human army fell silent and concealed themselves as best they could, not daring to expose themselves in the slightest. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5190, The Shocked Chichong. The Black Ink clan army continued marching forward and soon flew past the hiding spot of Dawn and the others to head deep into the field of universe fragments. From Yang Kai's point of view, the Black Ink clan army resembled a huge black snake plunging headlong into a death trap. The black snake's head soon entered the center area, quickly followed by its body. Everything was going smoothly. Just as the tail was about to enter the universe fragment area, one of the feudal lords marching at the head of the army suddenly raised his hand. Dense Black Ink strength surged, and a universe fragment blocking his way forward was shattered to pieces. He had struck out casually and without much thought, simply because the universe fragment was blocking his way. However, the result of this blow was startling indeed. When the universe fragment shattered into pieces, several human warships suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, there were many silhouettes standing on the warships. The feudal lord was instantly stunned by the sight. Likewise, the humans on the warships were speechless. They had been hiding in ambush, using the universe fragment as a cover to conceal their figures and auras. How did they get exposed without any warning? When the universe fragment shattered to pieces, the humans thought that the Black Ink clan had discovered their whereabouts. It was not until their gazes met those of the Black Ink clansmen that they realized this was nothing more than a coincidence. The feudal lord who attacked earlier would not have seemed so startled otherwise. Regardless of whether it was intentional or coincidental, these squads had already been exposed. Just as the squad leaders were wondering how they should deal with the situation in front of them, a loud whistle resounded across the void. It was the signal to attack. The squad leaders no longer hesitated. With the order given, the power of countless artifacts and spirit arrays aboard the warships was activated in an instant. A thick ray of light containing horrifying destructive power suddenly blasted into the middle of the Black Ink clan army. Before the stunned feudal lord could react to the situation, he was devoured by the light and suffered serious injuries. The many low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen beside him also suffered heavy casualties. It was not just these few squads. When the signal to attack sounded, all the humans hiding in ambush behind the universe fragments attacked all at once. Thanks to the overwhelming power of the secret techniques and artifacts, the colorful brilliance instantly rendered the dead and silent void into a bright world, one filled with death and destruction. The sudden attack shocked and frightened the Black Ink clan. The 300,000 Black Ink clan army had been marching forward leisurely. After all, this was the standard route taken whenever they attacked Wind and Cloud Pass. The dozen territory lords overseeing the army had taken this route countless times and had never encountered any unexpected occurrences before, but today, a huge human army was actually lying in ambush for them. How could there be a human army lying in ambush here? The territory lords were in shock. Ever since Great Evolution Pass was occupied by the Black Ink clan, the humans at Wind and Cloud Pass had been heavily suppressed. It was impossible for the human race army to leave Wind and Cloud Pass and travel millions of kilometers away, let alone come to such a place and lay in ambush. After all, this place was more than just a few million kilometers away from Wind and Cloud Pass. Where did this army of humans come from? If they came from Wind and Cloud Pass, then what about their clansmen at Wind and Cloud Pass? However, if these humans weren't from Wind and Cloud Pass, where did they come from? The Black Ink clan had almost unimaginable advantages in conveying various messages to each other thanks to the Black Ink nests. Nevertheless, it was impossible to bring a Black Ink nest along when the army was on the march. Transmitting messages to each other was extremely inconvenient in the void, so how could the Black Ink clan army know that the Black Ink clan at Wind and Cloud Pass had almost been wiped out completely? That was why they had still been on their way to provide reinforcements to the Wind and Cloud Pass Black Ink clan as originally planned. In that brief moment when the territory lords fell into a daze, almost 10% of the 300,000 Black Ink clan army was either killed or critically wounded. The large number of humans shocked the territory lords. Although there was no way to accurately calculate the numbers, the dense number of warships in front of them indicated that there were at least tens of thousands of humans hiding in ambush here. The sight left them furious. Since when did the humans become so bold and reckless as to act in this manner? The Black Ink clan who came from Great Evolution Theater carried an arrogance that normal Black Ink clansmen did not have. That was because Great Evolution Pass was the only great pass that the humans had ever lost. It was also the only great pass that the Black Ink clan ever occupied. Just that point alone was enough for the Black Ink clansmen who came from the Great Evolution Theater to be proud of themselves. Over 30,000 years of subtle influence from their environment had given these Black Ink clansmen the impression that the humans were mediocre. They also believed that the clansmen in the other theaters were useless for being unable to take over a single great pass. That was why they did not panic even though they faced a sudden ambush and suffered heavy losses. They believed that the human race would fall apart as long as they counterattacked. After all, the difference in numbers could not be denied. On the other hand, the human race troops who jumped out from behind the various universe fragments were stunned to discover that the Black Ink clansmen did not even flinch after being attacked but rushed forward bravely and fearlessly. The Black Ink clansmen faced the powerful assault of the warships head-on and charged towards them. It was absolutely haphazard, and countless casualties piled up along the way. Behind the Black Ink clan army was a large, ornate ship. This ship was not a mobile palace artifact but a simple flight-type artifact. Artifact refining among the Black Ink clan relied entirely upon Black Ink disciples. There were very few artifact refiners among the Black Ink disciples to begin with, and those with decent skill were even rarer. For the Black Ink clan, only the territory lords were qualified to possess a large ship artifact of their own. Tremendous amounts of energy and resources were required to refine such artifacts, so ordinary feudal lords were not qualified to possess them. The person in charge of this large ship was a territory lord known as Zhichong. A Black Ink clan army of 300,000 was not a small one, therefore, he had been tasked with bringing up the rear. He was responsible for monitoring the army to prevent any eccentric Black Ink clansmen from messing around during the march. Fortunately, things had been peaceful throughout the journey. Zhichong immediately noticed as soon as the humans attacked. With a shift of his figure, he flew out of the cabin and came to the deck to observe the situation. What entered his field of vision was the warships emerging from among the universe fragments, and the multicolored flashes of lights blasting out from those warships. The sight made his heart sink to the bottom of his chest. Unlike most of the Black Ink clansmen here, Zhichong was a veteran territory lord who had been alive before Great Evolution Pass had fallen to them. He had personally participated in the war 30,000 ago, so he knew how tenacious and difficult the human race could be. Two royal lords had joined hands back then. One of them had attacked and severely injured the old ancestor at Great Evolution Pass, but in the end, the veteran royal lord was dragged down and lost his life along with the human old ancestor. Ever since then, Zhichong knew that he should never underestimate the human race, otherwise, he would be the one to suffer instead. That was why he immediately had an ominous feeling when he saw such a large human army hiding in ambush here. There's such a large army of humans here. Have our clansmen at Wind and Cloud Pass been defeated? He watched as countless Black Ink clansmen died on the spot due to the sudden ambush and even more Black Ink clansmen counterattacking after being attacked. Then, he saw the troops on both sides engaging in fierce battles among the universe fragments. All of a sudden, he widened his eyes with a look of horror on his face. That couldn't be helped as the auras of 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters burst out from the middle of the battlefield. Like bright lights shining in the dark, they were so blinding that he couldn't ignore the sight even if he wanted to. That was 68th Order humans. Any one of them would be able to fight him on equal footing. In fact, he would be no match for an 8th Order master who was slightly stronger than average. It's over. Our entire army of 300,000 will be obliterated right here. The humans definitely came here prepared, otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to have such an overwhelming lineup. The human race army might have been small in numbers, with only several tens of thousands in total, however, 68th Order Masters were an unstoppable force. Not only would the Black Ink clan army of 300,000 be obliterated here, but even his fellow territory lords among the army would suffer a tragic fate. Just as he was hesitating over whether he should go over and help the others try to withdraw, an aura that was even more powerful than an 8th Order master suddenly exploded out. Zhichong saw a stream of light flashing out from a certain corner of the battlefield and coming to a stop beside one of the territory lords. A breath later, the aura of that territory lord flared up before vanishing. Then, the light dissipated to reveal a petite figure. Zhichong immediately felt as though his soul had leapt out of his body. An old ancestor. There's a 9th Order old ancestor here. Moreover, it's a completely unfamiliar old ancestor. I've never seen her before. This isn't the old ancestor from Wind and Cloud Pass. He had been providing reinforcements to the battlefield at Wind and Cloud Pass over the past 30,000 years, so he knew that the old ancestor from Wind and Cloud Pass was a man. However, the old ancestor in front of him was clearly a woman. With the appearance of the old ancestor, it only took a breath for a powerful territory lord to be killed. That territory lord's strength was not inferior compared to Zhichong's. In other words, if Zhichong was the one facing that old ancestor instead, he would not have survived any longer. At that moment, what Zhichong needed to consider was not whether he should step forward to help the others, but how he was going to escape alive from under the nose of a human old ancestor. He was stationed at the rear of the army to monitor the troops, which placed him in a relatively lucky position. Even though 90% of the Black Ink clan army had entered the range of the human encirclement, he remained outside and was temporarily untouched by the chaos of the battlefield. After confirming that the woman was a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor, Zhichong quickly looked away and did not dare to take another glance. A Ninth Order Master was generally extremely sensitive to the gaze of others, so he was afraid that he might be targeted if he stared for too long. Activating a secret technique, Zhichong concealed his aura. He couldn't even bother to care about his precious ship at this point. Instead, he leapt off the ship without a word and secretly rushed off in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. He did not dare to make large movements. In fact, he only hoped that one of his fellow territory lords could distract the old ancestor as much as possible so that he would have the opportunity to escape. Zhichong was not the only Black Ink clansman on the large ship. There were also many feudal lords and even more high and low-rank clansmen. Zhichong's sudden escape surprised these feudal lords. Nevertheless, they quickly followed suit and activated their respective secret techniques to flee in all directions. Having sensed the overwhelming aura on the battlefield, they knew that staying behind would only lead to a disastrous ending for them, therefore, it was only natural for them to prioritize escape. The actions of the Black Ink clan masters on the ship left the 20,000 or 30,000 Black Ink clansmen outside the encirclement at a loss for what to do. They did not know whether they should rush forward and confront the enemy or flee like the higher-ups behind them. Be that as it may, it did not take long for the notion of escape to gain the upper hand. Their leaders had already fled, so what could they do even if they stayed behind? Hence, they quickly began running for their lives. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5191, Rest and Recover. The figure of the Enyang Pass Old Ancestor stood alone in the middle of the battlefield. Several ignorant and fearless low-rank Black Ink clansmen charged towards her, however, her sharp aura alone was enough to cause them to explode into mist before they could even approach her. Her gaze swept lightly in the direction that Zhichong had escaped, and the corners of her mouth curled into a slight smile. Xiang Shan had asked her to allow one of the territory lords to escape so that the royal lord would be informed of their presence. She had initially wondered how she could seamlessly succeed at something like that. For a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like her, it was not easy for her to pull off such a trick as the gap in strength was too large. If her actions were too obvious, they would only arouse suspicion. She never imagined that there would be a territory lord who did not step into the universe fragments at all. Moreover, he immediately decided to flee as soon as he detected her aura. It was undoubtedly an outcome that she was happy to see, so she simply pretended not to notice his presence. Out of the dozen territory lords, she only needed to allow one to escape. The rest would die without exception. Xiang Shan had mentioned that the primary goal of Great Evolution Army was not to recover Great Evolution Pass but to beat the Great Evolution Theater Black Ink clan half to death. Only then would they gain the opportunity to build a stable foothold at Great Evolution Pass. The deaths of 300,000 troops and nearly a dozen territory lords was probably not a small loss to the Black Ink clan of the Great Evolution Theater. The more opportunities the human army had to weaken the forces of the Black Ink clan, the lesser the pressure they would face when they arrived at the Great Evolution Theater in the future. After confirming that the territory lord had escaped into the distance, the old ancestor no longer held back and cast a divine ability. An enormous Enyang fish manifested behind her, its black and white colors enveloping the entire battlefield with herself as the center. The human race army caught up in the divine ability was not affected in any way, but the Black Ink clan felt like they were sinking into a quagmire. Their figures seemed to become stagnant and the strength of those below the feudal lords was reduced by some 30%. Even the feudal lords were considerably weakened, only the territory lords seemed unaffected. That was not to say that the old ancestor's divine ability was ineffective towards the territory lords, it was just that the range she cast it over was too large, so the effects of its suppression on the territory lords were minimal. Even without the suppression from this divine ability though, the territory lords were caught in a terrible situation. There were 3 to 5 Eighth Order Masters surrounding each territory lord to begin with, so which one of them withstand the countless divine abilities and secret techniques that came raining down on them? Only half of the Eighth Order Masters were tasked with attacking the territory lords. The other 30 were moving back and forth across the battlefield, working together with the troops to reap the lives of the Black Ink clan to their heart's content. Everywhere these Eighth Order masters went, their presence would give rise to a reign of terror. The Black Ink clan were mowed down in droves, like harvesting wheat in a field. The battle began hastily, and the ambush was rather imperfect, but nevertheless, with the help of the 38th Order masters, the human army of 30,000 obtained a crushing victory over the Black Ink clan. Even so, the reaction of the Black Ink clan puzzled many people. In the beginning, these Black Ink clansmen had shown no fear towards the humans regardless of their cultivation. Even the low-ranked clansmen had charged towards the humans without any scruples. Forget the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, many Black Ink clansmen even dared to attack the old ancestor. The reason for this situation naturally stemmed from the fact that these Black Ink clansmen came from the Great Evolution Theater and most of them had never fought with the human race before. Every time Great Evolution Theater provided reinforcements to attack Wind and Cloud Army, only the territory lords who led the army and some lucky feudal lords would return alive. The rest generally died on the battlefield. Consequently, many of the Black Ink clansmen had never experienced a battle against the humans before. However, they were the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Theater. Their ancestors were the only ones who successfully seized one of the Great Passes. Almost all the Black Ink clansmen below the feudal lords believed that the human race was extremely weak. That was why the Black Ink clan army of 300,000 had bravely fought back despite being ambushed and severely outmatched. As time passed though, and the number of clansmen decreased, they finally realized that the information passed down from ancient times did not match up to reality. The humans were not as weak as the rumors claimed. It turned out that every one of them was extremely strong. Not to mention, they could borrow the power of large artifacts that came in varying shapes and sizes to fight. As long as the defenses of these artifacts remained intact, the Black Ink clan could barely cause any damage towards them. After about half of the army had died in battle, the Black Ink clan finally understood their situation. The humans seemed to be much fewer in number, but they were still a force they could not compete with. Unfortunately, the realization had come too late. Under the command of Xiang Shan and Lu Zhiping, the entire universe fragment field had already turned into a perfect encirclement. Aside from the 30,000 or so Black Ink clansmen who had originally been outside the ambush zone, the remaining Black Ink clan army no longer had the opportunity to flee even if they wanted to. What followed next was a one-sided massacre. All the territory lords quickly fell in battle, leaving the surviving Black Ink clansmen leaderless. They all fought independently, resulting in an extremely chaotic situation. On the other hand, the human army had dozens of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and even an old ancestor assuming command. It was only natural that they would hold the absolute advantage. In just one day, the Black Ink clan army was completely obliterated. All the universe fragments in the nearby void had been shattered to dust. Severed limbs and hashed meat were everywhere. Dense Black Ink strength had condensed together to form an enormous Black Ink cloud that filled a vast swath of the void. Looking out into the distance, the entire scene resembled a dark shadow. The Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies gathered outside the Black Ink cloud, however, they did not rush to set off immediately and decided to stop to rest and recover instead. Since Xiang Shan had decided to alert the enemy of their presence, it stood to reason that he would need to give the Black Ink clan enough time to react, so there was no need to rush. The territory lord who escaped needed a head start. Although there was no knowing how he would report the situation back to the royal lord, the royal lord would surely realize that something was wrong as long as he was not a fool. For example, where did the human race army come from and where were they going? The battle situation at Wind and Cloud Pass would have been reported to the Great Evolution Theater's royal lord via the Black Ink nest by now, so when the territory lord who escaped earlier reported the current situation to the royal lord, the latter would surely understand the intentions of the Great Evolution army. The reason for the humans' decision to stop and reorganize was to give the Black Ink clan some time to make the necessary arrangements. The Great Evolution army's losses in this battle were minimal. After all, the difference in combat power between the two sides was immense. Once again, the warships played a huge role in limiting the number of casualties to the hundreds. An army of 30,000 troops had defeated 300,000 enemies, yet they only suffered a few hundred casualties. The losses could be considered negligible. Meanwhile, Zhicheng fled at the speed of lightning. Never before had he ever felt death so close to him. He had practically believed that he was as good as dead when he saw the old ancestor appearing on the battlefield. Fortunately, it seemed luck was on his side. The old ancestor did not seem to have noticed him in the first place. Following his escape, a few tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen outside the human ambush had scattered everywhere, which provided him with a good cover to conceal his tracks. Be that as it may, Zhicheng remained extremely uneasy. He was terribly afraid that the old ancestor would pursue him. If that were the case, then he could only resign himself to his death. It was fortunate that there were no signs of pursuit coming from behind. On any battlefield, fleeing was a huge crime. Zhicheng was sure he would be punished upon his return, but he couldn't care less about such things at this moment. He simply wanted to inform the royal lord about the current crisis as soon as possible. The human race was acting very differently from the usual. He did not know what they were planning, but he was certain the royal lord would know. After escaping for a month, Zhicheng finally felt relieved and became certain that the old ancestor was not chasing after him, otherwise, he would have been caught by now. The other Black Ink clansmen who escaped with him had been left behind, but he didn't care about their survival. At this moment, he was simply trying to return to the Great Evolution Theater as quickly as possible. Back at the original battlefield, Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies spent some time recovering. According to the orders passed down from the higher-ups, they would have 3 days of rest before they resumed marching. Most of the troops did not understand the meaning behind these orders. After all, they had only departed from Wind and Cloud Pass a few days ago. Although they encountered a big battle, there was no reason to take a rest yet. If that was the case, then why did they rush off from Wind and Cloud Pass in the first place? Regardless, they didn't question the order. Many had exhausted their energy during the battle, so they indeed needed some time to recover. Hence, nobody had any objections despite not understanding these strange orders. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was doing some repair work on Dawning Light. During the previous battle, Dawning Light had suffered some minor damage, and as a Grandmaster artifact refiner who also participated in the Black Ink clan's warship project, it was not a problem for him to repair a few dents and cracks. Unfortunately, some of the damaged spirit arrays would require the help of the array masters traveling with the army to fully repair. Feng was helping by the side while the rest of the members of Dawn were either idling around with nothing to do or cultivating diligently. While Yang Kai was busy working, a divine sense suddenly fluctuated throughout the entire area. A message was transmitted via the divine sense: squad leaders of the Western Army 4th Division are to assemble immediately. The divine sense covered a large area, which happened to include the area where Dawning Light was located, therefore, Yang Kai and the others heard the orders clearly. The person who sent out the divine sense message was the 8th Order Division commander of 4th Division. Just as that divine sense vanished, another divine sense came out. This time around, it was the division commander of the 1st Division who issued orders to assemble together. The members of these two divisions happened to be located near Dawn, which was why the orders from both division commanders also reached their ears. Yang Kai couldn't help looking around. In the next moment, he saw numerous 7th Order squad leaders emerge from the warships nearby and gather in the direction of their respective division commanders. What's going on? Yang Kai looked confused. Feng replied, "Why don't you go and ask?" After giving the suggestion some thought, Yang Kai stopped what he was doing and headed towards one of the gathering points. 2 division commanders had transmitted messages that obviously indicated that some sort of special deployment order had come from the higher-ups. It was not just these 2 division commanders though. The other division commanders had most likely sent out their own messages via voice divine sense. It was just that they were located at different positions, so Yang Kai could only hear the transmissions of these two division commanders. Dawn was a special operations squad, so unlike ordinary squads, they did not belong to any division or battalion. They were under the direct command of the army commanders. The same was true for the old turtles. While a special operations squad generally enjoyed many benefits and preferential treatment, it became apparent that they were a slightly isolated existence at times like these. Even if the higher-ups had deployment orders for them, they had no division commander to inform them. Although the army commanders would have made the necessary arrangements for them, Yang Kai preferred to understand the situation in advance. It didn't take long for him to arrive on one of the battalion-class warships. Warships could generally be classified into three types. The most basic squad-class warships were used by ordinary squads. Next came the battalion-class warship that was much larger and more imposing. In addition, the battalion-class warships usually carried far more firepower. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5192, Gathering Materials. Before Yang Kai came to the Black Ink battlefield, the battalion-class warships were basically the largest among the human race. There was no such thing as a division-class warship. High-rank open heaven realm masters mainly relied upon their own respective means to slaughter their enemies on the battlefield in cooperation with the warships under their command, therefore, they would never have to hide themselves away inside a warship during battle. That was especially true for the 8th Order open heaven realm masters. During the war, their main responsibility was to target and hold down the territory lords. Even if they had the cooperation of the warships would only be a burden to them. A battalion-class warship basically served as the headquarters of a division. For example, every division had its own battalion-class warship during the March of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. The 8th Order division commanders would generally issue various orders from where they were stationed on the battalion-class warships. There were 60 divisions in the Eastern and Western armies, which meant that there were 60 battalion-class warships. Each battalion-class warship not only had an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm division commander overseeing its operations, but also other auxiliary personnel. Nevertheless, these personnel roughly numbered no more than half the numbers of a battalion or 50 people. Battalion-class warships were much larger and had greater destructive power compared to squad-class warships. The role that a battalion-class warship could play on the battlefield was no less than dawning light under Dawn's command. It was not until Yang Kai came to the Black Ink battlefield that the human race finally created the larger purifying Black Ink battleships for the sake of carrying purifying light. From a defensive and offensive aspect, a purifying Black Ink battleship was not much stronger than a battalion-class warship. However, the purifying light sealed within the purifying Black Ink battleship was the human race's biggest reliance against Black Ink strength. Not to mention, the universe array set up on the purifying Black Ink battleships also played a significant role. That was why the purifying Black Ink battleships generally had a more significant meaning compared to a battalion-class warship. Yang Kai came to the warship where the division commander of the 1st Division was located. The division commander of the 1st Division was also one of those who sent out a divine sense transmission earlier. Each division consisted of roughly 500 troops, with 5 battalions under its command. Each battalion subsequently consisted of 8 or 9 squads, so there were approximately 45 7th Order Open Heaven Realm squad leaders gathered here. The division commander of the 1st Division was Xu Yongde, who was personally appointed by Xiang Shan back at the central square of Wind and Cloud Pass. Yang Kai remembered him from back then. Xu Yongde stood on the deck with his hands behind his back. The squad leaders rushed over in droves and obediently stood in line before him. When he saw Yang Kai in attendance, he simply glanced at him briefly and said nothing. It was evident that he knew Yang Kai came here to obtain information as the squad leader of a special operations squad. Not long afterwards, the adjutant next to him leaned over and reported in a low voice, "Sir, everyone is here." He nodded and finally opened his mouth to speak, "I called you over because I have orders from above." While Xu Yongde was speaking, the adjutant reached up and swept his hand out before him. Materials of various elements suddenly appeared in front of him. There were almost a dozen of these materials in varying shapes and sizes. Moreover, these materials were of varying orders. Everybody was confused by the sight before them. Xu Yongde stepped forward and pointed at the materials. When you return to your respective squads, you must collect the materials that are shown here. There are no requirements in terms of order, so just collect as many as possible. There were times when the same materials might not have the same order. Those with better formation conditions and enough time would have a higher order. On the other hand, the reverse would result in materials with a lower order instead. One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm squad leaders asked curiously, "Sir, what is the purpose of collecting these materials?" Xu Yongde replied, "The higher-ups have their own considerations. Don't ask so many questions and simply collect what you have been told to collect. The time limit is half a day. Each squad leader will be responsible for their respective squad. Please gather all the materials presented in front of you and deliver them here promptly." Yes. The squad leaders received the orders and dispersed back to their squads. There was an unwritten rule on the Black Ink battlefield that every cultivator would leave all their resources behind in their residence whenever they were dispatched from the Great Pass where they resided, especially during wartime. They normally did not carry many materials with them on the battlefield. This practice was to prevent the loss of resources should they fall in battle or suffer from any unexpected accidents on the battlefield. By leaving all their materials in their residence, the property they left behind could be used by others if they lost their lives in battle. The humans on the Black Ink battlefield used to live a difficult life where materials were desperately lacking. Although their situation had improved considerably, their deep-rooted habits formed over the years had not changed. However, the situation among the troops of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies was different. They planned to retake Great Evolution Pass, so regardless of whether they survived the campaign, they would not be returning to their original Great Passes. They were part of the Great Evolution Army now. For that reason, they had packed and brought all their belongings with them before the campaign began. That was not all though, as the various Great Passes had also distributed large amounts of cultivation resources to the deployed troops, lest they lacked the necessary resources when they arrived at the Great Evolution Theater. Therefore, all the troops in the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies could be said to be extremely wealthy. It would not be difficult to complete the order from the higher-ups to collect the specified materials, as there were 30,000 troops in the armies, and the number would not be too small either. If nothing else, there were piles of materials stacked up like mountains in Yang Kai's small universe, so there would no doubt be many of the requested materials there. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could not understand why the higher-ups wanted to gather these items. Looking at the situation, it would seem as though it was a sudden idea, otherwise, they would have prepared these materials back in the inner sanctum and not while the army was on the march. Since it was a sudden idea, then the higher-ups must have come up with some kind of special plan while on the march. It might even have something to do with the battle earlier. Deep in thought, Yang Kai quickly returned to the dawning light. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master immediately came forward, junior brother Yang. Yang Kai looked up and recognized that person as Li Xing, who also came from Blue Sky Pass. A total of 500 people had been dispatched from Blue Sky Pass, so even if he was not acquainted with all of them, Yang Kai would at least be familiar with their faces. Yang Kai was not close to Li Xing, but they had met each other at Blue Sky Pass on several occasions. Furthermore, Li Xing currently served as Xiang Shan's adjutant in the Great Evolution Army. Senior brother Li. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting and asked, "Do you need something, senior brother?" Li Xing solemnly replied, "The army commander has summoned you. If you have nothing urgent going on, please come with me." Yang Kai nodded, "Please wait a moment, senior brother. I received orders from Division Commander Su to gather some materials, so I would like to convey the orders to the others first." Li Xing had no objections. Yang Kai immediately informed Feng Ying about the several dozen materials that Xu Yongde had displayed earlier. Then, he asked her to gather these materials from the squad members and deliver them to the division commander. Feng diligently memorized the information and got to work. After settling this matter, Yang Kai finally stretched out his hand in a polite gesture. "Please lead the way, senior brother." Li Xing nodded and took off. The two of them navigated through the void and passed by numerous warships before quickly arriving at the purifying black ink battleship stationed in the middle of the army. The Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies had two purifying black ink battleships. Xiang Shan and Lu Zhiping had each brought one from their respective paths. It was just that Lu Zhiping had retrieved the Western Army's purifying black ink battleship after everybody had left their imprint on its universe array, so there was currently only one purifying black ink battleship with the army at the moment. In this way, it was more convenient for the two army commanders to discuss various matters and receive intelligence since they were gathered in one spot. When Yang Kai arrived at this place, he was startled to discover a bunch of people sitting down cross-legged on the ship's deck. Moreover, it was not just the deck. There were also people floating nearby in the void. Meanwhile, the person seated in the middle of this gathering was none other than Ma Fan. Xiang Shan, Lu Zhiping, and even the old ancestor were also present, but they stood not far away and watched quietly with no intention of intervening. Yang Kai did not know what was happening, but Grandmaster Ma Fan seemed to be explaining the method of refining something at the moment. If Yang Kai was not mistaken, all the people gathered here were artifact refiners. On this trip to recover Great Evolution Pass, there were more than 1,000 artifact refiners marching along with the army. That was the only way to ensure that the warships would be repaired in a timely manner when damaged. Besides, if the Great Evolution Army could successfully retake Great Evolution Pass, they would ultimately require the strength of these artifact refiners to restore the Great Pass to its former glory. The army not only had 1,000 artifact refiners, but also quite a few alchemists and array masters as well. Among the 1,000 artifact refiners, there was another artifact refining Great Grandmaster aside from Grandmaster Ma Fan, as well as some 50 Grandmasters. The rest were mostly artifact refining Great Masters. The artifact refining elites of several great passes had been gathered together in this place. In order to successfully retake Great Evolution Pass, each great pass had not been stingy to contribute their own talents. With 1,000 such people gathered in one place, it was impossible for the deck to accommodate them all even if the purifying black ink battleship was quite large. That was why Yang Kai was greeted with the sight of Grandmaster Ma Fan being surrounded by a huge crowd. Following Li Xing to stand in front of Xiang Shan and the others, Yang Kai respectfully bowed in greeting. Xiang Shan nodded and waved his hand. "Go over there and listen with the others." "Yes." Yang Kai obeyed and headed towards Grandmaster Ma Fan. After squeezing his way through the crowd, he finally managed to occupy a spot and carefully listened to the lecture. A short while later, Yang Kai grasped the contents of this talk to an extent. Grandmaster Ma Fan was explaining the refining method of a mechanical puppet. A mechanical puppet could be considered a kind of puppet, but the mechanical puppet developed by Grandmaster Ma Fan was clearly more agile and realistic than ordinary puppets. Not to mention, he was explaining the refining method of a humanoid puppet. The refining method was not complicated. Under normal circumstances, an artifact refining Grandmaster would be more than qualified to refine these puppets. It was just that the quality of the refined puppets would depend on the refiner's personal attainments and the materials used. The refining method of these humanoid puppets was probably created by Grandmaster Ma Fan himself, and that was why he was the one to teach them the method. Whatever the case, his explanation was extremely thorough. All the artifact refiners gathered here were talented beyond their peers, so it was easy for them to quickly master the refining method. Some people also asked some questions and received detailed answers from Ma Fan, which gave them a deeper understanding of the refining method for these puppets. Less than half a day later, the lecture ended and Grandmaster Ma Fan looked around the surroundings. "Does anybody else have any questions? If you have a question, please feel free to ask and this old master will explain to the best of his ability." Nobody said anything. Clearly, they had no questions regarding the contents of the lecture. Ma Fan nodded in satisfaction. In that case, this old master has prepared a jade slip for each of you. The jade slip contains a detailed refining method for the mechanical puppet. After receiving the necessary materials, you will have to figure out the refining by yourselves. If there is anything you don't understand, you may come and ask this old master at any time. After saying that, he raised his large hand and numerous streams of lights appeared and drifted towards each person in attendance. Every single stream of light contained a single jade slip. Although a thorough explanation had been given, there were bound to be many problems once these people started refining the puppets even though they understood the contents of the lecture. That was why he went the extra length to prepare these jade slips. These jade slips not only contained the detailed refining method but also some of his insights. In this way, they could reduce most of the difficulties by comparing their results with the jade slip during the process of refining. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5193, Refining Puppets. Taking the jade slip, Yang Kai immersed his mind into it. He discovered that the jade slip contained the refining method of the humanoid mechanical puppet Grandmaster Ma Fan had explained earlier, but it was much more detailed and comprehensive. It was almost like a complete pill recipe. The problems that should be watched out for during the refining process, when to use what materials, what issues might arise, and the solutions to fix these issues, everything was recorded neatly inside the jade slip. With this jade slip in hand, refining the puppet would not be difficult even if they didn't have someone to guide them through the process, so what more was needed when Grandmaster Ma Fan was willing to explain everything in person? While Ma Fan was explaining the refining method for the humanoid puppet, numerous Eighth Order masters rushed over from various directions and handed the space rings in their hands to Xiang Shan before leaving once more. As a steady stream of Eighth Order Division commanders came and went, the number of space rings that Xiang Shan was carrying gradually increased. Xiang Shan handed these space rings to Li Xing, along with some instructions. Nodding lightly, Li Xing walked directly to a group of artifact refiners and said, "Please come to me, one at a time, to receive the necessary materials for refining the mechanical puppets." The artifact refiners quickly gathered around him upon hearing those words and soon surrounded him tightly. Yang Kai did not go immediately and instead walked towards Ma Fan and asked, "Grandmaster, the division commanders issued an order earlier to gather some materials. Are those the materials needed for refining the mechanical puppets?" Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded, "That's right." Yang Kai was puzzled, "What's the point of refining so many of these things?" Grandmaster Ma Fan answered patiently, "I'm not too sure about the exact details either. I simply received a request from Army Commander Xiang Shan to teach the refining method of these puppets. As for what he plans to do with them, that's up to his own considerations. However, the refining method of these puppets is something I learned on a whim when I was younger. Although they seem quite realistic from a distance, they aren't much use in reality. According to my guess, these puppets can only be used as a distraction at most." Yang Kai seemed pensive. On the other side, Xiang Shan spoke up once most of the artifact refiners had received the supplies. "After receiving the materials, please refine them carefully. Do your best to refine as many puppets as possible." Everybody nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Kai guessed that he had been summoned here because he was now decently proficient in artifact refining. Since he already knew the reason behind this matter, there was no need to continue staying here. The other artifact refiners had to wait to receive their supplies, but he did not. Therefore, he turned around and rushed towards Dawning Light after informing Grandmaster Ma Fan about his intentions. Upon returning to Dawning Light, Yang Kai began refining the humanoid puppets right on the deck. The members of Dawn watched his movements curiously at the beginning, but they lost interest and went back to their own affairs as time passed. 3 days later, the army set off again and continued to sail towards the Great Evolution Theater. The marching speed of the army was neither fast nor slow. Another few days later, Yang Kai's refining process came to an end. It was not difficult to refine the humanoid puppets as the process was easy to master as long as one had the standards of a great master, and Yang Kai was already a grandmaster. After the various components were refined, one simply needed to assemble them together. In that way, a mechanical puppet could be completed in just 7 or 8 days. A group of Dawn members gathered on the deck and observed the finished product curiously. They were rather familiar with puppets as each of them had more or less seen similar objects throughout the journey of their growth. From the external appearance, the humanoid puppet that Yang Kai refined did not look particularly special. It could even be said to be rather ugly. Although it had a humanoid frame, anybody who was not blind could see that it was not a living thing at a glance. Yang Kai made the final checks to ensure that nothing was missing from the puppet he refined before nodding. Shen Ao rubbed his chin as he muttered, "Say, why do the higher-ups want to refine these puppets?" Chi Tai Chu thoughtfully suggested, "Maybe they will be used to increase the combat power of our great evolution army? Speaking of which, how much strength can this puppet exert upon activation?" Feng Ying shook her head. "They are probably not meant to strengthen the combat power of the army. The Tao of puppetry is profound and mysterious, so even if you refine a puppet, you will need to master special puppet arts in order to bring out their full strength. There are a few cultivators in Blue Sky Pass who are proficient in the Tao of puppetry, so they might be able to make some use of these puppets, but with such a large number being produced, it's obvious that these puppets were not prepared for them. Besides, most of them didn't even come along on this campaign. If they are not meant to strengthen our combat power, then what are they for? Are they meant to be nothing more than ornaments?" Ning Qizhi laughed. "Don't tell me the higher-ups are planning to use these puppets to scare the Black Ink clan away? I don't know whether they can scare the Black Ink clan away, but these puppets probably aren't meant to just be ornaments." Yang Kai, who was busy working, suddenly interjected. Feng Ying inquired, "Squad leader, do you know what they are for?" He shook his head, "I don't. The higher-ups did not state their intentions clearly, they simply asked us to refine as many of these puppets as we could. Be that as it may, the resources consumed during the refining process are not particularly valuable and can even be considered common items. The refining method is not too advanced either, so even if these puppets were given to those who cultivated the Tao of puppetry, they would not be able to play a significant role in battle. Any random low-rank Black Ink clansman would be able to destroy one of these puppets in a single blow." During the conversation, he finished doing the final checks and confirmed that there were no issues with the puppet. According to the instructions written in the jade slip given by Grandmaster Ma Fan, only the final activation step was left. If there were no problems with this final step, then the refinement of the puppet could be considered a success. Activating the puppet was simple. One only needed to inject world force into the puppet. Needless to say, after consuming the injected world force, the puppet would stop moving. This was typically why the power source of a puppet would generally be something other than a cultivator's own strength. There was no need for Yang Kai to worry about these details though, as his job was simply to refine these puppets. The higher-ups would make their own arrangements when the time came. Raising his hand, Yang Kai pressed his palm against the chest of the puppet, circulated his world force, and poured it into the puppet. As the world force entered the puppet, the patterns on the body of the puppet lit up. Immediately after that, the puppet seemed to come alive and radiated a vibrant aura. He immediately sensed an inexplicable connection forming between him and the puppet in front of him. This connection came from the world force he poured into the puppet earlier. In other words, he could now easily control the puppet. Be that as it may, what shocked everybody was that the puppet exuded the aura of a fifth-order open heaven realm master after being activated by Yang Kai. Shen Ao was so shocked that he blurted out, "Are you serious? Fifth order?" The puppet that Yang Kai spent 7 or 8 days to refine had the aura of a fifth-order master. If it could exert the strength of a fifth-order master as well, then that would be beyond astonishing. After all, the human race would only need to refine these puppets on a large scale and send them into battle to never have to worry about the casualties again. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai seemed thoughtful. "The aura is realistic, but it's just the aura." Thanks to the inexplicable connection between them, he had a deeper understanding of the puppet. The mechanical puppet developed by Grandmaster Ma Fan had a slightly different approach to the norm. Generally speaking, any puppet could exert a certain amount of strength when powered and controlled properly. Unfortunately, this puppet seemed to only imitate the aura of a master and couldn't actually utilize much strength at all. Its greatest use would be to frighten and mislead others. With a simple thought, the puppet immediately began moving around on the deck. It could jump, run, and walk with ease. Judging by its posture, it was not very different from an actual person in terms of mobility, with its movements being agile and fluid. Next, Yang Kai controlled the puppet to throw a punch. As soon as the puppet punched out, the anticipation and excitement overflowing from the members of Dawn immediately turned into bitter disappointment. This couldn't be helped though, as in their eyes, the punch was so weak that it was practically powerless. None of them would even need to block this blow, as they could simply stand there and take it without suffering any damage. Sure enough, it was just as Yang Kai had mentioned earlier. The refining method for this puppet was not very advanced, and the materials used were not particularly valuable. It was not surprising that the puppet turned out so useless, hence, everybody couldn't help feeling confused by the orders from the higher-ups. Why refine such useless puppets in such large quantities? Having satisfied their curiosity, the members of Dawn lost interest in the useless puppets and returned to their own affairs. Meanwhile, Yang Kai gave the puppet the order to move around freely before he began refining a second one. The refining process went much smoother than the first time, and the time he took was shortened by half a day. Everybody would go through a period of practice before they became skilled at anything after all. Yang Kai estimated that he would only need 4 to 5 days to refine another puppet to completion once he became proficient in this process. After a series of checks, he confirmed that there were no problems with the second puppet. He then poured his world force into it for the final activation. The puppet once again released the aura of a fifth-order open heaven realm master, almost identical to the first puppet. The first puppet had already been stored in his space ring. Since Yang Kai had not provided it with much world force to begin with, and did not continue to provide it with more, the puppet completely stopped moving after an incense stick or so. The army continued to march forward slowly, and the days gradually slipped by. During this period, Yang Kai concentrated on refining the humanoid puppets, and his speed increased with practice. Half a year later, he only needed 5 days to finish refining one. In addition, as he became more proficient in this process, the aura released by the mechanical puppets he created were no longer limited to the fifth order. Oftentimes, the puppets he refined would release the aura of a sixth-order open heaven realm master when powered up. When his luck was particularly good, the puppets he refined would release an aura that was comparable to a seventh-order master. Unfortunately, that was his limit. Yang Kai had the feeling that if Grandmaster Ma Fan and the other artifact-refining Great Grandmaster were the ones to refine these puppets, they might be able to exude the aura of an eighth-order division commander. In any case, regardless of how powerful the aura the puppets exuded, their foundation remained the same. They were still weak and useless existences that would be destroyed by any random blow from a low-rank Black Ink clansman. Another half a year later, Yang Kai had refined almost 80 of these puppets. All of them had been stored inside a single space ring, ready to be delivered to the higher-ups at any time. After sailing for over a year, the Great Evolution Army had finally arrived within the Great Evolution Theater. They would be able to see Great Evolution pass from a distance if they continued marching forward for another 2 or 3 months. At this time, the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies began to reduce the size of their formation. They used the power of various artifacts and spirit arrays to conceal the whereabouts of the 30,000 troops, and in addition, many teams of scouts were dispatched to investigate the route ahead and prevent any possibilities that their presence might be revealed. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5194, One Step Ahead. At the same time, the higher-ups suddenly issued another confusing order for collection. The last order for collection from the higher-ups had been to gather the various materials required for the refinement of the puppets. This time around, the order for collection was to gather spare clothing. They were neither limited to gender nor body shape or size. It was acceptable as long as the clothing could be worn. Combined with the order to refine the puppets in large quantities, many people were starting to understand the intentions of the higher-ups. First, it was collecting the materials to refine large amounts of humanoid puppets, then it was collecting various kinds of clothing. Their intentions no longer required much explanation at this point. Those puppets were going to be used as some kind of ruse. Every one of those puppets exuded the aura of a fifth-order open heaven realm master and above. It was conceivable that the puppet army would seem extremely imposing when gathered in one place. At the right time and the right place, they would easily be able to attract the full attention of the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies would take advantage of this opportunity to take action. Although there were speculations about the purpose of these puppets, it was unfortunate that Yang Kai and the others could not figure out the where and how these puppets were going to be used. Truthfully speaking, these puppets would easily be seen through if they were observed closely. While they could move around as smoothly as a real person and exude the aura of an open heaven realm master, that would only fool others when they were far away. However, just the open heaven realm aura exuded by these puppets alone would likely be enough for them to be mistaken for a real army if they were dressed in proper clothes and seen from a distance. The army had already stepped foot into the Great Evolution Theater, so there was a chance of encountering the Black Ink clan at any moment. The 30,000 troops prepared themselves for battle and conserved their energy so that they were ready for the possibility of war. The members responsible for controlling the various spirit arrays and artifacts on the squad-class warships were carefully inspecting their weapons to ensure that there were no issues before the battle began. The Great Evolution army progressed through the void as silently as a phantom, exuding a chilling aura. Upon receiving a summons from Xiang Shan, Yang Kai came to the purifying Black Ink battleship in the middle of the army once more. The old ancestor and the two army commanders were gathered together as though they were waiting for him to arrive. After Yang Kai greeted them, Xiang Shan got straight to the point. "We have a mission for you. Please give me your instructions, sir." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Xiang Shan said, "If we march forward for another 2 months, we will reach Great Evolution Pass. I want you to circle around ahead and search for the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies on the other side of Great Evolution Pass." At the moment, the Great Evolution army had been split into 2 parts. One part was the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies that had gathered at Wind and Cloud Pass, while the other part was the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies that had gathered at Azure Void Pass. There were 2 reasons for this deployment. The first reason was that Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass had always been besieged by larger than normal Black Ink armies. If the Great Evolution army assembled at both these 2 great passes, then they could easily break these sieges. The second reason was that half of the troops from the Great Evolution army came from these 2 great passes. Both Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass had each dispatched 15,000 troops each to cobble together the Great Evolution army of 60,000 troops. Therefore, the Great Evolution army was bound to depart from these 2 great passes and advance together regardless of the circumstances. That was what Yang Kai understood. What he didn't know was that the 2 armies departing from different Great Passes had originally agreed to march towards Great Evolution Pass at full speed so that they could arrive as soon as possible and join forces to launch a coordinated attack. However, the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies had encountered the Black Ink clan reinforcement army from Great Evolution Pass along their march. That had given Xiang Shan the idea for a better strategy, and he quickly made various arrangements during the march. If there were changes to the original plan, then it was only natural to inform the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies about the changes so that they were not completely blindsided by the actions of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. The inconvenience of communication on the battlefield could lead to extremely large losses. Since they wanted to inform the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies about the changes, they had to choose a suitable candidate for the task. For Xiang Shan, the first person that came to mind was Yang Kai. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, and as a result, his speed was something that even an 8th-order master would not be able to match. Even if he ran into a territory lord on this journey, he would not be in danger as long as he was careful. Not to mention, Xiang Shan did not know the current whereabouts of the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies, even though he had a prior agreement with their army commanders. If he sent somebody else, they might need to spend time searching slowly. On the contrary, the situation would be different if he sent Yang Kai on this trip. That was because all the universe arrays on the purifying black ink battleships of each great pass had been installed by Yang Kai himself. He had a unique advantage when it came to searching for the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies. After Xiang Shan explained his reasons to Yang Kai, the latter naturally did not refuse. I exchanged communication artifacts with the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies in the past. As long as we are within a certain distance of each other, we will be able to contact each other. But, there's no need to go to such trouble to search for them. The Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies brought their purifying black ink battleships along, so when the time comes, you will only need to use the universe transference law to arrive directly at their side, Xiang Shan explained. Yang Kai nodded. Junior understands. Lu Zhiping added, just in case, you should bring the communication artifact with you. Having an extra method of communication will give you an extra layer of guarantee. Since she had already said so, Xiang Shan did not object to her suggestion. She thus handed a communication bead to Yang Kai, which he carefully stored away. When you locate the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies, tell them that there have been changes to the original plan. The Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies will be taking action to draw the Black Ink clan's attention as we charge straight into the Black Ink clan's territory. I'm certain that the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass will receive news about the attack when the fighting breaks out. It would be great if the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass did not take any action, but that is unlikely, so, the Northern and Southern armies need to intercept the enemy once the Black Ink clan leaves Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai was extremely surprised by those words. Is the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies planning to attack the Black Ink clan's territory? He had always assumed that the goal of this campaign was to retake Great Evolution Pass, so he never imagined that Xiang Shan's plan would be so bold. Upon further consideration though, this plan was clearly more beneficial. If the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies attack the Black Ink clan's territory, the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass would not be able to remain still once they received the news. They would surely head out to provide reinforcements, and at that time, the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies would make their move and catch the enemy by surprise. This approach was clearly much better than attacking Great Evolution Pass directly. Yang Kai initially had some worries regarding this matter. The Black Ink clan had taken over Great Evolution Pass some 30,000 years ago, so they were bound to have prepared various defensive measures. If the humans had attacked the Great Pass head-on, they would surely have suffered great losses. On the contrary, the situation would be different if they lured the snake out of its hole in this manner. Without Great Evolution Pass for protection, the Black Ink clan would lose a huge advantage in this battle. If the humans could obliterate all the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass, they would be able to retake Great Evolution Pass with ease. It could even be said that if they could beat the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater half to death, then the Great Evolution Army would gain ample time to establish a stable foothold in Great Evolution Pass after they retook it. Following the various thoughts that ran through his mind, Yang Kai vaguely understood Xiang Shan's plan and couldn't help admiring the foresight of the army commander. Inform them that there's no need to provide aid to the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. They only need to keep the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass contained and kill as many enemies as possible to ensure we aren't attacked from the rear. Yes. Yang Kai acknowledged the order. If you don't have anything to prepare, then please set off immediately. It was true that Yang Kai had nothing to prepare, but the 100 or so puppets that he refined previously were still inside his space ring, so he immediately took it out and handed it to Xiang Shan. Then, he cupped his fist in farewell. Junior will depart right now. Be careful, and stay safe. The old ancestor, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly urged. Yang Kai nodded and flashed out of the purifying Black Ink battleship. There was no need to inform Dawn. Even without him as the squad leader, Feng Ying and the others would be perfectly fine. After all, they were all people who had spent hundreds, if not thousands of years on the black ink battlefield. Manipulating space principles, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared out of sight. When he looked back again, he could no longer see the great eastern and western fleets. There were various artifacts and barriers to conceal their whereabouts, so it was impossible to discover them unless one was close enough. Yang Kai did not linger. Making use of instantaneous movement over and over again, his figure flashed through the void without pause. According to the information given by Xiang Shan, the marching speed of the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies was probably faster than that of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. Yang Kai guessed that the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies were about to arrive in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass. However, they would never carry out any rash actions before receiving contact from the Eastern and Western armies. Hiding in the shadows and observing the situation was definitely the safest method. What he needed to do at this moment was circle around Great Evolution Pass, locate the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies, and deliver Xiang Shan's message. After Yang Kai departed, the conversation continued inside the purifying black ink battleship, with Lu Zhiping saying, "It's almost time. We should act according to the plan." Xiang Shan nodded, "Collect all the puppets." The order was conveyed to the others and soon, all the artifact refiners delivered the puppets they refined during the past year to the purifying black ink battleship. The puppets were personally inspected and counted by Ma Fan himself. There were more than 1,000 artifact refiners, including 2 great grandmasters and 50 grandmasters, so the results of the past year could be said to be extremely bountiful. As many as 70,000 puppets had been refined. Yang Kai alone had refined more than 100 puppets, with the other grandmasters achieving similar results. The 2 great grandmasters had refined even more. Although the number of puppets refined by the great masters was slightly lower, refining 70,000 puppets in this timeframe was a terrifying feat nevertheless. That was a number that was accumulated from piling up various materials, but the preparations did not end there. Every puppet also needed to be charged and activated, which was another huge expense. It was fortunate that the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies had brought enough supplies with them when they first set off on this journey to support such profligacy. It took several days to install energy sources for the tens of thousands of puppets. Afterward, the puppets were divided into 5 portions and stored into 5 separate space rings. These 5 space rings were carried by 5 8th Order Division commanders, who jointly set off in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. Following the departure of these 5 8th Order Division commanders, the huge fleet that had been marching straight towards Great Evolution Pass since they first set sail changed course. It was also on this day that Zhichong Territory Lord, who had been fleeing for more than a year, finally arrived back at Great Evolution Pass. The reason he was able to arrive at Great Evolution Pass 2 months earlier than the Great Evolution Army was that he had been acting alone, so it was only natural that his movements were less restricted. He had mustered all his strength to escape back then and subsequently continued to run for his life for the next whole month. On the other hand, the Great Evolution Army had to maintain their formation, so it stood to reason that their speed could not compare to a lone territory lord. Be that as it may, it was the exact situation that Xiang Shan had been anticipating. It was crucial for Zhichong to return to Great Evolution Pass ahead of them so that the Black Ink clan had enough time to make some arrangements. Zhichong was a territory lord, but even his complexion was a little haggard at the moment. Traveling through the void for a year was no big deal for a master in his realm, so the reason he looked so disheveled was mainly due to the mental stress he had suffered. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that his pursuers were right behind him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5195, The Human Race is Planning to Attack Great Evolution Pass. When Zhichong was only a few days away from Wind and Cloud Pass, he was ambushed by a human race army. The 300,000 troops of the Black Ink Army had been completely annihilated, and all other territory lords other than him had lost their lives. However, fleeing for the past year had taken a huge toll on him. He felt as though there was an overwhelming sense of crisis pressing down on him, giving him the illusion that he was constantly being chased. Be that as it may, there were no signs of pursuers no matter how many times he checked his surroundings. Seeing the majestic Great Pass in front of him once more, Zhicheng felt as though he had never found a more welcoming sight in his entire life. His tense nerves finally relaxed as soon as he stepped into Great Evolution Pass. More than 30,000 years had passed since the Black Ink clan conquered Great Evolution Pass. The troops that generally departed from here to provide reinforcements to the two adjacent theaters had always been defeated after arriving at Wind and Cloud Pass or Azure Void Pass. There was never once when they were ambushed and completely annihilated by the humans along the way. During his escape, Zhicheng had been wondering about something. He simply could not understand how the humans at Wind and Cloud Pass could gather the manpower to prepare an ambush in that place. Logically speaking, the humans at Wind and Cloud Pass should have been overwhelmed by the siege of the Black Ink clan army by now. After much thought, a possibility occurred to him, one that left him feeling very uneasy. Great Evolution Pass was originally one of the great passes under the human race's control. It had taken countless generations of blood, sweat, and tears from the elites of Great Evolution Paradise to build up the Great Pass little by little. More than 30,000 years ago, this place was not that different from the other great passes. Tens of thousands of human troops had protected this place under the leadership of their old ancestor and prevented the Black Ink clan from taking one step across the boundary. However, the entire Great Evolution Pass was now shrouded in a layer of dense black ink strength. There was also an enormous black ink nest standing tall in the middle of Great Evolution Pass Central Square. The black ink nest resembled a pitch-black flower bud that was on the verge of blooming. Whenever it contracted and expanded slightly, large amounts of thick black ink strength leaked out from within. This particular black ink nest was thousands of meters tall, and its base practically occupied the entire central square. Looking at it from a distance, it resembled a towering black mountain. It was clearly a mid-grade black ink nest. Black ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan. The presence of a mid-grade black ink nest here indicated that this was now the home territory of a territory lord. In other words, there was a territory lord guarding this place at all times. This situation was nothing out of the ordinary. Great Evolution Pass was the first and only great pass to be conquered by the Black Ink clan in history, so it was impossible for the Black Ink clan to neglect it. Even if only to boost morale, a territory lord was always standing guard here. Furthermore, the territory lord stationed here was the strongest territory lord in the entire theater, Hongdi. It was rumored that this territory lord was only one step away from becoming a royal lord. Unfortunately, the rumor had been circulating for tens of thousands of years, yet there were no signs of Hongdi advancing so far. Although there were no signs of his breaking through, it was true that Hongdi territory lord was very diligent in his cultivation. Even though he was stationed at Great Evolution Pass, he basically stayed within the Black Ink nest and borrowed its power to cultivate. All the Black Ink clansmen under his command believed that he was trying to overcome the last step to become a royal lord. Of course, Hongdi was not the only territory lord stationed at Great Evolution Pass after the Black Ink clan first conquered it. There were also several others besides him. That was because they had been wary of the human race trying to retake Great Evolution Pass. However, more than 30,000 years had passed since then. The human race seemed to have little regard for Great Evolution Pass and never showed signs of trying to retake it, therefore, the Black Ink clan no longer took this matter too seriously. Except for the most powerful Hongdi, who was ordered to remain here, all the other territory lords returned to their respective territories. Leaving the strongest territory lord at Great Evolution Pass was part of the precautions taken by the Black Ink clan. They knew that the humans would eventually attempt to retake the Great Pass, but they did not know when the counterattack would come. In this way, Great Evolution Pass became Hongdi's personal territory. Nevertheless, this place remained very lively since the reinforcement armies for the Black Ink clan in the Azure Void Theater and the Great Evolution Theater generally gathered and departed from this place. Roughly 3 years ago, an army of 300,000 troops had set off in the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass, hence, Hongdi was very surprised when Zhichong suddenly appeared at Great Evolution Pass. He was not surprised by the fact that Zhichong had returned so quickly though, but by the fact that Zhichong had returned at all. As the person in charge of Great Evolution Pass, he could easily obtain various pieces of information with the help of Great Evolution Pass. Likewise, Zhichong was also rather taken aback. That was because he basically never saw Hongdi even though he had been to Great Evolution Pass on many occasions. Hongdi had always been in a state of secluded cultivation after all. Many territory lords had maliciously speculated about him, wondering whether he had died inside his black ink nest since they had not seen him in so many years. The two territory lords met inside a grand hall. Compared to the travel-weary Zhichong, Hongdi was undoubtedly full of vigor. There were no rules for courtesy like those among the human race, so after they each took a seat, Hongdi glanced at Zhichong and asked probingly, "Did you encounter anything worthy of attention during your deployment?" He did not ask where the army of 300,000 troops had gone or why Zhichong was the only one out of a dozen territory lords to appear here. Just by looking at Zhichong's miserable appearance, Hongdi had a guess as to what happened. His question was simply to confirm his speculations. Zhichong quickly nodded. Among a field of universe fragments located only a few days away from Wind and Cloud Pass, we were ambushed by the humans. They were led by a 9th Order Old Ancestor and had some 50 to 68th Order Masters with them. Our army was no match for them, and almost everyone was slaughtered on the spot. I was the only one to escape alive. Hongdi nodded lightly at those words and revealed an expression that seemed to indicate he had expected as much. The Black Ink clan army of 300,000 troops had almost zero chance of survival against such a lineup from the human race. Zhichong was very lucky to escape and return alive. Zhichong was stunned. "You knew?" Hongdi waved his hand in denial. "I didn't know anything, but I did receive news from the Wind and Cloud Theater approximately 1 year ago. It was said that an additional Old Ancestor had appeared at Wind and Cloud Pass, along with hundreds of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In the end, even the Royal Lord was severely injured and forced to escape back to the Royal City. The territory lords suffered massive casualties, and the army of several million under their command was all but wiped out. It will be difficult for them to recover without at least 1,000 years of recuperation." Zhichong was shocked to hear the news. He had thought that he was very unlucky, but compared to the fate of his clansmen at Wind and Cloud Theater, he could be considered quite fortunate. The Black Ink clan had originally been suppressing the human race in the Wind and Cloud Theater, but an additional Old Ancestor and hundreds of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. How could the Black Ink clan of the Wind and Cloud Theater possibly withstand such a force? Have the humans gone insane? Why did they gather so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in one place? Did they abandon the other great passes? Was the Old Ancestor you encountered a woman from the human race? Hongdi asked. Zhichong nodded solemnly. "Indeed." Although it was only a brief glimpse at the time, Zhichong had definitely seen the appearance of the human Old Ancestor. Hongdi said, "In that case, it has been confirmed. The Old Ancestor you encountered is most likely the one who suddenly appeared at Wind and Cloud Pass. The Royal Lords have conferred with each other and confirmed that this woman was originally the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master protecting Yinyang Pass." Zhichong raged. If she is the Old Ancestor of Yinyang Pass, then why did she suddenly appear at Wind and Cloud Pass? Are they planning to ignore and disregard the Royal Lord at Yinyang Pass? He was lucky to have escaped the notice of that 9th Order Master, which allowed him to survive by a narrow margin, but what if he had not been so lucky? He would have suffered the same fate as the other dozen territory lords and become nothing more than severed limbs and hashed meat floating about in the void by now. Zhichong had no place to vent all the bitterness and panic he felt while fleeing for his life. Furthermore, thinking about how a territory lord like him had never been in such a wretched position before and learning that the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was somebody from the distant Yinyang Pass, he forgot to be mindful of his speech and his annoyance. "Watch your tongue." Hongdi glared at Zhichong. The prestige of a Black Ink clan royal lord was not something a mere territory lord could disparage. Zhichong immediately shrunk his neck. In the end, he heaved a heavy sigh. Taking pity on Zhichong, Hongdi explained the situation. To tell you the truth, there's a reason why that Ninth Order woman from Yinyang Pass appeared at Wind and Cloud Pass. It's because a new Ninth Order human has appeared at Yinyang Pass. That's why she could leave with peace of mind. Zhichong was stunned. The humans gained an additional Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The Ninth Order Masters and the Royal Lords were the strongest combatants among the human race and the Black Ink clan. The addition or loss of even one of them was something that could shake the entire Black Ink battlefield. That was why Zhichong lost his composure when he heard that there was an additional Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master at Yinyang Pass. Hongdi nodded. When news that the Ninth Order Old Ancestor from Yinyang Pass appeared at Wind and Cloud Pass, the Royal Lord in the Yinyang Theater probed the situation at Yinyang Pass and confirmed that there was a Ninth Order Master there. It seems that one of the army commanders at Yinyang Pass broke through. Zhichong immediately gritted his teeth in fury. The human race sure is cunning. When a human advanced from the Eighth Order to the Ninth Order, the disturbance caused was extremely large. If they had chosen to advance in the Black Ink battlefield, then the Black Ink clan would have known about it a long time ago. Seeing as they suddenly gained a new Ninth Order Old Ancestor out of nowhere, it could only be assumed that the newly advanced master had not chosen to advance on the Black Ink battlefield. The humans had been planning this from the beginning. They secretly nurtured a new Ninth Order Old Ancestor, which led to the complete defeat of the Black Ink clan at Wind and Cloud Pass. Zhichong had simply gotten involved by extension. That can't be right. Hongdi suddenly seemed to realize something, and his expression changed slightly. Zhichong, did you say that you were ambushed by the human race army when you were a few days away from Wind and Cloud Pass? Zhichong nodded. In other words, you encountered each other on the road. Naturally, he secretly thought to himself, why is Hongdi asking such nonsensical questions? Hongdi's expression changed drastically. He had not been surprised by what happened to Zhichong because he had already heard about the situation beforehand. The Black Ink clan army had suffered a crushing defeat at Wind and Cloud Pass, so he naturally assumed that the reinforcement army led by territory lords like Zhichong had also been defeated on that battlefield. Therefore, he had been slightly surprised to see that Zhichong had returned alive. Many territory lords had perished in that battle, so Zhichong was very lucky to have survived. Be that as it may, it turned out that the reinforcement army had not participated in the battle at Wind and Cloud Pass. It was impossible for the humans to know about the reinforcement army dispatched from Great Evolution Pass and set up an ambush in the middle of their route. In other words, it was because Zhichong and the others were unlucky that they were ambushed in the first place. They had encountered the human race army that had departed from Wind and Cloud Pass. But why would an old ancestor lead a human army out of Wind and Cloud Pass? This is bad. Hongdi abruptly jumped to his feet. They are coming to attack Great Evolution Pass. Zhichong frowned. Do you have evidence? The truth was that he had considered this possibility while on the run for his life, but there was no evidence to back up this speculation. Although he had encountered the human race army outside of Wind and Cloud Pass, he could not say that they were planning to attack and retake Great Evolution Pass. That was a huge claim to make, so Zhichong had not dared to voice his opinion even though this idea had crossed his mind. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5196, Northern and Southern Armies. Zhichong had originally planned to use the Black Ink nest at Great Evolution Pass to report his encounter to the Royal Lord. At the same time, he planned to mention his conjecture despite the lack of evidence. Unfortunately, there were various pros and cons to be considered. If his conjecture was true, then the Black Ink clan would have time to prepare themselves in advance. However, if he was wrong, then he would definitely be punished. There was also the fact that he had fled the battlefield during his encounter with the human race army. He was bound to suffer horribly if he was simultaneously condemned and punished for both crimes. Seeing that Hongdi had the same suspicions, Zhichong felt a sense of relief. It would save him the trouble of informing the royal lord himself. Hong Di quickly said, if you consider the timing, you probably encountered the ambush from the human race army after the battle at Wind and Cloud Pass ended. It was also after the battle at Wind and Cloud Pass that the royal lord sent me a message, telling me not to enter retreat for the time being. I couldn't understand why he issued such a strange order at the time, but it would seem that he already anticipated this turn of events. The royal lord had indeed anticipated this situation. Hong Di was stationed at Great Evolution Pass, so the only information he could receive was the information circulating within the Great Evolution Theater. It was also information that the royal lord could access, but unlike Hong Di, the royal lord had a high-rank black ink nest. The royal lord could communicate with the other royal lords with their high-rank black ink nests and obtain information from the other theaters. Hong Di was only aware that the humans at Wind and Cloud Pass had significantly increased the number of their troops. They also seemed to have welcomed an additional old ancestor. However, he was not aware that the humans at Azure Void Pass had seen a similar increase in troop strength. Although they did not have an old ancestor among them, they had mobilized hundreds of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Black Ink clan at Azure Void Pass had suffered a crushing defeat as a result. The human race at the two great passes neighboring Great Evolution Pass had shown strange movements at the same time, that was a clear indication that they were plotting something. It was only natural for the royal lord to have some guesses. Hence, he immediately sent a message to Hong Di, telling the latter not to enter retreat for the next few years. That was also why Zhichong could meet with Hong Di at this moment. This is an urgent matter. I must report this information to the royal lord immediately. After saying that, Hong Di rushed out. It was evident that he wanted to borrow the power of the black ink nest to report the information he just received. Seeing that, Zhichong naturally had no reason to stop Hong Di, so he stood up and said, I'll go with you. There was no telling what the royal lord might ask, therefore, it would be easier for him to answer the questions if he were present. A short while later, Hong Di stood inside the black ink nest and communicated with its consciousness to report all the information he received so far. He originally thought that it would take some time before he received a response, but contrary to his expectations, the royal lord responded immediately. Another short while passed before Hong Di withdrew his consciousness with a solemn expression. Zhichong asked, what did the royal lord say? He had wanted to report his experience to the royal lord himself, but who could have imagined that the royal lord had no intention to question him whatsoever? Zhichong did not know what the royal lord had said to Hong Di. Hong Di quickly said, our clan suffered a crushing defeat at Azure Void Pass after the humans dispatched a large number of reinforcements there. As a result, nearly half the territory lords were killed or gravely injured. Although the royal lord is safe, he won't be able to take action within a short period of time. Zhichong was shocked, are you saying that something similar happened at Azure Void Pass too? Hong Di nodded heavily, so, the royal lord speculates that the humans might be coming to retake Great Evolution Pass. Zhichong, the royal lord commands you to return to your territory as soon as possible and gather an army in order to reinforce the defenses at Great Evolution Pass. Are they really coming? Zhichong felt a little faint. For more than 30,000 years, the humans had been ignoring the loss of Great Evolution Pass. Even so, the Black Ink clan had always known that the humans would never abandon Great Evolution Pass entirely. They would come back to retake the pass one day, but the Black Ink clan never expected the wait to last 30,000 years, I understand. I will return to my territory immediately. A short while later, Zhichong's figure transformed into a small black ink cloud that sped off into the void. He secretly rejoiced that he had returned quickly. According to his estimations, it would still take some time for the human race army to arrive even if they were coming to attack Great Evolution Pass, therefore, he would have enough time to make preparations. In fact, all the territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater would have ample time to prepare themselves for the difficulties ahead. At the same time, inside Great Evolution Pass, Hong Di issued various orders to his subordinates. Numerous Black Ink clan squads scattered across the void in two separate directions, tasked with searching for possible movements of the humans from Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass. Unfortunately, this endeavor not only took time, but also required a touch of luck. If the humans intended to retake Great Evolution Pass, they were bound to act with utmost secrecy. It would not be easy to discover their whereabouts. Great Evolution Pass was not the only place to take action. All the territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater had received orders from the Royal Lord. They had been tasked with gathering the armies under their command in the shortest time possible. As such, all the Black Ink clansmen in the Great Evolution Theater took action almost immediately. The ominous feeling that a storm was approaching enveloped the entire theater. Hongdi initially thought that it would be difficult to receive news about the human race army, but contrary to his expectations, it only took the Black Ink clan search teams that he previously dispatched 6 days to return with intelligence to report. They had mysteriously lost contact with one of the Black Ink clan squads that set off in the direction of Azure Void Pass. The loss was not great, just a single feudal lord along with some high-rank and low-rank clansmen. Nevertheless, this anomaly quickly caught Hongdi's attention. It was impossible for a search party he sent out to disappear for no reason. For the past 30,000 years, the Black Ink clan had never encountered any enemies in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass. The only possibility was that the Black Ink clan squad had discovered the hiding place of the human race army and were eliminated as a result. Therefore, he sent out more people to investigate the region where the first team had gone missing and simultaneously reported this information to the Royal Lord. At a place located several days away from Great Evolution Pass in the direction of Azure Void Pass, a large fleet concealed the traces of their whereabouts and quietly remained hidden in the void with the help of various artifacts and arrays. The method of concealment they deployed was very clever and sophisticated, so as long as nobody came within 1,000 kilometers of the various artifacts and arrays, they would remain invisible. However, there was nothing they could do if the Black Ink clan came too close. Unlike with individual cultivators, it was not easy to conceal the whereabouts of such a large-scale fleet. After all, a lone cultivator could at least use some obscure secret techniques to conceal themselves, whereas a giant group of warships could not be missed. This fleet was none other than the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies that had departed from Azure Void Pass. Just as Xiang Shan had expected, the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies had marched at a faster pace compared to the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. They arrived in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass half a month ago. Needless to say, they would never act rashly before they made contact with the Eastern and Western armies. That was why they stopped at a location approximately 3 days away from Great Evolution Pass to wait for news from Xiang Shan. This location was neither too close nor too far from the Great Evolution Pass. Under the premise that they could effectively conceal their whereabouts, this distance would also allow them to easily communicate with the Eastern and Western armies. Unfortunately, the Northern and Southern armies had extremely terrible luck. Their large fleet was carefully hiding in the void when a Black Ink clan squad suddenly barged into their defense perimeter. The void was so vast that 1,000 kilometers was truly not far, therefore, the two army commanders of the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies simply could not understand how the Black Ink clan could randomly bump into them. They didn't even know whether to consider those Black Ink clansmen lucky or unlucky. Needless to say, a mere squad of Black Ink clansmen led by a lone feudal lord was nothing to the Northern and Southern armies. They weren't even capable of filling the gaps between the armies' teeth. After swiftly annihilating the Black Ink clan squad, the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies deliberately changed their location just to be safe, shifting the fleet's hiding spot to a place several million kilometers away. Be that as it may, they just received another report from the patrols that another Black Ink clan team had stumbled upon their location again. The Southern Army's army commander, Yang Lai, the Northern Army's army commander, Mi Jingluan, and several other 8th Order Division commanders gathered together aboard the main purifying Black Ink battleship. It was clearly not a coincidence for them to be found by 2 Black Ink squads in succession. There were no such coincidences in the world. What do you think? Yang Lai was a red-haired old man. Just from his name alone, one could tell that he had a fiery personality. Moreover, there was a hint of impatience coloring his brow while he was speaking. How could the others not know the reason for his impatience? The main reason was that the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies were already in position, but there was still no news from the Eastern and Western armies. There was no way to tell where the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies were currently located. Yang Lai could not wait to attack Great Evolution Pass, so he was naturally impatient at this delay. An 8th Order Division commander spoke up. According to the scouts who were previously dispatched, there seems to have been an increase in the number of Black Ink clansmen in the vicinity recently. Moreover, they seem to be searching for something. Yang Lai coldly snorted, what else can they be searching for? Clearly, they're looking for us. It looks like the news that our human race army is planning to retake Great Evolution Pass has been exposed. The Great Evolution Northern Army's army commander, Mi Jingluan, had a scholarly appearance. He had a feathered helmet on his head and a feather fan in his hand. Although he was not young, he had the appearance of a fair-skinned youth. Anybody who saw him for the first time would never associate him with the post of army commander. He smiled lightly, it's within our expectations. The movements at Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass were not small after all. It's only natural for the Black Ink clan to guess our intentions. Yang Lai raged, I want to know where Xiang Shan led the Eastern and Western armies. We've already been here for some time, so why are they nowhere to be seen? Are they planning to give up on Great Evolution Pass? Mi Jingluan persuaded earnestly, please calm down, brother Yang. Judging by the number of days, the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies should have arrived in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass by now. I'm sure somebody will come and contact us soon. He knew that Yang Lai was upset that the old ancestor had appointed Xiang Shan as the Great Evolution Eastern Army's army commander. Combined with the current situation, Yang Lai couldn't hide his contempt for Xiang Shan in his words. What we need to do right now is to wait. But, since the Black Ink clan has taken precautions, it isn't safe for our northern and southern armies to remain here. This place is just 3 days away from Great Evolution Pass, which if the enemy is alerted is clearly too close. We should withdraw to a position further away. Yang Lai said nothing, so a division commander inquired, Senior Brother Mi, how far back do you think we should retreat? Mi Jingluan pondered for a moment. We should retreat another 2 days' distance, so that we are 5 days away from Great Evolution Pass, otherwise, the northern and southern armies may not be able to respond in time if the Royal Lord decides to take action. The other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders who were participating in the strategy meeting nodded in agreement. Then, Mi Jingluan glanced at Yang Lai. Yang Lai said, we'll do as you say. Although the army can withdraw, we will still need to send somebody to approach Great Evolution Pass in order to better monitor the movements there. Mi Jingluan nodded at those words, your words make sense, brother Yang. Do you have any candidates in mind? Yang Lai stood up and said, I'll go myself. Mi Jingluan heaved a sigh in his heart, knowing that he could not dissuade the other party. Yang Lai had a rather irritable personality, and the more one tried to dissuade him, the more counterproductive it would be. In any case, it was not dangerous for him to go in person. He was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so it would not be difficult for him to conceal his presence, unlike a large fleet that could not remain hidden no matter what they did. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5197, Come take a walk with your master. Even if Yang Lai went to scout in person, the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies would still have Mi Jingluan in command, so nothing would go wrong. It was just that Yang Lai could not be allowed to go alone. There was no saying what trouble he might cause with his violent temper otherwise. For that reason, Mi Jingluan said, you should bring your disciple with you, brother Yang. That way, you can send him back to inform us if you discover anything. Yang Lai immediately turned to look at Mi Jingluan, what's wrong? Are you afraid I might cause trouble? Are you trying to get my disciple to watch over me? Mi Jingluan burst out laughing. How could I possibly dare to do something like that? Although he said that, it was obvious he had that exact intention in mind. Yang Lai considered the suggestion for a moment and coldly snorted, "Fine. I'll bring him with me." Honestly speaking, Mi Jingluan was not the only one who was worried that he might cause a ruckus. Yang Lai was worried that he might cause a ruckus too. Under normal circumstances, his strength as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have prevented anything too troublesome from occurring even if he kicked up a storm. However, things were different this time. The Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies had not gotten in touch with the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies, so they had yet to discuss their deployment strategy to retake Great Evolution Pass in detail. If he were to stir up trouble at this time, his actions would affect many other people as a whole. In the worst-case scenario, he might even disrupt the plans of the entire army. If he brought his disciple along with him, then his disciple would act as a constraint. Yang Lai would first need to carefully weigh his actions before he caused any trouble. "Brat, did you hear? Come take a walk with your master." He turned to look to the side. There was a young man leaning against a nearby pillar, with his arms folded in front of his chest. The 2 army commanders and several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders in charge of deciding the movements of the army were currently in deep discussion with each other. In contrast, this young man looked extremely bored and almost seemed as though he was about to fall asleep while listening to their discussion. He would yawn widely from time to time until his eyes were watery. This young man was in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, so logically speaking, his cultivation should have allowed him to break free from the constraints of ordinary mortals. It should be impossible for him to feel sleepy or yawn. Be that as it may, he not only yawned, but also yawned without stopping. He looked so drowsy that he might fall asleep at any moment. Everybody else in the hall was in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, and he was the only 7th Order Junior present. Mi Jingluan and the other 8th Order Masters were not surprised by this youth's behavior though. Rather, it could be said that they had long gotten accustomed to it. Speaking of which, Yang Lai and his disciple were definitely a pair of weirdos. The master had a fiery personality, and his general behavior was rather impulsive even though he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Therefore, it was rather surprising for him to take in such a lazy disciple who seemed so laid back and apathetic to almost everything. Their personalities could be said to be complete opposites of each other, but Yang Lai had very high expectations of this disciple of his and usually spoiled him rotten. It was for these reasons that he always brought his disciple along with him whenever he felt that he might act recklessly and get into trouble. That was because he would constantly remind himself to act extremely carefully so as not to cause any trouble when his disciple was by his side. After all, his disciple might also get dragged into the mess if he caused a ruckus. The young man stared blankly ahead and yawned as usual. Meanwhile, Yang Lai did not receive a reply to his question. Mi Jingluan smiled bitterly. The bad habit of Brother Yang's disciple, who cultivates the divine wandering, is another problem in itself. Is it really okay for the 2 of them to act together? Martial Nephew Gong, your master is speaking to you, one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders reminded helplessly. Disciple is awake. Gong Lian hurriedly straightened up and lowered his head. Honored master, what orders do you have for me? Bullshit. What orders? Yang Lai became impatient and walked out in large strides. When he walked by Gong Lian, he simply grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him along. Come with me. Afterward, he left the purifying black ink battleship in quick steps. Yang Lai's voice drifted over from a distance. Brother Mi, please just act according to plan. If this old master obtains any information, I will send my disciple back to inform you. Mi Jingluan and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders exchanged a glance with each other and shook their heads helplessly. After a while, the huge fleet retreated slowly as previously discussed. They moved back by another 2 days' distance in order to prevent any unexpected incidents. In the void, Yang Lai used various secret techniques to conceal his and Gong Lian's auras. Be that as it may, his speed was not slow in the slightest as he headed in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. Meanwhile, Gong Lian neither resisted nor struggled. He simply allowed himself to be carried in that manner and did not look disgruntled at all. In fact, judging by his expression, he seemed accustomed to such behavior. For him, it was great that he didn't need to use his own strength to travel. What did it matter even if he was in an unsightly posture? Fortunately, he did at least ask a single question, "Honored Master, where are we going?" "We are going to spy on the Black Ink clan," Ouyang Lai replied. Gong Lian grunted in response and said nothing else. While Ouyang Li and his disciple were traveling through the void and quickly approaching Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai was also charging through the void from the opposite side. Yang Kai's journey required him to cross Great Evolution Pass and head towards its opposite side to search for the whereabouts of the northern and southern armies and report Xiang Shan's intentions to them. There were two possible routes in order to cross Great Evolution Pass. One was to go around from the front, and the other was to go around the back. According to the map of the entire Black Ink battlefield that Ding Yao had shown him back at Blue Sky Pass previously, the boundary between the Black Ink battlefield and the 3,000 worlds was connected by a single path. This path was none other than the No-Return Pass guarded by the Dragon and Phoenix clans. With the No-Return Pass as the center, the human race had established more than 100 great passes to form an outer defense perimeter. The distribution of these great passes in the Black Ink battlefield resembled an inverted semicircle that encompassed the No-Return Pass at its center. In other words, the No-Return Pass was located behind all the great passes. If one were to set off from any of the great passes and traveled in the direction of the 3,000 worlds, they would eventually arrive at the No-Return Pass. More than 30,000 years ago, the area covered by the semicircle was regarded as an absolutely safe area for the human race. That was because this area was located at the rear of every great pass. As long as the great passes stood strong, it was impossible for the Black Ink clan to set foot in the area within the semicircle. After Great Evolution Pass was captured by the Black Ink clan though, the Black Ink clan finally had the opportunity to experience the noble bearing of the No-Return Pass. However, the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass no longer dared to target the No-Return Pass again after suffering heavy losses from multiple attempts. Even though they remained active around Great Evolution Pass, in the direction of the No-Return Pass, their numbers were few and they generally did not venture too far away from the pass. Needless to say, Yang Kai chose the easier option to get around Great Evolution Pass. The area within the semicircle was relatively safer as there was a much lower chance of encountering the Black Ink clan there. If he went around the front of Great Evolution Pass instead, he might run into various troubles as a result. At a sudden moment, Yang Kai abruptly came to a halt and turned his head to look in a certain direction. There seemed to be a mysterious force coming from that direction that called to him and made him burn with excitement. Even the dragon vein in his body seemed to boil, and his blood began to flow at a faster rate than usual. Yang Kai immersed his mind into the feeling and perceived the situation. It didn't take long for him to understand what was happening. The source of that mysterious force was the place where the dragon altar was located. Thanks to the dragon vein in his body, Yang Kai naturally formed a connection with the dragon altar. More importantly, the No-Return Pass was also located in that direction. The No-Return Pass was guarded by the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Could it be that the Dragon altar was at the No-Return Pass? Ever since he came to the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai had always wanted to visit the Dragon clan. After all, he had a dragon vein in him, and there were also many other Dragon clan members in Void Land. If he could locate the Dragon clan on this side, he would be able to cultivate his dragon vein better in the future. Unfortunately, his wish had yet to come true. All the public knew was that the dragon altar was part of the 36 cave heavens, but they did not know where it was located. According to the rumors, the dragon altar was an ethereal place that was impossible for anybody to enter unless they were part of the dragon clan. The elders of the cave heavens and paradises most likely knew the secret of the dragon altar and the No-Return Pass. Be that as it may, they would never publicize this knowledge. Yang Kai once visited the divine spirit ancestral land in the Shattered Heaven, where he was able to experience the past and witnessed an ancient battle. In that ancient battle, the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of the time had joined forces to seal and suppress the Black Ink giant spirit god. He also obtained the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure known as the Crystal Palace in the Black Ink sealing land. However, there were no Dragon Clan members or pure-blooded Phoenix Clan members in the Divine Spirit ancestral land. The Divine Spirits in the ancestral land didn't even know anything about the ancient battle that took place all those eons ago. It was possible that the Dragon and Phoenix clans had left the ancestral land after that great battle to guard the no-return pass. Yang Kai had failed to sense the existence of the Dragon altar back at Blue Sky Pass because the distance between them had been too great. Now that he had deliberately taken a large detour around the rear of Great Evolution Pass though, he finally had the opportunity to perceive the Dragon altar. It was just that his current position was very far from the no-return pass, so the resulting connection he felt was not that strong. Glancing in the direction of the no-return pass, Yang Kai suppressed the excitement boiling in his dragon vein and continued on his journey. The Dragon altar was a place he was bound to visit one day, but now was not the time. He had more important things to do right now. His journey went smoothly without encountering any Black Ink clansmen, hence, he boldly traveled by manipulating space principles without fear of being discovered. On the other side of Great Evolution Pass, Ouyang Lai carried his disciple, Gong Lian, and snuck towards Great Evolution Pass. Along the way, he found a large number of Black Ink clan squads searching in all directions. Of course, it was not difficult for him to avoid these Black Ink clansmen with his powerful cultivation and skills. Gong Lian continued to yawn throughout the journey with a drowsy look in his eyes. Anybody who saw him would think that he was about to fall asleep at any moment. In reality, he had always maintained such behavior without changing. Even though he was being carried by his honored master, he did not bother to resist at all. A few days later, Ouyang Lai finally arrived at the periphery of Great Evolution Pass. From where he stood in the void, he could clearly see the majestic Great Pass towering upward in the void. He couldn't help sighing when he saw the Great Pass that was completely shrouded in Black Ink strength. This place used to be part of the territory that belonged to the human race, but it was now dominated by the Black Ink clan, which made him feel indignant. As a result, he was tempted to rush over and attack the Black Ink clan in order to reclaim the pass and wash away the shame of losing it. Nevertheless, it was just a thought. No matter how rash his personality, Ouyang Lai knew that nothing good would happen if he attacked the Great Pass alone. They would only stand a chance to reclaim Great Evolution Pass if the entire army took action. While this position was considered quite close, he had yet to reach the limits of his ability. Ouyang Lai was about to head closer when Gong Lian, who had been carried all this time, abruptly reacted. Gong Lian widened his eyes in surprise, the usual lethargic expression on his face vanishing in an instant. More importantly, he involuntarily shuddered in fear. Martial Peak, Chapter 5198, I suddenly feel a little scared. Ouyang Lai had been carrying Gong Lian all this while, so he immediately noticed the sudden change in his disciple. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, he heard Gong Lian sending a divine sense transmission to him, "Honored Master, I suddenly feel a little scared." He frowned, "Are you certain?" Gong Lian nodded solemnly. Ouyang Lai's expression immediately turned serious. There was no denying that his disciple had extremely outstanding aptitude as Gong Lian had advanced directly to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Even among the cave heavens and paradises, he was a rare talent with the hope of reaching the 9th Order Open Heaven realm one day. Why else would Ouyang Lai value him so much? What's more, Gong Lian's cultivation speed was astoundingly fast. It had been less than 1,000 years since he advanced to the Open Heaven realm, but he had already reached the peak of the 7th Order and was only one step away from the 8th Order. Although his cultivation was one step lower than Ouyang Lai's, he had a unique ability, and that was that his perception of danger was much more acute than ordinary people. His perception was not so much a skill as an innate talent, therefore, it was impossible for others to imitate. Gong Lian might not know what triggered it, but he could always predict approaching danger in advance. The greater the crisis he faced, the stronger the perception he experienced. Similar incidents had occurred in the past, and Gong Lian had relied on his innate talent to avoid many dangers along his cultivation path. However, there had never been an incident where his perception of danger had caused him to panic. Being aware of his disciple's innate talent, Ouyang Lai immediately knew that something was very wrong when Gong Lian trembled in fear and claimed that he was scared. Between the both of them, one of them was in the peak of the 7th order and the other was in the 8th order. Even if they encountered the Black Ink clan army, they would be able to escape alive as long as they were not completely surrounded by the enemy. For that reason, the source of danger that Gong Lian sensed was most likely the Royal Lord. Only the Royal Lord, who was comparable to a 9th order open heaven realm old ancestor in terms of strength, could frighten him so badly. Ouyang Lai did not sense the aura of the Royal Lord, but he did not hold any doubts towards his disciple's ability, hence, he immediately sought a hiding spot. It just so happened that there were some asteroids of varying sizes nearby, so he quickly sped towards one and hastily set up a spirit array to conceal their auras. Similarly, Gong Lian stopped being lazy and lent a hand in the preparations. Thanks to the joint efforts of both master and disciple, they completed a spirit array in less than half cup of tea's time. Ouyang Lai swiftly activated the spirit array after they slipped inside without delay. Almost at the same time, a majestic will swept past their hiding place and spread out into the distance at a rapid rate. It was immediately followed by a gigantic cloud of darkness that came from the depths of the void and rushed past them, no more than 10,000 kilometers away from their hiding spot. Ouyang Lai lowered his eyes and did not look in that direction. Then, he stealthily sent a transmission. "What do you see?" In stark contrast to Ouyang Lai's cautious actions, Gong Lian's current behavior could only be said to be extremely bold and reckless. Gong Lian squinted his eyes slightly, his gaze slowly becoming slack again as he watched the gigantic figure rushing into Great Evolution Pass. From beginning to end, the gigantic figure did not show any reaction whatsoever despite being watched so fixedly. This could be said to be another of Gong Lian's unique abilities. If anybody else were watching that figure, it would have been difficult for them to escape notice even if they were in the 8th order open heaven realm. However, Gong Lian was different as he could practically reduce his presence to the point where he seemingly didn't exist. "It's the Royal Lord," Gong Lian replied via transmission. Both master and disciple would not have avoided the Royal Lord's perception if Gong Lian had not warned Ouyang Lai in time. In fact, they would likely have been exposed immediately. There was no doubt that they would be killed on the spot if they were seen. Tisk, even though he had already formed a guess in his heart, Ouyang Lai couldn't help clicking his tongue in frustration when he heard Gong Lian's reply, and he scolded irritably. "Xiang Shan's blunder has caused us to miss a great opportunity to win this battle." The Royal Lord had come from deep within the Black Ink clan's territory. In other words, there was no Royal Lord guarding Great Evolution Pass previously. If the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies under Xiang Shan's command had arrived just a little sooner and joined forces with the Northern and Southern armies, they would have been able to retake Great Evolution Pass easily with the additional support of a 9th order open heaven realm old ancestor. Now that the Royal Lord had arrived to guard Great Evolution Pass personally, it would not be easy to retake Great Evolution Pass anymore. Moreover, the Black Ink clan army would not be far behind since the Royal Lord had already arrived at Great Evolution Pass. Sure enough, Black Ink clan troops were not far from Great Evolution Pass. Just half a day after the Royal Lords arrived at Great Evolution Pass, a Black Ink clan army of 20,000 to 30,000 rushed over under the leadership of a territory lord. It didn't take long for many other territory lords to arrive in quick succession with their respective troops. Over the course of 3 days, Ouyang Lai watched as dozens of Black Ink clan territory lords arrived with their private armies. At this point, there were as many as 300,000 to 400,000 enemies gathered. Ouyang Lai's expression became solemn as the more prepared the Black Ink clan was, the harder it would be for the human race army to retake Great Evolution Pass. However, there was still no news about the whereabouts of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies led by Xiang Shan. Several days passed, and during that time, more and more Black Ink clansmen had gathered in Great Evolution Pass. The busy figures of random Black Ink clansmen could be seen flitting around Great Evolution Pass at all times. They were setting up various deployments inside the walls in preparation to confront the human race army. 10 days later, Ouyang Lai and Gong Lian counted almost 800,000 to 900,000 Black Ink clansmen at Great Evolution Pass. In addition, there were dozens of territory lords and even a royal lord assuming command. It could be said that the Black Ink clan's deployment at Great Evolution Pass practically left it impenetrable to attack. Honored Master, the situation is not looking good for us. Even Gong Lian, who often spent his time cultivating the divine wandering, could see that the current situation was not good for the human race. Ouyang Lai remained silent with a sullen expression. The communication device he carried with him to contact the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies could be used as long as both parties were within a certain distance of each other. However, there had been no contact even up until now. Just what is going on with the Eastern and Western armies? Why haven't they contacted me? Could it be that something has happened to them? But, they have the protection of an old ancestor, what can possibly happen to them? Ouyang Lai simply could not understand the situation. At Great Evolution Pass, many territory lords had gathered together inside the spacious Grand Hall. There was a throne at the highest position, a hideously shaped one made entirely from bones. Even after countless years, the bones continued to exude monstrous ferocity. After conquering Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan had collected the corpses of countless human masters and used their bones to create this throne. Only the corpses of those in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm and above were qualified to be used in its construction. The throne was immeasurably huge, so it was conceivable just how many bones from the human masters had been used to build it at the time. At the same time, it was also a glimpse into how many human masters had perished in that battle at Great Evolution Pass. This was the Black Ink clan's spoils of war. Despite being placed here all this time, even Hong Di, who was in charge of overseeing Great Evolution Pass, did not have the qualifications to sit on this throne. It was an exclusive throne specifically for the use of the Royal Lord. At this moment, the Royal Lord was sitting on this throne. Judging from his appearance alone, he was not very different from the humans. It was just that his body was several times larger, and he had a pair of jet black wings on his back. He propped his face up on one hand and narrowed his eyes slightly, listening to the reports from the territory lords. It was mainly Hong Di's report. Great Evolution Pass was his home territory after all, so he had previously dispatched many Black Ink clansmen to investigate the surroundings, so he was now reporting the information he obtained in quick succession. Several of our squads have gone missing in the direction of Azure Void Pass. Although I've sent more people to investigate their disappearance, the investigation did not reveal any clues. We are fairly certain that those clansmen encountered humans and were eliminated. The human race army is most likely hiding somewhere there, but I don't know their exact location. On the other hand, nothing strange has been detected from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. All the scouts we dispatched have returned alive. There have been no losses and they did not discover any traces of an army there. At the moment, over 30 territory lords have arrived at Great Evolution Pass with a force of more than 900,000 troops. The defenses of Great Evolution Pass deployed over so many years would surely be enough to stop the invasion of the human race army. It's no big deal if they don't come, but if they do, they will not leave this place alive. The rest of the territory lords cheered loudly in response. Most of them had participated in the battle to conquer Great Evolution Pass more than 30,000 years ago. Back when the humans still had control over Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan had suffered greatly every time they attacked the Great Pass as it acted as a huge defensive fortress. As a result, the humans often won many battles despite their fewer numbers. The time had finally come for the humans to have a taste of the helpless feeling that the Black Ink clan experienced whenever they attacked the Great Passes. Thus, the territory lords could not wait to see that scene before their very eyes. Needless to say, 30 territory lords and an army of more than 900,000 troops were not everything that the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater could muster. In fact, that number was merely half of the troops that the Black Ink clan could immediately mobilize. It was not that the Black Ink clan could not muster more troops, it was just that Great Evolution Pass could not accommodate more people despite its enormous size. An army of 900,000 troops was more or less the limit. If they added any more troops to the mix, those troops would only become a burden instead of a boon. That was why the royal lord had only ordered 30 territory lords and the respective armies to assemble. As for the other territory lords, they were on standby and ready to support Great Evolution Pass at any time. In reality, there should have been close to 100 territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater. However, they had been tasked with providing reinforcements to Wind and Cloud Pass and the Azure Void Pass in recent years. Almost 10 territory lords had died in battle on each side, leading to the loss of nearly 20 territory lords. Consequently, there were only some 70 territory lords left in the Great Evolution Theater. This was not a large number. After all, there were reportedly 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders in the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies alone, with more than 108th Order Masters in the entire The Great Evolution Army. Comparing the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords, the human race had an absolute advantage. This decision had taken into account the dangers and risks of assaulting the Great Pass. It was impossible to reclaim Great Evolution Pass without an absolute advantage over their enemies. After Hongdi finished his report, the Royal Lord did not respond for a long time and the Territory Lords did not dare to pester him for a response. A long while passed before the Royal Lord commanded, "Continue investigating. Try to find a way to learn the exact location of the human race army." What he could ascertain at this moment was that the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master came from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. In other words, the human race army coming from Azure Void Pass did not have the protection of a 9th Order Master. If he could learn the location of the human race army from Azure Void Pass, then he could take the initiative to attack them. In that way, it would be much easier for him to deal with the human race army from Wind and Cloud Pass. The human race's decision to split the army during their march towards Great Evolution Pass would result in their complete defeat. The Black Ink clan royal lord was full of confidence towards this upcoming battle. After all, the situation today was not the same as 30,000 years ago. Yes. Hongdi responded and relayed the orders to his subordinates. It didn't take long before even more Black Ink clan squads came out from Great Evolution Pass and split into two directions to investigate and obtain information on the movements of the human race army. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5199, Change of Plans. In the void, Yang Kai's figure flickered constantly as he moved forward rapidly. The huge void was vast and silent with no suitable objects to be used as a reference for the universe chart, therefore, he did not know his exact location. It was truly fortunate that he could still use the universe array. Under normal circumstances, those who left behind their imprint at the universe array could use the universe transference law to create a connection to it as long as both were located in the same world. In that way, they could directly teleport themselves back to the universe array. It was just that the difference in the teleporting distance would lead to a difference in the pressure that one faced when teleporting themselves. If the pressure was too great, they might end up in an awkward situation where their body is torn apart. A few days ago, Yang Kai started to use the universe transference law to determine the position of the universe array and correct his direction accordingly. Unfortunately, the distance between them was still too large. Even for him, it would be difficult to withstand the burden of teleporting over such a large distance, hence, he had been working on getting closer towards the universe array. All of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks and formed hand seals to activate the universe transference law. A huge array bloomed beneath his feet a moment later, forming a vague connection with something a long way away. It was the place where the universe array was located. More importantly, the location of the Universe Array corresponded to none other than the location of the purifying black ink battleship belonging to the Great Evolution Northern and Southern Armies. Yang Kai quietly perceived the situation. His current location was still quite far from the location of the Universe Array. An ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not be able to teleport themselves over such a distance safely. Only an 8th Order Master could pull off such a feat. Be that as it may, this was no longer an issue for Yang Kai as he was a master of the Tao of space. He thus relaxed his mind and allowed the intangible pulling force to wrap around him. Following a burst of bright light, his figure vanished out of sight. The Great Evolution Northern and Southern Armies were currently hiding in an area filled with universe fragments. This place was located a full 10-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. Ever since their location was first discovered by the Black Ink clan, the large fleet had changed its hiding spots several times. Unfortunately, it would not take long before their new location was discovered again. In order to learn the whereabouts of the human race army, the Black Ink clan had dispatched many search teams as though casting a wide net in the direction of Azure Void Pass. As a result, the Great Evolution Northern and Southern Armies were forced to retreat again and again until they reached their current position. If they were discovered again, then they would be forced to withdraw even further. After all, they did not have the protection of an old ancestor and would be defenseless if the Royal Lord suddenly attacked them. Therefore, it was better for them to stay as far away from Great Evolution Pass as possible for safety's sake. On the deck of the purifying Black Ink battleship, Mi Jing Luan stood quietly at the bow of the ship with his feather fan in hand as he stared outward in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. Nearly 10 days had passed since Yang Lai and his disciple headed towards Great Evolution Pass to spy on the situation. There had been no news from them since their departure, so Mi Jing Luan did not know anything about the situation over there. What puzzled Mi Jing Luan in particular though was the movements of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. According to the original plan, the Eastern and Western armies should have arrived in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass and made contact with the Northern and Southern armies by now. However, there had been no news from the other side so far. The communication device was in Yang Lai's possession, and he was currently located in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass. If the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies wanted to contact him, then they would be able to do so directly. Without the cooperation of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies, it would be difficult to achieve victory with the 30,000 troops of the Northern and Southern armies alone. It was a pity that there was nothing Mi Jing Luan could do at the moment. He could only do his best to conceal the whereabouts of the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies and wait patiently. At that moment, an unfamiliar aura suddenly appeared on the purifying Black Ink battleship and was immediately followed by an uncertain inquiry, "Who are you?" Mi Jing Luan abruptly turned to look in that direction. That was where the space array was located. Moreover, this spirit array was linked to the secret room where the universe array was arranged on the purifying Black Ink battleship. If one of the soldiers returned to the Black Ink battleship with the help of the universe transference law, they would immediately be teleported into the secret room with the universe array. It was just that the purifying light was sealed inside the secret room, so there was another space array inside the secret room that allowed them to be teleported back to the deck of the ship without wasting any purifying light. For that reason, a special guard was tasked with monitoring the corresponding space array on the deck. The one who asked the question earlier was none other than the person guarding the space array. Somebody arrived on the purifying Black Ink battleship via the universe array. Mi Jing Luan immediately snapped back to his senses and sent a transmission to the guard, "Quickly bring that person over." The guard responded affirmatively and brought a young man to Mi Jing Luan a short while later. Needless to say, the person who arrived was Yang Kai. Looking at the person with a scholarly appearance in front of him, Yang Kai immediately recognized him and cupped his fist in greeting, "Junior greets Senior Mi." Mi Jing Luan was slightly surprised, "Do you know me?" "I don't believe we've met, have we?" Yang Kai replied, "No. But, this junior is familiar with the names of the two army commanders of the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies. Senior O Yang's name sounds like it belongs to a hot-tempered person, so he would never dress like you. Since you are not Army Commander O Yang, then you must be the other Army Commander. Mi Jingluan smiled, so that's how it is. You must be Yang Kai, right? This time around, it was Yang Kai's turn to look surprised. Do you know me, sir? Mi Jingluan explained, since you appeared on the purifying black ink battleship, it's obvious that you've left your imprint on the universe array. Be that as it may, you are not a soldier from the northern or southern armies. Throughout the various great passes, there is only one person who has left their imprint on all the purifying black ink battleships. After all, you were the one who arranged them on the purifying black ink battleships. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Mi Jingluan's expression turned solemn, and he directed the conversation to the main topic. Did you come because you have a report for me? Yang Kai cupped his fist. I came here under orders from Army Commander Xiang Shan to inform the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies that there has been a change to the original plan. Mi Jingluan raised his hand to interrupt. Please wait a moment. His divine sense surged for a moment before he beckoned towards Yang Kai. Come with me. A short while later, Yang Kai followed Mi Jingluan into the purifying black ink battleship and soon arrived at a conference hall. It didn't take long for the 8th Order Division commanders who received the news to arrive in quick succession. Many of them were surprised to see an unfamiliar face and wondered why this 7th Order Junior was here. Most just assumed that Yang Kai was part of the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies. After all, the Great Evolution Army was composed of people who came from various great passes. It was impossible for the division commanders to recognize every single soldier in the army. However, there were actually a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had met Yang Kai before and recognized him. Back when Blue Sky Pass first spread the refining method of the purifying black ink battleship, every great pass had constructed 4 purifying black ink battleships. Afterwards, the great passes dispatched an 8th Order Master to bring the purifying black ink battleships to Blue Sky Pass so that Yang Kai could install universe arrays and seal purifying light within them. Needless to say, the 8th Order Masters who met Yang Kai before were the ones who went to Blue Sky Pass back then. Upon seeing Yang Kai standing here, these 8th Order Masters were slightly surprised but soon became delighted. That was because they remembered that the troops from Blue Sky Pass had been dispatched to the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. In other words, Yang Kai's arrival indicated that he brought news from the Eastern and Western armies. The Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies had been waiting for this day for a long time, hence, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were filled with anticipation when the news secretly spread out among themselves. It didn't take long before all the 8th Order Division commanders arrived. Mi Jingluan then got straight to the point. Yang Kai came from the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. He has a report for us, so please give him your attention. Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed in greeting. Yang Kai greets seniors. I have come under orders from Army Commander Xiang Shan to inform the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies that there have been changes to the original battle plans. He did not know what the original plans discussed by the higher-ups of the Great Evolution Army were, but it must have been something along the lines of gathering the strength of the 4 armies to attack Great Evolution Pass. However, the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies seemed to have new ideas after their encounter with the Black Ink Clan's reinforcement during their journey. What's going on? Why have there been changes? If there have been changes to the original plans, then what are we supposed to do now? The 8th Order Masters went into an uproar. It was not that their hearts were not strong enough, but rather that such important military matters concerned both the recovery of Great Evolution Pass and the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers. Therefore, the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies' unilateral announcement about changes to the original plans had caught them by surprise. Mi Jingluan raised his hand to suppress the noise, and only then did the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters calm down. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Mi Jingluan inquired, did the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies encounter an unexpected incident? Yang Kai replied succinctly, there were no unexpected incidents, but we did encounter a Black Ink Clan reinforcement army heading towards Wind and Cloud Pass a few days after our departure. Although the enemy had 300,000 troops, it was an easy victory for our side under the leadership of the old ancestor. Mi Jingluan nodded lightly. A force of 300,000 troops might sound like a lot, but they were simply the reinforcements dispatched by Great Evolution Pass to Wind and Cloud Pass. It was obvious that they did not have many territory lords among them, so it was not difficult to defeat them with the strength of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. What did Senior Brother Xiang say? He probed further. Yang Kai continued, the army commander said that the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies would figure out a way to attract the attention of the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass and use this opportunity to charge straight into the Black Ink clan's territory. When the news reaches Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass will surely make a move. If they dispatch their army back to reinforce their territory, he hopes that the northern and southern armies will intercept them so that the eastern and western armies do not get attacked from the rear. As soon as those words left his mouth, the Eighth Order masters who had fallen silent earlier showed signs of causing a commotion again. Although the orders that Yang Kai delivered were exact and accurate, there were many puzzling points too. Mi Jingluan frowned, the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies planning to draw the attention of the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass. How will they achieve that? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before responding. During the march, the army commander summoned all the artifact refiners who came along with the Eastern and Western armies and gathered large amounts of materials to refine an extremely unique type of puppet. These puppets are humanoid in shape, and although they did not have great combat abilities, they can exude the aura of a fifth-order open heaven realm master and above once they were activated. It should be enough to confuse them for real people from a distance after dressing them up a bit with the spare clothing that was later collected. Puppets? Mi Jingluan was slightly taken aback. Collecting materials for refining and spare clothing while on the march indicated that the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies came up with the plan on the fly. It was not something that was premeditated, otherwise, they would not have left the northern and southern armies in the dark. Besides, Xiang Shan should have known that the army was supposed to proceed forward with great caution. Rashly changing the original plans could only mean that he had a better plan in place. Although Yang Kai was only explaining what the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies had done during their march and did not provide any speculations of his own, just hearing the words, puppets, and clothes was enough to make most people come to the same conclusion. The Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies clearly wanted to use these refined puppets to draw the eyes of the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass. How many of these puppets did you refine? Mi Jingluan's question hit the nail on the head again. A small number of puppets would not achieve any effect. They would only attract the attention of the Black Ink clan if they refined an astounding number of them. I refined more than 140 puppets myself, and there were 1,000 or so artifact refiners who came along with the Eastern and Western armies. Considering that each person's attainments in the Tao of artifact refining is different and the number of puppets that they could refine is also different, this junior conservatively estimates that around 50,000 puppets were refined. The number might be even higher than that. Martial Peak, Chapter 5200, Mi Jingluan. 50,000. One of the Eighth Order Division commanders immediately frowned in response. That was not a small number. If every single puppet could exert the aura of a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master or above, then their might would indeed be very imposing if they were gathered together in one place. It was just that the resources required to refine so many puppets would also be equally staggering. Besides, they would surely need to prepare large amounts of energy sources inside the puppets in order to activate so many at once. Xiang Shan, you spendthrift. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not the only people who were secretly feeling distressed. Not much time had passed since things began looking up for the human race on the Black Ink battlefield, but they were already starting to splurge on resources. It was one thing if these 50,000 puppets could play a decisive role in battle, but it would be a total waste if they could not bring out any real potential. An Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Division commander asked, if the puppets can exert the aura of a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and above, what about their true strength? If these puppets could also exert the strength of a fifth-order open heaven realm master and above, then the 50,000 puppets alone would be enough to teach the Black Ink clan a harsh lesson. Yang Kai replied honestly, that's the peculiarity of these puppets. Although the aura they can exert is not weak, they are not very useful in reality. Moreover, their flaws are very obvious since they were refined in a rush. While there is no risk of these flaws being noticed from a distance, the Black Ink clan will be able to see the truth at a glance once they get close enough. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fell silent. It would seem that they could not place their hopes on the puppets, they could only be dispatched as bait for the Eastern and Western armies at most. But, what was the use of such bait for Xiang Shan to refine so many of these puppets without regard for the cost? While the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were pondering these questions, Mi Jing Luan fanned himself with the feather fan in his hand. There was a pensive look on his face, and his eyes constantly flashed with an unusual light. Those were the signs that indicated he was thinking with all his might. The East-West Army refined these puppets on the march, which meant it was an impromptu decision. Otherwise, these puppets would have been prepared in advance before Wind and Cloud Pass even formed such a large army. What could have led the East-West Army to make such a choice? It was impossible for such a change to occur for no reason in this world, especially when it was related to a matter as significant as the recovery of Great Evolution Pass. Xiang Shan knew better than to be so irresponsible. What's more, there was an old ancestor overseeing the East-West Army. If Xiang Shan failed to convince the old ancestor, then it would have been impossible to make changes to the original plans. Mi Jing Luan suddenly raised his head to look at Yang Kai. Did he order the refinement of the puppets before or after they encountered the reinforcements from the Black Ink clan? After, Yang Kai replied, right after defeating the reinforcements from the Black Ink clan, Army Commander Xiang Shan began to gather materials to refine the puppets. To this end, the army even took several days to rest and recover before proceeding. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were speechless when they heard that. The East-West Army even took several days to recover and reorganize. It had to be said that the North-South Army had departed from Azure Void Pass with all haste, for fear of missing the opportunity to strike while the element of surprise was on their side. In comparison, the East-West Army's actions were simply unimaginable. The Black Ink clan reinforcements only consisted of 300,000 troops, so with an old ancestor and 68th Order Masters, the East-West Army could have wiped out the enemy without much effort. Why would they need to rest and reorganize? Mi Jing Luan suddenly nodded, so that's how it is. One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who was fairly close to Mi Jing Luan asked, Brother Mi, what have you realized? Listening to Yang Kai talking about the East-West Army's behavior during the march had left these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters scratching their heads over the reason why Xiang Shan had made changes to the original plans. However, Mi Jing Luan now claimed that he understood everything. Leaving aside these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even Yang Kai who came from the East-West Army could not understand what Xiang Shan was planning. He only knew that the puppets must play a special role in the grand scheme of things. Mi Jing Luan smiled slightly. Brother Xiang is planning to lure the tiger out of the mountain. What do you mean? One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked humbly. Mi Jing Luan did not explain immediately. On the contrary, he glanced at Yang Kai and inquired, if my guess is correct, did the East-West Army deliberately allow one of the territory lords to escape when they wiped out the 300,000 Black Ink clan army? Yang Kai shook his head. This junior does not know. When the war began, both he and Dawn had focused on killing their enemies. There was no time for them to pay attention to other things. Then, how many territory lords did the East-West Army kill in that battle? He replied, 11. This disciple detected the aura of 11 territory lords vanishing during the battle. Exactly. In general, a territory lord will command between 20,000 and 30,000 troops in battle. For an army of 300,000, there should have been 10 to 12 territory lords in total. Since only 11 territory lords lost their lives, then one of them must have escaped. Yang Kai frowned in confusion. There was an old ancestor overseeing that particular battle, so even if one of the territory lords had escaped, she would not have failed to notice him escaping. Putting it that way, it was just as Mi Jingluan said. The old ancestor must have deliberately allowed that territory lord to escape. Thinking back now, the East-West army had set up an ambush in a hurry, and before the entire Black Ink clan army had entered the ambush zone, they had been exposed, so the battle began in haste. It was true that some of the Black Ink clan had escaped the encirclement and survived as a result. In addition, a large ship under one of the territory lords seemed to have been left behind. At the time, Yang Kai had assumed that the territory lord on that ship had been killed, but it would now seem that there was a high possibility that the enemy had escaped instead. Nevertheless, it was an undeniable fact that the auras of 11 territory lords had disappeared during the battle. Mi Jingluan continued, Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass both underwent great changes, with a second old ancestor even appearing outside Wind and Cloud Pass. Such news would not remain a secret for long, and would surely spread throughout the entire Black Ink battlefield very quickly. If the Royal Lord at Great Evolution Pass learned about this incident, he would undoubtedly become vigilant and wonder whether the human race was trying to recover Great Evolution Pass. However, such thoughts are nothing more than conjectures without evidence. There would be no way to prove his suspicions until the humans actually launched an attack. Be that as it may, the East-West army deliberately allowed a territory lord to escape. If this territory lord returned to Great Evolution Pass and reported his experience to the higher-ups, then the Royal Lord will be at least 80% certain his conjectures are correct. Our North-South army has repeatedly been discovered by the Black Ink clan because they are already aware of our presence. Therefore, it is not a secret to the Black Ink clan that the human race is trying to recover Great Evolution Pass anymore. The Eighth Order Masters listened quietly. Likewise, Yang Kai was also listening. He felt as though he had received the answers to the various questions in his heart thanks to Mi Jingluan's explanation. If my guess is correct, then the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass are not only searching for the location of the North-South army but also trying to figure out where the East-West army is. The area around Great Evolution Pass is most likely filled with scouts of the Black Ink clan. Under these circumstances, the Black Ink clan will surely deploy their troops ahead of time to garrison Great Evolution Pass in order to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Having said this, Mi Jingluan's eyes flashed brightly. At this moment, the defenses deployed around Great Evolution Pass will be practically impregnable. Not to mention, the Royal Lord will definitely come to Great Evolution Pass in person to confront our Ninth Order old ancestor. If that's the case, doesn't that mean we have lost the opportunity to fight back? How can Great Evolution Pass be retaken? An Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master frowned. Mi Jingluan shook his head slowly. The East-West army is intentionally trying to alert the enemy to their presence. In that case, it stands to reason that they have no intention to storm Great Evolution Pass. That's also the reason why they made changes to their original plans. These puppets are enough to attract the attention of the Black Ink clan for a long time. Using this opportunity, the East-West army will be able to head straight into the Black Ink clan's territory. Now that the troops of the Black Ink clan have gathered at Great Evolution Pass, the defenses of the Black Ink clan's territory should be relatively thin, and without the presence of a royal lord acting as a restraint, the old ancestor will be able to act without restraint. If a battle breaks out and news reaches Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan will not be able to remain calm once they realize that they have been tricked and will surely deploy their troops stationed at Great Evolution Pass to reinforce their lines. At that time, the North-South army will be able to deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan if they can find the right opportunity. Fighting in the void will reduce many of the risks that come with attacking the Great Pass. Seeming to realize something all of a sudden, Mi Jingluan's eyes brightened. He struck his fan closed against his palm and exclaimed, "Amazing! Brother Xiang is a genius, how absolutely admirable! I can't believe he saw that far into the future. Brother Mi, your explanation is so obscure that we look like fools in comparison," one of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't resist complaining. Many people chuckled in response. Even Mi Jing-Luan smiled slightly. To put it in another way, if we followed the original plans, the North-South Army and the East-West Army were supposed to launch a quick, decisive strike. We should have joined forces nearly a month and a half ago, then subsequently launched an attack on Great Evolution Pass. Our current Great Evolution Army is mighty, and the Royal Lord was not in Great Evolution Pass back then. The only troops stationed there would have been a few territory lords and their respective armies, so it would not have been difficult to recover Great Evolution Pass. Everybody nodded in understanding. Recovering the Great Evolution Pass with a swift and sudden strike was the original plan formulated by the higher-ups. There was no nuance to the plan, only an emphasis on speed. In other words, they had planned to conquer Great Evolution Pass before the Black Ink clan had time to react. After recovering Great Evolution Pass, we would surely need to rely on its strength to defend against the Black Ink clan army's inevitable counterattack. Although the Great Evolution Army is mighty and consists of more troops than any other Great Pass, we would not have much time to prepare ourselves once we took Great Evolution Pass. Hence, we would not be able to exert most of Great Evolution Pass power when the Black Ink clan army arrived and could only meet them head-on. The Black Ink clan army would have endless reinforcements coming to their aid, while we would be few in number and our reinforcements would come from afar, if they came at all. Without any foundation to rely on, we would surely suffer great casualties. In the worst-case scenario, Great Evolution Pass would be retaken by the Black Ink clan. However, there would be nothing we could do to stop them. But, things will be different if we act according to Brother Xiang's plans, Mi Jing-Luan explained excitedly. The East-West Army will charge into the Black Ink clan territory and reduce the Black Ink clan's strength as much as possible. Simultaneously, the North-South Army will be able to restrain the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass. It's not a big deal if they do not come out, but if they do, we will find a way to ambush them and weaken their strength. If things continue in this manner, then the Black Ink clan will eventually be overwhelmed and run out of troops. At that time, we will have enough time to build up our strength after conquering Great Evolution Pass. When we regain a firm foothold in Great Evolution Pass, why would we need to fear the trivial Black Ink clan? The realization dawned upon them after listening to his explanation. They had originally felt unhappy with the East-West Army for making unauthorized changes to the original plan. Nevertheless, looking at the current situation, the new plan was indeed much better than the original one. To put it simply, Xiang Shan's plan was to ignore Great Evolution Pass for now. Be that as it may, their end goal was still to recover Great Evolution Pass. In the long term, this plan had a higher chance of success, which was why Mi Jing-Luan fully endorsed it. Since they had a better plan than before, it stood to reason that the North-South Army would cooperate. After some consideration, Mi Jing-Luan suddenly asked, "Yang Kai, how long did it take for you to travel here from the East-West Army?" "About 20 days or so," Yang Kai replied. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5201, The Human Race Army is Coming. How far away was the East-West Army from Great Evolution Pass when you departed? More than a month's journey, but less than 2 months. Yang Kai had used over 20 days to complete a journey that would have taken an ordinary person nearly 2 months to complete. Even if he borrowed the power of the universe array on the purifying Black Ink battleship, that was an astounding speed. Nevertheless, considering he was a master of the Tao of space, this result was within the acceptable range. Mi Jing-Luan quickly made some calculations before saying out loud, in other words, if the East-West Army charges straight for Great Evolution Pass, then they are currently less than 20 days away from contact. But, I believe the East-West Army has changed direction already. They are planning to attack the Black Ink clan's domain after all. It should be almost time. In approximately half a month, the East-West Army will launch an attack on the Black Ink clan territory. At that time, their whereabouts will be exposed. But, before that, they will release the thousands of puppets as bait to distract the Black Ink clan garrisoned at Great Evolution Pass. Once it becomes known that the East-West Army appeared in the Black Ink clan's territory though, the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass will surely take action. Mi Jingluan seemed to be talking to himself, but he also seemed to be explaining the situation to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him. What the North-South Army needs to do right now is find a suitable position to set an ambush. When the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass show themselves, we will greet them with a painful assault. With a snap of his fan, he made up his mind. He raised his head and looked at Yang Kai. Do you have any other orders aside from delivering this message? Yang Kai shook his head. The army commander only asked me to inform the North-South Army of the change in plans. He did not give me any other orders. Good. In that case, please cooperate with the North-South Army for the time being. Yes. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Did you bring the communication device with you? Yang Kai nodded and took out a communication bead. The army commander gave this to me before I left. Mi Jingluan nodded. There's no need to trouble another when one alone is enough for a task. Since you are proficient in the Tao of Space, I would like to ask you for a favor. Please give me your orders, sir. Head towards Great Evolution Pass and use this communication device to search for Army Commander Ouyang Lai and inform him about the situation here. He has been monitoring the movements around Great Evolution Pass for some time. Ask him whether the Royal Lord has arrived at Great Evolution Pass and whether the Black Ink clan are showing signs of building up their defenses. After getting the answers, deliver the information back here as quickly as possible. Also, ask him to remain in place to monitor the movements of the Black Ink clan. If the Royal Lord leaves Great Evolution Pass, he should inform us as soon as possible. Understood. Proceed with caution. The Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass have dispatched many of their troops as scouts to try to locate the North-South Army. Do your best not to be discovered. Yang Kai nodded again. Go. Mi Jingluan gestured for Yang Kai to leave. Yang Kai left with his orders. After Yang Kai left, Mi Jingluan addressed the division commanders. What we need to do now is find a suitable position. This position cannot be located too far from Great Evolution Pass. If we are too far away, we will not have enough time to stop the Black Ink clan once they dispatch their troops. But, we cannot be too close either. If we are too close, we run the risk of being discovered by them. Our best choice is a place located approximately a 3 to 5 day journey away. Do you have any good suggestions? One of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters replied, We are not familiar with the topography near Great Evolution Pass. In order to choose a suitable location, we will need to investigate carefully. Furthermore, it's not easy to conceal our fleet. Why don't we have our troops stow away all the warships? That will make it easier for us to remain hidden. Moreover, it won't be too late to summon them when the battle commences. Mi Jingluan nodded lightly. That works. However, the purifying Black Ink battleship has to remain, lest Brother Ouyang have no means to contact us. Following a brief discussion, numerous orders were relayed throughout the fleet and it didn't take long for almost all the warships to be put away, leaving only the purifying Black Ink battleship behind. Without the constraints of the warships, it was easier and more effective for the soldiers of the North-South Army to rely on their various secret techniques and artifacts to conceal their presence. Afterwards, numerous squads were subsequently dispatched to search for a suitable ambush location. On the other hand, Yang Kai left the purifying Black Ink battleship and sped towards Great Evolution Pass. If he could manipulate space principles, this trip would not have taken him much time to complete. However, Mi Jingluan had asked him to remain hidden as much as possible. The Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass had dispatched many troops to search for the North-South Army's location, so if he traveled by instantaneous movement and accidentally appeared too close to the Black Ink clan's scouting parties, he would surely be exposed. Therefore, Yang Kai could only travel with great haste using normal means. Before he left, he had asked about the direction and location of Great Evolution Pass, learning he was currently about 10 days away. Hence, there was no rush time-wise. 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sped through the void towards Great Evolution Pass from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. These 5 Eighth Order Masters were the ones who departed from the East-West Army previously. Each of them carried a space ring filled to the brim with puppets. After Yang Kai's departure, the East-West Army acted according to Mi Jingluan's prediction. Be that as it may, these 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had acted differently and hurried towards Great Evolution Pass instead. They were only half a month away from Great Evolution Pass at the moment, and up until recently, they had not encountered a single Black Ink clansman. But, they had constantly run into various Black Ink clansmen over the past few days. Most of these Black Ink clan teams were led by a single feudal lord, so they were naturally no match for the 5 division commanders. Needless to say, the Eighth Order Masters slaughtered all the Black Ink clansmen they came across without any mercy. Nevertheless, their frequent encounters with the Black Ink clan indicated that their presence had been noticed. All of a sudden, the leading Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master came to an abrupt halt and sent out a divine sense transmission. It's about time. Let's begin. The 4 others nodded in agreement. They each took out a space ring, and with a surge of their divine senses, large batches of puppets began to appear. Each of these puppets radiated with the aura of a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master or higher, up to the 7th Order. One puppet alone might not be very noticeable, but they became a mighty force when so many of them were gathered together in one spot. As the number of puppets increased, the aura they released became more and more imposing. Soon, the entire void became distorted by their mere presence. A total of 70,000 puppets were quickly summoned by the 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. These puppets were neatly dressed, and their energy sources had been installed and charged in advance. The divine senses of the 5 Eighth Order Masters surged once more to relay an extremely simple instruction to the puppet army gathered in front of them. In the next moment, the puppet army silently embarked directly in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. Issuing an order to some 70,000 puppets at once meant that each Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was responsible for more than 10,000 puppets. Even if their cultivations were deep and profound, they could not prevent their complexions from turning pale. That was also why 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been dispatched together. If their numbers were reduced in any way, they would not have been able to control so many of these puppets at once. After releasing the puppet army of tens of thousands, the task of these 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could be considered complete. They watched the puppet army drifting away into the distance, and after resting for a short while, they turned around and sped towards the depths of the void. It was necessary for them to join up with the rest of the army as their strength would ultimately be required to contribute during the attack on the Black Ink clan's territory. The puppet army marched forward. In less than an hour, a Black Ink clan search party soon detected the aura of this army from a distance. There was no helping it. The aura radiating from the puppet army simply stood out too much, like a bright moon in the middle of the night. It was difficult for the Black Ink clansmen in the vicinity to not notice their presence. This scouting party was led by a feudal lord, who had received the orders to investigate the possible locations of the human race army. Over the last couple of days, his search had been fruitless, hence, he never expected to make such a big discovery today. He originally wanted to investigate more carefully, but he was frightened by the overwhelming aura and did not dare to approach too closely. Even just sensing them from so far away made his face turn pale. At a glance, he could tell that there were several tens of thousands in the human race army marching towards Great Evolution Pass without any intention of concealing themselves. Therefore, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly relayed the news to the rear. At the same time, he continuously retreated into the distance while monitoring the movements of the humans from afar. A few days later, the information was finally delivered to Great Evolution Pass thanks to the efforts of several Black Ink clan squads. Inside the spacious Grand Hall, a group of territory lords were locked in a heated discussion. Meanwhile, the gigantic royal lord with a pair of pitch-black wings on his back simply sat there with his head resting on his hand and his eyes closed. He looked as though he had not moved at all since arriving. All of a sudden, a feudal lord rushed into the grand hall and whispered something to Hongdi before he quickly left again. The territory lords fell silent and turned to look at Hongdi. Hongdi stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Royal Lord, we have discovered the movements of the human race army." The royal lord opened his eyes slightly. "Speak." "I received a report just now, stating that the human race army has been detected in the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass a few days ago. The number of enemies is estimated to be between 60,000 and 70,000. Moreover, they are marching directly towards Great Evolution Pass. A feudal lord has been monitoring their movements from a distance, but he has found no signs to indicate that they plan to change their course." Impudence. Does the human race believe that they can retake this great pass with a trivial force of 60,000 to 70,000? They clearly do not know their place. That's just coming from Wind and Cloud Pass. What about Azure Void Pass? There might be another army no less than these numbers coming from the other direction. If they join together, their numbers would reach over 100,000. So what if they have 100,000? With Great Evolution Pass acting as a shield and nearly 1 million of our Black Ink clan soldiers, forget a mere 100,000, they would never succeed even if they had double those numbers. That's right. It's one thing if they didn't attack us, but since they dared to come, then we'll make sure they never return. Royal Lord, please allow us to meet the humans in battle. The territory lords clamored noisily. Since they occupied the geographical advantage and their military strength far exceeded that of the humans, they naturally had the qualifications to dismiss the approaching threat. However, as long as the royal lord said nothing, they did not dare to act rashly no matter how much noise they made. The royal lord remained silent for a time before finally opening his mouth to ask, "Did you learn the location of the Ninth Order Master?" Hongdi replied, "The feudal lord did not mention anything about this matter. But, the Ninth Order Master will surely come from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass." The royal lord responded flatly and added lightly, "Prepare yourselves. It looks like the human race will attack soon." "Yes." The territory lords answered loudly and rolled up their sleeves in anticipation. News from the front line continuously arrived at Great Evolution Pass. The human race army was less than an 8-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. Furthermore, they showed no signs of stopping, slowing down, or changing direction. The human race army was less than a 5-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. The human race army was less than a 3-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. The human race army was only 1 day away from Great Evolution Pass. Somewhere outside Great Evolution Pass, Ouyang Lai and his disciples secretly concealed themselves in one of the scattered asteroids. Their current location was much closer to Great Evolution Pass compared to their previous hiding spot. It could even be said that they were so close that they were being reckless.